and other things. Those who die by all things die, but their soul did not. It becomes part of universal quintessence. Some say it gets reincarnated through it. The point is, those who died in the sacrifice for that race die truly. Their soul goes to the horrifying beings of that race instead of the universal quintessence, where it consumes them. Is this a sacrifice for the Asur Vajoras? I asked the hidden being, despite knowing I will not get any answer. Yes, but you do not be afraid. Do what I will tell you and you will survive. To my shock, the hidden being replied, and when I registered the words she spoke, I couldn't help but shake in my soul and body. I wanted to run away, but I found frozen in my spot. It is not the fear that freezes me, but the power of the Earth's sovereign. As long as one does not move, they will feel they are free, but the moment they try, they will feel the power of the Earth's sovereign constraining them. A simple movement is possible if you want to take a step. It will constrain you. It is time to open the gates, said the short Earth sovereign a moment later. The circular field of blood-red runes begins to light up layer by layer, till the whole field is shining in the blood-red light. As that happened, the seal on the tower door lit up and it slowly started to open, while I watched in horror. I am not the only one in the crowd who had sensed the blood-red aura from the runes and knew its meaning. Some among the crowd also knew how it formed. They have done life sacrifices here, and not a small number. They have killed a large number of people. This aura could only be produced by that heinous thing. The denser it, the more people being killed to produce it. I had guessed they had walked past the line of morality after hearing what they are planning to do, but after sensing the aura, I understood they are miles past morality, that there is not a shred of it had remained in their hearts. They sacrificed thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands, seeing how dense energy is, for utterly selfish reasons. People kill, it is a way of the world, but there are some unwritten rules about that. These monsters have foregone all of them. The gate had opened, send them inside, said the leading Earth sovereign, and a moment later, people moved toward the gate. It is not the legs of people that moved them, but the power of Earth's sovereign. Whether we want or not, we are going to enter the tower where they need us to kill each other till only 12 remain. An hour passed, and soon it is my time to enter the tower. I moved toward it with the group of people around me. I am resisting with my all, but it did not seem to have any effect at all. I am moving toward the tower's door without any delay. Soon I reached it and felt a light push that sent me inside the door. Now that all of them had entered inside, it is time we take our place, said the old man and flew toward the tower, before reaching the bracket and sitting inside it. How long do you think it will take them till only 12 remained? Asked the winged women not far from him. It shouldn't take long, with the encouragement from the seal, replied the red-horned man, and everyone smiled. Even if they don't want to kill each other, they will have to. The seal will force them to. I found myself in a barren world. There was nothing here aside from the barren hills. I thought, seeing everything blood-red, I will enter the world of blood-red, but it seemed like my imagination was too narrow. The only red thing that is present here is a blood-red beam reaching the cloud. It seemed to be quite far away. I looked around and found my mood getting back. With the small hills and barren land, it would be quite hard to hide here. I planned to find a well-hidden spot and wait till it was all over. If it had been a few hundred, I would have been able to do something, but there are hundreds of thousands of them, including over 1,000 sovereigns. I couldn't do anything against such numbers. It is better that I find a good hill and dug a hole as soon as possible. I don't want to kill people, but there will be some who want to do it. There are always people who like the needless violence. Hiding is the best choice. Go to the center, it is where you will find a chance of survival, said the hidden being, just when I take a step to find a hiding spot. Damn, I cursed loudly. What the hidden being said is suicide. I will have to face many primary and sovereigns who could kill me within a second. As for what I am doing to do, go to the center of the course. It may be suicidal, but if I am able to do it, I will survive. The hidden being had never broken its word. Hiding in a cave might hide me, but there is always a chance of someone finding me. Not to mention, many other things could happen. I feel like things are not as simple as they seem to be, so I took a deep breath and moved toward the red light in the sky. I had just moved when I received a surprise. I activated the stealth method, but it is not working as it should be. It is only working at 50 of its power. Freaking hell, I cursed before I took a deep breath to calm down and immediately did a few tests. A few minutes later, a mirthless smile appeared on my face. Not all things are restricted here. I could use my strength at full power, but when I brought out the formation, it wouldn't activate. It is the same with the cloaking method and a few other things. This place had no restriction on power, but one thing that ones hide and outside things like formation, their power is restricted, or they wouldn't work at all. It is a good thing the seal had only branded my body and soul. If it had branded my core, I wouldn't have been able to use my stealth method. Half of the power is not good, but it is still better than nothing. After checking everything, I started to make my way to the wasteland. My destination is the beam. I'm moving quite fast. It is the best time to cover the distance when people are still hesitating over the morality of what they were ordered to do. Once the killing started, traveling this fast will become harder. Barely a minute had passed since I started moving when I spot the first person. She is from the stone skin race and peak primary. She noticed me, a few seconds after I noticed her, and looked at me, but did not move from her place. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh with relief. It is a good start, but I don't know how long it will last. It will definitely not be going too fast for 2 days. That's what I will require to reach the beaming blood red light. Half an hour passed, and I have come across 4 people, all of them primary III, but not a single one had moved toward me. I increased my speed further. It will make my stealth method nearly obsolete to the people close, but I do not care. I want to cross as much distance in less time as possible. A few more minutes passed when I come across another person. I thought he would just look as he saw me, but he did not. Instead, he smiled and came toward me. I ran for a minute before stopping with a frown on my face. This beastman is hell-bent on chasing me and will not stop till I deal with it. A couple of seconds passed and the black bear beastman reached me. I don't want to fight, I stated simply, to which it grinned. But I do, it replied, and came at me with a black axe and blazing power. It is not a weak primary III powerhouse. It is at peak and he is using his full power against me. I sighed seeing that, and my bursts activated. I moved with a speed that made his eyes go wide and appeared beside him. As I did, my sword appeared in my hand and I moved toward it, easily avoiding his slow axe. It got alarmed, and a moment later it had transformed into a horror as it saw my sword, going closer to his head. Soon there were only a few inches between my sword and his head, but suddenly the speed of the sword slowed down and I flicked my sword, so the blunt of my sword will hit it. Bang. My sword hit its head hard and sent him flying for a few hundred meters before stopping. Now, it is unconscious and will be for a while. Normally, I killed the people who show killing intent toward me, but all this killing intent was not his. I had sensed something strange when I reached close to him. It is still not the reason I had not killed him. The real reason is I fear the seals branded to me and feel I might trigger something if I killed it. So if possible, I am going to refrain from killing. I glanced at him one more time before moving again. This time I am even faster than before. I wanted to fly in the air. It will be much quicker, but I did not. I am already taking a big risk as it is moving this fast. I did not want to fly and paint a target on me for others to shoot. Running is much safer. A few minutes passed when I saw the first battle. 2 people are fighting. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh in defeat. I could not stop all the fights. Stopping it will be counterproductive, as it will waste time that I should be using to reach the center quickly as possible. 100 of such fights might be happening around this place, and soon that number would reach to the thousands. Stopping to save a few lives would kill thousands, so I would need to discard everything else and reach for the center. An hour passed and I have come across several people. Most of them are scared and looking around, while some are fighting. Thankfully, no one would come at me, and I need to cross the maximum distance until that happens. Another 20 minutes passed when finally, another person came at me from the front. This one is only high primary III. I did not even stop for him and punched in the air. Bang! The energy punch moved toward him and hit him, despite his many attempts to dodge the attack. The punch sent him flying for 100 meters before he crashed on the hill unconscious. The power of the was not enough to make him unconscious physically, which is why I added a small soul attack. I am not good at offensive soul attacks, but I am not bad either. The ones I have in my arsenal are good enough to deal with the people like him. I did not even glance back and moved forward. It is quite a regret that those bastards have taken all the storage. I would have loved to snatch the storage of those who dared to come at me. Another hour passed, and I dealt with the 4 interferences. 2 among them were powerful, but not enough to defeat me. It is not the only benefit the treatments have provided. My limit is also greater than it should have been, and with 2.5 months of further treatment after the breakthrough, my limit had increased further. Thankfully, I was able to fill some of it with the help of a strengthening method, which I had been practicing twice a day for 3 months. It had increased my strength by a lot. I was thinking of my strength when I saw another challenger coming at me. As I glanced toward them, my expression couldn't help but become serious, and an idea come into my mind. So instead of stopping, I increased my speed further. It is a great chance to cover more ground. People do many things subconsciously. If they see someone chasing me, they wouldn't attack me, as someone had already claimed me as their prey. It would also give me a chance to move faster. It would not work against everyone, but it is still better than I was doing before. As I had increased the speed, the tailed woman chasing me had also done. She nearly doubled her speed and began to quickly gain ground on me, seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I began to increase my speed further, gaining the lost ground before maintaining my speed. I only had to do it for a couple of seconds, as she increased her speed again, and I responded by doing the same. "Why are you running, you bastard? Fight me like man, you are," she screamed from behind. "I have no interest in fighting you." "Leave me alone," I said back, but seemed to excite her further as she increased her speed. "I will not, and since you are making me chase you, I will take my sweet time killing you," she said, looking at me with a weird focus that only killers have. In the prime world, it is quite easy for the killers to remain undetected. As there is prey everywhere they could enter a vestige or a ruin, and they will have all the people they need to satiate their sick desires. This place is a blessing for people like her, as they do not need to hide anymore. The more I run, the greater her desire would be to chase me. Half an hour passed, and I have crossed enough distance that would have needed me 2 hours to cross it. The beam is getting closer. If I kept moving at such speed, then I might be able to reach it before the time. Hun. I was thinking about that when I looked back, only to see tens of lances materializing around the woman. Sup, sup, sup. It did not take long for the lances to materialize before they came at me at incredible speed. They are not only fast, but also quite powerful. I am not surprised. I had already sensed her aura and could guess her power. If I fight with her, I won't be able to defeat her quickly as I defeated others who had come at me. Clang, clang, clang. I defended against her lances one after another and used their power to move even faster. I even waved at her while doing that just to incense her. She's a little hothead, seeing how she is chasing me, and she's getting angry with me for defending her attacks and even waving her while doing that. While doing that, I made it clear to her that I had been playing with her. "You bastard, I will kill you." She screamed and summoned even more powerful attacks. The swords appeared around her, each filled with enough power to kill the common primary III in an instant. I watched the swords coming toward me with a smile. Her long-range attacks are not threatening to me, only those of her weapons, which I will have to be careful of. Clang, clang, clang. I clashed against them and, like lances, used their power to increase my speed. Soon I finished dealing with swords, and I thought another attack would come, but did not. Instead, she increased her speed further to catch me. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Those attacks were attracting unwanted attention. In less than a minute, I felt 6 people scanning me with their soul senses. Some of them were really powerful. I am glad they did not come. An hour passed and then another, and she kept chasing me. It was not smooth chasing. There are a couple of people who tried to attack us. I pushed them away and made them unconscious, while she simply killed them. I have become sure that seals react to killing. Not only that, but it also seemed to intensify the compulsion to kill. After killing the first person, she had killed the second one, before they even got close to her. She did the same with the third person and tried it with the fourth. Thankfully, the woman was able to defend herself against the attack and retreated quickly. There is another thing I noticed about the killings. Once the person is dead, they would seep into the earth and disappear and wouldn't even leave the remnant soul aura that death leaves. This place takes it all. It had scared me a lot. Now the desire to finish it all off has become even stronger in my heart. The best way to do that, we will be reaching the source of the beam. Thankfully, I am getting close to it. Another half an hour passed, and when I saw a person coming toward me. He's a thin man with 2 bone horns and, like all the people of his race, had a bone saber in his hand. His speed is not fast, nor does he need to be fast as he is coming toward me. "Die," shouted the woman behind me and attacked. Usually I deal with people in front of me, saving them from the death of this woman, but this time I did not make a move. I did not need to. This man is strong enough to deal with her attacks. She launched the powerful swords as they reached him. He took out his saber and crushed each and every sword with rather ease before turning to me. "He is my prey," the woman shouted from behind. "Both of you are my prey," he replied and moved from his spot and approached me rapidly. 1.5 seconds later, he was in front of me. "Die," he said and swung that saber at me. The attack is normal. One could not sense grand power from it, but it made my expression serious and forced me to harness 70 of the burst. I swung my sword in response. My attack had surprised him, which he hid quickly. It is the same as his attack. There is no shower of power, but one closely, they will see our weapons are bursting with them. Clang, our weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound and powerful shockwave that froze the woman coming from behind. She looked at us for a moment before retreating at a distance until she moved out of the range of soul sense. She did not leave. She was watching from a large distance, ready to take a chance when it is present itself. "I don't want to fight. Can you please let me go?" I asked him, to which he grinned. "I wish I could, but the seal on my back is asking me to kill you and it won't let me be at peace before I do that," it said with a grin and attacked. "Bastard," I cursed. The seal may be compelling him, but it is he who wants to kill me. I could recognize a killer when I see one. Clang, we clashed once again, but we did not much shake. "You are powerful. It will be fun killing you," he said and attacked again. This time his attack was more powerful than before. Clang, I poured more power and clashed and immediately increased my power to 80 and attacked. I couldn't waste time fighting like I usually do. I am on a tight schedule. I have to reach the center before everyone falls into the compulsion of the seal. If it becomes strong enough, then people mindlessly kill each other. Even I will die. I am not powerful enough to deal with these crazies. Not to mention, there are sovereigns they could kill me quite easily. Till now I have not come across any sovereign, and I hope I do not. It would be better if they went to a different place. A place for only sovereigns. Otherwise, I could say goodbye to reach my goal of reaching the center. Clang, clang, clang. We clashed hard and fast. I am attacking furiously with everything I have and constantly increasing my power. In less than a minute, I had increased the burst to 90, but this bastard is doing just fine. I have not been able to cause even a single injury to him. Clang, clang, clang. My sword continued clashing against its bone saber. It is swift and powerful, matching my blow to blow. This bony man is quite powerful and skilled in fighting. I have come across very few such enemies since I come to this world. Usually I relish fighting against such enemies, but now I want to deal with him quickly as possible, but it is likely to happen, seeing the way this bastard is fighting, though I will give my all for it to happen. Full burst. I activated the full burst, releasing the full power of it, which filled my whole body. As it did, I attacked, using every speck of power. It made my attack very powerful that my sword hummed, feeling all this power. He immediately noticed the power, and his eyes widened in shock. He may have got shocked by the power, but he reacted immediately, and he released his full power, which is a tsunami, and attacked. The power behind his attack is not small, it is even greater than mine, but it is nothing surprising to me. CLANNNG, our weapons clashed and a powerful shockwave burst out of it. My whole body shook, and I nearly took a step back. It also shook him, but not as much as me. We are about equal in power. You won't be able to kill me. It is better that you focus on the other people, I said to him, but the next moment sighed in defeat, seeing him grin. I have found a worthy enemy. After a long time I will not let you go till I kill you, he said and attacked, and I responded immediately. I knew this would be his response the moment I saw his grin. He had no interest in letting me know, and now I knew his answer. I will be fighting the bastard in earnest, using everything I have. Still, I feel regret that I could not convince him or did not have the power to run away from him as I did with a woman. Seeing his power, he will not have any problem catching me. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Our weapons begin to clash hard and fast, stopping, not even for a second. I could see his eyes moving, tracking every movement I make expertly to look for the weakness, the same thing I am doing. I felt like I was fighting another me and couldn't help cursing in my mind to come against him in a place like this. I would love to fight him in an isolated place in no hurry. Fate had the other things in mind, and I will accept them. Since you want to fight, I will fight against you, I said with a grin. Till now I had only used my strength in the battle. Now I will use my focus and everything else. He is an enemy who deserves that. That's the spirit, he said back and began to attack me more intensely while I slowly shifted to the defensive. Since I had fought against it with everything I have, then going head-on will not be a wise choice. I have to fight the battle calmly and study it carefully. It might take time, but if I didn't do that, it will take even more time. Though I feel like, with little patience, I might be able to deal with it quickly. Got scared so early. I thought you were going to fight me with everything you have, he taunted, seeing me shifting to the defensive. I replied with a smile, and it seemed to have irked it. We both are quite similar. We both love to fight stronger enemies and prefer speed in fighting, but that is where the similarities end and differences begin. He is impulsive and prone to taking more risks than he should. Though he is not a fool, he has an awareness of the risks he should take and those he shouldn't. A minute passed and then another and then another. I am fighting with a smile on my face while he had irritation. He's attacking nearly all the openings but is smart enough to be well protected. It is irritating me, but also making me admire him. Unlike him, I did not react to the irritation. I drank it down and fought calmly while studying him with my clones. I am using all 5 of my clones to study him, and the things I am learning are quite faster. I have not just studied, but also acted in a way that will help me collect more data. In just 5 minutes, I have collected enough data that I would have needed an hour to do that. If I want to, I could start my offensive immediately, and I am doing just that. It is not a true offensive, but a fake one, to collect more data. I didn't waste any time and launched my fake offensive, and immediately a grin appeared on his face. Good, you have stopped being sissy, he said, as it countered my attack before attacking on his own. I defended it and attacked again, the way my clones pointed out, and collected the data from its response. It feels like cheating fighting this way, but the clones are me, part of my strength. It is not something anyone could steal or take away. My core is a fortress that even the mighty Bran couldn't breach. 5 minutes passed and I continued to fight against him. He is attacking, I am attacking, but even after exchanging thousands of blows, we have not been able to cast even a single injury on the other. I am very good. It had tried thousands of times but couldn't even push me back a step, much less give me an injury. You cannot kill me. You should just let me go, I said to him one last time. Never, he replied, and I sigh. A moment I finished the sigh, my whole body language changed, and I moved forward, opening myself to him. He immediately smelled something fishy, but this opportunity was too good to let go, and it attacked. CLANNG, our weapons clashed before our sword began to move across his saber. It tried to throw away my sword like it did thousands of times, but this time he was finding it unexpectedly difficult. The analyzing power of my 5 clones is nothing to scoff at. They are directing my fight against it at every step. While their analysis is not perfect, it is accurate enough, and the rest is fixed by my own experience. You should have given up, I said, and my sword moved away from his saber, toward his chest very faster. He is not standing still, his saber moving toward my chest for mutual destruction. It will not be a mutual destruction. My sword is faster. Putch. My sword reached him and pierced through the many defensive methods it had activated. It crushed them before piercing his heart, before freezing him on the spot, with the burst of energy coming down from my core. I am not killing him. The seal does something after a kill, and I don't want that is happening to me. Despite this, I very much want to kill this bastard. Hun. I was about to remove my sword when suddenly I froze as the seals on my body and seal heat up, and a killing intent I have never felt before enveloped my mind. Damn, I cursed as I stopped my sword from cutting his heart. It was an inch away from it, but as this killing intent filled my heart, it moved. I was barely able to stop it, and even now, struggling hard to take out my sword from his heart. This killing intent is really too powerful, that it controlled me despite all the soul defenses and my clones, which act like a rational shield. In my whole life, I have never felt the killing intent so high. I had not even felt a tenth of all the enemies I had faced. Thank God, I had comprehended the rule of killing and mortality through it. I am very intimate with such a feeling that I was able to stop myself from killing him. If there had been anyone else in my place, they would have done the deed already. Still, it did not make me feel good, as I am having difficulty taking out my sword from his chest. I am only a hairbreadth away from killing him, while the enemies are slowly closing and seeing the chance to kill me. Our battle had attacked a lot of people, many of which we have attracted had started to fight among themselves, while others stayed put. The woman who had been chasing me earlier is one of the people coming toward me fast. She's the closest and most dangerous. As we were fighting, she killed 2 people. I may have been fighting against this man with full focus, but I had also been aware of my surroundings. A few seconds passed, and I was barely able to take an inch of my sword from his chest, while my enemies have come even closer. Now there is less than a mile distance between the 4 of them and me. They are coming fast, and now they are not even trying to hide their presence. They are coming fast as they can, with a woman earlier the closest. A few more seconds passed, and she appeared behind, leaping at me at full speed with her dagger drawn. Die, you bastard. She shouted when her blade was just a meter away from me. Ah. I sensed the clear death and shouted loudly as I concentrated every ounce of my will and pulled back my sword with everything I have. The sword came out and it did not stop. Instead, it moved back toward the woman with such speed that she had been forced to change her offensive stance to the defensive one. Bam! My sword reached her dagger in an instant, before passing it and hitting her head so hard that it sent her flying before she crashed on the boulder. She moved a moment later, before getting up and watching me in fear, like the rest who had stopped in their tracks. I looked at each of them before turning to my enemy, who was watching me in shock, seeing what I had done to him. Like the woman, I did not make him unconscious. There are so many people here. If I had made them unconscious, they would die within a second. I am sure some of these people wouldn't mind killing an unconscious person. Even if they mind, the brand might compel them. I had felt its power firsthand, and no very few could resist it, though I have tinkered with their power. The woman will be able to wipe out effects within a few minutes, but the man will need hours or even a day, depending on how his method is. Those alchemical energies are not easy to get rid of. I aura so everybody could sense it before moving ahead, and nobody stopped me and followed me. I have wasted nearly 20 minutes, and now I am moving fast. What other choice did I have? I couldn't go slow. It will take a lot of time, and after experiencing the power of the seal, I want to reach the beam as soon as possible. Speaking of the beam, it seemed to have been getting darker. I am not imagining it. My clones had said the color had gotten darker. 2 hours passed, and in that time, I had dealt with more than 10 enemies who had tried to kill me. 2 were strong enough to match me at a speed that I needed to stop and fight. I had needed 32 minutes to deal with them. They were strong as a bone man, and one was even stronger in power. He was the one I defeated quickly. It is the other women who took the majority of the time. I am getting closer to the beam with every minute, but still hope to run faster. I was already at my full speed and couldn't go any fast anymore. It would have been wonderful if there had been Grimms here. Killing a bloodline Grimms would have given me their juicy bloodline, but I don't think this place would have taken them. If Grimms had been here, it would have been inheritance Grimms. One thing I noticed in prison in the cavern, and here, is that there are no people with bloodlines. There are 2 reasons for that, and I feel like both might be responsible, is why there are no people with bloodlines here. First, people with bloodlines are very rare, far rarer than in my world. Here, those with bloodlines live in realms in the Celestial Tower. It is also the second reason they are not here. One would be a fool to sacrifice those with bloodlines. It is a surefire way to be detected. The progenitors. They are true lords of the universe. The people above the primes. It is when one imprints their mark on quintessence and creates a bloodline. 7.5 hours passed, and I have crossed an enormous distance, fought against many enemies, but killed none. I have nearly crossed half of the distance, and if things went as they did in the past few hours, I will be able to do it. The thought had just crossed my mind when I suddenly stopped and froze on my spot. The thing I had been fearing had happened. I have sensed the sovereign, and it is coming toward me. He is not the only sovereign here, there are 4 more, of which 2 are fighting while the other 2 are just watching. Even in such a state, those 2 have surprised me. Those 2 are together, standing nearly touching. I wanted to run away, but seeing the sovereign's speed, I know it will be futile. So I took out my sword and readied myself while spreading my sense, and this time I did not care, being invasive. I want to see how powerful the sovereign is, and at the moment I sensed its power. My expression couldn't help but turn bad. He is powerful, not like the weakest sovereign I hope he would be. So I could at least resist his 1 or 2 moves. It will not happen. The bastard is powerful, enough to kill me in a single attack. I was wallowing in horror when I sensed something from another sovereign. One of the 2 was standing together. Feeling that aura, hope rose in my heart. "Human, any last wish?" asked the hawk beastman as he appeared in front of me. He is one of the most beautiful persons I had ever seen. That is even such a condition. I couldn't help but admire him. The purple wings, sharp facial features, and silvery hair make him look quite beautiful. "Can you let me go?" I asked sheepishly after a moment of silence. "No," he answered, and a white curved blade appeared in his hand. He looked at me before swinging that sword. There is no energy in it, aside from the blade's natural abilities and pure physical force behind it. It is more than enough to finish someone like me effortlessly. His blade moved, and I could see it. It was extremely fast, but his movements were so smooth that I could see it. I could also see the frown on his face, seeing no fear of mine, only a smile. Of course I am scared, but I am not going to show him or the others. I need to make it look like I have everything under my control. Ting. Its sword had reached me and was only a hand distance away from cutting my head apart when it had stopped. It made a melodic sound when a crystalline blade stopped it. The clash was powerful, but there was no shockwave and a melodic sound instead of the deafening blast. A human woman appeared beside me and her blade had stopped the attack. I looked at her, but my focus was occupied by a young man beside her. How is he even alive? I asked myself before pushing those thoughts away and focusing on my condition. "It is my prey. You shouldn't interfere," said the hawk beastman. "I am doing it. So what are you gonna do?" asked the raven-haired woman. The hawk beastman looked at her angrily before flapping his wings and simply disappearing. His speed was so fast, I couldn't see anything except for a faint blur, and that was for a moment. She is a Kara, and she is not human, but impersonating as one with the help of the artifact. It is even working here where no cloaking method or artifacts work, aside from offensive weapons. It is no doubt a powerful artifact. As for why I am calling her Willow, she had asked me a moment ago. "Landon, I did not think we would meet here," she said. "She's not the only one who has changed her name. I did too, along with my face and other things. I had asked her to use my new name instead of the old she knew me by." "Yes, it is quite a surprise," I said. "Of course I am not going to tell her. I have known she would be her for months, since I had seen her in cells. Willow, would you mind telling me why you saved him? He is a primary and would be baggage if we keep him with us," said the man beside her. "Look who's talking," I said in my heart. "If anyone is baggage here, it would be him. He is a sovereign, and from the looks of it, a powerful one. More powerful than even Kara, but there is a problem with him, his race. He is from the Tais race, who are hunted for their power crystal on his head. There are hundreds of races who have a power crystal, including Kara's, who spread across her body in those beautiful lines. Unlike the power crystals of most races, which are useless to others, the same is not for the power crystal of the Tais race. They could be used by others, and the benefits they provide are tremendous when merged with one's core. It is why they are hunted, despite being forbidden. Being forbidden does not mean people will not do the thing. They will not just do it openly. The place we are currently in is a prime example of that. "Because he knows a way to get out of this place," said Kara, and the man's eyes widened. "Really?" he asked, and I nodded. "Ask him what it is then," he said to Kara, and she turned to me. "We have to reach the source of the beam," I answered. "We?" he asked. "Of course, do you think I will just tell you the way?" I asked back, and anger appeared in his eyes, and his expression became a little nasty. "It won't take more than a few minutes to bring those secrets out of your mouth," he said threateningly, taking a step closer to me. "Try me," I challenged. A moment later, a wisp of aura released from him. "It is powerful, and it pressed me down like the mountain." "Enough," said Kara sharply, and the man took back his aura while she turned to me. "Do you really know the way out of here?" she asked as she stared at me intensely. "Help me reach the center, and I will shut this bloody thing off and get us out of here," I replied, to which she nodded. "It will not be easy to reach there. We might die," said the man. "What other choice do we have? We are not powerful enough to come to the top," she said, and intentionally stared at his yellow power crystal, a thing he did not like. "Fine," he said, and turned toward me. "I really hope you have a way, human. If you lied, I would kill you with my own hands," he said before turning toward the bloody beam. A moment later, Kara's energy covered me, and we moved. We are not flying, but still moving extremely fast. The power of the sovereign is nothing to scoff at. "Here, use this, it will help you hide your race," I said, and threw a crystal. He looked surprised before mirth appeared in his eyes. "The formation and artifacts do not work here," he said, looking at the crystal in his hand. "This one does," I said, and he did not believe me. Though a moment later, a shock appeared on his face as the crystal activated. That shock is nothing compared to what appeared a couple of seconds later. The crystal worked, and it was better than they had imagined. It had completely hidden his race, turning him into a different race. The changes seemed, but they are not. The crystal only made small changes to his prominent features, which shows his race, and changed them a little instead of hiding them. This way, it is more difficult to discover his race. From what I heard, the Thai's race has powerful methods to hide their identity, but this place makes most of them obsolete. So unless you have a powerful artifact like Kara or forbidden power like me, you are in for a time. 10 minutes passed, and we have come across one sovereign. He moved toward us, but stopped after taking a few steps when Kara and Clem released their aura. They might not be the strongest sovereign here, but they are pretty strong. I am aware of Kara's power. I have her meta scan, and in the few months since we parted, she seemed to have become even stronger. Monster integration, I hope everything goes smoothly as it is, I thought as I looked at the distance we were crossing rapidly. An hour passed and we crossed an enormous distance. If we keep moving at such speed, then in 3 hours we will reach the blood beam, which has become even darker. Till now we have not come across a sovereign which these two cannot intimidate, but our luck will not last forever. In the prison alone, I have seen a couple of sovereigns who could deal with these two, and in the cavern there were over 1,000 sovereigns. Multiplying that number makes our chances of reaching the center quite slim. Still, there is no other option but to try. Half an hour passed, and we came across a few more sovereigns. One came at us, while the rest just watched. As I watched the sovereign, I had noticed that they were in a lot more control than the primary. There are not as many fights as compared to primary, even when I take the difference in their numbers into consideration. A few more minutes passed when I saw both of them turning, and a few seconds later, I sensed a horned man coming toward us. Soon he appeared in front of us, and we had to stop. Kara and Clem pushed me back as turned to the blue horned man. "We don't want to fight," said Kara, to which the horned man grinned. "But I do," he replied, and nobody is surprised. If he didn't want to fight, he wouldn't have appeared in front of us. "We have a way to get out of this place. You are welcome to join us," Clem invited, and a horned man got surprised before his expression turned serious. For a moment I thought he would accept the offer, but soon a grin appeared on his face, and I know I had been too much of optimistic. "Why should I leave when I get to kill powerful people at my heart's content?" he said with a grin. "There will be only 12 survivors here," said Kara, trying despite knowing she will not be changing his mind. "And I will be one of the 12, he said, and disappeared from his spot and appeared beside Kara and Clem a next moment before attacking. From his aura, he is clearly more powerful than them, but power is not everything, especially when the difference in power is not overwhelming. They reacted instantly. Water and earth elemental power burst out of their bodies, and they reacted. CLN and NG, Clem defended, taking 2 steps back before Kara attacked. The horned man expected that, as he quickly moved his fiery lance and defended against Kara's attack before attacking her swiftly. Clem defended, and Kara moved once again to attack, forcing the horned man to move back his spear to counter it. The opportunity which Clem quickly used to attack. They have fought before, I thought, looking at the way they are fighting. Their teamwork is quite good from what my clones have studied, and their elements complement each other quite well. I stayed away, but not too much. I could sense the few presences and hid while activating the stealth method to its full power. My clones have been able to make some minor changes to make them more effective in this environment. There is also the aura of the battle, which is providing the biggest protection, but could also turn harmful if they get too close to me. It feels quite frustrating that I couldn't do anything to help them. I wish I could at least help them open their other abilities, which are being suppressed by this place, but the brand is too strong. While I have been running across this place, many of my clones tinkering with the brand, and they have been able to find shocking things. It is extremely dangerous and powerful enough that even Earth sovereigns couldn't do anything else. It scared me, but I had already expected it. What I had not expected is the sheer amount of data I am getting from the brand. It is extremely valuable, and I will use it a lot to create my seeds. Currently, I could only create the most basic seeds, but the reason for the sovereign stage. I will get the power to create the advanced ones that I used to create my world. It is not the raw power I need to create them. If that's all I needed, I would have created them a long ago, but they also need many things. Some simple, some mysterious, that I will only get when I gain that power in my hand. I pushed those thoughts and focused on the battles ahead. Kara had got the injury. It is light, but it is in her heart. If that sphere had gone even a couple of inches deeper, or she hadn't dealt with those energies, she would have been lying dead right now. Still, it is quite shocking to see that despite being early sovereign, she is fighting against the high sovereign, while there is Clem, who is a mid-sovereign, helping her. It is still quite amazing considering her enemy is no normal high sovereign. Soon, 3 minutes passed and they suffered 4 injuries, 3 by Kara while 1 by Clem. They are doing well despite their enemy using his full power. He could do nothing more than lightly injure them. They also steadily seem to have gained ground in him. Many of their attacks were dodged by hairbreadth distance, and it was making their enemy angry, though he remained calm. I hope they deal with it soon, but that is likely the case. Given how powerful the bastard is, it will take them a while before they part ways. Killing him will be hard, unless of course they were hiding their power. They have to make him back down and make him understand they did not worth the effort. It could take 1 minute or 1 hour for that to happen, or they could have continued fighting for hours before the result of the fighting comes out. I was thinking that when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. They have scored their first injury on the horned man. Minute passed and now there are 5 injuries on his body. It happened so suddenly. Their power increased, and it is not just their power but also the fluidity in their teamwork. I know immediately that they have known each other longer than I had thought earlier. Such teamwork couldn't be produced through a week or 2 of fighting together. 3 more minutes and more injuries appeared on the horned man's body. These injuries are light, but it is making him angry. But like before, he is keeping that anger in control. If the Grimms had been this angry, they would have lost control ages ago. Damn it, I give up, cursed the horned man and took a step back, while Kara and Clem also stopped and looked at him cautiously. I will not waste my time on you two, he said and flew away, disappearing from my view in a few seconds. It is going great. If they kept killing at such speed, the sacrifice would be finished in less than 3 days, said the winged woman with a smile. It might take more. Don't forget those who are dying are primaries. Not even 10 of sovereigns have been killed yet, said the horned man, but the smile on the winged woman's face did not disappear, instead it became brighter. They are resisting, but how long they will be able to do it? You will see by the 3rd day, these little sovereigns will kill till there is no one remained to kill, said the winged woman. I hope so, said the horned man. You are worrying too much, Fias. It will be over in 3 days. After that, we will receive the blessing, and then crossing the hurdles will be the job we will have. If we are lucky, we might even be able to breach the prime, said the man with crystal nails. Immediately, a dreamy look appeared in the eyes of all 12 Earth sovereigns. The prime stage is their dream. If there is a way to reach the prime, I will pay the price, no matter how big it is, said the old man, and his eyes became fanatic. Some of the sovereigns shuddered internally, seeing the look in the old man's eyes. We left immediately and began to move faster than before. They also seem to understand the level of danger we might have to face, and there are crazies everywhere. Some people seem to have followed us, said Clem. Let them follow. As long as they do not want to kill us, we will not care about them, replied Kara. I also agree with her. We are moving at an extremely fast speed. Those who can follow us at such speed are quite powerful. The best strategy would be to ignore them till they do nothing to interrupt us. A few minutes passed, and Sovereign came at us. He did not seem to know the meaning of the aura that had warned him, as he kept moving toward us. Bang. When he was just 100 meters away, Clem attacked, sending him flying into the sky, bloodied. He was careful not to kill him. They also suspected the effects of the seals from the beginning and avoided killing anyone. This is wise because I don't know what the brand would have done if they did it. From what I experienced, it is clear the brand does something, and it is better not to do anything that makes it react. Half an hour passed, and we have come against only 2 challenges. One was dealt with without stopping, and others needed to fight for a few minutes. One more thing had happened. The people following us have more than doubled. They did nothing yet, but we are careful. These 2 are careful. I couldn't care less about being careful, since any of them could kill me within seconds. I hope nothing happens, seeing we have reached very close to the blood beam. It is only an hour's distance away. Once we reach it, the hidden being should tell me what to do, because if it didn't, then I will die. These people will kill me. Hun, I was thinking about the ways I could die when Kara and Clem's expressions turned serious and they began to slow down. A couple of seconds later, I could sense the Sovereign coming toward us, and when I saw her power, a clear horror appeared on my face because that woman is a peak Sovereign. She is very strong. Kara and Clem wouldn't be her match. Unless, of course, they are hiding their power. We don't want to fight, said Kara, as the gray stone skin woman stopped in front of us. I don't want to do it too, but I have to kill you to survive this place, said the stone skin woman with a sigh. We know how to get out of this place. It is in the center, said Kara, and the stone-skinned woman sighed again. If you had said that to me a few hours ago, I would have definitely come with you, but now I couldn't. The brand is asking me to kill you, and until I do that, it won't let me live in peace, she said, and her eyes became red as she disappeared. CLANNNG. I waited for the death blow, but I heard a loud crashing sound and a powerful shockwave that was stopped by a defensive method from Clem. The attack stopped, but it is not Kara or Clem who had stopped it, but a tall elf woman with golden blonde hair. She's one of the people following us. We don't want any trouble, sugar. Why don't you let us leave, she said to the stone skin woman as I watched her in shock. This elf woman had her aura contained, and since she was sovereign, I did not look too closely at her, but still, I didn't expect her to be a peak sovereign, powerful enough to take such an attack effortlessly. No, said the stone skin and attacked, while the elf woman just smiled, put away her sword, and disappeared. She appeared a moment later, directly in front of the stone skin woman with her neck in her hand. The stone skin woman struggled, but was able to do nothing. The elf just shook her, before throwing her away toward the large boulder. Bang! The woman crashed against the boulder, crushing it to pieces. I was watching the bloodied stone skin woman twitching hard when the elf woman turned to me with a sweet smile. I really hope you know the way out of here, little human, she said, and her aura covered us. We begin to move a moment later, much faster than before. The sovereigns following us also appeared behind us. It is clear they were not finishing in the water, but following us for a way to get out of this place. It seemed like I had underestimated the people. There are a lot more level-headed people than I thought. There are killers, but there are also people who don't want to kill people unless it is important. They do not kill for the other's benefits or pleasure, especially for sacrifice. Half an hour passed, and a big change had occurred, and many people joined us rapidly. Those who wanted to kill us began to think twice. Those who had brand compulsion taken over their whole mind. I could feel the sovereign soul senses stretching far and wide, inviting everyone who wanted to leave, and there are many people who wanted to leave. Within a minute, our numbers have swelled to over 100 and rapidly increasing every second. There are an awful lot of people near the beam, said Clem. It is not surprising. Those with common sense have made guess that any chance of leaving this place would be at the center, replied the elf, who had yet to introduce herself. She is right. Anyone with an iota of intelligence wanting to get out will come here first. We have reached it, said Clem as we stopped in front of the blood-red dome, made of energy. The beam is shooting from its top, and it is a magnificent sight but feels horrible, maybe because it is powered by the power of the sacrifice. Now, little human, it is time you bring us out of this place, said Elf, turning to me. There is a smile on her face, but I could feel a hint of a threat in it. She will really kill me if I didn't bring her out of this place. It are not just her, but over 500 sovereigns behind will do the same thing, if I failed. Our numbers have been swelling up rapidly, and within an hour it had reached over 500 and more are coming. Even some who have killed and experiencing compulsion are present. Okay, I said with a confident smile. I have reached the place, now help me or these people will kill me, I said, hoping the hidden being will hear as it usually does. There was no response, seeing that. I felt the confident smile on my face slipping a little. I have a couple of seconds. If something didn't happen by then, these people will eat me alive. Place your hand on the dome, said the being 6 seconds later when some of the sovereigns began closing on me. I did not hesitate and moved my hand toward the dome, seeing that all the sovereigns beside me, including Kara and Elf, moved away instantly. All of them could sense the danger, and they don't want to get caught in it. If something untoward happens, my hand was halfway toward the dome when something shocking happened. Dense white runes came out of my hand. It shocked me and the others who were watching me. It is not the runes that shocked me, but it is the kind of runes that did. They are the strange runes that I had seen in the cavern and the temple, the ones belonging to that race, and now, these runes came out of my hand. I did not have any time to think, and I had let myself do it. Instead, I moved my hand, faded, and placed it on the dome. I couldn't help but became surprised when I touched it. The dome felt warm and liquid. There is also a little big stickiness that reminded me of the blood. It may be because it is the same color as the blood, or it may have been made using it. I don't know, but I wanted to remove my hand. I did not. I kept it there, and a couple of seconds later, the runes covering my hand began to move toward the home. The runes covering my hand moved to the dome, but more came out of it and kept coming and moving to the dome. Soon they form a shape which looked like a square. The runes began to fill it by the edges and continued for more than a minute before stopping suddenly. Step inside, said the being, and I moved my leg into the runic square that looked like the dome. It went inside smoothly. Seeing that, I brought the other leg inside, entering the dome through the sticky, bloody energy. Damn, I cursed as I saw the other side. The dome looks small, barely covering 400 meters, but the area inside covers at least 4 miles. That's how big it is, and in the center is a giant statue. It is about a being that I had never seen. It is a golden statue which is standing like a man but had 4 legs, the place where its stomach should have a big hole, with a blood-red ball floating in the center. Its chest looked normal, but have 6 hands with only 3 fingers. Above the chest is a normal neck, but there is a triangular head with 3 eyes and a mouth, with no nose and ears. The blood-red beam that is coming out of the dome is coming out of its head. This statue is one of the weirdest things I had ever seen in my life, and I looked at it, and I want to destroy it. The urge is so strong that I unconsciously brought out my sword and took a couple of steps toward it. As I analyzed this intense urge, I realized it was coming from the immense wrongness I am feeling from it. I have only felt such immense wrongness only one time in my life, when I saw the abomination, the time when the hidden being entered inside me. Go near its feet, I was calming down myself by taking deep breaths when hidden from being spoken again. I thought for a moment, before walking toward the statue slowly. Nearly stopped midway when I had noticed I am the only one coming inside. It did not make me feel good since I had said, I will bring them out, but I couldn't do anything. Since I am the only one who had come inside, it is clear the hidden being wants only me inside. I decided to not think about them. If I can shut things off, they might survive, so I will focus on that. The statue is giant, and due to it, it may look closely, but it is not. It is far away. Though I did not increase my speed, I want to go slow, with wrongness intensifying in my heart. I want to remain calm and in control. Moving slowly and getting used to intensifying presence would be the right way. A few minutes passed and I finally stopped. I had not reached the statue, it was nearly a mile away, but in front was something I couldn't cross. It is powerful and dangerous. That single touch would wipe me out of the face of the earth. There is a ring of blood-red fire covering it. The fire is not dense but felt extremely dangerous. I am sure if I take a step inside it, I will suffer a fate worse than burning to death. Monster integration, now what? I asked as I stopped by the ring of fire. Get inside the ring of fire and reach the disc on which the statue is standing. The answer came immediately. I had let out the words to curse when I stopped midway as I saw the runes coming out of my body. This time, too, they have shocked me, not the runes, but their kind. There are two types of runes coming out of me. First are the strange runes that likely belong to the race of this being, and the second ones are ancient runes. They are woven together, forming a complex formation that I could not understand even a little. I may not be able to understand it, but I know it is the most sophisticated formation I had ever seen. The runes will protect you, but it will be extremely painful, and if you fall unconscious, you will die, cautioned the hidden being. I will definitely if I did not get inside, I said to it and stepped inside the ring of fire. Ahhhhhhhhh. Immediately I screamed like I had never screamed before. It was painful. I was feeling such pain that I had never felt in my life. I felt my consciousness slipping away, while at the same time I felt my legs moving to get out of the circle of blood-red fire. I don't know what had come inside me, but I had stopped my leg before moving it forward, deeper into the ring of fire. I know what had come to me. I had understood my condition unconsciously. I knew once I got out of the fire, I will not dare to enter inside again. I would rather die than experience this pain again. The thing that made it even worse is this fire felt wrong. It felt like it was made of all the world's wrongness. I want to take 1,000 showers to wipe out of its every sign. It is unbearable as pain, but like pain, I bore it. The fire is not only touching me, but also entering it inside me. I don't know what it is doing, and nor do I care. I am feeling so much pain that I want to reach the destination as soon as possible and move toward it as fast as I could while screaming in pain like mad. The pain is so much that I couldn't understand the knowledge my clones are gaining every second. It is like my own thoughts, but this pain made me dumb to even understand them. I did not focus on whatever my clone's learning. If I get rid of this pain and survive, I will have plenty of time to do it. Till then I should move as fast as I could through this fiery swamp. Yes, swamp. This fire is swampy. I am using everything I have to move, every ounce of my power, but I am moving slower than walking. It is frustrating and makes me angry, not just because of extreme pain, but also because of the time it was taking. Every minute, people are dying with no fault of their own. Even the sovereigns who followed me might be fighting. I don't want them to die, especially not without purpose. Death should have a purpose, no matter how small or big it is. Time passed as I took one step away after another, pushing myself harder and harder, but it is hard. I am not only having to focus on taking every step forward, but also make efforts to remain conscious. I am doing that by circulating the Supreme Combat exercise. I have made enormous progress in it and only need to create a single seal, but it is hard, but here there is a chance. Pain always helps me. I have created over 90 of seals while being in pain. I hope this time it will help me too. It is the greatest pain I had felt, and if I was able to create the seals with it, then this pain will be worth it. I am circulating, but creating the seal is not easy, especially the last seal, which will roll the wheels for the completion of the Supreme Combat exercise and will give me what I want. Time passed as I took one step after another, circulating each time after failing. I did not find success, but it did not stop me. I kept trying. While wishing these runes will help me keep the fire seeping into my body through these runes. That is what is happening since I entered the ring of fire. I want nothing of this wrongness inside me. Even in this pain, I felt like vomiting seeing what was happening. Time passed as I kept taking one step after another and finally crossed half of the distance. It felt like forever, and I just want to give up and let this fire consume seeing how far it is. I had crossed the half of the distance, and I will cross the other half without giving up. There is no choice. If I want to survive, I will need to keep moving forward, and I will do it. I have crossed a few hundred meters, and now the disc is very close. There are barely 200 meters between the disc and me, where there is no fire. The fire is around the disc, not on it. Once I reached it, there will be no fire. I kept repeating it like a mantra as I kept taking one step after another. Finally, after what it felt like a lifetime, I reached for the white disc and jumped on it, and immediately all the pain disappeared. I wanted to collapse on the floor and sleep for 100 hours. I nearly did it before stopping myself. It is not a time to sleep. I will sleep to my heart's content after I destroy this bloody place. Monster integration. Walk to the center of the disc and sit there, said the hidden being before I could even ask. It had been less than 3 seconds since I had jumped on the disc and was still processing the lost pain. Its voice brought me out of my thoughts, and I walked toward the center of the disc. As I walked toward the center, my mind begins to calm down, and I started to remember things that the extreme pain had numbed. As they came, I had nearly stopped with the shock. Those bloody flames filled with wrongness had done something to me. Not bad things, but good things. Things I had not thought I would be able to achieve so early. I thought I would need to be sovereign at the least to get it, but I had achieved it while still being primary II. It is reminding me of a saying. The lotus bloom in mud, the stainless lotuses grew in corruption, the same way my body had got purified of all marks in flames of wrongness. It had wiped out the marks. Now even Earth's sovereign wouldn't be able to tell that I am a crasher, no matter how closely he looks. The signs have disappeared, and with it, I will be even greater in tune with this world. I will be treated like a native. It is not the only thing the fire did, it also destroyed the blockages in my soul, body, and energy. With it, the treatments would work even better than before. It had done many other things, but the one thing it did not do was remove the brand. It is still imprinted on my body and soul, and hovering around my core. If it had been destroyed, I would have been even more happy. Every step takes me closer to the statue in such a close. It is even bigger. Every part of it is bigger, including its feet, which are big as the houses. Soon I reached the center of the disc, which is between its giant house-size feet. I looked at a dense formation made of foreign runes and sat down on top of it. I thought it would react. Thankfully, it did not, the runes covering me, likely keeping me invisible. I may not be able to read the formation here, but I know enough to tell that place is extremely dangerous. If not for the hidden being hiding me, I would have been detected the moment I had touched the blood-red dome. Now is the most dangerous part. You could die if you go along with what I say, said the hidden being a second after I sat down. What do I have to do to not die? I asked. There is always a way. Like before, to survive the fire, I had to remain conscious and keep walking. You could do nothing. The things that will happen would be beyond your imagination. You will be able to do nothing but watch, said the hidden being. Is there any choice? I asked. Yes, there is. I could open the pathway through the power of these runes and send you far away, but you will be the only one leaving, it replied. You can go ahead. I just hope that you will be able to punish the bastards who brought us here and help everyone leave this safely, I said after a moment of silence. Kara, Clem, and other people had helped me reach her. I promised them the way out of here, and I will provide them that. What the hidden being trying to do is dangerous, and it had never warned me with such words, but the promise is a promise. I will not break it, just so I could survive. Brace yourself, said the hidden being, and a moment later, I felt the brand inside me light up. All three of them lit up and are formations covering me and the one I am sitting on, which is connected to every part of this place. Your tower could be much more, but you have never used it more than a glorified library, said the being sitting. The next moment, the formation of my tower lit up. Millions and millions of them lit up and begin shifting in a way they have never done it before. I am shocked. This tower is something I had created. Every aspect of it has been done by her. Except for the design of the tower is not mine. I had found it in an extremely dangerous place. I had used the tower more than stored my beloved books. I had used it in the last battle I had fought, and it is because of it I am even alive. Though in spirit, as most of my body had been destroyed, what had remained had merged with the tower. The formation stabilized, and seeing what they were, my eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. The tower had formed a connection with the brands imprinted on the human, and through them, the being connected to it to the formation he is sitting, which is a control formation. It is controlling every aspect of it, the whole bloody tower. It took less than a second for the being to take control of it, and through this control, the being went for the string that connected the tower to the being who made it. It shocked me at first. I thought the being was only punishing the people who are doing this despicable thing, but I had been wrong. The being is going for the creator itself. It shook me. While in my prime, dealing with it wouldn't be a problem, but I am not at my peak, and so is the being, or otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding inside the human. I did not stop them. Instead, I watched it all with even greater interest. The being picked up the string. The connection to its creator and the formation latched onto it to reach the creator. While this happening, the formations in my tower moved again. The formation is so complex that she will need time to study it, but from what she could tell, it is not an attacking formation. I looked at it for a couple of seconds before moving back to the string, which had led them out of this prime world. It did not surprise her that it was not in the prime world. From what she knew about them, they do not stay in the prime world, even the 1 week as it is. As the connection moved through the string, I couldn't help but feel excited. I had lived long but never faced these things. Most that were found were weaker than me, while the stronger ones would always be dealt with by others. Not to mention, I did not have much interest in them either. They were defeated enemies, strong, but their numbers were so small, they could only be pests. A couple of more seconds passed when the string reached an unassuming asteroid, revolving around the prime world. There is nothing special about this asteroid. There are millions of such revolving around the prime world. The string led them to the asteroid, and when it went inside, a surprise appeared on my face before it transformed into excitement. For the first time in thousands of years, I am going to be part of some action. Gasped, the ray of light entered the small meteor, and immediately a red flash appeared. It cleared a moment later, and what I saw made my eyes go wide and mouth gasp. I am seeing a vast space in front of me, and the center of the space is a being, the same golden being under whose statue I am sitting. It is gigantic, at least 4 times the size of the statue, and its whole body is translucent, except for the ball of blood red in the stomach. It feels real. I looked giant being and felt the fear deep within my heart. So deep I had never felt it before, and along with came burning wrongness and hatred for it. I wanted to summon my sword to kill the bastard, but I was so terrified that I couldn't even twitch. It is sitting with its 4 legs with eyes closed, and around it are hundreds of blood-red flames. Some were weak, as one could barely see them, while others were bright as the sun itself. Through these flames, flecks, small and big, would come out and move toward the gigantic being and merge into that blood-red ball in its stomach. Seeing the flames, I am horrified, because the light which traveled through the string is connected to one of the flames. It did not take me even a moment to realize what these flames signify. These are the flames of sacrifice, and there are hundreds of sacrifices happening around the world. It is consuming the power coming from it. As I was watching in horror, the tiny light attached itself to one of the flakes coming from the fire, and it moved toward the being. I watched the being with bated breath, hoping it would discover it. It did not seem to, considering there is not a single frown appeared on its face. It did not discover, even when it reached the blood-red ball. As it did, it instantly went inside. Immediately, a frown appeared on its face, and a moment later, those huge 3 eyes on its gigantic triangular face opened at once, and its aura blasted out of its body. Suddenly the being felt too far away, as if I had crossed thousands of miles despite remaining in the same place. It is likely because of the power of the aura from which the hidden being is guarding me. Still, I sensed it, and it had horrified me to my deepest. As it had blasted its aura, the blood-red ball changed its color, from blood-red to purple. It is not something it desired, seeing the horror appearing in its eyes. It had just changed color when hundreds of purple strings come out of it and weave something. It begins to resist, but it all seemed to be futile. That tiny dot of light had not only taken control over its energy, but also its body. It tried everything before turning to flames. Seeing how they moved toward it, it had tried to extract the power from them, and it worked for a fraction of a second before the fire went back to normal. I watched it struggling and couldn't help but feel the sadistic joy in it. This time there is no guilt in my heart feeling it. It deserves whatever is happening to it and worse. After a 1.5 layer, the strings stopped. They have woven a structure, and to my surprise, it was something I was familiar with. I go there for everything. It is Hermes' library. It had now become its prison, and it was struggling, while the tower, which was made of strings, started filling itself. It is becoming real by the second, except for the color, which is different. 2 seconds later, the tower is completed. Now I could only see the faint form of it, and it is struggling, which is futile. I may not know much, but even I could understand that it had become too late for it. I was watching it struggling when suddenly hundreds of purple kindles came out of the tower, and they went to the blood-red fire. As went inside them, the fire begins to douse out. As I watched them, I felt like I was hearing the mournful screams from every fire before it doused. All the blood-red fires, big or small, doused except for one, which we have come from. Brace yourself, it is going to be dangerous, said the hidden being, and a moment later, the tower begins to shrink, till it before so small that I could barely see, before shooting itself into the blood-red fire. Ahhhhhhhh. I screamed loudly in the inhuman pain. It was far greater than what I felt in the blood-red fire. It felt like my whole soul is getting burned in the most torturous fire. I hope he survives it, I thought as I looked at heard the mournful screams of the human. What he is facing is not easy. Even her disciples would die if they had felt something like this at his level. Despite feeling what he is feeling, the human is holding on. I couldn't help but feel sad and really hope he didn't die, because if he did, the being will leave. They will not stop for her. There is another expression I am feeling, aside from sadness. Ecstasy. I have seen what my tower could do. The being did not use any of their power, not even a fraction of it. Everything they use is from my tower, which had been badly damaged from that grave incident, which changed everything for me. The tower controlled the being and had not killed it. They had the power to do it since they controlled its core, but for some reason they captured it. Now, the poor humans are bearing the price for whatever the being had in their mind. He will have to bear it a few seconds more, and then it will be all over. I hope he survives by then. While the prisoner is coming, the runes are moving again in the tower, and this is on a much grander scale. It is happening in a part that is most mysterious to her. Even after so much time, I was not able to uncover its secrets. 7 seconds passed, and the purple prison holding a prisoner entered inside the core, and I heaved a sigh of relief. The human bore it, which made me see him in a new light. Such willpower is not easily seen. I looked at him before turning to the prisoner, who had finally entered the tower. The runes of the secret chambers opened and took the prison inside before closing and disappearing. What is in that part of the tower? I had never been able to understand it, she asked. You will understand it soon, replied the being with a laugh, and for a minute there was nothing, before suddenly something started happening. A couple of seconds later, she understood what was happening, and it couldn't help but made her eyes widen, while her whole body began to shake. "It will heal some damage your tower suffered, and will also provide me some nutrition," said the being in chuckles, while she watched her damaged tower started healing for the first time after thousands of years. "I have already prepared the resources. Once I get the blessing, I will make an advancement immediately," said the old man. "You are the not only one preparing for that, old man." The words from the winged woman's mouth stopped midway. She sensed something. "She is not the only one. Others also sensed it." "What is happening?" asked the horned man. "They are connected to the tower. If something happens there, they could sense it." And something had happened. "I don't know, but something is happening," said the old man before a hesitation appeared on his face. "Should we leave?" he asked. "They are doing a very dangerous thing. If someone heard even a whisper, the wrath of the entire world would come down to them. They will be killed most painfully, and their legacies will be wiped out." "Do you think we can leave?" asked the winged woman mirthlessly, and the old man wanted to curse. "They cannot leave till the sacrifice is complete." He tried, but this place wouldn't let him. The powerful aura blasted off his body, and he tried with everything he has. He is having a terrible feeling about it, and his instinct were never wrong. He needed to leave quickly as possible, or he would suffer a fate worse than death. Seconds passed and his struggle was futile. The tower is holding them, and even when they used full power together, they couldn't get away. Suddenly, the formation they were sitting lit up and dark red flames began to seep out of it. Seeing the flames, his heart shuddered, and he tried to get away from it, but he couldn't. He was trying when suddenly a mournful scream rang out. It was so painful that he felt like he was feeling the pain. He had never heard such a scream, even from the thousands he had tortured. The scream had just rung out when another rang out before another joined. He was listening to them when the kindles of flames below him turned into a blood-red bonfire, enveloping him fully. He screamed like he had never done in his life, had lived for over 1,000 years and reached where he is. He experienced countless pains, but never one like this. These flames burning him, not his soul or even body, but his self, giving him the greatest pain he had ever experienced. 2 hours passed and there is no sign of that human, said the tailed man, one of the first who followed them. Maybe he had escaped, said another. I remained quiet as I had been in the past 2 hours. Landon, or whatever his name is, had walked into the dome. When I tried to follow behind him through that runic door, I was repelled hard. These people are reaching their limit of patience. It won't take them long before they tore each other apart. They will start with us, said Clem, and I could only sigh. Especially when I saw the gaze of Elf, who had remained calm till now, but I am sure when it comes to punishment she will be the first to raise her hand. I am cursing him, but there is also hope in my heart, that he might not have escaped and still working inside to find an escape is like he had promised. I still don't know where I had seen him the first time before the ruin, though I am sure I met him in Clahan. She had used the name Kara there. There are many suspects. I had been there for months and came in contact with a lot of people. Still, every face I think I rejected, I don't think he is one of them. It is very hard when it comes to people like him, who could change their face and aura so perfectly. Human girl, you seem to know him. Do you really think he had escaped? Asked the elf finally. Immediately, all the eyes of hundreds of sovereigns fell on me. Crack, crack, crack. I don't know, I didn't know him, for Tha she was speaking, when she suddenly stopped in shock, as she heard the cracking sound in her. It is coming from brands imprinted on her body, soul, and core. They are breaking, huge cracks appear in them, and they are spreading fast, and seeing how quiet it had become, it is clear. I am not the only one who is experiencing it, everyone is one. Bang! With a single bang, all 3 brands on my body, soul, and core were destroyed and disappeared. Yes. Even if I did not escape, I will die happy, said one sovereign, and many nodded, including me. The brand made her feel like a slave, a feeling she did not want to experience again. She had come to hate it by burning vengeance after what she had experienced in the past. People were rejoicing when another thing happened which wiped out a smile on the face of everywhere. The ground under their feet began to shake at first. It was minor shaking, but within a second it had turned into a massive earthquake. We had to fly into the air as the ground split apart. It is not just the ground, but also the bloody dome on which cracks begin to appear, and at the same time, spatial rifts begin to form in the air. The small, thin rifts widened rapidly. They needed to move constantly to avoid them. They are sovereign, but these rifts could even tear them into the two. It is better to not get caught in them. Wait, look at these rifts, said Clem suddenly. I turned to him and he was looking into the rift. I followed his gaze, and a moment later my eyes couldn't help but widen. They are not the kind of spatial rifts we were thinking they are. They are raw teleportation rifts. They are connected to the other place. The other side of the rifts she is looking at is a snowy mountain. They are dangerous, I said. They may be connected to other places, but traveling through them is still dangerous. They could be thrown into the spatial seal, which will turn them into dust in an instant. Do you see any other way here? He asked as we avoided another rift. No, I replied. Damn, I don't care anymore, cursed one sovereign not far from me and jumped into the rift. Corner of my eyes, I saw the elf gracefully step into the rift. Everywhere I look, I see people jumping into the rift that is taking them to an unknown place. There is a good chance some of them might get flung into the space sea, but they did not seem to care. It seemed like we have no other choice, I said, and he nodded mirthlessly before stepping into the rift where the large glowing canyon was showing. I did not follow him. He is a friend, and we knew quite a lot of battles together in the past few months, but we have different priorities. I looked, before appearing in front of the rift with crystal blue water on the other. I looked at it for a second before stepping inside, hoping I would reach the other side safely. Freaking hell, I cursed as I come back to consciousness. My head is hurting so bad that I couldn't even think. The pain was so great that shuddered to my very core thinking about it. The pain had gravity, the weight I had never felt before. It felt like it was beyond the simple pain. I was collecting my thoughts when I sensed something, and immediately my blurry eyes went wide. The thing I saw after scared me so much that I immediately moved from my place, avoiding the killing rift that would have divided me into two. There are rifts everywhere around me, hundreds of them. I saw also the ground is shaking wildly, and the bloody dome is also cracking apart. I don't know how I didn't sense it the moment I had woken up. Bang, bang, bang. I had noticed something in one of the rifts and was looking at me when I heard the loud sounds, one after another. Everything is breaking, including the statue, which now became solid from the translucent state it was in before. I have to get out here, I said as I looked around me. The whole world is breaking apart, and if I did not leave soon, it will take me with it. Where is the exit you had promised? I asked the being. Technically, the being promised nothing, but it had implied in its words, and I want to hold it to that. There was no reply, and the conditions were getting worse. I looked at rifts, and most are common. The big ones have connections to different places. It is very dangerous to travel through, but with being not replying, these rifts seem to be the only thought that could take me out of here. I contacted my clones to find the safest when I realized I couldn't contact them at all. I tried again, but it failed. I tried for the core and could not enter inside. Damn, I cursed. It seemed like I will have to find the best rift myself. With the speed this place is getting destroyed, I do not have the luxury to think. I need to quickly choose one and enter, otherwise I will be buried in this place. I looked around and one rift attracted my gaze. Immediately I moved toward it. Bang, I was moving toward it when a piece of statue fell in front of me. I don't know what came to me, but I touched it and the next moment, it disappeared into my storage ring. It couldn't help but surprise me. I truly did not think I would be able to take it into my storage. I thought that strong wrongness in it would resist, but the wrongness had disappeared and so was its resistance. I don't know whether it would be useful to me, and I will find out if I survive in this place. I reached the rift. It is showing a lake and forest. There is no exact reason for me to choose it, other than liking the scenery. As I appeared in front of it, I stepped inside. Immediately, everything went blank again. What a true disaster. A shame, to be honest. There were thousands of sacrificial temples in our world, and we did not discover them. They were even running hundreds of sacrifices every day, said the man before shaking his head. Just a few minutes ago, they have sensed the energies from hundreds of temples across the world. Every prime organization alerted and sent their members. There are going to be a lot of deaths in the next few days. My lord, we will not let go of bastards who had done this, said the young man with a mane of white hair. Punish them hard, make an example. That nobody would even think about doing such a thing again, said the old man softly, but his voice rang into the large hall. It will happen, my lord, said the young man and disappeared. The pain that seemed to burn the self suddenly started to lessen, and after a few seconds disappeared. It took a couple of seconds before I was able to get calm enough to think. I looked around and what I saw couldn't help but shock me. I am rubble, the indestructible tower on which I couldn't even make a scratch with my most powerful attack lying in the pieces. In the pieces are people, all of them are alive and started to move. I need to get out of here, I thought, and immediately got up. This time there was not the slightest resistance. In just an hour, things have changed. My whole life had changed from a council member of a powerful Earth sovereign organization to a fugitive. I need to run away from here. I am sure the hunters from the Prime organization would descend soon. Earth sovereigns, sky sovereigns, even Prime might come. They are a terror that a simple look from them would wipe me out from the face of the world. Thankfully, I am prepared. I didn't think I would fail, but I had prepared for it. I have created a safe space that even Prime wouldn't be able to find me once I am there. Then I would need to remain there for a century or two, and then I could come out. It will be hard to live in this world, but I have some ways. I spread my soul's sense, and seeing there is no one beside us at 12, I took the air. I do not care about the others. We were people partnered for the benefits. Now that benefit is destroyed, there is no need to be together. I really hope they all escape safely. Not because I care about them, but because it will spread the resources of those hunting us. It will make hiding easier. BNNNG. I had just reached the top and was about to escape from the cavern when suddenly I felt immense pressure on me and fell down hard. Ah, I screamed as every bone of my body broke and more are breaking, along with my soul, making me scream like a pig. Grimm, careful, we don't want to give him a simple death. After what he had done, said the voice, and a moment later, 7 people materialized in the air. Dread and horror appeared in my heart as I looked at the seven, especially the amber skin woman leading them. I heard about her. A sky sovereign, the Red Hunter of Alkes. It is her job to hunt people like him, and what they do after is bad. That I activated a tiny formation on my core. It is better to die than get caught by these people, as what will happen next would be worse than death. You think we will let you die easily after the sin you have committed, said the amber skin woman, and I felt the formation disappearing. She destroyed the formation without me even sensing it. You all have committed the forbidden sin, and for it, you all deserve to rot in Alkes, she said, and everything in front of me turned dark. I wallowed in horror as from now on, every moment of my life was going to be torturous. Encylius is dead, said the voice in the darkness. Who killed him? Asked another voice. We have to take the revenge for him, said another. His killer had left no evidence, not even a little, replied the first voice. So we are going to let go of the killer of my brother, asked the fourth. No, we are going to keep searching, and when we wound them, we will bring a full force of our wrath on them, said the first voice. I say we show our wrath now, attack the world, said the four voices. It is not time. They will be expecting that, said the first voice. They are always waiting. How long will we continue to watch our numbers dwindle? We have to attack, said the fourth voice. Enough, we will attack when I say we attack. Until then there will be no discussion about it, said the first voice, with the voice rumbling across the space. It immediately calmed down everything, including those who want to protest. They are not powerful enough to resist the orders of their leader. Bang, I fell hard on the ground. Thankfully my armor had absorbed the blow, and I felt nothing. I have survived, I said as I moved on my back and saw the afternoon sun in the sky. For a moment I thought I would not survive. I would be thrown into the spatial sea where I would be ground into nothing. I looked at the sun for a minute before finally getting up. The first priority is to find where I am. From the hidden stars I could see, I am not in Helm City or even close to it. I am now, as for how far, I don't know. Though this place is much better than Helm, at least its energy density, which is 3 times better than Clahan and Helm. I tried contacting my clones, but they are out of commission for whatever reason. I could still access my power and feel the presence of Nero and Ashlyn. It is the only thing that is stopping me from panicking. A few seconds later I found out. I could even bring out the things and even take them back into my core. If I knew that a few seconds ago I would have placed that giant piece into the core. I am doing it now. I don't want a piece of something like that in my storage. Hun, I took a deep breath and barely moved my leg when I froze, my expression becoming back. Shit, I cursed more loudly than I want to. A soul sense detected me, not a normal soul sense or even the soul sense of Sovereign, but of the freaking Earth Sovereign. There is no escaping even when I want to so. I put down my foot and sat. After being a captive for more than 3 months and then the whole sacrifice incident, I wanted to feel some calm, but that's not going to happen. At worst, I will be killed. At best, I would be a captive again. There's a middle option too, being a slave. A minute passed and 2 and then 3, and the thoughts of escape begin to come to my mind when I had finally sensed the aura. 3 sovereigns are coming toward me, one of them is Peak. 2.5 seconds later, 3 people appeared in front of me. One is a fat middle-aged man, with pink skin and 2 horns on his head. Behind him, a man and woman from Croc Beastman and Fawn Beastman race. Who are you and why have you trespassed into our organization's grounds? Asked the fat, middle-aged man, looking at him intensely but not focusing on his aura. My apologies, Sovereign, but I did not do it intentionally. I had entered the spatial rift, and it had sent me here, I replied. He did not seem surprised and instead looked at the place where the spatial rift had been. Where were you before the rift brought you here? He asked. I was in some sacrificial tower. They had sent us there and wanted to kill each other, I said, and immediately a great shock appeared on their face. The shock only remains for a second on the fat, middle-aged man's face for a moment, before his expressions became serious. Explain everything and don't try to lie, he said this time, pressing some of his aura. I shuddered perfectly before starting to explain in a stumbling voice. As he said, I had told him everything. I did not lie, nor did I hide anything. I can't remember the last time I spoke such truth to strangers. It is not like I love to lie, but most of the time I needed to lie to hide my secrets. This time there is no need to do it, except for the last part. I am not going to tell him I saw a very powerful being get trapped, who is likely in my core, and I am avoiding thinking about it. Then I saw the rifts appearing all over me, and seeing there is no other option, I had jumped into the one. I finished. It is the most elaborate lie I had ever heard. Sovereign Vuno, we should just finish this human off. He not only entered our organization's grounds but also dared to lie to us, said the cat beastman. Shut up, Murga, this is a serious matter, snapped the fat horned man and turned to me. I really hope you're telling the truth, human, or you won't like the consequences, he said. I am, please believe me, I said. The sovereigns did not say anything for a few seconds before he lifted me. Next second, so shot across the across and began to move at speed that I could see nothing but the blur. A few minutes passed and we stopped in front of a large gray tower. We flew through his gaze and my expressions changed as I looked around. We are in jail. A couple of seconds later, we stopped in front of a man amid sovereign, which had metallic skin and 4 hands. Sovereign Vuno, the other sovereign, greeted. This human trespassed our organization's territory. Keep him in a temporary cell till I verified his story, said the fat horned man. Those who trespass organization's territory sent to the 12th floor of the tower, said the four-armed man. Yes, but his condition is a little special. He replied and flew away with the other two. Special care, hun. Mind telling me what that is? He asked as led me toward the hallway of the gray Spartan tower. I told him word to word what I had told to the other sovereign, hiding nothing. Damn, a sacrifice. You have really dodged the sword, human. It is very hard to survive from those things, he said, and soon we reached my cell. It is only an open cell between the two filled cells. Let's hope you're telling the truth, otherwise this will become very hard for you here, he said and pushed me into the cell, before the door from behind. I watched the four-armed man leave before sitting down in my new cell. It hadn't been more than 2 days before I left my old cell to force into the new cell. What did you do? I had just sat down when the question came from a man in the left cell. Trespass in organization's private property, I replied. Damn, that is half a century on the 12th floor or 2 decades in Oxfall mine, he replied. I looked at the stone-skinned man with blue marble skin. What did you do? I asked. Me, nothing. Some bastards from the organization framed me just because I didn't give him a discount, he replied. How long do you have to serve for that? I asked. About the same as you, he replied. So where is this place? I asked, and the stone-skinned man looked at me like I have asked him the stupidest question ever. The gray prison, he said after a few seconds of silence. No, the clothed city region and even the continent. I clarified. Have you hit your head with something? He asked. Something like that, I replied, not wanting to explain the whole incident for the 3rd time. You are in the territory of Marlnar origination, and the closed city also had the same name. It is a Rumval region. In the continent in Zamir, he replied. Do you want me to name the world too in case you have forgotten that? He asked, putting a serious expression on his face. There is no need for that, I said. I knew where I was at the moment I heard the name of the region. It seemed like the rift had taken me to a completely different continent. I had not expected that. At most, I thought the rift would take me to the next region. To send me to a different continent, it needs to be quite powerful. I did not speak further and instead lay down. I was so tired that I fell asleep almost immediately, and when I woke up it had been 16 hours. It did not surprise me that I sleep so long. In 2 days I have received a brand, fought countless battles, and walked into the flames of wrongness screaming with every inch of my life. The last pain I felt was something I could not even describe, but it was something I don't want to experience again. So one could imagine that I needed a good sleep of 16 hours. As for how I know it had been 16 hours, well, my clones came back, and they are showing me the shocking change in my core. I immediately entered my core. I appeared at the tallest peak. Looking at the southern side, where there is a huge mountain of translucent gold and blood-red solid had appeared. It is in the sea and quite far from the island I am on. Though it might be far away, I could tell it was bigger. Far bigger than the island, at least 10 times bigger, and it should be even bigger underwater if it follows the common geology. As for where it comes from, I did not have to think about it. Those shades are enough to tell me. I had been worried about what the hidden being had done to it after bringing it to my core. Now I know at least some part of it. For me, the question is whether I could get it. I tried, but I couldn't move too far away from the island. Well, I am glad. I got something to what I suffered. I am happy, even though I can't use it. I did not think about it further, knowing I will be able to reach it when I became capable, so I focused on other thing me. I have gone through a few things, especially that bloody fire of extreme wrongness, and I have received some benefits. I did not have a lot of time to study the data, and now I looked at it, I couldn't help getting shocked. While this change wouldn't provide me with a rise in strength, the benefits it will provide will be 1,000 times greater. I looked at them till I believed them before I turned toward the library. I had taken a few steps toward it when suddenly stopped. It looked different. There is no change in it, or otherwise my clones would have informed me, but it still feels different. I shook my head and resumed walking toward it. Soon, I reached it and entered inside and froze again. I am once again feeling the change, despite no change occurring in the interior. I shook those thoughts away and entered the library, before sitting in a familiar place and reading an already opened book. I was only able to read for a few minutes before I heard the conversation outside. I immediately opened my eyes and got, "It is a good thing you have awoken. The meal had arrived. It will disappear if you didn't touch it within 15 minutes, said my neighbor. I took the first bite and hunger came raging. It is so intense that I had finished the bland meal in record time. I put the plate back in the circle before laying back on the stone bed. I don't know how long I will have to stay here. Even if my story checked out, I don't think they will just let me go. That will leave me no choice but to leave this place. I did not act hasty. I will wait for the news before started making my plan. Though like the last time, the chances of escape seem slim this time too. There is an Earth sovereign. It is not constantly keeping an eye, but I am sure, the moment a problem occurs, their sole sense will sweep through the ground. I did not think too much about it. Instead, I closed my eyes and returned to my core. There I studied and worked on my inheritance. I am making good progress in it and would be able to finish the inheritance within a month. 3 months of captivity cannot do magic. I don't think I would have been able to make such progress if I had been out looking for opportunities. Still, I wish I had been out, as I had been on my turn or not an object of people's nefarious designs. A few hours passed, and I took a break from working on my inheritance and practicing the strengthening method. Practicing it in a temporary cell is dangerous, but it is one of the things I could control, and I want to practice it despite the danger. A surprising thing happened as I practice. The pain, which used to make me grit my teeth, had barely made a frown appear on my face. I had experienced such a pain in the past few days that this pain begins to feel dull. It is still very painful, but it does not have the same effect on me as it used to. They were the resources I have got after risking my life hundreds of times, but the bastards wanted them cheaply. So I rejected him with a few colorful words, but the next thing I know, I was suppressed by the sovereigns and my things were confiscated. An hour later I am in this cell, said Roan. It had been 3.5 days since I had ended up in these cells. I had taken a small break from working. So I asked Roan how he ended up here, and he was more than willing to tell me a story. Haven't you told them that? I asked him, to which he smiled mirthlessly. What good it will do. I heard that man is a son of someone important. They will conduct their fake inquiries and will find me guilty. I am already preparing myself mentally to work in Oxfall mines, he said with sadness written all over his face. While not all people from organizations are bad, many of them are, and one had to be careful in dealing with them. If you want, I can give you some mining tips, I said, and that brought a genuine laugh to his face. I would really appreciate it, he replied. I talked to him for a few more minutes before closing my eyes and entering my core. There, I directly walked into the library and started working with my core, with 4 of my clones. 3 months of captivity and most resources had freed up my clones from most of the things they were doing. Now, aside from 1 clone, all 4 of my clones are busy with the inheritance. I want to finish it soon as possible. I want it to be ready. If I succeeded in breaking out of prison, I want to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. I know I will have quite a strength when I made a breakthrough in primary III. A few hours passed when suddenly I opened my eyes. As I sensed the presence near my cell, I opened my eyes and saw the 4 armed men standing in front of it. The same man who had put me into this cell. Come out, he said as he opened the door of my cell. Am I free? I asked. No questions, he said sharply. I nodded and walked out of the cell and followed behind him as he begins to walk. It was nice meeting you, Jordan, shouted Roan from behind, and I waved my hand. I had to follow behind him for more than a minute before he opened the door and motioned me to enter inside. As I did, I found there is already someone sitting inside. A middle-aged purple-skinned horned man. As I saw him, my eyes widened a little. Even if he had contained his aura, I could tell his level by the invisible weight I am feeling around him. He is an Earth Sovereign. Is he the one? Asked the Earth Sovereign. Yes, Earth Sovereign Makarn, replied the 4th armed man. The Earth Sovereign looked at me, and I am thankful that he is not using his soul sense. I am currently showing myself amid primary III, and sensitive probing might reveal my level. I was in a small stone room, which had a stone table in the middle and 3 stone chairs. Despite 1 chair beside me being empty, the 4 armed man remained standing by the door. I want you to describe everything you experience in the sacrifice temple. From the moment you got captured to the moment you had escaped through the spatial rifts, he asked. Yes, Earth Sovereign, I replied and begin. I begin and I did not hide many things, especially did not change the story, even a bit from what I told to the sovereigns before. There are still a couple of flaws in my story. First is my name, which I am not worried about. Those bastards did not record our names. What I am worried about most is my face, which I did not get a chance to change it, and the spatial rifts through which I had escaped. I don't know whether others have escaped or whether they have escaped or not, but I decided not to chase my escape story. Sometimes, it is better to tell the truth than a lie. It took me a few minutes to tell a whole story, and the Earth Sovereign listened without interrupting even a second. You are telling the truth. Your story matched with what we have heard from other organizations related to the sacrificial temple in Helm, he said and got up before leaving the small room. So you were telling the truth, said the 4 armed man as he sat on the place where Earth Sovereign had been. So I am free, I asked him hopefully, but he smiled. You are telling the truth, but it is also the truth that you have trespassed on our organization's private grounds, unintentionally as it may be, he said, and disappointment clouded my face. You don't have to be all disappointed. Since it is an unintentional mistake and you escaped from the harrowing tragedy, the higher-ups decided to show mercy. Hearing that, my eyes lit up, and I looked at him hopefully. So instead of serving 50 years in jail or 20 years in an Oxfall mine, you will only serve 5 years in jail or 2 years in Oxfall mine, he said, and all the disappointment returned to my face. It seemed like there was no other choice but to escape. Even 2 years too much, I have already spent too much time in jail, and I don't spend another day in it. There is another option. It could free you instantly if you accept, he said after a few seconds of intentional silence. What is it? I asked eagerly. Our organization has come across the entry to the unknown ruin and there are vacancies for the first explorers, he said with a smile. I really wanted to punch that face, but I controlled my emotions. Is it going to be dangerous? I asked, to which he just looked at me. Obviously, it is going to be dangerous. It is an unknown ruin, and we are going to be the first explorers. When do I have to enter it? I asked. Currently, we are in the process of opening it, but the organization is sure that we would succeed within a month. So a month, he replied. Will I have to stay in prison till then? I asked, and to my surprise, he shook his head. No, we will release you with few conditions, he said, and took out the bracelet. We will leave you in an Arden district of the city, where you will restrict to till the time of ruin opening, and this bracelet is a guarantee that you will not break your promise, he said. I will be exchanging one captivity for another, but the second one is a much better option. Fine, I said after a moment of silence. I don't have any money. Would you be willing to part with a few crystals? I said to him as we reached the teleportation gate. You are primary III, more than capable of earning your living, he said and pushed me into the teleportation gate. A second later, appeared on the other side in a busy plaza. I moved away from the teleportation gate and looked around the plaza. It is a morning here and everybody seemed to be going to their places. I should go to search for a place to work. I have money in my core, but I can't use it. This damn bracelet is hanging on my wrist. It is invasive, but I could isolate it, but I don't want it. The risk is too much. Getting caught would send me to jail or something else might happen. I don't want to take a risk anymore, so it is better I find work that pays well, so I could buy practice resources. I would have needed to do the same thing. If I took out the crystals from my core, I am empty of the resources I need. They are opening a new ruin, which they have no idea about. I want to be prepared, and for it I need resources. My core did not have a resource. I had used them all in jail. I put my soul sense into the bracelet, and soon, the map of the Arden district appeared in front of me. It is where I am restricted to. I couldn't move away from its range, which is not bad, considering it is a pretty huge district and seems to have everything I need. Now the question is finding a job, not a normal job, but one that pays well, that I would be able to buy the first batch of resources I need for my treatment in a day or two. I am rapidly closing on the inheritance, and I have to do the same with the treatments. The blood-red flames have wiped out the blockades, so it will be much easier for the treatment to work. I had already modified a few methods to suit the new conditions. There are a couple of things I could do, but I have to do the less risky one. My first choice was to cook, but I immediately rejected it. It is too personal. I don't want to reveal this fake identity. The same with formation. It is related to one of my biggest secrets, not to mention it might bring unwanted attention. That leaves alchemy. It is a rare trade, but I could reveal it. As most of the time, I keep it hidden and use it for my own purpose, so it wouldn't be much problem if I reveal it. With that thought, I look for the location of the employment guild. It is a little far, but I should be able to reach it within 15 minutes, I said to myself and moved. If I used all my speed, I would get there in less than 2 minutes, but the city had speed restrictions. I moved through the district, watching the business, people, and other things. It is a beautiful city with a penchant for domes, so different from Clahan and Hound. Well, it shouldn't surprise me, considering I am on a completely different continent. 15 minutes and 12 seconds later, I reached the 9-story employment guild. I looked around and walked to the second floor before stepping into the alchemy sections. There are thousands of notices related to alchemy, from the requirement of rare resources to employment opportunities. I looked at all the employment opportunities, and my clones selected 8 that might be useful to me. It would have been great. If I would have been able to go higher, there are better opportunities there, but I would need to be a member for that. Currently, I do not have money to eat, much less pay for a membership. It is going to make getting employment difficult, as I do not have an Alchemist guild membership. There is no loss in trying, I said and walked out of the guild. The first place is not far. I reached there in less than a minute. It is a 12-story green building with a sign of a beaker on fire, Halnam's Alchemy. I walked into the building and saw the reception and walked toward it. I stopped in front of a man with glowing freckles. Hello, I have seen your ad for employment, I said to the man. Oh, are you an alchemist? He asked. Yes, I replied. What grade are you? He asked. Grade 3, I replied. There are 9 standard grades of the alchemist. Grade 3 means I could craft alchemical products of primary III grade. Can I see your badge for confirmation? She said, and my expression turned a little awkward. You see, the thing is, I have been robbed. They have taken everything, including my badge. It is the reason why I wanted to take the job, so I could earn some money and apply for the job, I said, and the man's expression turned serious. I am sorry, but the badge from the Alchemy Guild is a must for the interview, she said. I am really good. Just give me a chance to prove myself, I said, and his expression hardened further. Please leave or I will call security, he said. Hearing that, I sighed and turned away. Next 2 hours and in 11 jobs, I heard the same words again and again. They want an Alchemy Guild badge. Without it, they aren't willing to give me a chance. I can't blame them. It is a standard practice, but I really need a job. I am not moving toward the 12 locations. It is on one of the less opulent areas of the district. It is a nice area, but not rich as I have been visiting in the last 2 hours. 7 minutes later, I stopped in front of the 3-story house. It is a nice house with a honey feel. I walked down its stairs and rang the bell. Click. For a minute there was no response before a soul scent scanned over me, and a second later the door opened. It was opened by a beautiful woman who looked to be in her mid-30s. She had blue curved horns and thin blue wings like a butterfly. They made her look very beautiful. She is a peak primary but had a weak aura. From what I could tell, she is suffering from something nasty. "Are you here for the alchemy job?" she asked. "Yes," I replied. "What grade you?" she asked. "Grade 3, I replied. I had answered this question so many times that it comes smoothly from my mouth. "Can you show me your badge?" she asked. "I don't have it. I was robbed. They took everything, including my badge," I replied, and her expression turned alert while she gripped her doors a little more tightly. "Why don't you get a new badge?" she asked. "I don't have money, and since I am new to the city, I can't ask anyone for it," I answered. "I am sorry. I can't be let in for an interview without a job," he said, and moved to close the door. "Please, give me a chance. You can kick me out. If you didn't like my skills," I said, and she opened her mouth to reject me. "Give him a chance, Mom. He seemed nice," said the youthful voice from behind her. "Give him a chance, Mom. He seemed nice," said the youthful voice from behind her. A moment later, a young girl of 9 or 10 revealed herself, and she is cute. Not as cute as my sister, but very cute with her pink horns and wings. "Vana, he is without a badge," said the mother, closing the door further while hiding her daughter behind her. "I think we should give him a chance. If we don't like him, we can ask him to leave," said the young girl. My heart couldn't help but melt hearing those words. She is an innocent girl who hadn't seen the cruelties of the world yet. I have rarely seen such innocent children, especially when I entered the central continent. Every child was aware of the danger of the Grimms, and that brought somber maturity to them. I hope now they will have a normal childhood. "Please, I only need a chance. If you don't like me after, I will leave without saying a word," I requested one last time. "Fine, you can come in," said the mother and sighed. "But remember, if you don't have the skill, I need it. I will throw you out immediately," she added, and opened the door wider. "Don't worry, I will not disappoint you," I said, and entered the room. As I entered inside, I couldn't help but become surprised. The home looked normal. There's a homey feel to it. It reminded me of my childhood home. For a moment, my eyes couldn't help but tear up. I miss my home, miss my parents, and my sister, but I am too weak to go find them and could only hope they are safe where they are. I only get to see the living room before she took to the floor above, which is her alchemy lab, filled with all the standard equipment, and their quality is better than I had imagined. She took to the stand where the standard alchemical instrument was placed, along with the ingredient. Seeing them, I know what she will ask me to do. "Your task is simple: craft Orvac potion within an hour. It should have at least a mid-level efficacy," she said. She had given me a standard test. From what I heard, most alchemical guild gives this test to those who test for grade 3 proficiency. There is a time limit. The guild usually gives 1.5 hours, while she only gave me an hour. "Okay," I said, and begin with standard cleaning, while mother and daughter watch me from the distance. Soon I finished cleaning, and it was time to peel 4 of the resources, deseeding 3 and cutting a very delicate fruit, which tends to burn itself into the ashes if handled wrongly. All 8 resources flew up from their spot and strings of my energies moved. There is a tool for all these processes, and they are considered safer to use than energy. Most use the tool as energy control requires these needs to be extremely precise. The strings moved, and they peel, cut, and deseed the resources with extreme precision. It shocked the mother's daughter. I wonder what their reaction would have been if I had used my full abilities, the trick that Jim had taught me. I continued with one process after another, and most of the time, foregoing the tools in front of me. To others, it might be a challenging potion to craft, but to me, not much. If I wanted to, I could craft the whole thing using no tools. It is nothing surprising. I had been trained by the best. My world may be a lower world, but the ones who taught me had legacy inheritances, and we have accumulated large knowledge over thousands of years from the runes. Each one of our alchemists, who broke the limit of the world, could easily ace the grade 3 alchemy test. I may not be good as Jim, Grandmaster Salvador, Mary, or even Hazel, but I am quite good and become even better after refining resources constantly and creating many alchemical products for my needs. Though mostly it is my clones doing the work, but the clones are me. They are practicing, me practicing is the same. 37 minutes later, I stopped the fire and poured clear magenta liquid from the beaker into the bottle. "I hope you're satisfied with it," I said, and made a bottle fly toward her. "A clear magenta. He is as good as you, Mom," said the young girl with a smile, while the mother's expression became serious. "You have really been robbed?" she asked me after a couple of seconds of silence. "Yes. They took all my storage," I said and sighed. "It is the truth that Earth's sovereign who kidnapped me took all 3 of my storages, 2 open and 1 hidden. You are more than good enough. The job is yours if you want it," she said after controlling her emotions. "When can you start?" she asked. "Immediately. As you can see, I am in desperate need of the money," I said, and she nodded and could see a faint relief flashing in her eyes. "I have a large order for 4 cavious potions from the city. You will get 5 somped crystals for each potion, with 1 crystal extra. If potion's efficacy reached a high level and 3 crystals extra if it reached the peak, she said and turned to me. You have crafted all 4 cavious potions, right? She asked. Yes, I have, I replied. I have not, but I know the formulas and crafted many things similar to them, so there won't be any problem. Here are the resources for the cavious healing potion, she said, putting the resources for the 1 unit. It would be better if you give me resources for all 4 potions and in bigger quantities, I said. Are you going to craft them simultaneously? She asked. Yes, I replied. Immediately 3 more sets appear, but their quantity had not increased. Craft them well first. Then I will give you more resources, she said as I looked at her. Fair enough, I said and turned to the resources. All of them flew up to clean, and when that was done, 47 energy strings came out of my hand and began to peel, cut, deseed, and do other things to them. Once the preliminary preparations are done, I started on the real alchemy, using the tools in front of me as well as my methods. Crafting 4 potions at the same time is not much of a challenge when the recipe is this simple. It is not as complicated as the things I craft for my practice. Those things require immense focus in things like the Song of Sar, and even then, I meet with failure many times before succeeding. The failures are frustrating, but through them one could learn. Time passed as I finished one process after another, and while mother and daughter watch me, I don't mind. The methods are not some secrets that I need to do in private. No, most of them depend on creativity and expert energy control. 32 minutes later, I am finished and poured 4 solutions into the 4 small bottles and sent them to her. Peak grade 3, all of them, she said after testing them, and I sighed. I looked at the final stages of 4 potions. They are a few minutes away from finishing. Each setup had 10 units of potions, which I am controlling expertly. I wanted more resources, but Rihanna isn't willing to give me that, saying it is too dangerous. Still, creating 40 potions per 40 minutes is great. She's also good. She's also crafting 4 potions at once. Each setup has 8 units worth of material. The night had come, and this would be my last batch of resources. With this batch, I would craft 422 potions, with each potion giving me an 8 somt crystals, as every potion is at a peak level of efficacy. It will give me 3,376 somts crystals, which would be enough to buy at least 2 days of treatment resources. Alchemists are rich for this reason, but not many could become one. Talent is the last that is needed. First is money. Requires a lot of practice to reach this stage, means more resources, and they do not come cheap. I started practicing alchemy after I broke out of the night stage and started to practice it earnestly after reaching the tyrant stage. While I was crafting, I looked at mother and daughter. Both of them are alchemists and crafting potions. The young girl had great talent from what I could see. At her age, she is already a grade 1 alchemist, and seeing her skills, it won't take her long to reach grade 2. I watched them doing alchemy till I am done, before pouring the resources into the bottles. I did not call her, instead I sat down. She will be finished it in around 10 minutes, then I will hand them over to her and take my payment. Suddenly I moved from my spot and appeared beside the young girl. Her solution was getting out of control. She had been trying to control it for more than a minute, but instead of improving, it was getting worse. You should increase the heat, instead of decreasing it, I said gently. Her sweaty eyes turned to me in confusion. Aris roots you have used were faintly mutated because of the environment they grew up in. The faint mutation had suddenly reacted and begun destabilizing the solution. Increasing the heat will bring it back under control, I said to her. For a second, she hesitated before slowly increasing the heat. For over 10 seconds, things did not improve before they calmed down, till the potion stabilized a minute later. It's nothing, I said and went back to my place and waited for her mother to finish up. 4 minutes later, she finished and turned to me. This is the last batch, I said and sent the potion to her. This restrictive band had quite a few features. The map, the storage, and it would even provide a powerful shock if I reached 100 meters of the boundary to remind me. Soon I walked out of the house, moving at top speed. My first destination is the store to buy the resources. Its store was quite a distance away that needed 21 minutes for me to reach it. It is a huge store, which is made of the size of a mushroom. Even when in a hurry, I spent the entire minute admiring it. I entered inside and started buying things. It took me 1.5 hours to buy everything I need for my treatments. I even brought the small storage ring to the store, the newly brought resources, and 103 somt crystals. From the ring, I had sent those resources to my core. I had done some probing and could isolate the band when I need to. In my core, my clones will start the process to refine them into things I need. I am being careful with the use of the core earlier. I sensed the soul sense of the Earth Sovereign, which connected to the band. It had taken the data. The band had gathered about me. My profession as an alchemist would suit me well. Even if I got caught in a solution, I could easily tell them I had crafted those myself. Though I will not let it come to that. It will take some time for my clones to craft the things I need, till I would need to find a place. I already have a place in mind. 13 minutes later, I reached the inn. It is not expensive, but not too cheap either. I booked a room and had dinner before you went to my room, doing nothing strange. The first thing I did as I reached my room was sleep. I am tired, and I would need to be rested state for maximum benefits from the method. I fell asleep within a few seconds and woke up feeling good. I did not get up from my place or even open my eyes and instead went to my core. There, 2 of my clones are still working on treatments. There are still 4 more hours before it is all finished. Seeing that, I started to hold back my breath. I went to my core and sat on my chair before starting to study the ancient runes. I would have very much liked to study the ruin I am going, but they do not have any information about it. I would be the one who would collect the information. So those who come after me will have it to study. It is going to be dangerous, and I need to be as much as prepared as I could be. I am confident that I could finish my inheritance this month. If I had the resources, the treatment would be finished too. It wouldn't have been possible before, but now with the blockages gone, I could do it. The only thing between me and my breakthrough to primary III would be reaching the limit. Till now, it used to be the easiest thing for me, but in this world, the Grimms do not have a fixed place where I could go and hunt them. It is your luck on unluck when they appear, so I have to start the strengthening treatment. I had used a lot in prison and was out of resources for it too, and I don't think I would be able to earn enough through alchemy to finance that. While the alchemy pays really well, the treatments are not cheap and would get more expensive with the progress I make. I would need to reveal more of my abilities and take a lot of help from the core. If I want to do it in time, it comes with its own risk. I can't reveal I have the abilities of a Grand 4 alchemist. It is a completely different level. The organization might not even let me go to the ruin, which is my chance to escape its clutches. Monster integration, a few minutes more, I said to myself as I lay in the pool with millions of ants biting me from all over my body. The pain had changed with the change in the method. The intensity of the pain had remained about the same, but the method to deliver it had changed completely. The tides of pain had now transformed into the bites of a million ants. No matter how unbearably uncomfortable and painful it is worth it, given its result. Blood red flames have really wiped away all the blockages, and now there is no resistance. The treatments affect me directly without losing much of their power. Since I began using treatments in this past week, I have made tremendous progress, more than I had thought I would. It is not just these treatments, but some strengthening treatments too, working better than before, slowly filling the limit. They would have filled the limit if not treatments, increasing it faintly every day. I am not complaining. The bigger the limit is, the greater the benefit it would be for me, though it would also increase the dangers of the breakthrough. As each day I use treatment, more forbidden power merge with me, and that forbidden power going to make my breakthrough very dangerous, but if I succeeded somehow I would reap just as great rewards. 17 minutes later, I am finished with the 7 aurora waves and brought out formation, and started on another method. The second treatment lasted for more than an hour before I moved to the third. The third one is strengthening treatment, and quite painful, but I bore it as I worked in my core. Finally, with the 3 methods I had fell asleep. Wake up, my clones woke me up 4 hours later. It was near dawn, and when I returned from the bathroom after freshening up and showering, the rays of dawn had been piercing through the clouds. I did not go out immediately and instead lay on the bed again and closed my eyes. 1.5 hours later, I opened my eyes and walked out of my room. A few minutes later, the waitress placed a simple breakfast in front of me, which I slowly ate while listening to the surrounding conversation. Like the past week, there was no mention of the ruin from lips of them. Usually, such news spread quickly. It seemed like the organization was keeping a close lid on the information. I had been warned to keep my mouth shut, and I had no intention of opening it. The secrecy of it makes it more interesting, and I am kind of looking forward to it, despite all the dangers I might face. The ruins are the best places to collect the resources, and seeing the current stage of my storage, I need them desperately. I don't even have a complete resource for my breakthrough. I had collected them, but while in jail, I had used some of them for the treatments. Soon, I finished breakfast and walked out of the ruin and sped toward Rihanna. It had been a week since I was working for her. I would reach her house at 8:30 sharp and work till evening, before going to make and then finding an inn to stay. I practiced the strengthening method and used the treatments before sleeping and repeating the same next day. The days may seem boring, but I am quite enjoying them. The mundanity is oddly calming, and I need something like this before I venture into the dangerous ruin, which is without a doubt going to be dangerous. I don't have any choice but to go there. I couldn't escape, not because I couldn't fool the band, but because of the Earth's sovereigns. Those bastards are sneakily keeping an eye on everything in passing day. Their surveillance is increasing. Trying to escape against them going to be extremely dangerous. The other option is jail or mine, which I don't want. Knock, knock. I appeared in front of Rihanna's house and knocked on the door and waited. Seconds passed, but the door didn't open. Soon a minute passed, and I was about to spread my soul sense inside when the door opened. Hun, when I saw Rihanna, I couldn't be surprised. She looked pale and her aura felt even weaker. That is now noticeable to even regular soul sense. Are you fine? I asked, feeling worried. Yes, I had made a mistake while practicing the method. I will recover soon, she lied. It is a clear lie. I have been observing her for a week and knew it is something else, something old that had taken root in her. I wanted to offer my services, but there is a chance she might take the wrong away. I will have to let into the conversation that I am a healer before offering to look at her in a few days. I will join you in a few hours. Till then you can start and keep an eye on Vana, she said and handed me a storage ring, and inside it is the resources, the amount which I use daily. Okay, I said and walked inside before taking the stairs to the upper floor. The lab was empty. I went to my station and took out a resource for 40 units of potions. I wanted to take more, but it felt like this was some sort of test, so I only took out 40 units of resources. I had started the process when the door opened, and Vana came inside. She's not her usual cheery self. She quietly went to her station and began her daily practice. The girl is very good. I have taught her a few things, and she picked it up immediately. I don't have anyone to compare, since I didn't see anyone learning alchemy at this stage, but I could tell she has a talent greater than me. She is learning faster and making fewer mistakes compared to when I had been at her stage. She's not in a good mood, likely because of her mother. Anyone wouldn't feel good if their parents are sick. As I watched her make the potion, I sent a small stream of soul sense downstairs. Soon, the soul sense reached the place where Rihanna was. She's sitting in the middle of the formation, practicing some methods. As I watched her, I noticed changes appearing on her body. She's slowly starting to recover. It seemed to be a temporary measure to recover from whatever she was suffering. When I was halfway into finishing the second batch of potion, she opened her eyes. She looked much better than before, like she always does, normal with a faint ailing aura which very few could sense. She stayed in formation for a couple of more minutes before walking into her room and started removing her clothes. I immediately cut the soul sense off. I may invade privacy, but I am not a pervert. Half an hour later, she walked inside the lab. The young girl's eyes lit up with her natural cheeriness. If you are living in a temporary place, you are welcome to live here. There is one empty room beside the lab, said Rihanna as she turned to me. It couldn't help but surprise me. Till now, she had kept everything professional. I would make potions and she would pay me at the end of the day. I need money and even started to take a risk, taking some crystals out of my cores. I have no other choice. I need strength, especially going into an unknown ruin. She nodded and moved to her daughter and spoke a few words that I could not hear. After giving her a kiss on the cheeks, she walked to her station and started crafting the potions. I observed her for a minute more, and, seeing she is fine, I focused on my potions. 3 days have passed since I am living in Rihanna's house. It is saving me money and time, which is being invested into important things, like potion research. I am crafting the potions faster than I had been in the first few days, as I had refined the method of creating these 4 potions, cut the unnecessary steps without looking at the efficiency. Now, instead of taking 40 minutes to make each batch, I am doing it from 29 to 31 minutes. I have reduced the 9 minutes in the process, which is huge. Considering now compared to others, I only need less than half time to create the potions. Even earlier, I had used less than others. If I could use the Song of Sar, I could reduce the time, but of course I am not going to bring it out. I was in the process when suddenly I sensed something from Rihanna, who was busy crafting a potion. Her aura, which had been stable for a few days, had dropped at an alarmingly fast speed. I stopped what I was doing and moved toward Rihanna, who seemed to be falling on the ground. "Are you okay?" I asked her as I picked her up before she could fall, only to see she had fallen unconscious and getting pale rapidly. "Mom," shouted Vana and ran toward her mother. "Do you know what happened to your mother?" I asked her. "She is suffering from an illness before I was even born. It gives her a bout of weaknesses a few times a month," replied the young girl, stammering. "Has she fallen unconscious and suffered these symptoms?" I asked. "And no, I have never seen her fall unconscious like this or pale," she replied while shaking visibly. "She's scared, and who wouldn't be, seeing their parents in such a state? Don't worry, your mother will be fine," I said to the scared girl, and immediately a med bed appeared beside us at the girl's surprise. I levitated Rihanna to the med bed. As I put her on the bed, I waved my hand, and formations came out. They moved toward potions. "Those potions could explode. The formations will deal with them." "Are you a healer?" asked a young girl. "Yes," I replied, while hundreds of strings came out of my hand and began to pierce through the body of the Rihanna. "Please save my mommy," she said after a second of silence. "I will try," I replied before focusing all on Rihanna. Hundreds of my strings pierced inside her, and a meta scan began to appear slowly. The more I look at the scan, the worse my expressions would become. Her condition is far too worse than I imagined. The treatment she uses had made it even worse, and I need to find out how. Seconds passed, and my strings gathered around her core, and the thing I saw made my expressions worse. She is in real danger of dying in a few minutes if I did not do anything to her. There is a paradise around her core. It had swallowed her core and heart, and now sitting in the center of her energy network. It is not all. It had infected her veins, spreading its tentacles to every part of her body. I thought she had something nasty, but I was wrong. It is beyond nasty, and now it is a preparation for the final stroke. The paradise had been inside her body for years, spreading its tentacles all over, and now It had gone over control over it, and it wanted to harvest it, not just energies and vitality, but also the soul. Lavia's Mern, I said as my clone, finally found the parasite in the book, and it is more dangerous than I had expected, but as I read it, I found out some interesting things about it, and one of them is that people breed it. It produces an amazing resource. As I looked clearly, I could see it. I moved my gaze away from it and began to read the methods to remove it. Thankfully, there are methods, but they are dangerous, and most of them are beyond me. They require specific resources, which would be hard to find even in a city. Even if I found the resources and the procedures, they are so complicated that only a minority of healers would be able to use them successfully. I read through them all and finally found a method I was searching. The method to stop it temporarily. As for removing it, I couldn't do it without prior preparation. Seeing she has barely a few minutes to live, I begin immediately. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a couple of formations lit inside me and sent their energies into my strings. The value of the resources I am using to heal is more than what she had paid me. I decided not to think about it, considering the procedure is quite complicated and the parasite will resist with everything it had got. My strings moved toward it and it discovered them. I would have hidden them, but did not do that. It needs to discover them to require things to open. It sent the repelling waves of power with withering energy, wanting to turn my strings into ashes. My strings are not so weak to bear such attacks. They did and moved toward it slowly. The attacks from the parasite got stronger and stronger. They even began to harm Rihanna, but despite this, I kept my string moving. Finally, what I was waiting for happened. It moved a little, opening the connections. Seeing that, my strings moved and their speed is hundreds of times faster. It immediately entered those open connections without giving the parasite a chance to close them, and soon they began to meld into the runes and started to create the formation. The paradise struggled to stop it, but it could do nothing, though it could have done many things, including bursting with the power that could kill me. That would require borrowing the power from the crystal, but it isn't willing to touch that crystal, which it had spent years creating. The people who bred these parasites bred them for those crystals. They are immensely useful. People pay large money for them. It is also a truth that they are forbidden. Those who use these parasites to create them suffer heavy punishments. The world may seem lawless with those in power could do anything and they could, but even they have to follow the rules. Though there are always some like those who break them in the lust for power, like those who captured me to sacrifice to the forbidden entity. Buzz. Finally, I finished with the formation and I activated it immediately. The parasite let out a powerful magical attack. Thankfully, I had been prepared and able to resist it with some headache. It is also a good thing I employed defensive shields around Rihanna. Some of the attacks came out. The young girl, who is still primary eye, wouldn't have been able to survive the attack. The attack finished, and with it the parasite begins to withdraw its power. It had stopped the harnessing, but only temporarily. Next time it will come in full force, and even I won't be able to stop it without sufficient preparation. A little over 2 hours later, with a dose of some artificial vitality with other things, Rihanna had finally woken up. Her eyes fluttered open before widening as she looked around. "Mommy," shouted the young girl and hugged her mother with tears dripping from her eyes. Her mother hugged her back with tears dripping from her eyes, crying. I have never seen Rihanna this emotional. She always had her emotions in control, but now it seemed like the dam had been broken. Seeing them in an emotional moment, I gently walked out of the room to give them privacy. I sat on the stairs by the lab and closed my eyes. A moment later, I appeared in my core and looked at the meta scan of the Rihanna and of the parasite. While it was busy attacking my strings, a few hidden ones had gone inside it, giving me its complete meta scan. The more I looked, the worse my expressions would become. Rihanna is in deep danger, and if what I am seeing is right, the death would be very painful. If I had not stopped it, then in a few minutes, when it got complete control of her, it would have woken her up and harnessed her while she was alive. She will feel what Grimms feel when they get harvested inside me. I studied it carefully, alongside a meta scan of Rihanna, while my clones read everything they could about this parasite. Thankfully, there is enough information about it. Click. I was looking through it when the door behind me opened. "Mom is asking for you," said the young girl, and there is somberness in her eyes. I nodded and got up. "Please save my mom." "She said she is dying," said the young girl, and tears started to flow out of her eyes again. A mirthless smile appeared on her face upon hearing that. "With your talents, anyone could have hired you," she said, "but not all have given me the chance," I replied, and this time, the smile that appeared on her face was genuine. I smiled and turned to Vanna. "I will go," said the young girl, before I could even say a word. "She is a smart girl," I said, watching her leave. "She is. I wish I could be with her longer," said with a voice filled with sadness. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. "Do you know what happened to you?" I asked finally, and her expression turned serious. "There is a parasite inside me. It had spread through my whole body. It won't be long before it will kill me. Today was likely the day. It would have done that, but you stopped it." "Somehow," she said, and I nodded. "Do you know the kind of parasite it is?" I asked, and she shook her head. "I don't know. The sovereign healer. I go to have no idea about it. It repels any probing method that came at it. It is a good thing he didn't otherwise. You would have been in place you have no idea, waiting for a parasite to mature, I said, and she got alarmed before looking at me in question. The parasite you have is known Alavia's Mern, I said, but there was no recognition on her face. A moment later, a projection of a parasite appeared in front of her, surprising her greatly. See that shining crystal? It is an extremely desirable resource. Some people bred these parasites and use them on people for this crystal, I said, and curiosity on her face turned to horror. It took her a while to calm herself down before her eyes turned distant. I had just leveled up to the peak of primary III and got accepted in a powerful mercenary company with 5 sovereigns. The future looked beautiful. My first mission had come from the city, and it was to eliminate people doing the forbidden activities. We raided the place and killed the people. It was a great success. For the next 2 years, I continued to do mission, before I stopped as I got pregnant with Vana. That's when the parasite had revealed itself and upended my whole life. Thankfully, it did nothing to Vana, she said while wiping a tear from her eyes. You were lucky that you were not pregnant at the time of its maturity, or it would kill you and sneak into the baby, lying dormant, till she reaches the sovereign, I said, and she shuddered. For a minute there was silence, each of us thinking our thoughts. I hope you will be able to harness that precious crystal from the parasite and give half to Vana. It will make her life a little easier if she is wise with it, said Rihanna, after over 10 minutes of silence, thinking of death. I thought you would want to survive, I said, and she smiled mirthlessly. I can feel the power of parasite. There is no way I could survive it. It will be better if Yoshi suddenly stopped, as if finally registering the meaning of my words, and turned to me with hope blazing in her eyes. Can you heal me? She asked. It will be extremely risky, but I have confidence that I will be able to do it with a 30 guarantee, I said to her, shock. Who are you? She asked in shock. To that smile. It will not be cheap, I said. I cannot say I am rich, but I accumulated some wealth over the years. I hope it will be enough to satisfy you, she said, and the formation on the left side of the wall lit up and a storage ring come flying toward me. I want nothing. The resources will be required for the treatment, I said, rejecting the ring, and her pale cheeks reddened. I knew the ring had been there and the things it has. Apologies for misunderstanding, she apologized. It's fine, I said. I have a few questions. I hope you will answer them, I added. I will not hide anything, she said. When did you get the parasite? I asked her. While I could ascertain it, I want to be sure of it. 16 years ago, she replied. Your constitution, was it at the current stage, or it was more powerful than it is right now? I asked, and she looked a little surprised. My constitution was at the peak of 12th grade. It was the reason I was able to reach the peak of primary III at the age of 30, she said, and this time, it is my time to get surprised. It was quite a fast speed. What is the level of comprehension you have in your inheritance? I asked. It is one of the most important questions. Her healing depended on it. She answered it after a few seconds of silence. Hearing that, a smile appeared on my face. It was the most important question. For a few more minutes, I continued to ask the questions, and she answered them all. Another batch of potions is finished, and I had funneled it into the bottles before starting with another batch. Rajana tried to give me money, but I declined. I have some values. I am healing her, and if I were to take money, I will do that after healing her, not before that. I did not follow this philosophy with everyone, but with only those that I liked. It had been 5 days since I had stopped the parasite in Rihanna, but was building power again and will attack tomorrow, and this time it will be hard to stop it. We would have started the healing, but we couldn't. There is one essential type of resource that we need, and until we found it, we couldn't start. Rihanna had gone out yesterday to meet her contacts for the resources. She said they might have it, but she hadn't returned yet. Vana is getting worried about her mother, and so am I. It is not the parasite that would stop her. I am confident of my formation. The parasite won't be able to break it before tomorrow. Click, it must be something. I was letting my thoughts run wild when the door to the lab opened and Rihanna walked inside with a smile on her face. I have got it, she said, and a moment later brought out the yellow root in her hand. I will start the preparations. You go rest and spend time with your daughter. We will begin tonight, I said. Can't we begin tomorrow? She asked, with her beautiful thin wings dropping a little like her face in sadness. I could be called at any moment, I said. I had told her a little about my condition. I can understand why she wanted to start tomorrow. She wants to spend as much as time she can with her daughter, since most of the time in these 5 days went into collecting the resources, but I could also be called at any moment, and I will not have the option delay. Okay, she said and walked out of the lab. It is still morning. She still has a whole day to be spent with her daughter, which is nothing, considering this day might be the last time her daughter might see her. There is a 70% chance of failure. I have finished with the preparation except for the root. I had sent it to my core and soon it will be refined. A few hours later, I finished with the batch of potion and started with the treatments. Usually I do that in the night, but tonight I will be busy. So I wanted to have finished with them now. A few hours later, I was finished and dead tired, so I slept, and when I woke up it was evening. I quickly freshened up and showered before I came down and walked into the kitchen. The mother and daughter had gone out to spend the day visiting their favorite place. I took out the things from my core and cook, and it felt good. My clones had cooked in a core, and while we are the same, the feeling is different when I do it, and I am doing it after months. I am doing it to calm down, find the balance. Cooking always helps me with that. Click. I had nearly finished cooking when I heard the door open and mother and daughter walked in with happy smiles on their faces. I hope you don't mind me using your kitchen. Cooking helps me calm down, I said as they looked at me in surprise. It may come as creepy, but it was only the kitchen in the house. I wanted to cook in my room before there was not enough space, and I like to have some space when cooking. Of course not, it's a good thing you have cooked the dinner. It had saved me the trouble, said Rihanna. I am nearly finished. You can freshen up and then we can eat, I said. She nodded and went to her room with her daughter. I finished with the dish and began to set the table. I had just finished it when they arrived. It looked like the most delicious meal I will ever eat, she said and looked at me. Just how many talents do you have? She asked, and I smiled. Culinary is just a hobby, I said, and she shook her head. This does not feel like a hobby, she said before she took a bite of her food and immediately closed her eyes. It is heavenly, she said as she opened her eyes while the young girl was munching on everything she can. Slow down, love, the food is not going anywhere, she said to her daughter, but the young girl did not listen. I smiled seeing that and ate my food. Soon we were finished and I turned to her. Where are we doing the process? I asked her. In my practice room, she said and pointed. The preparations will be finished in an hour, I said and walked toward the room, leaving her alone with her daughter. All the preparations have been completed. I just wanted to give her some more time with her daughter. If I failed, these will be the last memories of her mother that young girl will have. I walked over to the practice room and took out the formation, which covered more than half of the room, before taking out the resources. There is one more thing I have to do, but for it I have to wait for her, and I waited. Click. A little more than an hour later, the door opened and Rihanna walked inside with her daughter. She will watch, she said. Okay, I said with a smile before my face became expressionless. For the free movement of the runes, you will have to remove your clothes, I said. She seemed to have expected that, but still, her cheeks reddened. Okay, she said and began to remove one article of clothing after another before she is completely naked. Sit in the center of the formation, I said, without looking at her, and she walked toward the formation. I also walked and sat down. She will sit directly in front of me. Soon she appears in front of me in her full glory. She is a beautiful woman and kind of my type, with those high cheekbones and horns. I have Marina, whom I loved more than my life. I couldn't help but get attracted to Rihanna. There is nothing strange about it, it is a natural reaction. She sat down in front of me, with her cheeks flaming and the color of her beautiful wings turning denser. I will start, I said, and she nodded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next moment, hundreds of strings came out of me and went inside her, before turning into the runes, while at the same time, 5 formations lit up in my core to fill those runes with energies. The runes formed from my strings and spread into her body. They are going to cover every part of her, leaving not even the slightest gap. These runes are getting powered by the resources she had brought, and I have also used my own resources, including a tiny pinch of bubbling tar soil. Saving is not the only motivation behind spending such rare and precious resources, which value thousands of times more than what she had collected. I will also get something. I want crystal, but I am not going to get it. It is not only precious resources the parasite had, the whole damn parasite is precious. It is hard to believe it, but it is the truth. Its blood, bones, and skin are just as precious. Though unlike crystal, they could not be directly used. They are extremely poisonous. One needed to refine them before using them. I already have a plan for it, and I will be using them soon. Jordan, if it feels like I couldn't be saved. Focused on a crystal, I want to leave it behind for my daughter. Okay, I said and focused on the runes. A few minutes passed, and I covered nearly every part of her body, and now, only the area around her chest remained. It is the most important part, and half of the runes I created inside her are going to be around this area. Every second, thousands of runes came out of the strings. They are so tiny, they couldn't be seen by the eyes. They are forming a spherical formation around the heart, and the parasite is oblivious to it. It is busy against my formation, where it is making steady progress. Soon the formation is finished. It is done, I told her. She nodded. I love you, my daughter, she said to Vana. Love you too, Mom, Vana replied. Buzz. A second later, I activated the formation, not the one inside her, but the surrounding one. As it is activated, the resources begin to fill the runes. A few minutes later, the runes moved and began to cover her beautiful body, which I am struggling to not stare at. Soon, her whole body got covered in runes, from her horns to her beautiful wings. No surface of her body that is not covered with the runes. The parasite will die in a minute, and a real challenge will begin. You have to hold on. You can't yourself let go, I said to her. I will not, she said with a steel in her voice. I nodded and activated the next stage. Both the formation of the outside and inside begin to connect with each other. Soon, both formations become one, and 36 golden-brown runic chains that came from the spherical formation covering the heart and moved toward the parasite. They entered inside its body, and it still didn't detect them. If any other were in my place, the chains would have been detected, and the method of the decision to work, even after detection, but forbidden power, they did not. They begin to envelop every part of it, especially that core of it, where it is most focused. Rii, the chains had nearly wrapped around every part of its body when it detected something and let the vibrating scream, while waves of power released from it. The chains didn't so much shake at its attack. I have used powerful resources, including bubbling tar soil. The attack would need to be much stronger to just shake the chains. A few seconds later, the chains wrapped around it, and now it is time for it to die. I am killing it, I informed her and nodded. As she did, the chain pulled from all directions. Immediately, its skin and bones begin to crack it. Like the most painful punishment, it begins to split from all sides. Ree. It screamed and resisted, but there is no use. It is doomed to die. It tried to go for the core and the heart, but chains had protected them. To be honest, I would have liked to kill it directly, but the method said it needed to be killed this way, and there are very good reasons for that. Since I have no better method to null many of the dangers come during killing it, I am following what the method in the book says. Rihanna also started to feel pain, but it is nothing to be compared to what she will feel soon. Fact. A couple of seconds passed, and the preside got divided into over 20 parts. It died. It had truly died. The moment it died, crimson-brown lines began to come out from every part of her body. Skin, bones, heart, veins, magical and normal, and also her core. She looked quite scary as I looked at her, the crimson-brown lines everywhere. I would have preferred Vanna wouldn't watch this, but since her mother wanted her here, I would not argue. This is the ultimate attack of the parasite. It had spread into every part of her body, and it will kill her slowly, in the most painful way, in hours of time. The pain had finally become too much, that she finally screamed while the crimson lines spread. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formations inside and outsides of her body activated together, and immediately the crimson-brown light stopped spreading. This is temporary. This magical poison is extremely dangerous and activates only after its death. It would have been great if I could produce its antidote, but I could not. Because this is harmless until the death of a parasite, it is to provide it with the last ingredient that makes it this. Every parasite creates its slightly different version of it. Thus, a single antidote didn't work for all. There are some which reduce the effects, but it would require really rare resources to make. It is why the runes, which could only suppress them. As for the job of erasing them, it could only be done by Rihanna. This poison is used by energies stolen from her, which makes her energies the best way to destroy it, but to that, they need to be countless times more powerful than it, while currently her energies are countless times weak. So to do that, Rihanna is going to make a breakthrough. It is part of the treatment. According to my estimate, she needs to be at least mid-sovereign to wipe this out, and she barely has a day to reach it, or this poison will kill her in the most painful way. Still, the level up under such conditions is usually avoided and failed every time, and she is not going to be attempting a single breakthrough, but a smaller one after that. If that is not enough, then another smaller one. Not normal cases, such rapid breakthroughs are not possible, but it is not a normal case, and there is one thing that made it possible. The glittering crystal is now covered in runes completely. It is going to power the whole breakthrough. It has more than energy to do it, and since it is made from her energy, it will be a seamless integration. Though it does not mean the breakthrough will happen. More than a 50 chance that she will fail, but we have to try, as it is the only way to survive. The sphere appeared in my hand, and I disappeared from my spot, appearing beside Vanna. The sphere connected to the formation, and its runes begin to move, and a couple of seconds later, the breakthrough sphere fully enveloped her. She is floating in its center, screaming in pain. I waved my hand, and the resources flew into it. The majority of those resources were hers, but some were mine. They are very rare, and some I had collected for my breakthrough, which now I am using for her breakthrough. I truly hope she succeeds, and I am saying not because her success will bring me more benefits. To be honest, her failure will bring me more benefits. I am saying it because I genuinely care about her. You can start the breakthrough, I said, and she gripped her head tightly in her hand. My voice may seem gentle, but through the formations inside her, it blared loudly. I had to do it, to cut through the immense pain she is feeling. Buzz. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and I was about to call her again when she finally started the breakthrough. A moment later, the breakthrough formation lit up. As it did, another change occurred. Many runes begin to come out of her. The inheritances are territorial, and they do not let any runes into their domain, especially during the breakthrough. So I am taking out all unnecessary runes and other things. A few seconds later, after breakthrough initiation, her chest split open a little, and a blob covered in runes came out. It is a parasite, and its pieces aside from the crystal, everything else had come out. I did not let Vanna see it to her eyes. The inside of the breakthrough sphere is foggy. She could only see silhouettes of her mother. The runes poured the healing energy into the wound, and the wounds healed within a minute. Now inside Rihanna, only runes suppressing the poison and those surrounding the crystal had remained. The breakthrough started. The resources have begun to fill the runes, mix and merge among themselves. Soon a few minutes passed, and 12 runic chains began to come out of the sphere and moved toward the Rihanna. They reached her and began to spread around her, and within a minute, covered every inch of her. A few seconds after that, her core, which had turned into a blob, began to spin. As I did, it begins to suck the resources, and it is not the only thing it is sucking. The runes around the crystal lit up and sent the energies inside it. The moment the energies of the crystal touched it, it shook and began to spin fast to absorb it more. The crystal contains the energies absorbed from Rihanna for a period of 15 years. It was absorbing constantly that she needed to use supplementary resources to stave off extreme weaknesses. It had accumulated a large number, so much that if it exploded, it will be a threat to even Earth Sovereign. The crystal alone would have been enough for the breakthrough, but I am still using the resources. I need to save as much of Crystal's energies as possible, as this will not be the only breakthrough she will need, and while Crystal had immense energies, I am being cautious. The core spins faster and faster in its greed for the crystal energy, and it begins to put a strain on her. I could do nothing about it, though I had made use of it by mixing crystal energy into a lot of resource energies to feed the core. It worked, it consumed it all. It took the energy so fast that 41 minutes later, it finished consuming the resources. The core begins to slow down before it stopped. For a couple of seconds, it remained just as it is. Before it started to spin again, the breakthrough formation lit up again, being sent the energies from the crystals. We are not going to take the energies from the world. It would immediately attract the eyes of the city. Thankfully, both of us have more than enough energy crystals that will require for the breakthrough. I had created a combination of her and mine crystals that would suit her the best. As the energies of the crystal reached near the core, I had added a small stream from the crystal inside, and like the last time, her core took it greedily. Every second it would pull more and more energy, till it becomes straining on Rihanna. She did not even feel the strain, as she was busy screaming in pain, which was increasing every second. Now that the core had absorbed the resources and the energies, the real challenge will begin. Breakthrough into the Sovereign is a merger of body and soul. Both her body and soul are weak. They are in worse condition to make a breakthrough, not to mention the state Rihanna is in currently. It is a recipe for the perfect failure. There is one exception here. That would make it possible. That crystal, it is something different. There is a reason the people break the forbidden rules to harness those crystals. It is the optimum resource for this breakthrough, even called the Great Glue, and it worked perfectly from whose energies it is made. Its efficacy is more than triple for that person. It is why a quarter of the breakthrough succeeded, despite such a condition of body and soul. Not to mention she had one other thing, which made me increase her chances by a further 5, and that is at least. If I had generous, I would increase it by 15 or even 20. The grand seal of the supreme combat exercise is no joke. 7 seconds passed and fusion begin. It is a marvelous process. I have seen it many times, but still impresses me. This time I was more excited about this adverse condition, going to give me great data. Not to mention residual fusion energies, which my breakthrough formation loves a lot. I wonder whether fusion energy would be different, seeing these unique conditions. The minute passed and the process becomes shaky. I felt like everything could snap at any moment. It is worse than I thought, and prepared myself for a snap that will instantly kill Rihanna. I was watching it in worry when the Grand Seal finally made its move. It came down and fixed itself into the processes. Immediately, the process had stabilized a lot. It is still shaking. Even all the impressive Grand Seal of Supreme Combat exercise is not enough, and nor I had expected to. The condition of her body and soul is very bad. It is a miracle that Grand Seal had been able to stabilize the processes to such an extent. An hour passed and the process should have been finished by now. It is still happening. With shaking, that felt like the whole thing could snap at any moment. 12 more minutes passed, and when the shaking began to stabilize before it finally stopped, the first merge is finished. The most dangerous hurdle passed. Now, it is only consolidation, which will not possess any danger to her. "How's my mommy doing?" asked Vanna. She had spoken for the first time in hours. Till now she had been watching everything silently. "She's doing good," I replied to her, and it is a not lie. The consolidation is at the near end, and once that is done and energy came, she would be entering the sovereign stage where many things will be fixed. I am watching everything along with 5 of my clones, not missing everything and recording the whole thing to analyze later. I could learn many things from this breakthrough, which will help with mine. 1.5 minutes passed and the consolidation is finished. A faint azure core had appeared and shone in a healthy glow of the powerful energies. Buzz, a moment later, the energies were released from her core, and it immediately surprised me. The energies are different from normal breakthrough energies. As it merges with Rihanna, amazing changes happened to her. They made my eyes widen and also made me excited. Immediately, I saw the answer to one problem that had been bugging me. It couldn't make me smile tooth to tooth. It will be hard to employ a solution, but I have a large time to find a solution for it. At least a year or more until then, I will be able to design something good. As more and more energy merged with her, Rihanna's screams lowered a little. Her body and soul are getting stronger by the second. What the parasite had looted for her years coming back, better she is getting back everything with great interest. The strengthening energies continue to fill her body for over 40 minutes before it all finally stopped. I looked at her most detailed meta scan. The breakthrough energies had helped me a lot in getting a better meta scan. The things I am seeing her are unbelievable. Breakthrough energies do not do that. It healed the injuries and returned vitalities as it did by healing the body and soul. It advanced her constitution. It went from 4th grade to 12th grade. Such advancement is almost impossible by normal means. Well, I shouldn't be shocked her constitution had returned to its previous grade. It hadn't advanced further. Congratulations, Rihanna. You have become sovereign. I congratulated, but there was no response. She's still screaming in pain. It had lessened, but did not disappear. It will not disappear till we get rid of the poison. Rihanna, attack the poison with your energies, I said to her, and this time she immediately listened. Stop, I said, 1.5 seconds. It took a second more to do it. While I had expected the early sovereign wouldn't be enough to deal with the poison, but had not expected that when the energy started attacking it, it will start consuming. It had caught me off guard. I had not expected it. The power of energy and the poison seemed the same, but I should have listened to what the books had said. To destroy it, the energy needed to be a couple of times stronger. Start the breakthrough, I said to her and waved my hand, sending another round of resources into the breakthrough formation. Buzz, a couple of seconds later, she started the breakthrough. You should go sleep. It is going to take a lot of time, I said to Vanna. I will stay here, replied the young girl, and I am not in the mood to force her. A few minutes passed and resources spread, and chains moved toward Rihanna before covering every part of her. Now it is the important part. Most breakthroughs would stop with one round of their core, as they just had a breakthrough and they just make another one. Even those who got that crystal won't be able to. The core begins to spin, and the first energies to reach the core were from the crystal. It completed the first spin and spin the second time and then the third, not stopping even when the energies from the resources come inside. What is happening is near impossible, and the only reason it is happening is because of that crystal. The crystal that produced from her energies. If it had me with crystal, it wouldn't have happened. Still, there are challenges ahead, big as the last one. While this time her body and soul are utterly hallowed like last time, they are not at the limit as they should be. It is a most basic condition for the breakthrough. Hell, they have not even started filling the limit. Still, like last time, the crystal handles it and there is still a lot of crystal. The breakthrough earlier had only used a small part of it. 1.5 hours passed, and it finished taking the resources' energies and crystal energies, and now, merging has started again and is shaking like the last time. I watched it with bated breath and hoped she succeeds as she did the last time. 33 minutes later the process is finished, and I have taken a sigh of relief. Buzz, the consolidation begins, and 15 minutes later it is finished, and the breakthrough energy came out. It is as surprising as the breakthrough energy earlier. It begins to strengthen her rapidly, and when it is finished, she had a strength a mid-sovereign should. She had gained this, even after starting a breakthrough without filling the limit. The crystal is really impressive. Attack the poison, I said to her directly, sparing no words to congratulate her on breaking through the mid-level of the sovereign stage. Damn, I cursed it a second later. This time it did not consume the energy, but the energy did not do anything to poison at all, not able to destroy even a speck. Start the breakthrough again, I don't like to say to her. The breakthrough is not easy. With each breakthrough, the chances of failure increase further. I added resources and she started the breakthrough again. While the crystal is helping with the breakthrough, these repeated breakthroughs will bring their own disadvantage. I have already started to prepare a method to deal with it. I just hope she will survive. 2.5 hours passed and she reached the high level of the sovereign state. She's having the fastest breakthrough I have ever seen, taking less than half the time of others. Attack it, I said, and she attacked. For the first time, hope appeared on my face, but a couple of seconds later, my expressions begin to darken. Her energy begins to destroy the poison, but its speed is too slow. It will be 3 days to destroy it, and she only has 5 hours at most to do it, before the poison kills her through its final attack. The last breakthrough, I said with a heavy heart. It is a breakthrough with the highest chance of failure. Her comprehension had barely reached this stage, that even though she was not confident, she will succeed. If she needed to make a breakthrough at this stage, there was no other choice. If there had been, I wouldn't have made her take this risk. Monster integration, she did it. I screamed loudly in my mind. I would have screamed, but seeing there is a young girl beside me, I did not. The merging was finished, and now the consolidation had to begin. Seeing the crystal's power, there is not going to be any problem in consolidation. I still can't believe she had succeeded. I truly had not thought she would. There had been an endless problem since the core began to take energies, and those worsened during the merging. She survived every challenge despite the increasing pain she is feeling due to the poison. From the peak of primary III, she had reached the peak of sovereign. Very few people would swear to achieve this feat in this world, and there might be less than fingers of my hand. It is extremely difficult, and the only reason she was able to do it is due to multiple favorable factors and her own willpower. She is not out of danger yet, but I know she will be soon. I can guarantee my life that she will succeed in eradicating the poison with this power. I looked at the 2 tiny pieces of crystal in her heart. This crystal is a miracle for someone like her. No wonder people are crazy about it. The things Rihanna had been able to achieve due to it are simply shocking. Still, it happened only because it was Rihanna, and I am not saying that because the host using crystal, but because she was a fine specimen of this parasite. Her talent is incredible, and she had the highest level dual element constitution. It is due to it she was able to make such progress. If it had been normal primary III in her place, at max they would be able to break into the sovereign stage. Going above that would have been a death sentence for them. Buzz, 20 minutes later, the consolidation had been finished and her core buzzed with power before releasing the flood. The power had started filling her body and soul, strengthening her against poison, but I am not looking at those things. I am looking for one thing. If that happened, it would benefit her all her life. Her breaking into the Earth's sovereign stage wouldn't be an unachievable feat if she got it. I looked like power merged with her constitution. It had already reached the absolute peak of the 12th grade and now is trying to make a break out of it. If she did, then her constitution will transform into a prime constitution. It is a layer between the constitution and the body. It would benefit her tremendously if she achieved it. The crystal is amazing, but even with it, it would be hard in breaking that boundary. It is why I had provided her a little help, a tiny spark of an elemental cosmic fire body. It is helping her build the moment to break through it. Rihanna had a dual element fire-wind constitution, and I had a spark of cosmic element body, the highest level of the body, which is level above the elemental body. It is quite dangerous to use such a thing. If the smallest thing went wrong, it would corrupt her constitution and make Rihanna die a painful death. This is why I have not merged it with her constitution, just used it to help it gather momentum. It will do just that before burning to nothingness. Time passed and over 88 of breakthrough energies had been absorbed by the Rihanna, when suddenly her body lit up in fiery red and azure green, the colors of her constitution. She broke through. "What is happening?" asked Vanna, feeling breathless. "Your mother's constitution had advanced," I replied. The shock that appeared on the young girl's face was really something that I had captured it. This young girl had inherited the constitution from her mother. It is at the same level as her mother's had been, the 12th grade, but the thing is, it had not matured yet. It is still growing. There is a chance she might gain the prime constitution in the future. The chance is only 10. It is still a huge chance, considering the value of the prime constitution. The spatial gap opened above her, and the constitutional essence of fire and wind pour into her. I watched it worriedly, hoping the isolation of my breakthrough formation would be more than enough to hide the disturbance. It is not a normal breakthrough formation, but something into which I had poured a lot of forbidden power and resources of all kinds, including a bubbling tar soil, for which even Earth's sovereign would fight to the death. Its isolation capabilities are off the charts, but constitution energies are not a simple thing either. They are pouring into her body, and my breakthrough formation has also absorbed a lot of them. While they couldn't be compared to true elemental constitution essences or cosmic elemental constitution essences, they are still powerful here in the prime world. They would be very useful to me. 10 minutes passed, and the energies were still coming, and they were coming at a greater force. If my breakthrough formation hadn't been around to absorb the excess, there would have been a mountain of elemental crystals already formed. My breakthrough formation is great. The sheer number of energies it had absorbed was simply amazing. It is huge, and this property had likely come from 9-colored matter and bubbling tar soil. Also, the formation which I made, which is why there are loads of concentrated wind and fire essence crystals, are forming around the formation like fruits. I'm taking them in my core as they fall off. Till now, I have thousands of them in my core, and taking more of them every second. While it all is happening, her screams have finally stopped. Her constitution is advancing, becoming powerful rapidly, so much so that the great poison begins to struggle against it. There is an immense difference between the constitution and the prime constitution. The poison was powerful enough to absolutely suppress and even harvested peak 12th grade constitution, which spoke of the parasite's power, but the prime constitution is on a completely different level. Immense progress speed is not the only thing the prime constitution provides. It provides many other things, and it will also bring trouble. Her inheritance, while better than the inheritance of most people I have come across here, it is a sovereign class inheritance. It is not enough to make her use her constitution power efficiently. She will need at least a prime class inheritance. I couldn't help her with that. 2 hours passed when finally, the power began to recede, and the gap begins to fill. I took a sigh of relief seeing that she only has a few minutes before the poison attack her full force. With the power of her constitution, she would survive it. Its attack would still be powerful enough to keep her in bed for months or even years, so she needs to deal with the poison in little more than 15 minutes. It is all she has. "Erase the poison," I said to her the moment the spatial gap closed. Thankfully, she reacted instantly, using every bit of power she had to crush the poison. The poison is struggling hard, even in front of such massive power. Though struggling does not mean it is surviving. It is getting eradicated at an extremely fast speed. In a few minutes it will be fully destroyed. I watched it all with my clones, recording everything. It is precious data. A person would be fooled not to collect it. I am not a fool. I am going to collect it all, every bit of it. 3.5 minutes passed, and when the poison had been finally eradicated and she opened her eyes. Congratulations. In one day you had reached a peak of sovereign class and gained prime constitution, I said, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. It wouldn't have been possible with you. I have no words to describe the gratefulness I am feeling toward you, she said with. I smiled at that. If you don't mind listening to me further, I hope you do one more thing, I said. I will do it, she said immediately. You didn't ask what it is, I asked her. I do not need to know. I am sure whatever you ask, it will be for my benefit, she said. Seeing such utter trust, I have become speechless for a moment. I want you to seal your power. You have advanced too fast. It will not be good for your future progress. If didn't get to know the lower levels were more intimately, I said. I did not say anything, but a purple dot appeared on my finger and flew toward her. It passed through the breakthrough formation and seeped inside her, through her naked chest. A moment later, runes began to appear across her, both inside and outside, covering nearly every inch of her. A minute later, they seeped inside her. As they did, her aura began to lower fast. Within a few seconds it reached High Sovereign from the peak, before reaching mid and then finally stopping at initial. The seal will hide your real level from even Earth Sovereign, as long as they do not look too deeply. If you are in danger, you could break them temporarily, but I hope you do that only when it is necessary. It is an option for life-threatening emergencies only, I said. I will be in your department forever, she said. I smiled and took back the breakthrough formation. She got up in the air a moment later, before gently flapping her wings. She disappeared from her place and appeared in front of her daughter, before hugging her with tears dripping through her eyes. Mother and daughter began to cry silently, without saying a word. Seeing that, I quietly walked out and appeared in my room, before laying on the bed. A moment later, I was in front of my breakthrough formation in my core, which now had green and flaming red majority color. Besides it is a large load of fire and wind elemental essence crystals. They will sell for an outrageous price. They are good, but I am more interested in these two marble-sized crystals. One is yellowish, while the other is red-green. These two crystals, only what remains of that crystal. It had so much energy that even after 4 repeated breakthroughs, some of it still had remained. It is due to me, as I have not made the breakthroughs totally dependent on the crystals. I have used a lot of outside resources, including some of my precious ones, which saved me these crystals. They are going to help me a lot. There are a few other things I got, but the most precious of them all is only one thing, and that is data. It had tremendous importance to me. It gives me a window to continue the breakthrough of the sovereign stage, while I had the data, but not of one person climbing all the levels. It will help me tremendously in designing my inheritances, especially the sovereign inheritance. I stayed in my core for a few minutes before coming out and slept. It is morning, and I am tired. Since she begins, I am looking at her every aspect, not daring to miss even a single thing. It made me tired, and now I want to sleep. I fell asleep within seconds and woke up 4 hours later, feeling quite well. I stayed on the bed for a minute before getting up and walking into the bathroom. I freshened and showered and had just worn clothes when Rihanna sent me the message. She's asking me downstairs while I had other plans. I decided to go down. I could check on her sooner rather than later. The lunch may not be good as what you had cooked yesterday, but I wanted to cook for you to show my gratefulness, she said as she set the table. It smells delicious, I said and took a seat opposite to Vanna. The young girl seemed to have slept a little, as she does not look sleepy anymore. Soon she set the table before we begin to eat. If you don't mind me asking, what have you done to make my constitution level up? From what I could see, the power of crystal was not sufficient for that, she said, and I couldn't help but be surprised. For a moment I wanted to lie but decided against it. I used something I have gotten from a good friend of mine, I said, and a smile appeared on my face. Remembering Sophia, I hope she is doing well. She must be very powerful. She had an elemental body, said Rihanna, and I froze mid-eating. It took me a moment to gulp down what I was eating and looked at Rihanna in question. I saw a silhouette of her. She felt like she had held all the fire in the cosmos inside her. She said, with a voice full of wonder and fear, "She would love to hear those words from you," I said. I could imagine the smile on Sophia's face hearing those words, and her words is not exactly a lie. Sophia has a cosmic fire body and possesses the strongest fire in the universe. How are you feeling? I asked, clearly changing the subject. I had already disclosed more information about her than I want to. If the slightest bit of it was leaked, it will start a witch hunt for me in here. Great, I have never felt so good in my life, she said, and a faint aura of her leaked, but quickly pulled it back before it could touch her daughter. A few minutes later, the dinner is finished. I have done a few tests on her, and after doing that I returned to my room. I immediately started the treatments, and when I finished with that, it was evening already. I once again had dinner with Rihanna and Vana. This time I cooked. I ate with them before returning to my room. It was late midnight when I slept. Click, I had just fallen asleep when I sensed my door opened. I immediately opened my eyes, only to see Rihanna walking into my room, wearing nothing. Rihanna, I said as I looked at her naked body, bathing in silvery moonlight coming from the window. She looked mesmerizing that I wanted to look away, but I couldn't pull my eyes away from her. You have done so much for me. I could never repay in my life, but I will try to with everything I have, she said with cheeks flaming as she appeared beside and bent down to kiss. She looked beautiful, like a work of art. A goddess reincarnates. Anyone would be lucky to have her. Unfortunately, it will not be me. I can't, I said as her lips inched away from me. Do you not find me beautiful? She asked with her cheeks flaming. Extremely, I replied. Then why? She asked, moving her tantalizing lips closer. I have someone I love, I replied, and she stopped with a faint hesitation appearing on her face. She will not know, she said, and I smiled. I love her, I said, and she shuddered before mist covered her fully, even her face for a moment before it disappeared from it. When it was revealed, it was impassive. She is one lucky woman, she said, and I smiled without mirth. I am the luckiest man, I corrected, and memories of Marina appeared in front of my eyes and the ache became unbearable for a moment. I am glad you have someone like that, she said with a voice filled with emotions, despite having none on her face. I am sure you will find someone like that too, I replied, but there was no answer as she disappeared, but I know she had heard me. The next few days had been awkward, especially on the first day when she barely talked a few words to me. Thankfully, things improved over the days, but not entirely, even after a week. The faint awkwardness had remained between us. It will take a long time for it to disappear. The seal is already proving its usefulness. See those spots, they are evening out, I said to Rihanna as I show her the spots in her meta scan. She had leveled up 4 times and naturally, there are going to be some wide effects of the progress. How long will it take for them to even all out? She asked after looking at the spots. For others, it would have taken a year or more, but to you it will take 3 to 4 months. The alchemy is helping you a lot in smoothing out things, I said. Alchemy requires extreme precision, and this is helping her even out her progress. It is more effective than fighting 100 battles. If I achieve that, the first seal will automatically break, she asked. Yes, I have designed them in such a way that they will break automatically. The moment you have passed all the parameters I have set up, I replied. She said nothing, instead turned to me and kept looking at me, making me feel slightly uncomfortable. I have never seen someone like you. Never heard of a person with such capabilities. I am glad. I listened to my daughter and let you in, she said, looking away. I smiled a little awkwardly before explaining her things in her meta scan. She needs to know a lot of things. You should start looking for organizations. As I said to you before, this inheritance is not good enough for your abilities. You need a better one, I said, and she nodded. Something appeared in her eyes for a moment, before it had disappeared just as quickly. I am quite surprised. You do not have a spare inheritance with you, with all the things you have, she said. Nice joke, I said to her, but instead of laughing, her expression became serious. I am not joking, she said. In fact, I have an inheritance, the one I had created for my mentee, but it is low level. Creating sovereign inheritance is a completely different thing till I have not created mine. Forget about creating others. Though it is not beyond my abilities, still I will not create. It will take a long time, and even if I am able to do that, it will be of the sovereign, and there is still Earth sovereign and Sky sovereign beyond it, not to mention Prime. I will not be with her forever. The best option for her would be to join an organization. With her level, talent, and constitution, any organization will welcome her with open arms. Still, I hope she will think about this decision for a long time. It is a lifelong commitment. Thankfully, she has time. She can take that decision after breaking all the seals, which would take her at least 1.5 years. By the way, this is the resources from your list, she said and handed me a storage ring, which I do not feel good about accepting. For the past week, she had been taking care of my resources, and while I feel awkward about it, it was helping me a lot. The cost of treatments is ballooning every day, and I need a large amount of resources. The resources she provided are not only merging more forbidden energy into me, but also strengthening treatments. I am making slow but steady progress through them. I have even started using some parts of a parasite, which are helping me a lot in strengthening. Still, nothing could compare to the Grimms. They are the best. I wish there had been a battlefield where I could go and fight them. It would have made things much easier for me. I talked to Rihanna for a few minutes before I went back to my room and started with treatments. A few hours later, I finished and joined Rihanna in the alchemy lab. Now, I do not make a potion. Instead, I teach Vana and exchange alchemy methods with Rihanna. She is quite knowledgeable with a very ingenious method. She achieved grade 4 in alchemy when she was in primary III. What is even rare is that she achieved that rank when she barely had the energy to craft grade 4 potions. She developed many indigenous methods. Some of them are very amazing. I could already feel my alchemy advancing as I learned them. It is not just alchemy in which I am making progress. I am also making rapid progress in my inheritance, where 4 of me are working. I am nearly finished. It will take 3 to 4 days before I am finished. I also making great progress in treatments and would be finished with them soon enough. The only thing that is happening slowly is me reaching the limit. It will take a lot of time if I keep progressing at this speed. Days passed and these days were calm and happy. Even if things felt awkward with Rihanna sometimes, I am feeling most happy since I come here. Happiness doesn't last forever. On the 29th day of my release from jail, I got the call I had been waiting for. They have opened the ruins entrance. I will miss you, Jordan, said Vanna as hugged me with tears dripping from her face. I will miss you too, little one, I said as I hugged her. I am really going to miss her in the month I had been here. I have grown quite close to the young girl. She had become a kind of sister to me. Do you really have to go? Asked Rihanna as I let go of the hug. Yes, I am not powerful enough to resist the binds of the Earth's sovereign, I replied with a smile. If only that crystal took me to the Earth's sovereign, she said and sighed as she looked at me worriedly. Don't worry, I will be fine, I said to her. She nodded before taking me to hug and did not let go for a couple of seconds. Will I see you again, she asked. In a short time, unlikely, I answered truthfully. I plan to escape from the clutches of the organization. So even if I return to the city, I will be in a different identity and will not contact them for their safety. I have already put them in danger, being with them. I don't want to increase their trouble even further. Take care, she said, wiping her tears. I will, I said and wiped the tears from my eyes. See you soon, both of you, I said and walked out of the house where I had stayed for nearly a month. I am going to miss it a lot. They have asked me to reach the destination, and I have about an hour. I will be there in 20 minutes. It is enough for me to calm my emotion and present there in my best emotional state. There are a couple of things I have to do, but 3 are most important. First is to gather as many as resources I could. The second is to survive, and the third is to find an exit. I don't know whether I would be able to achieve all 3, considering I have no idea about the ruin it is. It might be an extremely dangerous one, and I am going to die. Nothing could be said. This is why my priority would be to reach the limit and make a breakthrough. Speaking of resources, I have left something for her. It will reveal itself in the evening. There are a couple of resources there that will be helpful to the young girl and her mother, like essence metal fruits, stainless lotuses of both kinds, and a few other things. I have also left a few ounces of bubbling tar soil with a note of what it could do. The note will burn to ashes the moment she finished reading it. I couldn't take the risk with a resource like that. I hope she uses those resources wisely, and she will. The next time I will meet mother and daughter, they will be completely different. Within 2 years, Rihanna will become a full-fledged peak sovereign, a powerhouse, with a very good chance of reaching the Earth's sovereign. Vanna will also have a bright future. I have left her something. That will increase the chances of her constitution breaking the boundary and reaching the high constitution. Whether that will happen, I don't know, but I truly hope it does. Time passed, and around 15 minutes later, I reached the place. An open group which is being guarded by the sovereign and had Earth's sovereign keeping an eye. You can go inside, said the blue-skinned sovereign the moment I reached. I did not even have to stop. It just scans his soul sense at my band and lets me go inside. The open ground is huge. The value of the such prime real estate in the middle of the city is quite expensive, but nothing to the organization, who own the city and everything. Soon I reached the place, which is shown on my map, and to my surprise, there are already a few hundred have gathered. Some looked at me, but others kept talking to each other and stared at the teleportation gate in the middle. I stopped and looked at these people. Not all of them are primary III. There are quite a sizable number of sovereigns present. It means the ruin is at least sovereign grade. I did not speak to anybody. I just sat down on one of the stones and waited while watching and listening to people around me. In just a few minutes, I have found a couple of things. I saw that nearly half of the people have bands like me, while the other half are affiliated with the organization and are joining of their own will, which is not surprising, giving the opportunity to explore the virgin ruins. I am quite excited about it, to be honest, and waiting for the call, while spending the comfortable days in Rihanna's house. I did not forget my purpose in captivity of the cell in the open city. I have to get stronger fast, so I could meet my family. This unexplored ruin will help me with that. As time passed, more and more people come, and by the time when only 5 minutes till the deadline, over thousands have appeared. 102 of them were sovereign, which is quite a high number among the primary. Finally, at the right time, the sovereign standing by the gate moved and activated the teleportation gate. Get inside, he said, and without saying any words or causing chaos, people begin to enter inside. The first ones to enter are sovereigns, of course. After they entered, use primary III and begin to walk into the gate. It took a few minutes for my number to come, as I was standing pretty far behind. I was among the last 100. I entered the gate and reached the other side a moment later. What I saw couldn't change my expression. I am an underground and it is a mine. If those grayish-blue walls were any proof, we are in an Oxfall mine. Have they fooled us? I couldn't help but ask myself. They have told us they are taking us to the ruin, but instead sent us to the mine. If that was the case, then why set us free? They should have sent the criminals directly here from the jail. I'm not the only one thinking about that question. but nobody dares to ask it under the visible pressure of the Earth Sovereign. Instead of worrying myself with the question, I looked around. There are 8 teleportation formations, and from them, people are coming out and gathering in the cavern. They kept coming for over 15 minutes before they finally stopped. The number of people here has reached slightly over 40,000, and around 60 of people here are like me. They all have the band in their hands. It is not primary III, but also sovereigns. They all come from the same gate. They seem to have been kept in a separate place. One of them is quite familiar to me. It is my old neighbor, and he had made a breakthrough into the sovereign. I only looked at John for long before I focused on the Earth Sovereign that appeared in front of us. She seemed to always be there, and only now I had noticed her. I seemed to be one of the first people to notice her. It took a while for others to notice, and soon, we all are staring at her. Some are in fear and reverence, while a minority is in lust. They are quite daring to have such an emotion for the Earth Sovereign. She is a beautiful woman. I don't know her race exactly, but she had smooth brown skin, silvery curved horns, and a longer than normal green tail with a pearly sharp end. She's wearing a very provocative red dress, which is leaving little to the imagination. The Earth Sovereign is very attractive, but I looked at her with a gaze of fear. She is powerful, so much so that a slight whisper of her could crush me to pieces. I am sure many of you are having doubts seeing your surroundings, she said in a melodic voice. Let me clear them for you. You are going into the ruin, and the entrance of the ruin is deep in the mine, she said, and a lot of people heaved a sigh of relief, including me. I would have lost my mind if I had been forced to mind. In these past few months, I have been doing things I don't want to, and I have got tired of that. This ruin would be my chance, and I will use every moment of it to get out of the clutches of the organization. We begin to move, and our speed is fast, so fast that I couldn't see anything but the blur. Even sovereigns couldn't see much with the speed we're moving. It is the power of Earth Sovereign. She is taking thousands of us at an incredible speed. We are going very deep. It had been a minute already, and we were going down into the mine. From the map forming in my mind, I know we are not circling around, but actually going deeper. Finally, after 1 minute and 12 seconds, we stopped in another huge cavern. Unlike the last one, this one is artificial, and seeing what is happening in it, I became surprised. There is a huge white marble gate at the end, with a beautiful elaborate design, and people are entering inside it. People with badges of the organization on their chest. Of course, they will send their own people totally. Depending on the freelance mercenaries and prisoners would be totally idiotic. While they couldn't send many people, because of the risk, sending a few thousand wouldn't be much of a challenge for an organization with millions of members. I don't know how many people they have sent, as currently there are only a few hundred in front of the gate, and they are rapidly moving into the gate. They had intentionally brought it here when the numbers are this low. So when we will be careful with the members of the organization inside, as we don't know how many of them had entered inside. Soon all of them had entered inside when a surprising thing happened. 3 Earth Sovereigns materialized, and they entered inside, seeing that the expressions of those watching had changed suddenly. Some shuddered in fear visibly. It is clear this is an Earth Sovereign ruin. Most mercenaries signed it up, thinking it was a sovereign ruin. It had instantly made things far more dangerous that I wanted to run away, but there was no running away. Even the mercenary who signed up on their own will understand that. You all have 2 targets. First to finish the map, and second is to find the exit, she said, delivering the second bad news. There is no fixed exit. It had instantly increased the difficulty by many times, as we will have to find the location of this gate, which is sending us into the ruin. It will not be easy, and it is not surprising to most people since it is a virgin ruin. Though my target differs from others, I will search for the different exits. While they had said they will release me after coming out, I am not idiot enough to believe. Seeing me useful, they will find a way to keep me with them. Using love or threat, whatever works. Now everyone enters the gate one by one, said the Earth Sovereign, and pushed us toward the gate. What about our bands? Asked one sovereign, and the Earth Sovereign turned toward the woman with a bright smile. We will take them out after you have returned from the ruin, she said with a sweet smile. Immediately, the expressions of thousands of people become worse. It is clear the organization intends to keep us in the bind till we come out. These are one group of nasty people, but we could do nothing against them. Calgar will keep its promise. We will not only remove the bands as you come out, but will also let you keep 50 of things you have found in the ruin, added the Earth Sovereign, seeing the expressions on people's faces. The statement made a lot of people relieved. Until now, there wasn't clarity on the distribution of the resources, though like always, they will be having the first choice of selecting the resources. The organizations would never compromise on this right. It is what keeps treasuries full of rare and precious resources. Finally, the first person went through the gate, and another right after. Thousands of people begin to enter the gate by the minute. Many of them understand, seeing the level of the ruin, they might not be able to return from it. Most primary III might die within a day, within an hour, if the environment inside it is too dangerous. Thankfully, the lowest level of person here is mid-primary III, sovereign, and those are in the minority. Most of the people here are peak primary III. They are the ones who take the most risks, as they had tried all the safe ways to make a breakthrough in the sovereign class and now want to go to a dangerous place to achieve it. Sovereign is a completely different level. It brings power and prestige, separate from the common. Many people are willing to pay any price to reach that level. Soon it was my number to enter the gate. As I moved toward it, I noticed one thing about the white marble gate. It is an artifact, not part of the ruins, as I had thought it to be. If I am right, they have used this artifact to widen and stabilize whatever way they have found in the ruin. I would love to get my hands on it. There are many things I could learn from it, but seeing its power, it is not something I could get my hands on with the strength I have. I entered the other side gently and was glad that I had my armor active with maximum defensive power. If I had my armor in normal mode, I would have been screaming in pain right now. I pray for those who will be dying right now and hope they receive a quick death. I have appeared on a small hill, and around me is a ruined city where not even a single building is standing. Despite that, it looked beautiful and picturesque, with gentle sunlight which has a crystalline feel to it. I am the first time seeing such beautiful, strange sunlight. The hill is like a place where people come for a picnic. The only problem it is an invisible energy that wants to tear you apart into dust. It is powerful enough to do that. If I remove my armor, it will take less than a minute for that to happen. The first thing I did is to deactivate the band. I felt like a captive wearing it, and I don't want it active for a moment longer than it needs to be. I did not remove it from my hand. There is no need to. With it deactivated, it is harmless. So much so that even if they use the supreme command, they will not be able to activate it. 1 month is a lot of time to research this band. I have found many ways to deactivate it. It is powerful, but formation running is not that complex. The moment I understood, I knew 100 ways to deactivate it, and I had chosen the safest one. With that done, I activated the stealth abilities at full power, since I couldn't take any risks given the level of this ruin. Stealth mode active, I looked around, seeing nothing but beautiful ruin. It may look like the dangerous energy had turned it into this, but it is not. It is a battle that did it. Even after thousands of years, the signs of the battles are very clear here. Those who fought here are extremely powerful. So much that their energies have not disappeared and instead remained and mixed with natural factors, creating a very potent mix. This potent mix could kill normal primary III within a minute, and even sovereigns would have a hard time standing in it without their armor. This place should have been barren with this energy, but it had adapted well. It is not surprising, life does, especially when the energy ravaging them also had an element of life and death in it. There are hundreds of types of energies, including those from the domain of life and death. Be careful, I said, and brought out Nero. He wanted to come out since the moment I entered the ruin. He had been inside the core for a month and now wanted to explore. I looked at him carefully as he appeared, wanting to take him inside. The moment I see the energy doing him damage, but to my surprise, forget damaging, the energy making his fur shine vibrantly. There is not even a hint of damage. Instead, his soft fur waving in a gentle wind. Which direction should we go? I asked him after looking for a minute. I saw nothing interesting and thus asked Nero. North, he said, and run through the high grass. I followed behind carefully. A little more than a minute later, I stopped and looked down at the yellow root. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I know the resource and did not expect it to grow here in the environment. I am surprised, but I am also happy. This is the type of resource I need for my breakthrough. I did not waste any time, and energy strings came out of my hands. These strings may look the same as the energy strings I use in harvesting the resources, but they are different. They have 5 times more energy in them. Normal strings would get dissolved in this environment. The strings moved through the root like snakes, before covering it and pulling it out gently without triggering any energy, which could make it lose its efficacy. As I pulled it out, I immediately put it into my storage. My clone stores it in the box. I am not the only one who had found the resources. Nero had found several of them. His resource hunting abilities are no weak than Ashland's. Most resources I found in the Silverinth ruin were because of Nero, including bubbling tar, matter, and soil. I am sure Nero would help me here in a no-name, ruin 2. Those bastards did not even tell us the name of this. The code name which they give before formally naming it. I couldn't help but wonder about this ruin as I walk, where it comes from, whom it belongs to. It will be interesting to know about its origins, though it is not a priority. The priority is to find an exit that leads to another place than the organization. It will be a challenge, but with Nero with me, I have some confidence. The confidence would have been even bigger if Ashland had been with me too. She is still sleeping, and this time she is doing it for 12 straight days, without waking even for a minute. Before, she used to wake up for a few minutes a day, before sleeping, and now she is not even doing that. I am worried about her, but there is nothing I could do. This condition is because of reasons I couldn't even comprehend. The only thing I could do was watch her and feed her favorite things when she woke up. 15 minutes passed since I started walking north, and I have collected a few more resources. All of them are rare and at sovereign grade. At least in the resources, this ruin is great. though I will have to survive if I want to bring what I got outside. It will not be an easy job. Father, hide. I had just thought about that when a sudden warning came from Nero. I reacted immediately and hid in the high grass, hoping my stealth method will hide me from whatever that is coming. I did not have to wait for long. In a few seconds, I saw it. It is a large white bird with a stone beak and an aura of the sovereign. In its mouth is a monster. It seemed like a fat, stripped dog, and it was dead. I only glanced at the bird for a moment before looking away. Powerful monster could sense gazes, and I don't want to give it a reason to put myself in that giant beak in place of that monster. The bird was fast. In less than 2 seconds, it had disappeared from my eyes, but I remained in my place. "You can come out now, father," said Nero, and half a minute later, and I got up and took a long breath to calm myself. The first monster I have encountered in this ruin is a sovereign, which is telling how dangerous the days are in this ruin would be. 2.5 hours passed since I had stepped into this unknown ruin and already avoided 7 monsters. 3 were in a group and had got quite close to me. I thought they will discover me, but thankfully they did not. Currently, I am hiding behind a tree, while 34 of my strings harvest the blue-white flowers. There is a large flower bed, and these flowers are precious. The number is not something I could harvest within a second. So I found myself a good hiding spot and harvesting the resources safely through it. At my core, one of my clones is studying everything I am seeing, finding things where I could go, and most importantly, an exit. It might seem too early seeing not even a day had passed, but I like to find an exit as soon as possible. It is not a common ruin where the exit is in a specific spot or region. Here we need to find it, and I like to find one that did not lead to the organization. Even with all the things they have promised, I like to get far away from them as possible. A few minutes later, I finished collecting the resources. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing that. These are basa ord flowers, a very expensive resource of the healing element. They are very good at dealing with injuries of the earth element. One of my clones had already started to process a few of them. Who knew when I will come across an earth elemental that I would need to fight? Seeing how dangerous the ruin is, I need to be ready to face every kind of danger. A little more than an hour passed when I suddenly stopped. As Nero had seen something, a person finally. In a minute he got close enough I could clearly see the rhino beastman. A sovereign, and he is fighting against a fox monster at first glance. The battle looked normal enough before I started to notice things, or rather my clones. They are watching the battle through the reduced speed. The fox monster, who is also an initial sovereign, had a strong defense. Many of the beastman's attacks couldn't harm it. It might be right to say it is impervious to the energy attacks from beastmen. It had even stopped dodging them and only dodged the attacks from his thick axe. The energy here is extremely dangerous, and it is harmful to most sovereigns without their armors. So, it is not surprising that monsters here have developed a strong defense against energy attacks. The defense is not the only quality the fox monster has. It was also quick and had extremely sharp claws. Thankfully, the rhinoman is a good fighter. He was able to defend against all the fox's attacks. Still, seeing the way he is fighting, he should retreat. The other monsters have started to gather. He may be a good fighter, but truly an idiot person. I don't know how he had been able to reach this high. If he had been wise, he would have retreated already. He should understand, in an environment like this, you should finish the monster quickly as possible. If you can't, then retreat. Like a dumb idiot, he is continuing to fight the monster. Another minute passed, and I am still cursing the dumb idiot when the inevitable happened. Not the exact way I had expected, but about the same. 2 more foxes jumped from behind. They appeared suddenly and attacked with the same intensity as the fox beastman is fighting. I thought one of the matching monsters would attack, but the foxes that were hidden had attacked. For the first time since I saw the dumb sovereign, fear appeared on his face and he finally retreat, but it is already late. The foxes are dumb beasts, but they are still smart. They have estimated his power and are now attacking him furiously. When he could defend, 2 he could manage, but 3 are too much for him. He started getting injured from the first second, and within 10 seconds, his whole body became bloodied. Now he had burst out with everything he has and running madly without care for the direction. He was only able to run away for 6 seconds before finally, the claws of the second fox pierced into his head, killing him instantly, and the thing that happened next was quite surprising but natural. I have seen it too many times. The watching monster leaped toward the beastman, while the 3 foxes begin to eat him. Their speed of eating is incredible, and their little mouths break the parts efficiently before swallowing it all. They were not even spitting bones, though they were smart enough to avoid artifacts. They did not swallow even a single one of them. By the time the rest of the monsters approached them, they had eaten 80 of the beastmen and ran away with 10 in their mouths, leaving only 10 to the other monsters, who fought with each other for that. A minute later, everything cleared. Aside from the torn, bloodied clothes and the artifacts, there is not a single piece of flesh or bone remaining there. I did not move from my spot. Though Nero moved, he went there and brought the things I want, including his artifact and 2 storages, which I immediately sent to my core. A few seconds later, disappointment couldn't help but flash on my face. There are things there, a lot of it, but not much as I had expected him to have. The sovereign had great power. He should have more things than present in his storage. Not only he has fewer things, but the things he would have been also average. A minute later, I understood the reason behind that. He had made a breakthrough into the sovereign not a long time ago. Testing the blood on the artifacts, my clone was able to find out it had only leveled up to sovereign a year ago, which is not a long time to gather the resources. The organizations provide resources for the breakthroughs, but how much depends upon standing. Still, despite that, one still needs to fund some resources for their breakthrough. This Rhinaman had used quite a lot during his breakthrough and likely come to the ruin to get more for future practice. As what he has wouldn't have been enough for him to move forward on his level. Well, the resources might be below my expectations. It is a huge number, and I will graciously accept, especially when I got it without anything. I also become a lot more cautious. I have seen what happened to him, and if I am not careful, the same things will happen to me. I do not want that. I cannot die until I find my family. 8 hours passed and something drastic happened. The soft, gentle crystalline light had turned harsh and unforgivable. It is hot, so much so that normal primary III would burn to death. Some of the weak primary IIIs who had survived, the energy will have a hard time surviving this heat. Still, despite such heat, the plants here are fine. There is no flash fire or anything. They are bearing it without any problem. In these 8 hours, I have been moving north, and I have now crossed enough distance that now I had entered the city ruin. I have passed over 100 buildings, but all of them are utterly wretched, so much that all the formation is destroyed and I could simply scan them with my soul sense. Nero is also checking many of them, but till now, he didn't find anything important in the buildings, including what type of place this was, knowing it would help me tremendously. Whether it is an organization, a simple city, or something else, all these things follow a certain pattern, and knowing them will make me find the things I need. Father, you should take a look at this, said Nero suddenly, and a vision in front of me changed. It is what I had seen many times in the building. Fallen bricks, rusted metals, and things that will turn to dust once touched. He is not looking at those things, instead staring at the empty spot. What are you trying to say? I was asking a question when I suddenly stopped, when I sensed the faint aura. It had a feeling of familiarity. I felt like I have sensed it somewhere and was quite intimate with it, but it was so opaque that I couldn't tell it. I have been feeling a lot fainter feeling than this from the energy since I have come to this ruin, but has never been able to tell it. It had thousands of years, and the energies here have intermingled so much that I couldn't separate them with my current abilities, but I am sure there is something familiar to them. I concentrated on the energy for a few seconds before moving toward Nero. I have to sense it with my own senses. I felt like knowing what it is will prove immensely helpful to me in this ruin. It took me a couple of seconds, but I reached where Nero looked at the spot he was looking. Immediately, I felt what he was feeling, and I became even sure that I have seen it somewhere with it. I racked my brain, trying to find out where I sensed it. It is definitely in my world, I am sure of that, but I have come across thousands of things I am intimately familiar with. I was racking my brain when one of the bricks closer to my leg collapsed, sending a tiny burst of dust around. Seeing the dust, my eyes widened, and I finally understood why. It felt so familiar. Didn't it seem similar to Rose's mist, Father? Asked Nero, and I slowly turned to him. You should say these things sooner, Nero, I said to him with a smile before turning to the spot. Empire of Mist. The spot is given the same energy as the grand art that my mother, my sister, and my cousin has. The reason I had not sensed it before, it had faded a lot. It also had a far more weight, that it felt almost different. It is likely why it took me time to make a connection. The one who used it had been an extremely powerful individual. The grand art had been used here. They are rarer than bloodlines and immensely powerful. The Empire of the Mist came from the Mist Realm. Grand Mist region, before it had melded into the realm in the Celestial Tower, is one of the most powerful grand arts in the universe, and its users are extremely hard to kill. I know it too well. My mother is the most powerful user, and I have been training my sister to use it perfectly, the moment she comprehended it. In my world, aside from the three of them, I am one who knows most well. The appearance of grand art changes things. Whoever fought here was at least Sky Sovereign or definitely Prime. The people from the realms of the Celestial Tower are extremely powerful. Usually when their people come out of realms, they are at the upper end of sovereigns. The Grimms love to kill them. They will forego a whole city to kill a single person from the realms. This changes things, but also did not. The battle happened thousands of years ago, and now I know at least one person from the Mist Realm was involved. Now, if I come across anything misty, I will have to stay far as away from it as possible. I have read about the Empire of Mist and things it could do, and staying away is the best option. I looked around for a few minutes, and after not finding anything interesting, I walked out and once again started following Nero. An hour passed in the hour. I did the usual things I did since I appeared in the ruin. I had harvested the resources and hid from the monsters. The only change is in temperature. It had become even hotter that it felt like an attack every moment. The heat is powerful enough to be an attack, and a lot of people will die by it. The heat couldn't help but make me wonder whether it will keep increasing. Currently, I am handling it just fine, but if it keeps increasing, then I will be forced to see a shelter. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry. There are too many collapsed buildings here that could be used as a heat shelter. Father, hide, said Nero suddenly, and without wasting any moment. I leaped into a nearly collapsed building through the hole. I chose it because there are 2 exits there, and I could escape from there. If a monster came at me, though surviving will be a different question altogether. I had just reached there when I saw a piece of torn cloth not far away from me. The shocking thing is it is new, and we only ones who entered the ruin, and I am damn sure there is no person beside me, unless it is Sovereign who had been here hours before me. That is the only explanation. Still, to be sure, I sent to my core. One could never be careful in a place like this. I could have looked at it myself, but there is a monster nearby, and I don't want to do anything that could make it discover me. The moment it did, it was a game over for me, seeing it as a sovereign. It is Grimm's. A few seconds passed, and I watched the monster through Nero's gaze when suddenly my clone said something that shocked me to my core. The cloth belongs to a Grimm, and from what my clone is able to find out, the signs on it are barely a month old. It is clear the Grimms were here or are here, and it is not good news. I was screaming about wanting to fight Grimms, but I did not want to fight Grimms in a ruin, where they appeared at least a month before us and might be in large numbers. First was the mist, and now the Grimms. We are in deep, deep trouble. We might as well get wiped out in this freaking ruin. Mist I can avoid, but how can I avoid Grimms who had been here for at least a month? The Grimms of whom all the weaklings being wiped out, and now only the strongest had remained. I'm scared being every inch of my life because I understood how dangerous things have become. In a minute, I have changed my goals, or rather, had erased everything else except for one. To find an exit and get out of here. It didn't matter if the exit leads to the organization. In the organization, even if they didn't keep their word, I will be able to escape. It might take time, but I will be able to do it. If I stayed here too long, that will not be the truth. The Grimms, if they are truly here, as I think they are, then we will be hunted like beasts by them. They had a month of time and saw how they came in huge numbers. They will be in huge numbers, even if the ruin had killed a lot of them in the time they had been here. I closed and tried to calm myself. I would have taken deep breaths as I usually do, but the monster is too close and I don't want to take the risks. 1.5 minutes passed and the monster left. Seeing that, I take deep breaths to calm myself. I had been excited about the ruin, wanting to collect resources and see the wonders. Now I want to get the hell away from it. It is too dangerous for me, not only for me, but for nearly everyone else. Aside from the Earth Sovereigns, they are the only ones who could relatively guarantee their life. A minute later, I walked out of my hiding hole when Nero said it is safe to get out. Nero, Grimms are here. Keep an eye on every sign, I said to him. Yes, father, he said, sounding excited. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, he understands when to engage and when not. A few more minutes passed and I have come across another monster. I did not hide this time. It was too far, that Nero said. It won't be able to see me with all the ruined buildings. In my life, I have never come across a ruin where I couldn't fight a monster. I would always be capable of fighting one. Here it is not the case. All the monsters here are sovereigns, and I am not a match of them. If they see me, I am dead. Even Nero wouldn't be able to take more than a few moves from them. It is not like there aren't any primary monsters. There are, but those stayed hidden. From what Nero had seen, they are small and growing rapidly. It seemed like they live under the protection of their parents till they reach the sovereign stage, before going out on their own. Another minute passed, and I stopped again, and this time I have seen a fruit tree. There are a couple of fruits, and seeing there are no monsters around, I sent my thick strings and picked them. I have changed my goals, but that does not mean I will not collect the resources. I have been collecting them as I am moving. I am not going to leave these precious resources when I am in desperate need of them. In less than 10 hours, I have collected a lot of these resources, and if I survived here a few days, I will have a huge amount of them, but alas, the resources are not the goal. The goal is to escape, but I am going to leave the resources I see on the way. An hour passed and I am moving carefully through the city ruins, avoiding the monsters and collecting the resources while looking at every sign of escape which I did not see. A few more minutes passed and when I sensed something from behind me, immediately my soul sense moved like a string for a greater range and a few seconds later I sensed it. I surprised myself but also made me happy. Nero, take a look, I said to him. I sensed the person and they are fighting. I wasn't able to find much other than they are being sovereign and fighting. I couldn't even tell what gender they are and what race they belong to. It is beyond my range, and the only reason I could sense what I sensed before I had transformed my soul sense into a thin string. Nero moved. It took him 20 seconds to reach me before moving toward the fight at the speed at which he blurred to me. I also begin to move toward the fight, but I am going too slow and will stop at a safe range. I have seen what happened to the last sovereign. He died very badly before getting eaten by the monsters. A little more than a half minute later, he reached the fight. only for me to see a woman with bronze skin and red metallic hair, piercing one of her two swords into the skull of a hyena monster. 3 more hyenas came at her, and she killed another one instantly and fought against 2, who became cautious. Seeing the way she is fighting, I increased the speed. 20 seconds later, she finished her battle and looked at the 2 monsters who were looking at her. She kept looking at them till they ran away. She collected the monster parts and looked at me. I am still quite far away from her, but she sensed me. I didn't try to hide myself and intentionally spread my aura around so she could discover me. She stayed on her spot till I reached her. Let me save you time. No, if you have come to ask me to take you with me, this ruin is dangerous enough for me. I don't want another burden, she said as I stopped in front of her. It stumped me. I opened my closed mouth and smiled. I was not going to ask her that I had opened my mouth for a greeting. I know well enough what happened when you put your life in others' hands. So then why are you here, she asked. To show you this, I said, and a small piece of torn cloth appeared in my hand. She took a look at it before turning to with an arched brow. I found it a few hours ago, in a place I was hiding from the monsters. It belongs to Spawn, my tests show. Its user had been here barely a month ago, I said, and her expression changed drastically. Fuck me, she cursed with her expression turning bad. I had felt the same when I come to know it. How sure are you? She asked after she had gotten her emotions under control a couple of seconds later. My clone had performed more tests and had accurate results. The fluids of the Grimm attached to the clothes are exactly 28 days old. I could even tell what kind of Grimm it was and what level it had. Damn, she cursed before looking at me. I felt all the hair on my body stand up, feeling her gaze. Are you telling the truth? She asked, and I smiled. I am telling you what I found. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you, I said, and her glare became even more intense. For a moment, I felt she would attack me before her gaze softened. I am sorry. The ruin had stressed me out a lot, she said a moment later. I understand, I replied. If there isn't anything, I will be leaving, she said. I had opened my mouth to say no when I remember one thing. By any chance have you come across an exit? I asked, and she laughed, and it was melodic. I hope you survive, human, she said and disappeared. Moving at the speed I could barely see. Soon she disappeared, and I moved back toward the way I had come from. This ruin had scared even a sovereign. It couldn't make me think how long I will be able to survive. Hun. I had just traveled barely a mile when the woman appeared back in front of me, and her face wasn't as relaxed as it was a few seconds ago. You are right. The spawns are here, and one group is coming toward us, so you better hide, she said and disappeared before I could ask anything further. Her words have shocked me, but I did not let that stop me and immediately moved toward the collapsed building to my left. Every second, my soul sense moved with me, covering a large distance. With Nero focused on the monsters, I would focus on the near hiding spots. I would always be looking at them. Considering I would barely a few seconds to hide after a warning came from Nero. 4 seconds later, I was inside a collapsed building. It was not a perfect place, but I will have to manage. There is a better one ahead, but I do not want to spend too much time lest I get discovered. Buzz. As I appeared inside, a formation came out and activated, while I closed my eyes and switched to Nero's vision. He is moving toward where the woman had gone. It is dangerous, but he had methods that will make it hard for even a powerful sovereign to discover him, even if he was standing quite close. For a few seconds, Nero did not sense anything before he sensed the presence of the Grimms. There is not one Grimms, but 4 of them. All of them are from the same tribe of black-scale lizard men. For a moment I had got alarmed by their numbers, before realizing there was only one sovereign among them, while the rest were the peak primary III. Among the 3 of them, one even had a bloodline. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't light up, and I nearly moved from my place, but I had controlled myself and kept looking. Soon, the red-haired woman appeared in front of the Grimm and it grinned, while the other 3 monsters began to take steps back rapidly. The Grimm said something and moved, waved his hand, and a metallic pillar, taller than me, appeared and the runes on it lit up before forming a large field around them. Stealth field, I spoke. It is a stealth field. It will hide the magical signature and the visuals of the battle. It is not perfect, but as long as the monster is not too closer, they will not see what is happening. It is a powerful artifact and very expensive. Thankfully, Nero could see through it with no problem. The red-haired woman spoke a short sentence before she disappeared from her spot and appeared in front of the Grimm and attacked with her left sword. The black-scaled lizardman grinned wildly, before swinging its axe toward the sword at a speed I could not see. The only thing I saw is a clash before the woman attacked with her right sword. They begin to fight with every passing second. It begins to get faster and faster. I wasn't able to see more than a blur. It won't end quickly, I said after watching the battle for half a minute. With that conclusion, I asked Nero to turn to the 3 Grimms who were watching the battle from a safe distance. I watched them for a couple of seconds before I walked out of my hiding place. What I am going to do is extremely dangerous, but I don't have a choice. I need to get stronger, and these Grimms are the ladder to it, especially the one with the bloodline. I have to kill it and harness its bloodline. It is the only way I would be able to get stronger and reach the limit faster. I have already created the inheritance and nearly finished with the treatment, and now, the only thing I have to focus on is reaching the limit. It will make me stronger and increase the chances of my survival. If I can break through into primary III, my chances of surviving will shoot up. I moved toward the Grimms, circumventing around the battle. It is taking time. I had to hide for a minute from the monster before continuing. Thankfully, the battle is still going on, and looking at how they have not brought even a single injury against each other, it is going to take time to finish, and that is what I am counting on. It would be great if the red-haired woman could defeat the Grimm, but even if she did not, I would be glad if she kept it busy. I would just need to kill them and run away. It sounds easy, but considering all three Grimms are peak primary III, it won't be easy. Still, I will have to do it, no matter how difficult it is. 9 minutes passed and the battle became intense. So much, if not for that artifact, a lot of monsters would have gathered around, but thankfully not a single one had gathered. Soon I had reached the place I wanted to be. It was on the other side battlefield, closer to the Grimms, but not too close. I took a deep breath and released a small spike of my aura, and a few seconds later, 2 Grimms turned. They talked among each other before the 2 of them moved. Among the 2, one of them is the Grimm with bloodline. After releasing the aura, I moved for nearly a minute and did not act as the Grimms discovered me. When I finally did, I put a scared expression on my face and increased my pace. The Grimms seemed to know I have discovered them and moved out of their stealth methods and started chasing me earnestly. "Humans, stopped running and accept the death," said the short lizardman from behind. "They had been chasing me for 10 minutes. We have reached far enough that even a soul sense of sovereign wouldn't reach this far. Why don't you just leave me alone?" I said back, and both of the lizardmen grinned. "Never," they said in unison, and increased their speed further. This time I let them cover more ground, till there are only 200 meters remained between us, when I suddenly stopped and turned toward them. "Fine. If you want to fight, I will fight you, but don't blame me when monsters came to kill us," I said angrily. To that they grinned. "You don't have to worry about that," said the short lizardman with bloodline, and waved its hand. A moment later, the pillar had appeared and activated, creating the stealth field. My expression couldn't help but become worse and looked back to escape again, only to see the second black scale lizardman appearing behind me. "Only death will be your escape, human," said the short black scale lizardman, and came at me with aura blazing. It is not the only one who came. The other one had also come with a powerful aura, blazing across its body. Burst 70. The 70 power of the burst filled me, and I moved toward the short black scale lizardman with a great sword in my hand. It surprised it, but it grinned as the black axe appeared in its hand. Clang. So we appeared in front of each other, and our weapons clashed hard. Even in this environment, a powerful shockwave was released from our clash, though it immediately begins to lose power, and a moment later disappeared, as the pillar absorbed all the power. It is amazing how it worked, but unfortunately, I do not have time to admire it, as the second black scale lizardman appeared behind me and attacked, without making the slightest sound. "Sup." I avoided the attack by inch, but the very next moment, I saw another axe coming right at me from the short black scale lizardman. Seeing the way they attacked, it is clear these 2 bastards have great teamwork, but I am not a slouch either. I have fought many of such people and know how to fight them. Clang, my sword clashed and a large attack of hidden bloodline energy came at me, while at the same time another attack from the axe came toward my back. If it hit, the giant blade will divide me into 2. Clang, clang, clang. I dodged it, but once again the black scale lizardman attacked and I countered, before once again dodging the attack from the second black scale lizardman. I keep doing that, fighting at razor's edge, while studying them with 5 of my clones. These bastards are the most powerful enemies I had ever faced. Even in the sacrificial tower, the strongest enemy I had faced had been slightly weaker than them. Now I am fighting 2 of them, with really good teamwork, and it couldn't help but excite me and make my blood boil. For a month I had been without a single fight, and since I had come into this ruin I had been suppressed. The weakest monster I had come across was stronger than me. I had to hide every moment. It feels good to finally fight against such powerful enemies who could really kill me, if I had the confidence to kill them in a single attack. I would have used all my strength to launch a powerful attack, but these bastards are powerful, and I have to conserve my strength as much as possible to use it at the right time. "You are dead, human. You should just accept it. Struggling will just make us angry, and that will make your death painful," said the short black scale lizardman as it launched another attack. "Don't be so confident," I said back as I defended against its attack and dodged another one. "It is not a confidence, human, but a truth," it said, and its aura became even more powerful, while a halo of dense black energy covered its axe. The black scale lizardman behind me also increased its power and launched an attack, which created a giant phantom behind its already huge axe. Burst 80. I activated the burst at 80 and moved my sword to defend against the attack. Clang, I defended before dodging the attack from the second black scale lizardman. Since the battle begins, I have not clashed with it, even a single time. I know it is frustrating, it is why I am doing it. If I wanted, I could have clashed with it and dodged the attack of black scale lizardmen, but I did not. I am doing that, not to mess with it, but also became I am more cautious of short black scale lizardmen. The bastard with the bloodline is more dangerous, not only is more powerful, but also very skilled, far more than the second black scale lizardman. It is wise to defend against its attacks, as dodging them could have grave consequences. I don't think I would be able to successfully dodge more than a few of its attacks. You are one frustrating little maggot human, said the black scale lizardman. It is why you should let me go. You can't defeat me, I said, and its eyes flashed in anger. I will defeat you and give you such pain that you will grovel at my feet to beg for death, it said and attacked again. You have a wild imagination, Shorty, I taunted, and its eyes turned red with such rage that I nearly opened my mouth to apologize. It seemed like the word had a special meaning and I should speak it more. You shouldn't have said that, human, it said with gritted teeth and a smile on its face. What, Shorty? But you are shortest of thousands of lizard men. I had fought in my life, I said, and the dam broke away. I will kill you, it shouted, and a scary, powerful aura blazed from its body, turning to a bloodline phantom a moment later. The phantom is clearest I had seen it from the primary III, and it remained out for a moment before merging inside it, reinforcing its power. The black scale lizardman had also burst out with pull power. Seeing that, I did not hold back either. Burst 90. If hate your height so much, why don't you just increase it? I am sure there are hundreds of methods that will let you do that, I asked. It is a valid question. While there are very few methods to change the whole body, there are many if you want to become taller or more handsome. Many humans and other races use those cosmetic methods. Shut up. It roared, and powerful black energy covered its whole body and axe in an instant before it attacked me. Another powerful attack came from behind. If any of them hit me, it will be a game over. I will not let it happen. CLNNG, my sword clashed against the attack of the short black scale lizardman. It was so powerful that faintly shook me from up to down. At the same time, hit me with the powerful attack of the bloodline energy, which, if it entered my body, will turn me into a dried husk. Thankfully, my armor is more than capable of handling such an attack. It is taking all the energy inside before sending it to the thousands of crushing formations. They crushed the energy and removed the dangerous element as much as they could before sending it to my runes. I do not like how the energy feels as it traveled through my body, but since it is mostly harmless, I let it in. A moment later, my runes have consumed it all, not leaving even a speck behind. While it was happening, I am moving to dodge the attack from behind, while at the same time, keeping an eye on the axe of short black scale lizardman, which is moving with me. I have been doing this since the battle begins, and it had tried to stop me every time, using a different sort of attack, but all failed. Even now, its axe launched a powerful attack of the bloodline energy and now releases a powerful suppression, but I am still dodging the attack. CLNNG, I once again dodged the attack before defending against its coming attack with a grin on my face. You should try a different strategy. Maybe it will work, I said to it. Since the battle had begun, they have not changed their strategy. The shorties attack from the front while the big one from behind. They used different attacks but kept the strategy the same. The strategy is good, and the way they are using it is clear. They have used it against hundreds or even thousands of enemies. It worked against them, it isn't working against me. There is no need to change it. We will kill you with it, it said and attacked again, and I moved to defend against it. Hee, I laughed when, for the first time, the second black scale lizardman come to my left. They have said they will not change the strategy, but they did it. It is good they did, before the second black scale lizardman handing me itself on a silver platter. It wouldn't have been possible if it had come from the right. Due to the way Shorty's attack is coming, but it is coming from the left, it makes it so easy. I let their weapon come close to me, more than I usually do, and when my sword was inches away from clashing against Shorty's axe, my sword changed direction, tower the left. With it, I moved left, appearing directly in front of the second black scale lizardman, who smiled as if he had won, while alarm appeared on the face of Shorty. Putch, you bastard, it stopped midway, as my sword pierced through the chest of the second black scale lizardman. It looked shocked and confused seeing that. It had been thought it is a golden opportunity to kill me. With a large black spike attack, it is launching from its chest, but my sword cuts through it before piercing its chest. The second black scale lizardman disappeared before the light fully disappeared from its eyes. While I moved with everything, I have to dodge the attack, coming to split me apart. Hun, I will kill you, it said with bright bubbling rage, while at the same time the extremely faint, invisible pulse of energy released from it. It is moving in the direction of the sovereign, not the third primary III black scale lizardman. The pulse is extremely fast and very sneaky. If my soul senses mixed faint forbidden power hadn't had a sensory sphere around me, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Now that I did, it will not reach it. Nero had already moved to deal with it, while I will deal with this. Now only you have remained, Shorty, I said to the black scale lizardman, and it glared with rage. I am not him, it said. Oh, I know you have a bloodline, I said, and it shuddered. It seemed to have sensed something in my eyes to make it do that. The reaction surprised it, but soon rage replaced it. It is a shame to feel that reaction, which transformed into anger against me. Die, you bastard, it said, with its aura blazing at full power. The black energy turned dense before turning smoky, giving me a very dangerous feeling. A moment later, it attacked with an axe, which had been completely submerged in the dense black smoke. CLNNG, I stopped its attack with my sword, but as I did it, the black smoke covered me densely. It had an extremely powerful decaying power, and the moment it touched my armor, it wanted to come inside. My armor did not hold back and opened from all sides, giving the smoke the way in, and soon all the smoke had disappeared inside me. You will have to try something better than that, I said with a smile. Humph. It harumphed, and the black smoke covering it turned to black energy, which seemed to have increased the power behind its attack. CLNNG, our attacks clashed, and I shook from head to toe nearly and took a step back against this powerful attack. CLNNG, CLNNG, CLNNG. I had just stabilized myself when it came at with another attack. I defended, shaking once more. It did not stop with that and attacked again and again with a similar attack, wanting to crush me with sheer power. I defended its attacks, but it felt to me like I was defending against the powerful hammer strike, which leave the reverberating waves inside my body and shakes my internal organs. It started to attack from all directions and angles, attacking every weakness it could see. It seemed to have become desperate, but it was not. I have given it a lot of openings, some of which traps, but it had not fallen into any one of them. Even in its rage, it is fighting intelligently. It could be said it is harnessing this rage for more power. It is much harder than it looked, especially for the Grimms, who tend to lose their mind in it. This one is not. I have a feeling that is preparing for something, and I have to be careful. I don't want to be caught off guard and lose my life. I am using everything I have. I never get careless against the enemies like this. I had just thought that when I sensed something different from the coming attack. It looked the same, but it feels different for some reason and dangerous. I wanted to dodge it, but the attack was too fast. I couldn't do that. CLNNG, my sword clashed and stopped its attack, but as that happened, the black energy covering its axe turned gray and came at me. I had expected something like this. A fire burned across my sword, but to my surprise, the energy was extremely resilient. Only 10 burned, 25 stopped by my sword, while the rest came at me. It took it a moment to envelope me as it did. Horror couldn't help but appear on my face. The attack is no offensive attack, but something more dangerous. It is a sensory attack. It blocked all my senses, including the soul sense. The sensory attack had blocked all my senses. Visual, sound, smell, and even soul sense are blocked by it. Such attacks are extremely rare, or I might say there are extremely few that worked so well. The sensory defenses are extremely strong, and most such attacks are useless. Especially someone like me, who takes all my defenses seriously, but its method had blocked them all. I am truly impressed that I wish I could study, but I could not. I have a Grimm to kill as it was coming to kill me. Unlike most Grimm, the black scale lizardman is not wasting any time. The moment the sensory attack affected me, it launched a powerful attack to kill me. This is a really powerful trump card. It must have killed a lot of people with it. There are no defenses against it unless one is practicing an extremely powerful sensory protection method, and even this method will affect it. This method is truly broken. Unfortunately for it, I have also had something that is truly broken. I looked at its sword axe coming toward me, despite it blocking my soul sense. Putch, it had only blocked one soul sense, my show soul sense. My real soul sense, which is mixed with forbidden power, is fine, and through it I could see everything. So I acted panicky and moved left with everything I have. It followed smoothly and now, attacking me with its axe, cut me in two. Its axe came closer and closer to me, and soon, it was less than an inch away from cutting me. I could see the victorious smile on its face. Surely I will die, like it was sure when it had killed 100 and thousands of people using this method. Its axe was about to touch me when something shocking happened. I moved with speed. I have never moved before. I avoided its sword and appeared directly in front of it. Like I had done it with its friend, it had reacted immediately, summoning many defensive methods while trying to get away from me, but when that worked, when I appeared in front of the enemy like this, I am thankful for the opportunity given me, as without it, it would have taken a lot longer for it to kill me. Putch, my sword broke through all its defenses without losing momentum before piercing into its chest while its method still covered me. How? It asked a moment later before I sent the freezing energies into its body. Your method was good, but it is useless against me, I said, and could see anger flashing in its eyes, but I do not care. As the energy spread inside it, I sent it to the core, where its friend is getting punished for its sins, and now it will too, while providing me with the strength I need to bring more of my kin to justice. I moved immediately as I sent it to my core. I have killed it, now I will need to get away far as possible. The sovereign is still alive and fighting, and I want to escape before it knew 3 of its kin died. I had killed 2. Nero had killed the last one when it came to check on 2. I appeared beside the stealth field artifact. It is a really powerful artifact that Grimm's brought for this ruin. It is clear by it that Grimms are aware of this ruin and it is not totally virgin to them. I sighed before taking the artifact inside me. The moment I did, my eyes widened. Damn, I cursed and moved fast as I could while on the battlefield. I could see the sovereign black scale lizardman's expression changing. It tried to move toward me, but the blessed red-haired woman stopped it. It said angrily something to her, but she just laughed and attacked it. I felt relieved she was stopping it, but I couldn't be totally dependent on her in case she could not or got killed, which I really hoped didn't happen, but had to be prepared for the inevitability. Earlier, I planned to get away as far as possible, but now I want to hide. I could not take a risk, as battle could at any moment, and I remained out that moment. It will find me within a second, so I have to hide, and I already have a couple of spots for that. Buzz. As I was moving toward it, the strings had wrapped around the shorty and Harvest begin. The bloodline come out in an instant and resisted. Did for a couple of seconds, and Harvest had got reduced to trickle speed before it begins to increase its speed slowly. I smiled seeing that, before reverting my focus back to reaching my hiding spot. 1.5 minutes later, I did, and thankfully, the red-haired woman is still holding it back and even able to land a couple of blows at it. Soon, I entered inside the hiding spot before taking out a stealth formation, while at the same time, I sealed my power to stop even the faintest leakage. I had been careful about moving to the hiding spot. I had wiped out all the signs. With power sealed, I closed my eyes and entered inside my core. There is nothing more to do about it. If I get discovered, I will not survive the Sovereign. In my core, first thing I heard are the screams. I muted them immediately and forget the pleading eyes of the Grimm and turned to the stealth field artifact. This artifact is not bonded to the primary III black scale lizardman, but to Sovereign. So the moment I took it inside my core, it was alerted. I had been careless in my hurry. I have to remember to make this mistake again. Currently, the staff is in formation, which is eroding the bond the Sovereign had with it. Outside, it would a month or more to do it, but here it will be finished in a few hours. It is my domain, a word, incomplete as it may use its total power to erode the bone. In less than 3 hours, the bond will disappear, and I will bond with it. Its help will be incalculable in surviving this ruin. Buzz, I studied it till the black scale lizardman turned to husk, before strengthening the energy released from my core. At the same time, the seedling of the world tree had released growth energy. I targeted that growth energy to the 7 plants only. Those plants are unique. I need the resources produced from them for my breakthrough. While I focus on the growth energy, strengthening energy entered inside me in parched riverbed. My body had sucked it all. It had been over 4 months since I had harvested bloodline energy from the Grimm. It feels amazing, especially seeing my strength rising fast. It would have been great. If this had been a sovereign ruin despite the Grimm, I would have stayed here, but being Earth sovereign changes things. I need to find an exit and get an escape for it soon as possible before an Earth sovereign Grimm or monster finishes me off, without me knowing how. The strengthening energy is completely absorbed by my body, and at a speed that is much faster than I had thought. All these treatments had made my body hungry. The moment strengthening energy appeared, it had absorbed it all like a parched river. My power is sealed, but I could feel the increase, and for a moment, I felt like I should get out of hiding and fight Sovereign. The thought only lasted for a fraction of seconds before I got control over it. These thoughts are bad, especially in a place like this, where Sovereign is fighting only a few miles away. I took a couple of deep breaths and carefully looked at the advancement I had got. It made me smile, but soon my expression turned serious. When I calculated the number of Grimms I would need to kill to reach the limit, it is that or taking a slow road. I will kill any primary III Grimm I had come across till I find the exit. The growth energy is still continuing in my core, and it will take a little more than a minute for it to finish. I have used only 7 plants and they are growing nicely, producing the resources that the formation surrounding immediate harvesting. It is quite a good formation, and after the breakthrough it is going to get even better. I have worked quite hard on it with all the data I have got from seeing it work. Soon the growth energy disappeared, and I turned to other important things. Before that, I focused on battle, which still had not ended, both of them fighting intensely with the red-haired woman suffering a couple of injuries. It had become quite hard to tell who will win, so I didn't even try. I looked at the battle for a couple of seconds before focusing on the 2 things in front of me. The storage bands of Grimms, I am sure, would have a lot of resources, but aside from that, I will be looking for one other thing. It is more important than even the resources. I looked at them before tapping my finger on the ground. As I did it, the stuff from both of the storage rings came out. As I looked at it, my eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. I had expected a lot of resources, seeing what I had collected in less than a day, but what I am seeing still shocked me. There are a colossal number of resources, many times more than what I had found in the Sovereign's storage. It couldn't even compare to what I am seeing in front of me. It took me a couple of seconds to calm myself down, and when I did, 2 of my clones appeared in front of me and we began to sort out the resources. We will identify them before boxing them in appropriate storage. We are very fast. My clones had even taken out the formation. It is the new one I am going to add to my inheritance. Currently, we are going to use the disk. Buzz, the formation activated, and instantly it spread over all the resources. 4 seconds later, 32 of resources were lifted and sorted before fitting into appropriate boxes. The Grimms had done that, but I am double-checking their work, which is a wise thing because there had been a few mistakes. The formation had fixed them before sending the boxes to their appropriate places. Found it, I said as I looked at the red crystal. I have looked at hundreds of memory crystals. Some of them had great information, but were useless to my immediate purpose until this one. It is a map, and quite a big one it is of this ruin as marking area clear. I am also sure it is not the one who had drawn it looking at proof. It is a collective map, made with the aid of many people. The map is big, and it is incomplete in seeing many parts, which is what makes me believe it is a collective map. Still, the map of the surrounding area is complete. It might take me days or weeks to explore it all, given how dangerous this ruin is. I handed the crystal over to my clones to decipher the words in the Grimm language. I am getting good at it with the help of my clones, but it will take some more time before I will be able to perfect it. The universal Grimm language is a lot more complex than in my world. Thankfully, my clones have found a set of restricted knowledge from sovereign storage. It is only available for members of the organization at the sovereign level, and now it is mine. A couple of seconds later, I found another crystal with identical information. This one belongs to the second black-scaled lizardman. My clones compared the data from both crystals for any discrepancies, but did not find anything. In the next minute, I found a few more crystals, but those have even less data than the first two. Soon, I have finished with all the resources, crystal and other things the Grimms have. Wow, I said as I appeared in the vault. A day ago, I was one poor bastard, and now a couple of floors of the vault had been completely filled. When I entered the ruin a few hours ago, I planned to gather this many resources in my time here. I gathered them on the first day. If I had survived here, even a week, I would have even more resources, and the only thing I have had to do was safely get out of here. With these resources, I cannot make a breakthrough but also finance treatment, till mid-level of primary III, which is a lot, as all these resources are sovereign grade and some are very expensive. I was looking at the battle when a change occurred. The black-scale lizardman had started to run away. It happened after the red-haired woman landed a near-killing blow on it. The red-haired woman chased it immediately. Running away is quite a risky thing to do. As they wouldn't be in the stealth field, it will make monsters discover you, especially when you try to run away without using the stealth method, or running away at such speed that it makes a stealth method obsolete. I had thought that when a monster saw them, a bird monster immediately went toward them. Unfortunately, I didn't see what happened next as they increased their speed. Nero is not sovereign, his speed had a limit. Don't follow them, I asked Nero. It is useless at his speed. Seeing them disappear, I wanted to escape from my hole, but I stayed. A Grimm might return, and if it saw me, it will be game over for me. The hiding spot had its own dangers. If it had a very search method, it might discover me, but it is a risk I am willing to take, especially when the chances of it returning are quite low. The red-haired girl clearly had the edge. 32 minutes passed since they disappeared when Nero had sensed the sovereign aura again, and it was not from the red-haired woman. It is a black-scaled lizardman who had returned. It couldn't help but shock me. It is the one who escaped, not the red-haired, but it is the one who returned, and seeing its relaxed pace, it is highly likely it had dealt with the red-haired woman. If not, it wouldn't have been this relaxed. It is still injured if the injuries were any proof, and now looking at me, seeing how its soul sense is moving like a tide. It had gone over Nero, and I felt its soul sense. It feels thick as water. Very few things will be able to escape from it. I prepared myself for the soul sense, upping the power formation to its full power while stopping the breathing and sealing my physical movement and soul rhythm, going to a near comatose state. I do not like it, but I have to use every little chance I have to increase my chances of not getting discovered. If there is anything that will help me in hiding from the Grimm, I will do it, no matter how ridiculous it looked. Soon, the tide of soul sense touched the formation before covering me. I stayed frozen like a statue, with movements being sealed. I could not move, even when I wanted to. Come out, little human. I promise I will give you a quick death, it said through the soul sense. It is a clever plan, using soul sense. The slightest reaction of soul energy and it will detect it. Thankfully, I have prepared for something like this. Seconds passed, and the soul sense finally moved away from me. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes passed when suddenly it launched an attack. The closest attack is over 2 miles away from me, and it instantly attracted the attention of the monster that even Grimm needed to hide. It was frustrating, and I could understand that. I would have been too, if 3 of my minions got killed and I couldn't find a killer who I could crush with a single attack. The monster disappeared a few minutes later, but the Grimm remained hiding in its spot, spreading its senses much more stealthily for any movement. Nero moved toward him and looked at him, without getting discovered. He was less than a mile away from the Grimm, but it had not discovered him. Usually, a powerhouse of any type discovers the person, if they were looking at them directly. It had not discovered Nero. Half an hour passed, and it kept searching for me with its sneaky soul method, but did not find me. Finally, after 42 minutes, it got up from its spot and left. I did not enjoy it too soon and asked Nero to follow it at a safe distance. Unlike before, it's moving at its full speed, which is an invitation to the monsters. While it is moving, it is still using soul sense, and now and then, it would change the direction. So Nero kept following it, till it had truly given up finding me, which took a little more than an hour. Seeing that, I broke the seals. My movement returned, and the rhythm of my soul became normal. My power too had returned, making me feel drunk for several seconds before I got it under control. I stayed in the formation for a few more minutes before I finally took back to my core and get out of my hiding place. Nero is also returning. Till then, I could slowly make my way. My clones had deciphered the map, while there was nothing mentioning the exit. There are several points I need to check. They could be an exit or something else, since it did note them. In both maps, those are not noted. If it is an exit, I will not enter it without a full investigation, as they could lead directly to the Grimm's camp. It will be like walking myself to the cooking pan. It is a long shot, but it is the only chance I have, as it is still better than wildly moving in a single direction, which I had been doing before. On the way, I will look for other exits. The plan had many positives, but there are negatives too, since it is Grimm's map. I will likely come across more Grimms, which is why I will not be strictly following the map. I want to hunt the Grimms, but did not want to get hunted. There will be a large number of sovereigns. I could hide a few, but eventually one might discover me, and it will be coming. Following the map from a distance is the best option. This way, I will safely hunt any Grimms I would come across. Half an hour passed, and I slowly made my way, avoiding 2 monsters on my own before Nero finally returned and began to guide me like before. While I moved, I looked at the sun. The heat had lessened, but not at the speed I had expected. It should have been night by now, but the sun is still up. If I am not wrong, the day is going to be longer than the night. As for big, I don't know, or the day or night, both could be bigger. It is rare, but it had happened. I had experienced it a few times. 2 hours passed, and I had crossed a large distance despite moving in the general direction of the red-haired woman. I had seen no sign of her. It was like she had disappeared or died. I shook my head at those worries and focused on the road ahead. I could not do anything about her. She is a sovereign, and anything related to her is above my grade. I need to focus on my own survival, seeing I could die at any moment. Another half an hour passed, and I looked above. The day had started moving fast. If I am right, the sky will darken within an hour. I immediately asked Nero to find me a good spot to spend the night, while I looked carefully at the changes of the night. It surprised me that there are barely any changes in the energy. It seemed like the night wouldn't be any different from the day, except for the light. It made me feel relieved. The ruin is already dangerous as it is. I could do without any more danger, and a normal night is the first of my priorities. Half an hour later, Nero found the spot, and it took me 20 minutes to reach it. By then, the sky had darkened considerably, and there is still no change in the energy. The spot Nero found is in the collapsed building, but not part of it. There is a naturally formed hole below it with 2 exits. The space is a little small, but it looked quite safe. Most importantly, there are natural crystals around it, which absorb the soul's senses. So I would be able to hide inside it without even formation, but I will use it. It had been an hour since I had entered the hole, and everything had been great. I had just cooked myself a great dinner and now eating it. It would have been great if Nero had eaten with me, but he wanted to stay out. Not that I blame him. He was inside the core for months, and now that he got a chance, he wanted to stay out as much as he could. A few minutes passed, and I'm middle of eating when I saw Nero becoming alert. "Father, the night had started changing," he said. I stopped eating immediately and focused on sensing what Nero is sensing. For a few seconds, I sensed nothing, before I started to sense it faintly, and as more time passed, I sense it more clearly. I thought, I will have a normal night, but it did not seem like that would be the case. A different kind of energy is permeating in the air, one that is more dangerous, one that was not present in the day. This one felt cold, so much so that I felt like a primary III would get frozen in a couple of seconds. That would be putting it lightly. One would definitely get frozen, but it would be a very painful experience. Several minutes passed, and finally, the energy stopped growing denser, but it had already grown so dense that even a second inside would be deadly to primary III. Even weaker, Sovereign would have a hard time surviving more than a few minutes inside it. So it is hard to believe Nero, who is peak primary II like me, is fine. The energy is not affecting him. It could be said that it is nourishing him. The energy has something he needs, and it is taking it inside him every second. I wanted a sample, but I did not move from my spot. It is dangerous. Thankfully, I have Nero, who promised to collect samples for me. This dangerous energy is not bad, especially for me. Earlier, I had been struggling with whether I should do treatments. Seeing if I am not careful, a passing sovereign might discover me. Now that fear had nearly disappeared. Here on this night, even powerful sovereigns wouldn't want to go out. There are also a few monsters, but all of them are powerful. Despite that, it would be hard for them to discover me. This place is very hidden because of those crystals. Even those powerful ones wouldn't be able to discover me. From the signs I have seen, it used to be a hiding place for the monster, but that monster disappeared years ago. Likely killed, which is great. Without it being dead, I wouldn't have found such a great place to spend the night. I thought for a couple of seconds, touching the control of the abode. A second later, everything disappears and even walls have become thinner before finally there is only an open space. The hole is small. I couldn't even have a small studio apartment. If I want to practice, I need to remove everything and even thin the walls. Thankfully, this hole was very well protected. Not even the speck of that dangerous energy had come inside. Buzz. With the space ready, I waved my hand and a formation appeared with the resources on it. I stopped my breath and sat in the center of it before activating the formation. This treatment does not require me to hold my breath, but the next one does and needs to prepare. With the breath stopped, I closed my eyes and appeared at my core. There, I went to the library and started studying the ancient ruins. My clones are done with primary III inheritance, but they are not free. 4 of them are studying different things, from books to data I had gathered about the sovereigns. My next big target is going to be the sovereign stage, and seeing difficult as it is going to be, I need to start as soon as possible. I already had an idea and could start working on it, but I decided to study further. Enriched my knowledge first, before started working on the inheritance. I am sure, once I made a breakthrough in primary III, I will have enough time to work on my inheritance. A few minutes passed when I saw Nero moving. He is moving the route I am planning on taking tomorrow. Seeing him scouting in advance, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Don't just run around, get some sleep too, I advised. I don't know how much of it he will listen, but I still said it. With that done, I once again focused on my core and only opened my eyes when changing the treatment to the 7 Aurora waves. The pain of a million ants bites across my body and I bore it. This time, there was even a smile as I gripped my mouth. I only need to bear this method for 3 days more, and then I will be finished. I will have to practice it again after I made a breakthrough into primary III. I don't know when it will happen. Time passed and I was half an hour into it when Nero sensed something. I could not look into my core, but there is active footage of Nero's vision playing in my core, which my clone is watching while it worked. It turned out he sensed Grimm's 2 primary II Grimed, hiding in a safe location. Seeing the Grimms do not have a bloodline, I had asked Nero to kill them. Killing the enemy when they were hiding in a safe place does not look good, but they were no normal enemies. They are mortal enemies of the entire universe. A scourge, they deserve the death coming for them. With my instructions, Nero did not waste any time. Within a few minutes, the Grimms were dead and Nero had their artifact in storage. After killing the Grimms, he moved ahead and found another group of Grimm 25 minutes later. This one is big, around 8 Grimms, but he did not touch them. There are 2 sovereign among them. Soon, I finished with the 7 Aurora waves and immediately moved to a different treatment. This one is strengthening treatment. While there are Grimm in ruin, I can't only depend on them. Strengthening treatments is slow, but they work, and in this place I would take every bit of increase I could. As I was going through strengthening treatment, Nero found another Grimm. This one was alone, without bloodline, and thus he killed him and the 2 he found after that. I had finished the strengthening treatment when Nero found another group of primary III. In this group of 4, one had a bloodline, so Nero killed 3. The killing was akin to a horror movie. For a surviving Grimm, a monster attacked them. The monster was powerful and no attack seemed to affect it, but the strangest thing is, it is not sovereign. This question was asked by every Grimm as they died, till only one remained scared and shivering, waiting for the monster to kill it, but it never happened. 14 hours, I said to myself as I looked at the very faint rays of the sun cracking through the clouds. The day is 18 hours long and the night is 14 hours. The whole day is much longer, but it is not that surprising. Seeing the magic in ruin tends to mess things up. It did not really matter to me since I took the rest. I had slept for 5 hours, which took me back to my peak condition. Now I am ready to face the world again. There is still that powerful energy present in the environment, but now it had reduced enough that I could move in it. Soon I walked out of the hole and felt the full power of the energy. It was so cold that it felt lacerating. If it is not for me using the full defense of my armor and many of its abilities, I wouldn't have been able to block it. I begin to move fast. There is a Grimm I want to kill, and I want to reach there before it could escape. I got out as quickly as I could, but reaching there before Grimm got out would be a challenge. I am not fast as Nero, and unlike him, I couldn't move at full speed without getting discovered. I need to be careful of monsters who begin to come out of their holes as the energy begins to reduce. Hide, father, said Nero the second time since I came out, and I did. Coming out a few minutes later, when the sky had brightened a lot, one could see it without a problem. In a few minutes, the remaining darkness would disappear and I might lose a Grimm, which would be bad. I do not mind losing the Grimm. What I mind it killing natives. It would happen if I didn't kill it. It is because of me Nero didn't kill it, and now killing it is my responsibility. An hour passed, and in that time I hide from the 3 monsters and 1 grim sovereign. Thankfully, Nero had warned me on time, or it would have discovered me, seeing it was coming straight in my direction. I am close. It will take me around 20 minutes to reach it. Let's hope it will be there. It is not there, I said as I spread my soul sense in a place it had been. I have been late, despite moving fast as I could. Father, I had left a market on it, and it seemed to be moving in the same direction we had planned to, said Nero, as I was wallowing in my sadness. Your best, Nero, I said to him and began to follow Nero once more. For 25 minutes I moved unimpeded, before I had to hide again from the grim sovereign. Last night had told me there was a lot of in this ruin. Nero had found 4 sovereign through the night and not a single local. Seeing their numbers, I am now even more worried about our survival in this ruin. It is highly likely that we might get wiped out in this ruin unless someone finds an exit and brings a huge force from the organization. Even then, the Grimms will have an edge. Still, organizations will send a force. This ruin is extremely precious, with resources being everywhere. They do not need to send their own people. As long as they publish the info, thousands of sovereigns from every corner of the territory will sign up to enter it. This is a paradise for them with its resources. They would not care it was Earth's sovereign-class ruin and filled with Grimms. They would come here because here, they would be able to collect all resources they need in less than a week. Very few ruins are like this. 12 minutes passed, and when Nero had finally found a snow werewolf cloaked in stealth method, a few minutes later I reached closed enough that I could sense it and I wanted to attack immediately. I had been observing it for a few minutes through and saw it as a consulting map over and over. It is not looking at a map for general direction. One does not need to look at so many times. So I began to follow it from a safe distance, and the more time passed, the more I became sure. It had a specific place in mind. 2 hours passed and it was still moving. Its speed is quite slow, as unlike me, he does not have Nero, though he does have experience and is quite good at hiding from the monsters. Following it is a great chance to observe it, as it is using different abilities to hide and other things. It is giving a great estimate of its strength and its limits. With this data, I will be a little more confident in fighting against it. This is a not weak enemy, it is even stronger than the ones I faced yesterday. It made me excited. When the following ends, I will fight the strong enemy. Killing such an enemy provides a different type of satisfaction. Nearly an hour passed when it had stopped in front of the huge collapsed building. I have come across very few such buildings. These buildings are not only high but also miles long. Now they all collapse, and that could only imagine their glory with their ruins. It stayed in front of it for over 5 minutes, looking at the map and the building before finally moving. It moved over the building before removing the debris with its huge hands. It is quite a dangerous thing to do on other ruins here. Most of the formations have disappeared. As long as one is careful, they would be fine. Finally, over 10 minutes later, he had removed enough debris that it could walk inside. Nero tracked him, so after 3 minutes after it went inside, I followed it. There is no problem for me. He had removed the debris, so its huge body could pass through and block the way when it entered inside. I slipped through the cracks, and where I could not, I would gently remove the material. Soon, I saw it appeared in front of a huge thick door which is cracked in half. It had to work around it for over 20 minutes before it slipped inside, while I just flew through it with no problem. The Grimm's huge bodies come with certain advantages, but smaller bodies also have their advantages. The underground walkway was relatively intact, and Grimm began to move fast through it. It also made me feel relieved, as I have kind of become frustrated by its slow pace. Half an hour passed, and we reached quite deep into the underground when finally, the Grimm entered a huge hall and stopped in front of the gate. The gate looked like it was made of malachite whole crystalline with elaborate artwork of the humanoid race. Beautiful, isn't it? Said the snow werewolf, looking back directly in my direction. Yes, it is, I replied as I came out with a smile on my face. So how long you felt following me? It asked while looking at me with many methods active. Since you were staring at the rubble, I replied without hesitation. You did not look surprised, I asked, and it smiled. I had sensed you the moment you had entered my range. Of course, I had let it sense myself to make things a little interesting. Why did you let me follow you? I asked, and it sighed. Simple, fighting outside wouldn't have been wise. Those monsters aren't something I could deal with in my current strength, it replied, and I couldn't help but now. It is a good space to fight, I said as I looked around. It is, isn't it? It replied with a grin before a powerful aura blasted from its body and came at me with sharp, long metallic claws. They are also red. It is the first time I have seen the snow werewolf with red claws. Most of them use black or white claws. Burst 75. I also moved, but unlike it, the aura did not blast out of my body, like it usually does. It is all silent. Even snow werewolf's soul sense wrapped around me couldn't detect even the faintest aura. I could tell it made it a little confused before its expressions become serious. It is hard to stop the leakage of aura during the increase of power. Very few people could do it. Soon, we appeared next to each other and swung our weapons with the intention of killing and also testing. We are both aware it would be hard to kill each other with this power, but if we get a chance, we will not hesitate to take it. Clang, our weapons clashed, and the immense bloodline power came at me, wanting to turn me into a popsicle. There was no resistance to the energy. My armor had opened its doors and taken it inside. After that, it had disappeared forever. You are not weak, it said. You too are not too bad yourself either, I replied. Killing you will be fun, it said, grinning, and a moment later, thick, icy blue phantom claws formed behind its claws. Claws of Asdar, it shouted and attacked. Seeing the power of the attack, I harnessed everything I could and swung my sword to attack. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed before I moved my sword to deal with the second claw and moved it again to deal with the first claw. It is attacking me with amazing speed, not giving me even a moment of respite. It is also talented enough to guard its weakness well, so I couldn't take advantage of my size and attack its weak spots. Mind telling me what is behind that door? I asked as I defended against its attacks. There's a little chance it answers my question, but it never hurts to ask. I don't know. I have found the key and map from the storage of Stone Ape tribe members and decided to check it out, it replied with surprising honesty. It didn't feel like a lie, but it could be. Some people are good at it. I am a good liar. It is the least I could do for delicious food. I am going to eat in a few minutes, it said, and there it is. Or maybe it will be my sword in your chest, I said, and it smiled back more brightly. No, it won't be, it replied, and another burst of powerful aura came out of its body. It was a very powerful boost that I did not waste any time activating the burst. Burst 90. Rattles freeze, it shouted, and the massive bloodline energy filled its claws. So much they felt like they were made of blood ice and radiating such cold that I could freeze if that claw so much touched my naked flesh. It attacked immediately, and I responded with the counter. CLANNG. Its blood snow claws clashed against my sword, attacking me with a massive amount of bloodline energy. It is so powerful, most primary III would get frozen by it. Still, no matter powerful it is, my armor will handle it, and it did. It opened its doors and took the energy inside. You fire elementals are always hard to deal with, it said, and attacked again with even more power. I countered it with each and every attack. No matter where it comes or how it comes, I dealt with it, without letting a single attack hit me. Still, this snow werewolf is not something that would give up easily. It kept attacking me over and over, using more and more power. You will have to do much better if you want to defeat me, I taunted, and a spark of anger appeared in its eyes before they froze away, and it kept attacking me without stopping even for a moment. You are right. This much is not enough to kill you. I will use my full power for that, it said, and grinned before Stormlight blasted out its body. Soon, a giant phantom of snow werewolf formed behind it. The oppressive aura coming from it is strong enough that I had stopped breathing for a moment. It stayed in the air for a moment before merging back into the body, reinforcing the power. Now it is time for you to die, human, it said, and came at me. White snow crystals begin to form around it and over its body and claws in less than a moment. It had covered it whole. Snow burial, it shouted as it appeared in front of me and attacked. Burst 100. I did not hold back either and activated full power. It immediately spread through my veins and I swung my sword. CLNNG, my claw clashed against its crystal-covered claw, and instantly the icy crystal covered my whole body before I shot back like a rocket, with blood dripping from my lips. It instantly came after me and attacked again with a grin on my face. The silvery fire covered me and began melting the crystal, and I moved my sword to defend myself. CLNNG, I barely defend, and once again, ice covered me and shot me back at even greater speed, but unlike before, I am prepared and fire covered me, and fiery yellow wings formed behind me to reduce my momentum. At the same time, I moved my sword to defend against another attack. This time something surprising happened. Instead of shooting back at an even greater speed, my speed reduced rapidly. Thud. Finally, I landed on the ground and immediately moved to defend against the attack. I defended, only taking 2 steps back. I could see a surprise in the Grimm's eyes, which then transformed to anger, and this time instead of freezing it, it had channeled it into the attack against me, sending me back 2 steps again. CLNNG, CLNNG, CLNNG. It had been 3 minutes since I have been fighting against it, and now, even with ever-powerful attack, it couldn't push me back. As I had expected, it is powerful, so much that it injured me and froze some of my organs, which I am still trying to defrost. The first attack of it had really caught me off guard. The bloodline energy had something unknown that I had never felt from any bloodline of the snow werewolf. I shouldn't have assumed with the past data. I should have kept the window open for the unknown. It was a mistake. I will not make in this ruin or out of it. This time I had saved myself on time. Next time I might not be able to do that. I am mostly out of danger, aside from the one attacking me. Killing it will make me safe again, but it is difficult, but not impossible either. If I fight against it long enough, I could kill it. All my clones are studying the fight and have gathered immense data, which is already helping me guess its attack. The model is making a lot of mistakes. It is why I will continue to collect more data and will try to get some information out of it. Would you mind telling me what this ruin is? I asked, and a surprise appeared in angry eyes. Are you joking, human? You had entered this ruin and you do know what it is, it said with a laugh. To us, it is a virgin ruin. Not to mention, even if the organization knew about it, they wouldn't tell us since we were their prisoners, I said and sighed while defending its clever attack. A prisoner, hun. Which is why you natives should surrender to us. We will provide you with a utopian society where nobody will suppress you, no matter how strong they are, it said. I wanted to laugh madly hearing that, but I control my emotions. The gaze lasted for several seconds before it turned normal again. Since you're going to die anyway, there is no harm in telling you a few things, it said, and I focused my ears on it. It is a war ruin. A great battle had been fought by the primes here hundreds of thousands of years ago. Were those primes from the realms? I asked, and a genuine surprise appeared on its face. It had nearly given me an opening, for which I was ready to burst with all my strength before it closed it. You know some things, it said. I noticed things, I replied and looked at it continue. It is all I know, human, and care about. I have to this ruin for the resources, and now that natives have come, it had become even better, it said, and intensified its attacks. Was there anything special about war? Has they been fighting over something? I pressed further. As I said, I don't care for it. Sovereigns no more, but you will never get a chance to ask them, it said, and changed its attack. This time it did not shout its name. The attack was powerful, but I defended against it. I have made changes in my armor against it, and still making every attack. So as long as I am careful, no matter how many attacks it changes, I will defend. 10 minutes passed and then another, and soon. It had been half an hour since we had been fighting. Yesterday, I had killed 2 Grimms in less than 15 minutes, and now I am fighting for 1.5 hours and still hadn't been able to kill it. At least I was able to defrost my organs and heal my injuries. Now that I had returned to peak condition, it is time I killed it. I have gathered enough info and could guess its moves with good accuracy. Most importantly, I am finished with energy. Buzz, the formation in my core activated and sent the energy, which merged with my inheritance energy, creating something different. This bastard is a lot stronger than me. The only reason I am even fighting against it is because of the modification I have made, which helped me deal with it better. Now I am going to use this energy, which, if it worked as I had expected, would help me kill this bastard. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Soon the energy covered my sword, and I used it to defend against its attacks, and there was no reaction from it. It did not discover it, which brought a small smile to my face, and I used more in the next attack and even more in the attack after that. I used more and more, and as time passed, I could see some of it sticking across its body, unknown it to, as it would hide in its bloodline energy. To create this energy, I had used a fraction of its bloodline energy. 13 minutes passed by and now, all my energy has covered its whole body. There is not a single surface where it had not covered it, and the thing is, it had not discovered it. It reminded me of my precious strings. I wrapped them around the Grimms while they would remain oblivious to it. Unlike my string, which once wrapped around the enemy will make it a fish on my chopping board, here I will barely have a second, or less than that, before fighting off the effects. I hope that would be enough. Activate. I did not waste any time and activated the energy, and immediately bright red flames covered it. It was shocked by it. The flames had not only attacked it without it knowing, but also burned its bloodline energy like oil with fire. It's time for you to die, I shouted as the Grimms do and attacked it. It was impulsive. It came out before I could stop it, and now it knows my attack is coming and already moving its claws toward me, but those claws are a lot slower than they were a second ago. My sword reached its claws and I took a step forward. My sword avoided its claw while I moved through them. It tried to stop me and its claws scratched my armor, but I passed through them and appeared directly in front of its chest. As I had said earlier, the small body had its own advantages. One of them is getting through the gaps. As I reached it, my sword moved toward its chest. It summoned its defensive methods, but red fire had burned them before it burned itself, and the Grimm could use its power. But it is too late. Putch, my sword pierced through it right into its heart, where it released a massive dose of energy, which broke it on its spot. I defeated it, I thought in joy, before suddenly I turned pale and my skin started to turn blue. I am freezing to death. Damn, I cursed before my mouth froze over. I had defeated it before its claw had touched me, and raging cold bloodline energy had entered inside me. It is bad, but I did not panic. The first thing I did was to take the snow werewolf inside my core and landing on the ground safely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As I did, 3 formations activated in my core one after another, and their energies entered inside me and begin to fight against the icy cold bloodline energy. These 3 formations begin to whittle it down, but they are far from enough. All my 5 clones work on creating the new formation, and I entered my core to help them. I barely glanced at the struggling Grimm before focusing on creating new formations. I have to do it fast, as the energy is not freezing my body, but also my soul. If it spread too deeply, I wouldn't even be able to maintain my avatar. Buzz. It took 5 seconds for the fourth formation to activate, and it came with raging, fiery energy. It is powerful enough to harm me, but I will care about that later. Currently, it needs to deal with bloodline energy, freezing me to death. The fourth formation slowed down the freezing but was not enough to stop it, nor I had expected it to. We are already working on the other formation, and thank God we have the resources we need and have enough data about the bloodline energy to quickly create the ways to destroy it. Buzz buzz. 9 seconds later, the fifth formation activated, and it slowed down the freezing even further, but it was a sixth formation that came 21 seconds later that brought the freezing to a standstill. I did not create any more formations and improve the ones we have created on the data we have got. Slowly but surely we pushed back against the cold. Buzz, as it was happening, the harvest finished and the strengthening energy came out. I stopped the strengthening energy from healing my injuries and instead focused it on strengthening me. I could heal my injuries with other things, but other things could not increase my strength fast as the strengthening energy. Still, strengthening and healing are connected, and my injuries started to heal faster as more strengthening energy merged with me. My clones continued to improve the formation, while I focused on directing the growth energy to the plants I want. I have got a lot of resources, but I need to grow some truly rare ones, which couldn't be found outside or in markets. They are very rare and usually end up in an organization's vaults. The snow werewolf was really powerful. Even with all my preparation, it had come really close to killing me. I am safe and now getting the benefits. The strengthening energy is more powerful than the one provided by the lizardman yesterday, and so is growth energy, which is helping me grow resources. Soon, the growth energy is completely absorbed by my parched body. It had helped me heal enough that I could sit down. I did without opening my eyes and once again focused on healing. It took me 47 minutes to get rid of all the bloodline energy and then started to heal my injuries in earnest. It left my body and soul with injuries, and formations have added to that. Some of the formations were harmful and now I will be healing from its effects. I did not hesitate to bring out the tub with a healing solution and stepped inside it. This place is safe, not to mention Nero is keeping an eye on things. With him looking, not even Sovereign could sneak inside. 3 hours and 11 minutes later, I am completely healed. It took time and a lot of resources, but it did not matter. As I am fully healed and could use all my power, now that I did, it is time to open that door. In these 3 hours, I had opened the snow werewolf storage, and it had a lot of stuff. 4 times more than what I had found in the storage of lizardmen, and it had a lot of things. Sadly, there was no concrete info on this ruin or the malachite door in front of me. I called Nero to me before walking toward the gate. The gate had a keyhole, and the key was in my hand. I don't know what it is inside, and it could be dangerous. Seeing it is an Earth Sovereign-grade ruin, the danger inside could kill me. The door looked like it was made of malachite with beautiful carving on it. I am interested in a text in the center. It is a language I do not know. Seeing how big the world is, there are hundreds of thousands of languages, and nobody knows them all. Thankfully, the universal language is known by almost everyone, or it would have been an idiot to learn a new language in every new area I travel. I looked at the crystalline key in my hand and put it in the hole before twisting it. Click, the smooth clicking sound rang out, and I pushed the door open. I did not immediately enter inside and instead tried to look beyond the white screen covering the door. I was unsuccessful. Taking a deep breath and I took a step inside a moment later, I found myself in a vast hall, which was blocked by a wall made of runes. It is a big wall, and the runes are smaller than the ants. These red runes are not made of energy, but of metal. Each of them has been crafted with such finesse that I couldn't help but get impressed by them. What is even more impressive is the complex formation carved on each ruin. These carved runes are so small that even after using my ocular methods at full power, I couldn't see them. So I carefully looked at a single rune, and inside my core, my clones magnified it inside me, and there they found a complex formation carved into it. It is so complex that they will need a lot of time to understand it. As it is not a simple formation of common runes, there are also ancient runes mixed in it. It is a linked formation, which made understanding it even more difficult, though after a few minutes of study, it had become clear. The formation carved on the metallic runes is part of something big. If I am not wrong, then it is just one part colossal formation that is carved on every metallic rune. I thought about it for a while before shaking my head and focusing on the wall of metallic runes. The wall did not look complex as the formation carved on the single metallic ruin of the wall. I copied the wall and went inside my core to study it. It took me 11 minutes to realize what it is. A puzzle, I said, and not a common puzzle, but one that is exceedingly complex. Seeing it, I couldn't help but feel excited. It had been a while since I had solved some good, runic puzzle. I calmed my excitement and sat down, before starting to solve this delicious puzzle with my clones. If I had not been in the ruin, I would have solved it on my own, but time is precious. The more time passed, the more Grimm would realize we had entered the ruin and will begin actively hunting us. I have to say, whoever designed it is quite a bastard. The thousands of sneaky little ways they had created inside mess with one are really frustrating. Those solving it think they are following a lead, but it will turn out to be a dud. It is very hard to spot them, even I had been fooled in more ways than I could count. Still, after falling for them over 50 times, I recognize a pattern and nearly stopped falling into them. Still, now and then, I would fail to recognize them and end up wasting my time on them. Soon, the evening had arrived, and I took a break to eat and slept for 3 hours, while my clone kept working on it. After I woke up, I began working on it again. Finally, I finished it. It was in the middle of the night next day. It took me nearly 48 hours since the day here is 32 hours long. I opened my eyes and stood in front of the wall before 102 energy strings came out of my hands. I need them. My 2 hands will not be enough to move so many runes at a very fast speed. I took a deep breath and moved my strings. Each of the attached to runes and begin to move them before attaching to different runes. It is happening so fast that even normal primary III won't be able to follow it. As I move the runes, changes begin to appear in them, but I acted according to them. It is happening as I had expected. There is no surprise. Buzz. 3 minutes and 17 seconds later, I pulled back my strings and waited. I did not have to wait for long. A second later, the runes lit up magnificently and began to move, or rather gather sphere, before moving to morph into a different shape. A few seconds later, the runes stopped and formed a shape. The shape surprised me as I had not thought it would take the shape of a chair. I was looking at the chair made of runes when they lit, and a man appeared on it. It surprised me so much that I nearly took a step back before realizing it was not a real man. The man in front of me is a human. He looked to be in his early 60s, a short, average-looking man with brown skin and thick raven hair. The one thing that attracted me is his black eyes. They were deep black and seemed to have the power to pull people inside. I am glad it is a human who solved the puzzle, he said. His voice is normal, that it felt kind of soothing. You must be wondering what this place is since it had turned into such a state that even I wasn't able to recognize it for a moment, he said with a self-deprecating smile before his eyes turned distant. For more than a minute, a human sitting in a chair did not speak. He lost before his eyes became clear again. When the war begins, and I know this little heaven of mine won't survive, even I might not survive, so I left my life's accomplishments here for someone worthy, who will inherit them and take them forward, he said and turned to me. You have passed the test and are worthy to inherit it, if you don't mind me asking. What is it you are talking about, my lord? I asked, and a small, embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Silly me, I had babbled so much about without telling you what it is, he said, embarrassed. I am Angus Lockwood, a grade 7 artificer in my time. I was best in my region, he said, and the excitement I had been dimmed. I'm not really much interested in artificing. While I dabble in it to create things like my breakthrough formation and learn from a few artificers of my world, but didn't have a zeal for it. It seemed like you are not much interested in artificing, he said, reading my expression. I have a great respect for artificers and even dabble in it, but did not have a zeal I have seen people have about it, I said, and could see a disappointment appear on his face. I really feel bad for this man. He prepared so much for a worthy inheritor but found me. A grade 7 artificer is no joke. He is at least a sky sovereign or even prime. Organizations would kill for his legacy, fight a bloody war for it. Well, I can't force you, but it is yours if you want it, he said and got up from the chair. I want to reject it, seeing there is plenty of knowledge in the library, but seeing the man's expressions. I stopped and decided to take it, if nothing much. It will be an addition to the library's collection. I am sure there will be something in it that the librarian will find interesting. My apologies for disrespecting your life's world. If it pleases you, I will honor to inherit, I said, and his face lit up a little. This is something I had made using all my comprehension. You will not receive a simple knowledge transfer, but impartation, he said, and I couldn't help but get shocked. Seeing my expression, pride couldn't help but appear on the old man's face. Impartation is a completely different level, and people do not do it because it harms the person who is imparting their knowledge. It only happens when the condition is desperate. Usually it happened through methods, but the old man had created an artifact for it. No wonder the formation of the runes was so complex. It will not be easy, young man, and how much you could take it will depend on your ability. I hope you will at least be able to bear it till grade 5. My true legacy starts from there, he said, looking at me with hope and expectations. I will try, my lord, I said and bowed. Since you decided, sit on the chair, he said. I nodded and walked toward the chair made of tiny runes, while at the same time my clones moved. They brought out a formation it is not they crafted, but something from the library. This one makes impartation a little smoother. 2 of my clones sat in the 2 corners of it, while the 3 merged into one and sat in the center of formation between the 2 clones. It had been a long time since I used the merged clone. I feel like it will help me a lot in the impartation. Soon, I reached the chair and sat on it, and to my surprise, it felt far more comfortable than I imagined it to be. I could even say it was the most comfortable I have ever sat. Monster integration, artifice is the greatest art, one could even forge a world through it, and people have done it, said the familiar voice in my mind as I closed my eyes. Even the celestial tower, which houses the realms, is a creation of the artificer, said the man with great pride in his voice. This information did not surprise me, it did when I read about it for the first time and understood what realms are. The celestial tower is the greatest creation of the universe. It is not just a place that house realms. It is also the reason why abominations haven't taken over the universe. It is the most powerful weapon in existence, said to be designed by the most powerful titan to ever live. That titan had died before they could finish it. The others have finished the tower. With designs left behind by the titan, it is said it would have been even grander if its creator had been alive. Being an artificer gives you a greater understanding of the world. It is why most people who reach the highest level are artificers. He is right about that, but also wrong since he omitted some information. It is people with a profession who advance faster and reach higher. It is not visible at the lower level, but at the higher level, its advantages become visible. The professions let one understand the world at a deeper level and a higher level. It is extremely important. I will start the impartation now. Keep your mind calm and open, and try to resist the weight. The longer you resist the weight, the more impartation you will receive, he said. I took a deep breath to myself and opened my mind, but did not remove all the restrictions. While I am not feeling any danger from him, cautiousness is necessary, though I don't know what good it would do if this man truly wanted to harm me. He might be a small piece of soul, but he was a piece of the soul of Sky, Sovereign, or even Prime. He will be able to do whatever he wants for me, and I wouldn't be able to resist it. I hope he does not have any such intentions. Seconds passed when finally, I felt a string of light coming and connecting to my very soul and mind. I was observing this connection for any threat when the impartation begins, and my vision changed. I found myself in a small room, leading a book, with a body so weak that I felt a panic for a moment before registering energy, which is very light and weak like the one I felt in my world. My village had the same density of energy, albeit of a different composition. As I realized that, I saw myself in a body of 11-12-year-old who did not even begin to practice sitting in with 22 other children, and not all of them were humans. They are sitting in a room, many of them talking, while the boy whose body I am reading the book, titled Introduction to Craftsmanship. He was reading it when a tall, middle-aged tiger beastman walked into the room, and immediately, all the children turned to him. "Welcome to your first class of craftsmanship," he said as looked at 23 children. "You all passed the test to gain entry into this class, but not all of you will remain here at the end of the month. Half of you will drop out at the end of year, only quarter of you will remain, but those who do will get direct admission to any academy they want in the kingdom. It had been happening for more than a decade and will continue to happen," said the tiger beastman with pride in his eyes. The children have become excited, and a few seconds later the teacher begins. I started learning, understanding, what he is teaching in a completely different language I had not heard before. It feels like I am learning it, and not watching it through all of someone else's body. Impartation is not a simple thing, it is a direct imprinting of memories and experiences as if they are mine. An impartation could make a person who never held a sword in his hand a master swordsman within the day. It is only done if desperate conditions, as it had very bad side effects on the one giving it. In many conditions, people even forget the knowledge they have imparted. The lesson on Tiger Beastman is finished, and the scenery changed, and I saw myself in a small room, reading the books before the memory of another lecture of Tiger Beastman appeared. Hundreds of memories begin to appear, and I live through each of them. In them I studied artificing, before started practicing it under the tutelage of Tiger Beastman. As he said in the first lecture, people begin to drop in sheer difficulty, and the result is Tiger Beastman's demands from his pupils. At the end of the month, there were only 12 people remained, and end of the year only 4. The memory then shifted to a workroom with people watching. There, the child, or rather I, forged the dagger, which is observed by 3 people. You are one talented child. This dagger is peak grade 1 weapon, said the leading woman. Does that mean I passed the qualification? I asked excitedly, forgetting the bone-deep tiredness I am feeling, with flying colors. From today you are a grade 1 craftsman, declared a woman and pinned a yellow badge of hammer and anvil on my chest. Level 1 impartation finished. Level 2 impartation begins, said the man, and a new set of memories begin to appear. This place is much better, with denser energy. The academy life begins. Most of the memories are of study and practice, but some of the instances where he gained insight while doing mundane things or fighting. He's a quiet fighter, and there are also Grimms in his world. Though these Grimms seem to belong to a single tribe, I have seen no other tribe than the Bloodhorn Ape-Man tribe. As the memories flashed, he begins to advance in his craft, from the lowest grade 1 craftsman to becoming a grade 9 craftsman, the highest in his world. He gained the last insight while splitting the most powerful Grimm of his world into 2 with his halberd. Level 3, impartation finished. Level 4 impartation begins, said their man, and new memories appeared as always, but this time they were different. I found myself chained to a very hot room while banging the hammer into a red-hot metal plate. I am tired of every inch of my life, but I kept banging my hammer on the metal while pushing the runes made of soul energy inside. The room is boiling hot, but energy is very dense on a completely different level. I knew these are the memories of the prime world. The man is like me, from a minor world. Though his world was a level higher than mine, their limit was primary I. Instead of primary I like mine. Like me, he had been caught and enslaved. I kept experiencing one memory after another, most of them of him. Some were so painful that I screamed. In all memories, he is enslaved, suffering thousands of times more than I did in my slave days. His masters were never satisfied. They would always want more from him and punish him heavily when he could not deliver. It would break most people, but it had forged him. He improved every day, not only in his craft but also in practice. Finally, a memory came when I saw myself surrounded by hundreds of bodies, and I am harnessing their blood energies into a band I am forging. The bodies belong to the people who have enslaved him. I am shocked, not because of all the death in him harnessing blood energy. I know he could do it. He had done it, but with his own blood energy. He never used others. The thing that shocked me as most are a few people who are lying dead. They are sovereigns. He is not a sovereign, he is high primary III, and he does not have the strength to kill those sovereigns. Some others have killed them and broken his chains. It took 4.5 days to forge the band, but he did it, and it worked as he wanted. The memory ended and next came, and to my surprise it was from the same place. Aside from missing bodies, everything is the same, and I kept practicing, while my power increased and finally reached the limit of peak of primary III. Another memory appeared and I was shocked. It is of the same fiery place, but I looked older. It is not what shocked me. What shocked me is the power flowing through my veins and the inheritance channeling it. I am sovereign now, and my inheritance is a celestial inheritance. His first inheritance is not celestial inheritance and could only take him to the primary III. I thought with this talent, he would join an organization and get a better inheritance, but he created one himself. He had extensive knowledge of runes. Still, having knowledge and creating an inheritance is a completely different thing. He had made a breakthrough less than a minute ago, and now he is reforging his totem artifact. The red halberd is floating in front of him, slowly turning to liquid till it all turned into a blob. For 1.5 days, he reforged his totem artifact, and when it had finished, it was really a work of art. Level 4 impartation finished, he said, and there was silence. The next sentence did not come. Your soul and mind have been taking the impartation shockingly well, but from now on this will become heavy. Try to bear it, he said. Level 5 impartation begins. The memories begin to appear, and I begin to feel the pressure he is talking about, but I felt it through my clones. The impartation is happening to my clones, which is technically me, but through them, my mind is much safer. The reason the impartation went so smoothly is that they are great at it, and they also had the aid of the formation, which is made for it. I focus on nothing but experiencing the memories, and I have not just focused on the craft I am learning, but also on power and inheritance. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have become a sovereign. Without reaching that level, I could feel how that flows and feel the worldly energy and also the working of the inheritance, so different from mine. Most importantly, I could feel the core, and it is so different. It is such a regret he had hidden many things, like the conversation he is having with people while he forges, except for those about forging. I could only see the silhouette of a lover who seemed to have a habit of watching him forge. While I couldn't see her face and race, she reminded me of Marina. She also used to watch me and talk to me while I work. I experienced thousands of memories, and I learned through them. I realized how wasteful I had been while forging things. The most wasteful I had been with breakthrough formations. I had amazing resources, but I used them like a child, only using 1/4 of their potential. I will have to fix that because I had just realized how much my breakthrough formation could help me. I will need to add a few things, and if I succeeded, I might be able to create something that will help me in my sovereign breakthrough. Level 5 impartation finished, he said. The impartation of the last 2 levels would be sealed. You will experience them when you reach a sufficient level, and due to that, it will be much heavier to bear. Why are you sealing them? I asked. They contain the knowledge that you shouldn't know at your level. It will be detrimental to your progress than helpful if you know it, he replied. Fine, I said. A moment later, it begins again, and this time there were no memories. I have only seen a package of runes made of pure soul energy entering me. They are storing themselves in a small part of my soul. The more they appeared, the heavier I began to feel, and soon it became uncomfortable. That uncomfortable began to increase until it transformed into acute pain. Thankfully, just then, it had stopped. Level 6 impartation finished, and you have done very well. Now only the last level remains, and it is heaviest, he said, and a moment later, really heavy packages begin to come to my soul. Within a few minutes, I greeted my teeth. The formation in which my clones are sitting has started to burn with power, but it barely helped me. I wanted to stop it every moment, and I would have done it. if I didn't know how valuable this impartation is. It is 1,000 times more valuable than I had thought to be. It is not just forging, but also others, especially for the other things I will have to bear it. I have received tremendous benefits. My road to the sovereign stage had become less jaggy. I now have an even clearer idea about what I have to do. It also showed me how difficult my breakthrough is going to be. I have felt the core of sovereign, and it will be challenging to gain that. Thankfully, some of them leading to it had already smoothened. Sovereign wouldn't be the last stage I needed to reach. To go further, this impartation would be extremely helpful, so matter how painful it becomes. Even if it injures me, I have to bear it. Time passed, and I started screaming when the load had become too much, but I did not ask to stop. I let the memory packages come in. Despite the load, they are increasing on me every second. I felt like days had passed when the packages had finally stopped. The pain did not, but I could feel it subsiding slowly. It will disappear in a few hours. In a place far away, a man wearing a simple white cloth was working on an extremely complex thing when he suddenly stopped and looked east with a smile on his face. "Oh, someone finally inherited it," he said, and his eyes became focused, and a few seconds later, the smile on his face widened even more. "I hope he didn't let it go to waste," he added, before focusing back on a complex thing he was working on. "Congratulations, you have succeeded," he said as I opened my eyes. I had finished over 10 minutes ago, but I did not open my eyes immediately because of the pain. I turned to him and couldn't help but became surprised, seeing how faint he had become. Earlier, he looked like a person. I wasn't able to distinguish between the real and piece of soul he is. To be honest, seeing your level, I didn't think you would be able to do it, but I shouldn't be surprised. "You are the host of celestial inheritance and even have forbidden energy," he said, and the moment I heard the last word, I am shocked and alarmed. I realized I had been too careless. I had suppressed it, but it is a sky sovereign I am talking about, and an artificer at that, who has a keen sense due to their profession. "Relax, I am not going to harm you," he said, seeing the alarm on my face and even taking a step back to calm my nerves. He smiled, but soon his expression turned serious. "I can see you are being careful with forbidden energy, but be more careful in the future," he said in all seriousness. I relaxed a little, but still remained vigilant. "How did you find out?" "I had been very careful with it," I asked after I calmed down enough. "I knew someone who had the forbidden power, so I know all the signs and created something that helped them hide it better," he replied, with his eyes turning reminiscent. There was silence for nearly a minute before he turned to me. "I have given you my life's work. I hope you will learn and reach the heights." "I couldn't," he said. "I will try," I replied. He smiled hearing that and slowly faded away, and with it, the malachite door appeared in front of me. At the same time, the chair I was sitting on began to turn into dust, that I stood up immediately. A second later, it had completely turned into the dust. Such a regret. I wanted to take at least some runes with me, I thought, before shaking my head. I looked around a small hall and saw there was nothing else there. I walked toward the malachite gate and opened it before walking out. I stepped back into the giant hall where I fought the snow werewolf but did not get out. I am in no state to get out with all the pain and these new memories and experience that belong to me. So I took out the abode and get inside it before entering my bedroom. I lay on the bed and closed my eyes to sleep, but even after a few minutes the sleep did not come. The buzzing pain in my head isn't willing to let me sleep. Buzz, seeing that, I activated formation, and a couple of seconds later I began to feel sleepy. A few minutes after that, I slowly fell asleep. I had slept for 15 hours before I woke up. The pain is gone and so is the tiredness, and all the experiences had been sorted out. Feeling like I am myself again, a small smile appeared on my face. "Artificing," I muttered as I looked at those memories and experiences. "They are mine, along with all the knowledge of metals and others. It is quite heavy knowledge, but one that will be very useful to me." My clone had already started practicing it. My current skill in artifice could be said to be in grade 2, but it is not enough. I would need to be in grade 4 before I am ready to reach the sovereign, which shouldn't be difficult. With impartation, I have all the knowledge and experience, I just need to practice it, and I have assigned that job to one of my clones. Still, I can believe the knowledge I had received, not only of artifice but of other things. I have lived as sovereign, felt that power, that energy in the core. My clones had already summarized it, with the time I was sleeping and making some changes in the inheritance. Those are not big changes, but they will prepare me for sovereign. It won't take them long to make those changes. They will be ready before I make a breakthrough into primary III. I got up from the bed and freshened up before walking into the kitchen and cooking myself dinner. An hour later, I am finished and eating alone. I wanted to go out immediately, but I couldn't since it was a night. So I started with my method, and since the first night I had not used the treatments. Hours passed when I was finished, but there was a smile on my face. I'm nearly finished. A session more and I would be done with treatments of forbidden energy till I make a breakthrough. Speaking of forbidden energy, I have to be careful and have more protection. He could detect it because of his level and his familiarity with it, but it is no excuse to be lax. I need to create something that will stop anyone detect forbidden energy, even if they are levels higher than me. which is harder than it looks, but not as hard as one imagined it to be. Forbidden is energy different, it would be undetected, even if I used it in front of Sovereign. It could only be detected by someone who had intimate contact with it or had experience with it, and even then they wouldn't be able to detect it unless I used it in front of them. Still, as the difference in level goes higher, the chances of detection would increase, and that is the thing I have to be careful of. I thought for a few minutes before entering my core. The first thing I saw was my clone working on artificing. It had been doing that nonstop the moment I walked out of the door. Looking at the progress, a smile couldn't appear on my face. What it achieved in a day would have required it a month to achieve. It is the power of impartation. While the impartation was not perfect as bloodline impartation, it was really great. The artifact he designed had let him achieve that without causing me the slightest harm. I will need to be at least a grade 3 artificer before I will be able to work on my breakthrough formation. I need to make it efficient, and currently it is not. I am only using it at around 20 efficiency. The resources I used in it are amazing. I need to use them at their full potential. It would help me tremendously in a breakthrough. I opened my eyes and walked out of the abode before taking it inside. The dawn is approaching, and the energy is thinning. It is time for me to get out of here, from this place into the dangerous wild. I did not delay even a second and started moving fast. I have been here for 2 days in the ruined time. The impartation may look like it had taken a lot of time, but it had taken less than what it took me to solve the puzzle to gain an impartation. Few minutes passed and I appeared out in the open, where dangerous energy hitting my armor. The hall underground was very well protected, that I had walked there without my armor. If I did it here, I would die painfully in less than 10 seconds. A few crystalline rays of dawn had started coming out, and it looked beautiful. Regretfully, I couldn't enjoy it for long as I have a place to reach. If I became as late as last time, it would slip away, as the snow werewolf did. I will not let it happen. It will die by my sword, and I will have its bloodline. I moved fast, but like always, I had to hide from the damn monsters, wasting a few seconds to minutes before moving again. Last night, Nero had created quite a terror here, killed a lot of Grimms, including 2 sovereigns. Where he led the monsters, they tried to run away, but the monsters got them. It was a torturous battle, for the Grimm's monsters injured them, while the energy killed them painfully. Though if they had been in my core, they would have died even more painfully. A little more than half an hour passed, and I took some risks, but I reached the place where my prey is hiding. Nero's soul sense tracked it, and I could see it had already woken up and eaten. It is not an eating monster, but a native. I controlled my rage and waited. 12 minutes later, the Grimm took its abode back into its storage and began to walk out. I stood behind the door, harnessing my full power and stealth ability. 2 minutes and 17 seconds later, it came out to looking cautiously with his soul sense, but did not sense me. My clones have made some changes to inheritance according to the environment of this ruin. Now, the stealth method works 30 to 35 better. As it came out, moved to attack him. The yellow fur dogman sensed me immediately and reacted, summoning its sword and a couple of defensive methods, but it is already too late. I have been waiting with full power active, with only a few meters away. It might be strong as Snow Werewolf and would have fought against me for a few minutes at least, if it had been aware, but it is not, and that is what I am counting on. It is the reason I had not activated the stealth field. It would have detected it the moment I did. Still, I activated my methods, who did the same job in a smaller area. I can't be too careful in a place like this. I avoided its saber easily and appeared in front of it before burrowing my sword into its chest. It looked at it in horror before it disappeared into my storage. He smiled and appeared inside me to get the boost. He had not only killed a Grimm's last night, but also got his ass kicked. He had reached for something, which he shouldn't given his power, but he still tried and nearly got it before that monster kicked his ass hard. I am glad that happened. He had been getting too confident in his abilities. It will keep him grounded for some time. I didn't wait for the boost and resumed my travel. It will be dangerous without Nero, but I will do it. I have abilities, and while they are not as good as Nero, they will keep me alive. I was just thinking that when I sensed a monster and moved to hide, I am hiding in the same place the dogman had spent the night. It is the safest one in the close range. I enter inside and waited. Instead, the monster slowed down and began to sniff. For a moment, I got alarmed, before realizing it was not sniffing in my direction. It sniffed for a few seconds before moving fast toward the west. In just a couple of seconds, it completely disappeared from the range of my soul sense. I waited for a half-minute before I walked out and resumed my journey, and now, with being even more cautious. The monster was dangerous. If it had detected me, I would have died. I will not survive like this. I need to make a breakthrough into primary III, or even with Nero, someone quick will reach me and it will be a game over for me. It is not easy, but not hard either with Grimms in this ruin. I will need to continue killing them till I reach the limit. Buzz, time passed when finally the dogman turned to dust and strengthening energy was released. It was powerful and began to fill every cell of mine, making my strength rise every second. At the same time, Nero got out, brimming with the boost he got. The strengthening energy is for me, he does not need it. He could digest the purified bloodline energies. The energy started getting absorbed by my parched body and growth energy into the selected trees, but I am looking with wide eyes at something else in my core. Nero had come and he left something. Storages of the Grimms he had killed, including of the two sovereigns, who were killed because of his interference, and my clones had opened them, bringing out so many resources that I wasn't able to react for a moment. They would cover the coming breakthrough and all the breakthroughs in primary III and of sovereign. It is really too much and more will come. If I had survived this ruin, then the resources would be the last thing I would be worried about it. I can then truly focus on the things that will help me progress faster. I couldn't help but feel excited about the scenario, thinking that I want to make a breakthrough even faster. An hour passed and I avoided a couple of monsters, one Grimm sovereign and native sovereign. He was tracking the Grimm. I am glad they did not sense me. There were also two primary III. Nero quickly dealt with them. Fighting them did not worth it, and I decided not to do that unless, of course, they have a bloodline. Those with bloodlines are fewer than those without it, but seeing the Grimm's numbers, I won't have any problem. Father, I had found one, said Nero, just when I am thinking about it. Without hesitation, I changed my direction and moved toward the lizardman. 9 days had passed since I had entered this virgin for us, not for Grimm's. They have come to this ruin before, 1100 years ago. This is another thing I found while the conversation with a talkative Grimm. I killed it after I got the information. There was no promise of sparing it after the information. Every day I would kill around 5 to 10 Grimms, with all of them being peak primary III. I am filling the limit quickly and also looking to gain a lot of resources. Really a lot, that's what I am looking at. There is a big fight between the monsters going on not far away from me, and I don't want to get sensed by them. It is not just me. One Grimm sovereign is also hiding, not too far away. A few minutes ago, before sensing the monsters, Nero had deposited the storages of the Grimms he had killed, and I have just finished sorting them out. The formation is helping a lot. I am at the repository, where thousands of racks are placed across the 9 floors. These racks are placed in the Gavi system. It lets me find all the resources I need. Every day, more and more resources are coming here, so much that I don't know what to do with them. Though I know one thing, I will not need to look for the resources for a long time. It is not the only thing I am free to do as much as experiments. One of my clones is constantly practicing artificing, not taking even a single break. My second clone is also practicing alchemy, which is work. There are resources, it is refining. I have already refined all the resources I need for my breakthrough, but I am refining some extra. It never hurts to have extra, there is always a need. I stayed in the core for a few minutes till things got interesting. Nero led the monsters to the Grimm sovereign who were hiding, and now they are attacking the place where it is hiding. I don't know what exactly happening inside as Nero is extremely careful, but seeing the way the monsters are attacking. The Grimm will have to come out eventually. The monsters instinctively hate Grimms. If they sense them, they would stop whatever they were doing and attack them. A minute and a half passed, and when the Grimm shot out of its hiding hole, it moved into the sky, which usually Grimms and natives avoid due to being powerful monsters everywhere, but here they don't have any chance. It moved very fast, crossing hundreds of meters in seconds. Seeing it moving at such speed, I thought it would get away when a yellow flash arrived from the sky, and a moment later I saw 2 parts of it falling from the sky. It is a 5th monster, which I didn't even sense. It had appeared from the cloud and cut into 2 before returning to the clouds. The Grimm did not die despite that, and was moving his both parts closer when the 4 monsters attacked him again. It took a couple of seconds for them to finish it off before they started to fight among themselves. Grimm died rather early. Most struggle for quite a while and some even get away, but this one was weak. An initial level sovereign, and the monster bird that split him into 2 was high sovereign. As the 4 monsters, they were all mid-sovereigns, so he did not stand much of a chance. 11 minutes later, their fight ended with a surprising end. All 4 just stopped fighting and left in 4 directions, which rarely happened. In such fights, at least 1 monster died, 3 eat them before leaving. I hid for 2.5 minutes before walking out and collecting what remained of the Grimm, along with artifacts it had, including his storage, which my clone opened a couple of seconds later, sorted with the help of the formation, before sending it into the repository. I was moving when I suddenly stopped, with a smile on my face. Hider water, I whisper, and it is a large amount. Nearly all the resources in the sovereign's storage are special. Some are more special than others. Hider water is one such thing, and the best news about it, it is the resource I wanted. Now and then I would receive such surprises. A few seconds later I calmed down and consulted the map for my destination, which is blue. Most of the things are named, at least in the Grimm's map, but some didn't. Red, green, and blue aren't. They are also rarest in the map. In the 9 days I was able to find out what red means. It is the abode of the palace, which is dangerous and had broken formations all over. These places also possess immense treasures. I have visited 2 of them but never entered inside, though Nero entered one for 2 hours and brought out quite a few things. Some of them are good. Those who are still maintaining the formations are good, broken, or otherwise, and I would have visited them. if I didn't want to get out of here as soon as possible. I had yet to find green or blue spots. They were much rarer than the red spots. I am hoping one of them is the gate. It is better than blindingly following any path. I am quite close to it. If my clones are right, which they always are, I would be able to reach there by afternoon. I am really excited about it. It would be amazing. If it is a gate, I had collected far more resources than I had wanted and crossed half of the limit. Within half a year, I will be able to break through. To be honest, after spending so many days in this ruin, I don't want to leave, especially seeing how fast I am progressing and how many resources I am gaining, but I am also aware of the dangers. To be dead, one monster needs to come toward me very fast enough that even Nero's warning would turn futile. This would be all it would take for me to be dead. "Father, a Grimm," said Nero, and my vision changed, and I saw a Grimm, moving with the stealth method. He is peak primary III and has a bloodline. This is all I need. I closed the vision and moved toward the Grimm. 20 minutes later, I reached him, but did not take the stealth field and instead moved with the stealth method. After killing so many Grimms, my strength had grown a lot, and with the advantage of the stealth method, I begin to prefer assassination over direct combat. It is quick and efficient and too much safer than direct combat, even without the stealth field. Monster integration. I am close, I thought as I crossed the hill. In 2 hours I will reach my destination, the blue spot. It had been a dangerous journey, but also one filled with benefits. Nero and I had killed a lot of Grimms. If my strength continues to increase at such a speed, then 4 days would be enough to reach the limit. "Father, hide," said Nero, and I moved toward the closest hiding spot. I am moving toward my destination, but not through the route on the map. I am using the route decided by Nero. The one was hiding spots were always nearby. It had made me circumvent an enormous distance, but it had also kept me safe. As Nero's warning rang out, I moved to the nearing hiding spot. A hole in a tree. It is a lot more open than I liked, but what choice do I have? I am not in the city anywhere, where collapsed buildings are everywhere, with optimal hiding spots for a person of my size. 6 seconds later, I was hiding under the tree. The tree is quite large, and some monsters seem to have made it, given all signs and horrible smell. I wanted to burn it always, but I couldn't, so I just blocked my sense of smell and stayed there for a more minute before getting out. The first thing I did was burn away all the horrible smells. With that done, I resumed my journey again, and for the next 20 minutes, it had calm without the slightest disturbance. I had not stopped anything, even to collect the resources. "The job which is being done by my strings." "Father, Grimm," said Nero, and my vision changed and a Grimm appeared in front of me. It is moving sneakily in the same direction as I am moving. A second later, the vision disappeared, and I smoothly moved toward the Grimm with my stealth method active at full power. Soon, I was just 150 meters away from the Crockman, and it couldn't sense me. Stealth methods are good, but they are also having big restrictions. Soul sense became restricted to a short range and became much weaker. It makes it hard to sense someone with abilities of mine. I hid myself and 22 seconds later, moved at it with my full power. It sensed me immediately, and I could see its power booming as it turned toward me. It was able to summon 90 of its power when I appeared in front of it, dodging its sword. Putch, my sword pierced through its chest, and a moment later, it disappeared into my core. I wiped away all the signs of its aura and moved ahead with a smile on my face. It was a fast kill, something I wouldn't have been able to do on my first day in the ruin. It would have had me for lunch if I tried to do it, but now I could with rising strength and changes I had made in my inheritance. An hour passed, and to my surprise, I had killed another bloodline Grimm, and Nero killed 3. Such a crowd is rare here, despite the number of Grimms, but not so much, when I think about their destination being the same as mine. There's another strange thing I observed. There is only a primary III in this place in the past 2.5 hours. I have not seen a sovereign, which did not make me feel good, because no sovereign means this place is unlikely an exit. This place is likely something that is only useful for primary III. I wanted to leave immediately, understanding that, but I decided to check it out. I have reached very close to it. In half an hour I will reach the destination, and Nero much sooner. Since I have come so far, I might as well look at what it is. "Father," said Nero 7 minutes later, and my vision changed, and a surprising thing appeared in front of me. A castle. It is white, and in good condition. It used to be buried in the ground, but someone removed the surrounding earth. I could see the whole castle, and it is beautiful, with spires and all. It is empty, and not a single Grimms could be seen around it. I did not move at it, and instead found a well-hidden spot while asking Nero to look around it. He did not see anything. Not a single Grimm was present here. I wanted to check out the castle seeing that, but decided to wait. I did not have to wait for long. 36 minutes later, a bullman came out of the forest and walked toward the castle, before appearing in front of the huge gates of the castle. It touched it, and a moment later a complex formation appeared in front of it. It begins to move those runes before finally taking its hand back a couple of seconds later and opening the door and getting inside. I was right. There is something here, and it is for primary III. The question is, should I go inside? It will be dangerous with Grimms inside, but they are primary III Grimms, albeit troublesome numbers. I don't know exactly how many Grimms are there, but there are definitely numbers that will be a threat to me, which is also an opportunity. I will have access to a large number of Grimm monsters in a single place, with minimal danger or inescapable danger that I could face in the open. There is also escape, which is my target, but if I could reach the limit there, it will open all new avenues for me. Finding an exit will always be a priority, but I could also do other things. It is a really hard decision to make. I was struggling for the answer when the door opened and the Grimm walked outside. A Grimm which is not at primary III, a sovereign. It is an initial sovereign, and when Nero looks carefully with more focus, I found out it is old sovereign, but someone new who had broken in through within a day. Realizing that it took me an instant to make the decision, I am going inside. There is definitely something there that is making the Grimms level up, and I want that. I watched the Grimm leave, and when it was leaving, another Grimm came out of the forest and walked toward the gate while giving a small bow to the sovereign. A minute later, it opened the door and entered inside. I waited for a few minutes before moving toward the castle, and soon I appeared in front of the gate, and like the Grimms, I placed my hand and a runic lock appeared in front of me. I began to move the ruins. I had not cracked the runic lock. I am just copying the Grimms. I have seen both of the Grimms using the same pattern, so clearly the key did not change. Buzz, a few seconds later I am finished, and a moment later. A buzzing sound rang out. I did not waste any time and pushed open the gates. The white screen appeared in front of me, and I stepped inside it, unhesitantly. I stepped onto the other side in vibrant grass and sunshine, which is not crystalline and extremely hot outside. It felt pleasant. I looked around and found myself in a garden. It is not big, but it is not small either. Around the garden, verdant hills and many such gardens, and I could see many beautiful buildings on the top. It looked quite beautiful, and I wish I could have got more time before I got interrupted. 3 Grimms were sitting in a pool not far away. They sensed me immediately and now coming toward me with a smile on their faces. I was just feeling hungry, and this human had delivered itself, said Red Scale Ape Man in the middle. I am hungry too, and you will be quite delicious, little Ape Man, I replied. Immediately a frown appeared on their faces for a moment, before they eased away. You have quite a tongue I would like too if you could still speak so sharply when I pull it out, said the black-horned bullman on the right. Rek, I had called dips on tongue, don't forget that, said Werewolf on the left to the bullman. We will talk about it when we finish with this human, said Bullman, clearly intending to fight for the tongue. It is a little surprising. I never thought the tongue will be a delicacy to the Grimms here. To the Grimms of my world, the tongue was their least favorite part. Well, it is quite interesting to hear. You all argue about who will eat which part of mine, but I am in a kind of hurry, so can we start? I asked them, and all 3 of them grinned. Since you want to die quickly, who are we to deny it, said Ape Man, and in the center and moved toward me with the other 2. They did not from the front, only Ape Man did, while Bullman moved to my left and right. They want to corner me from all directions, so I wouldn't leave. I have no intention of leaving before I kill them, especially the Red Scale Ape Man. It had a delicious bloodline. Kill anyone who disturbs, I said to Nero. Okay, father, said Nero and jumped away from my shoulder. They looked at him, but did not follow. All of them are focused on me. Die, human, said Ape Man and swung its fiery great sword at me in a powerful attack. This Ape Man is no weakling, but I am also not someone who would be defeated by such an attack. Burst 50. I activated the burst at 50 and swung my sword. It is a simple swing with my sword covered in energy. Clang, our weapons clashed, and a surprise appeared on its face as it so much has not shaken. I grinned at his surprise before avoiding the attacks of the 2 Grimms and appeared to behind the Ape Man and attack it. Clang, it defended, and I disappeared once again to dodge the attacks from the 2 Grimms, but Ape Man followed. Don't hold back. This bastard is strong, said the Ape Man, and a powerful spread out of its body, and immediately his speed increased and appeared in front of me and attacked. Burst 75. I activated increased the burst to 75 and moved my sword to defend against the attack. Clang, our weapons clashed, and I disappeared to dodge the attack, and it once again followed me. Its eyes turned serious, and it did not want to leave me alone even for a second. It had realized that the other 2 are no match for me and thus did want to give me a chance to kill them. Unfortunately, it did not. These 2 are not the target. It is my target. If I wish to, I could kill them, but that will not serve the purpose. The purpose is to know the Ape Man. I am not fully confident in killing it single attack if I use my full strength. I have to know it a little well before I do that. In this place, I do not have the luxury to fight for long. While I could see the garden's formation is taking all the energy, even grass is not being harmed. Most would hear our battle or even sense it, but they could still see it. When it done and was now coming toward us fast, I smiled internally, seeing that because someone is waiting for him, someone who is far more dangerous than me. A few seconds later it appeared, before it could move any further toward the battle. A mouth had opened behind it and swallowed it whole. The Grimm had sensed it till the last moment. The mouth turned normal, and Nero once again began looking at Grimms, who might come disturb our battle. Clang, clang, clang. I only glance at Nero before focusing back on the ape-man. It is not an easy enemy, and I will regret it if I dare to get too distracted while fighting against it. I want to see how long you could run, human, said the ape-man as it increased its power and launched an attack. I increased the burst to 80 and responded. It is a good enemy, and I wish I was not in a rush. I would have fought with it for a long time, till I am satisfied before killing it. Now I will be doing that after I finish studying it. It won't take that long, especially when my clones are helping me. It is a light study, not a detailed one I needed against powerful enemies. I only need to know a few things and they will take a minute at most or even less. A few more seconds passed and I continued fighting, attacking it, studying it, how it will react to my move. I have to say it is one of the good ones I had fought here, if I had fought against it on the first day. I would have needed to run away from it after a single attack and hope to survive by some miracle. It is not the first day and I am a lot stronger. 20 more seconds passed and I finally understood what I needed to do about it. Burst 100. As I got what I want, I acted immediately and activated the Burst 100 to be more careful and moved toward it. It seemed to have sensed my intention as the powerful aura burst out of its body. Its whole power, even the bloodline phantom, only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. Die, it roared as it moved its great sword at me, and I smiled as I moved toward it. I appeared beside its enormous sword and moved around it, which is quite easy, given the difference in our strengths. It looked at me in horror, wanting to stop me, but already too late. Putch, a soft sound rang out as my sword pierced through its chest. It tried to struggle, even at this stage, but soon found out its body had been frozen. It didn't even have the autonomy to blink anymore. Putch, Putch, I pierced my sword into the remaining 2 Grimms one after another, before sending them into my core. Only the ape-man was the challenge, the other 2 were easy. After killing them, I immediately activated my stealth ability. 2 Grimms had discovered our battle, but Nero had dealt with the I need to be careful, this place does not only have a primary III, but also sovereign. Not to mention, there might be some primary III who would be strong enough that even I could not deal with them. This place is filled with Grimms, and I need to be careful at every step, more than outside. I looked around the garden, hills, and the buildings on them before walking toward the pool, filled with black, dense liquid. As I reached it, I saw it was as dense as honey. As for what it does, it acts with body's vitality and excites it, which removes the impurities and helps in reducing black spots of strength. The board beside it had complete information about it, including how to use the pool. After reading it, I did not waste any time and entered the Xander pool by removing all my clothes. It felt warm and vibrating. It is releasing vibrating energies through my body. It is a very pleasant sensation, and I wanted to close my eyes to enjoy it. I did, but not before submerging myself fully into the pool. I did not have to do that. Half of my body in the pool is more than enough, but it will make people see me. Here in the pool, I could barely use a quarter of my power, and I don't want people to see me. Thankfully, the pool is no attack area. One could fight aside the pool and not win at me, but that will not stop from Grimms to surround me and attack me the moment I came out. This is really good, I said as I enjoy the deep vibrating energy of the black pool spreading into my body, where it is spreading the power of treatments more equally. It is not doing that with the strength treatments, but also doing with the treatments of forbidden energy. I am shocked to see it. There are not many things that affect the forbidden energy in such a way. It is doing it. It does not mean it had forbidden energy. It means it had some resources that connect with forbidden energy at a much deeper level, though there is a high chance that it could have a forbidden energy. Father, there's a Grimm, informed Nero, as I was enjoying the pool and strengthening energies released by the core. Deal with it, I said, and could feel Nero's surprise. Nero only informs me when there is Grimm with bloodline, and all the time he informed me I moved to kill them. I never delegated those Grimms to Nero, but now I am doing it. The Grimm will increase my strength, but this pool will help me in the long term, not only in the sovereign breakthrough, but also in the breakthrough of the primary III. Still, I would have gone to kill the Grimms and returned to the pool after, but I could not. This pool could only be used once, so I chose the pool while letting Nero kill the Grimm. I am sure I will find many others here. An hour passed and Nero had killed 2 Grimms with bloodline. It made me regret a lot that I missed them, but the pool is important too, especially when I am researching it to replicate it. I think I could do it. I have forbidden energy and the resources I need. The only thing I will need to do is some research. It might take time, but I am confident I will succeed in it, and I am sure the insight from the artificing will help me a lot with that. 12 minutes passed and I got up. The black substance slid away from my skin and merged back into the pool. I wanted to take some of it, but I could not. The restriction was too strong. I couldn't even take a drop. I gave up after a few attempts and got out of the pool. I had benefited a lot. It not only spread the effects of the treatment, but also able to increase my limit by a tiny amount, which is a huge thing. Increasing the limit is difficult. I wore clothes and activated my stealth method at full power before walking toward the exit of the garden. I don't know where I want to go. though I know what I have to do. Kill the Grimms and I will go where they are. Nero had a pretty good idea where they are nearly everywhere. From the short trip Nero had made around the hill, I could say that it is some kind of treatment center. There are many things such as these hills, with nearly half of them in working condition, even after all these years. Around each hill there is a garden like this, and in the garden there are treatments. Many of such gardens have the Grimms enjoying the treatment, and I have asked Nero to take me where the Grimms with the bloodline are, and also keep a lookout for the sovereigns. Sovereigns could not enter this place, from what I am able to see, but sovereigns could leave it. One could make a breakthrough into the sovereign here, and that is a dangerous thing for me. I am not a match of the sovereign, and staying as far away from them would be a wise choice. Soon, I got out of the garden and began to climb through the hill, while they were enjoying the beauty of this place. The people who made this place had gone through great pains to create it. They must have been really powerful, at least Sky Sovereign, or even Prime, mostly at Prime. This is an advanced form of spatial manipulation. From what I read, it is a realm of Prime. It is not just the spatial working of this place that is amazing, but also the rune work. Every part of this place contains formations, and most of them are working just fine, even after thousands of years. Even the workings I had left in my native world wouldn't last that long. A few more minutes passed, and I sensed two Grimms moving through the opposite hill as us. Nero moved toward them immediately. I wanted to fight them, but it would be too much risk for the Grimms who did not have a bloodline. It is much better for Nero to do the job. He is quite good at it. Nero reached them, and for less than a minute both of the Grimms were dead without leaving a single sign. I smiled, seeing that, and followed him. 27 minutes later, after killing 3 more Grimms. I have found the prey, not one, but 2 Grimms with bloodline. They are peak primary III and, interestingly, belong to the same tribe. I am already walking toward them, with excitement burning in my eyes. Hell guys, mind if I join you? I asked the Grimms, sitting cross-legged in a blue crystal cave. They are gray horn rhino men. They looked like common rhino men, except for the gray horn. Immediately they opened there in alarm before calming down with hunger appearing in their eyes. The big one moved to get up, but the short one stopped it. We could only use the cave once, said the short rhinoman, but he is human, complained the taller one. Cave is more important than human, said the short rhinoman forcefully, and the tall one nodded before turning to me. You are lucky we are in a cave, human, it said grudgingly. Well, I don't mind. Joining you two in the cave, I said, and to their shock I entered the cave. Die, shouted the tall rhinoman and punched me. Bam, the punch reached me, but before it could touch me, a golden scream appeared in front of it. The moment first touched it, Grimm's eyes widened, and it flew away from its spot and crashed against the cave wall. Are you dunce? The board clearly says no fighting inside, I said to the bleeding rhinoman, who gave me a murderous gaze. Enjoy your time here, human. This is the last thing you're going to enjoy, said the short one as he looked at me before closing his eyes. If you say so, I said, and sat behind him before closing my eyes, not caring about the glare the tall rhinoman is giving me. I concentrated, and for a couple of seconds, nothing happened before the blue mist began to enter inside me. It filled every inch of me before coming out. For nearly a minute, I did not understand the purpose of it before finally noticing after I tracked my meta scan in the core. Its purpose is simple. It entered my body and soul and sucked the stray energies that didn't belong to me. These are impurities, but nearly harmless energies. They are very hard to remove as the body did not consider them impurities, but they sometimes create big interference. Now this mist is removing them, and I am happy. These energies had been inside me for years since I had started to practice, and now everything was coming out. I just relaxed and let it happen. I did not even enter my core and watched the process with a smile. Time passed, and the mist entered and exited my body. It did not increase in amount, not it increased its pace. It did not need to. I could feel the Grimms are done and now just looking at me. They will not exit the cave without me, and they have intentionally kept me hidden behind them, so the others would notice. I did not want to freak them out by telling them that, but nobody will enter here unless it was Sovereign or the Grimm with the bloodline, as Nero will deal with everyone else. He had already killed 1 Grimm. 32 minutes passed, and when I opened my eyes and got up, I looked at the Grimms and they had eyes closed, but their focus was on me. I wanted to say something sarcastic as I entered, but that would be around suspicion, and I don't want to do that. When there were delicious Grimms on the line, so I acted sneaky and walked out. The moment I did, both of the Grimms got up and shot toward me with their armors active and axes in their hands. Die, you puny human, said the tall rhinoman, and attacked from my back, while the short one attacked from the front. Their attack is powerful, so much so that I activated 75 power of the burst immediately. Bam! I looked at them before disappearing, and the axe of a tall rhinoman crashed on the grass, creating a loud sound which quickly got absorbed with energy. Careful, this human is strong, said the short rhinoman as it came at me with another attack. Clang, clang. Our weapons clashed, and I moved my sword to defend against it, before moving it back and defending against the tall rhinoman's attack. By that time, another attack of the short rhinoman had come closer to me. I decided to dodge it and disappeared. Try harder or I will leave, I said to them as I appeared. "You wretched human, I will kill you," shouted the tall Rhinoman, who came with a powerful aura blazing, which turned into a bloodline phantom before merging into its body. The short Rhinoman did the same and attacked me from the other side, seeing them releasing their full power. I didn't hold back either and activated the Burst 100. Clang! I defended against the attack of the tall Rhinoman and shook from head to toe, seeing that a smile appeared on the tall one's face. I dodged the short one's attack a moment later before engaging with the tall one again. I may look like I am fighting casually, but I am not. I am studying each of their moves with my clones. Especially the tall one, who is powerful among the two, despite being the sidekick of the short ones. I want to kill them, but before I do that, I need to make sure of their abilities and their limitations. In just a few seconds, I got half of the data I needed, and I will get the other half in a few seconds. When I do, I will make my move based on that. Till then, I will fight with them through my tested method, which helped me get maximum data on my enemies in a short time. Hun. White, I was fighting. A Grimm noticed the fight. Thankfully, it is a primary III, and Nero moved quickly to deal with it. A few seconds later, the problem was solved, and I continued fighting against the two. Finally, at the 57th second of the fight beginning, I got what I wanted and moved immediately. "It had been fun fighting you guys, but it is time for you to die," I said, and a surprise appeared on their faces, before it turned to alarm on the short one's face, while a mocking smile appeared on the tall one's. "You talk quite big, little human," said the tall one, while the short one took a step back. This time I did not defend against the attack and instead walked toward it. Seeing that grinning smile appeared, but soon it turned to alarm when it saw me avoiding the axe with ease. There is no ease in it. I am using every ounce of power I have to achieve this feat. Putch, I appeared in front of a tall Rhinoman and pierced my sword into its chest, crushing all the defenses it invoked. A moment later, it disappeared, and I turned to the short one. It is running away, seeing that I shook my head before appearing behind it and moving my sword. Putch, it did not even sense me, till my sword touched its back, and by then, it was already too late. My sword entered its chest through the back into its heart. A moment later, it froze before disappearing into my core. "One more," I said as the last drop of strengthening energy absorbed into my body. If the strengthening energy had been 10 more, I would have reached the limit. I have been to this place for 1.5 days and I have reached close to the limit. I only need to kill one Grimm and I would be at the limit, ready to make a breakthrough. It couldn't help but excite me. I am so close to my destination that I could touch it. If I want to, I could make a breakthrough, but I will not. Reaching the limit is important, as its benefit is multiplied by several times. I calm my nerves and think about it cautiously. It is the time people make most mistakes, and I don't want to be one of them. "Nero, find me a Grimm, and I want it closer to the spots where I could make a breakthrough," I said to him. "Sure, father," replied Nero and moved away, while I picked up the hidden spots and sat down. I sealed my aura and controlled bodily function to lessen the chance of detection. Till now I have come across 4 sovereigns, and I don't want to be caught by them, especially now. As I finished, I closed my eyes and entered my core. There I begin to look at preparation for my breakthrough. I want to make it as soon as I filled the limit. All my preparations have been finished. From inheritance to resources, I have created a lot of resources. No matter how much I need for my breakthrough, I have them. Still, despite all the preparations, I'm not completely confident about a breakthrough. If it had been before I had started the treatments, I would have complete confidence in my breakthrough, but now I do not. There is a good chance I could fail, and I could do nothing about it. I have made all the preparations I could, except for one, my breakthrough formation. I wanted to improve it with my new artificing knowledge, but my skills hadn't reached that level yet. My clone skill had reached grade 3, and it is still not sufficient to work on breakthrough formation to make it more efficient. It will have to reach the peak of grade 3 to do that. It will take time, a few weeks at least, but I could not wait that long. Here, every day is a struggle. Reaching primary III will increase my chance of survival here. For it, I am willing to take the risk. "I have found a place, father," said Nero nearly an hour later. Hearing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, though I did not move away from my spot. Nero is still there, and I am waiting for him to come back and guide me there. This place is extremely dangerous, and I don't want to take the risk of being discovered, especially now when I am so close to my destination. A few minutes later, Nero arrived, and I begin to follow him toward our destination. In this 1.5 day here, I have killed over 20 Grimms. Some were powerful, and through their bloodline, I have grown quite powerful, and also few good things. The storages of some Grimms had a lot of things, and including some good things. The resources in the repository had increased tremendously. Forget primary III, even Sovereign would kill me for that, unfortunately. Even if they do, they will not get any resources from my core. All they would get tokens, which I have kept in my storage. Soon, we reached the entrance of the garden. This one differs from the small garden. It is big and with tall trees. Here, even if I fight, nobody could sense it, though it had one problem. Unlike small gardens which only have one treatment, these have several. Thankfully, they are further apart, and as long as I am careful, I will be fine. I entered the garden and walked through the tall trees which nearly covered the sky. The light comes here from between the leaves of these trees. A few minutes passed, and I entered the clearing, where there is a large yellow stone disc. It is a meditation disc, but could also be used to make a breakthrough, and I am going to do just that after I killed the Grimm sitting on it. I walked toward the disc and was about to call the Crockman sitting on it when it opened its eyes. Immediately it got up, with hunger in its eyes. It looked at it for a moment before stepping out of the disc. Could afford to do that, as unlike the other treatments and places, the meditation disc had no restriction on the entries. One could enter as many times as they want. I was feeling quite bored here. It is good. You have delivered yourself, it said to me. I smiled upon hearing that. It is you who have delivered yourself to me, Grimm, and I didn't even have to work for it, I replied. A frown appeared on its face but quickly smoothened up. I have to say, you're quite a confident human. Not many would dare to be in a place like this, it spoke. I am confident because you are weak. I hope you will use your full power, fighting against me, I said. It grinned, but there was clear anger in its eyes. Since you wish to experience my full power, I will show it to you, it said, and a powerful aura exploded out of its body and formed a huge bloodline phantom behind it. The phantom returned to its body and it moved toward me. In a moment, it was in front of me with a giant blade in its hand. It is time for you to die, human, it roared and attacked. I did not move and just watched the attack. When the attack reached halfway, I had finally moved and it alarmed the Grimm. As I am not running toward it but walking. I am moving very fast, but the movement is so smooth that it felt like I was walking. I appeared below its sword before disappearing and appearing directly in front of its chest, and I moved the sword toward it. It summoned many defensive methods and even began to retreat toward the meditation plate, but it was slow. My sword crushed through its defenses before piercing its chest. In these 1.5 days, my strength had increased tremendously. I found no match in primary III. There is no Grimm who could even stop me for a second. Of the last 13 Grimms I had killed, all of them died in a single attack. It could be said that finding them took more effort than killing them. Putch. The sword pierced through its heart, and a moment later it had disappeared into my core. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face with this Grimm. I had reached the limit. I landed on the ground and walked toward the disc, when I suddenly stopped as I sensed something. I shouldn't have stopped when the boundary of the disc is 3 steps away. I should be running toward it as fast as I could, seeing the sovereign had discovered me. Instead, I not only stopped but also turned and waited. I did not have to wait for long. 1.5 seconds later, the sovereign appeared, looking at me from the air. If I am not wrong, that you should be the human is the reason behind dropping in our numbers, it stated. Yes, I killed them, I said and revealed my aura. You should have entered the disc when you had a chance, human. Not that it would help you. I would have killed you the moment you came out, it said with a smile, but there was a clear anger on its face. I wanted to test the sovereign. I had never faced one before, I said, and its expression turned a little strange. Ha ha ha. Began to laugh, and its laugh was loud and raucous and brought tears to its eyes. I have seen many idiots, but never like you, it said as it finally stopped. There's nothing idiotic about it. I just want to test my strength against you, I said in all seriousness. It might look idiotic, but I am serious about my words. I want to face Sovereign before I made a breakthrough. It is foolish, but it will help me mentally, if I could do it. Though it could also kill me, there is a high chance it could happen. Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish, said Bearman, and almost casually raised its hand, and black bloodline energy gathered in its armor before stretching itself. Soon, a long spear formed in its hand. Die, worm, it said and sent the black spear toward me. It appeared beside me in an instant, barely giving me a chance to adjust the sword in my hand. CLANNNG. It clashed against my sword, and I felt like a mountain had crashed against me, and a tsunami had enveloped me at the same time. Puh, I vomited blood as I stopped myself from flying back to start to take steps back, while my armor glowed and all the formations inside worked in overdrive to deal with energy. They have never been pressed like this like they are right now. I stopped at the edge of the entrance of the disc while bleeding from every hole in my body. I am heavily injured, so much that I could barely hold my sword, but it is worth it seeing the look on the bearman's face. You survived, it asked in shock, not daring to believe what it is seeing. What do you expect with an attack like that? I asked back, with mock dripping from my voice. You worm, I will kill you. It shouted in anger, and hundreds of spears materialized. Sorry, but one attack is more than enough for me, I said with a smile and took a step back into the boundary of the disc. It also released the spears at the same time, but I was inside the boundary when they reached inches away from me. Bam, bam, bam. They clashed against the formation that appeared, which crushed them. I was a little disappointed when it did not attack back, but it was fine. Enjoy your precious time inside, worm, because once you come out, I will kill you in a most painful way. It threatened and landed on the ground before sitting cross-legged on the grass. I am counting it, I said with a smile and turned to the disc. Soon, I reached the center of the disc and sat down before closing my eyes. It may not look like it, but I am heavily injured, so much that I couldn't use more than 5 of my power. Thankfully, all the healing formations have been activated. At the same time, all 5 of my clones begin to work on the inheritance, with the last bit of data I had gotten through the attack of the Sovereign. It was idiotic to take the Sovereign's attack, but also necessary. It had given me the data I want, and now I could make a breakthrough with no worry. Though I did not start immediately, I could not with my injured body. I have to heal it first. Thankfully, I have all the resources I need to heal fast as possible. Not to mention, strengthening energy will come soon, and I am going to let it heal my injuries. So I let my clones work on inheritance and formations on my healing while I lay down on the disc. A minute later, I was in a sleep. I had not slept in the past 2 days, and I need to sleep. It will fasten the healing, but also calm my body and soul for the breakthrough. I woke up 4 hours later, feeling completely refreshed and healed. I sat up and waved at the bearman, who had 2 Grimms sitting behind it. They all glared at my wave, but my smile turned sweeter. After a few seconds of fun, I looked at serious topics. My clones have finished with the adjustments, and according to the meta scan, my body is completely healed and is ready for the breakthrough. Seeing that, a black fruit appeared in my hand. It is smaller than my thumb, with a blue spot on it. It looks like a big cherry but smelled like orange. I looked at it for a moment before putting it into succeeding. I gulped down the last bit of juices, which had turned into energy and spread into my body. My mouth, as I crushed it with my teeth, the most delicious juices came out, that I couldn't help but moan. This is Rula's berry, a very precious resource I have gotten from the storage of the Grimm I had killed. The berry readies the body and soul for the breakthrough and increases the chances of succeeding. I gulped down the last bit of juices, which had turned into energy and spread into my body. They lasted for over 20 minutes before it all disappeared. I took a deep breath and waved my hand, and immediately, a black disc with runes appeared. It is filled with resources and is floating in the air. I floated in the air and sat in the center. I looked at all the preparation and every resource one more time before entering my core. There I tapped on the inheritance before getting out. Buzz, a moment later, the breakthrough begins. The formation lit up and my core began to turn to liquefy, and a couple of minutes later it had completely turned into a blob. While on the disc, resources mixed and merged into the runes before those runes began to flow toward me like snakes, covering me with them, till every part of my body was covered in the runes. For a few seconds, nothing happened before finally, my core begins to spin slowly. With every spin, it begins to take more and more resources, till it became painful for me. The pain is nothing new. I bore it as I watch a large amount of essence energies getting swallowed by the core. It took 2 hours and 17 minutes for my core to absorb all the resources, more than I had thought. The resource my core took is also more than I had estimated. I had thought it might happen. The treatment is expanding the forbidden energy into my body and soul, which is changing my body, making it work in a way that surprises me. The effects are still minor, but if I can level up to Sovereign, these effects will begin to show their real power. The core stopped spinning, and for a couple of seconds it remained as such before finally moving again. As it did, it began to pull the energy from the breakthrough formation. The energy is coming from 23 different sources. To be honest, I wanted to make a breakthrough with the energy of the ruin, which is suicide. Sovereigns would be torn within seconds if they tried that. I think only Earth's Sovereign would be capable of doing something like that. The core moved faster and faster with every second, taking more and more energy. In a few minutes it had become quite painful, but I was quite used to the pain and saw it. Watching how energies enter my core, and like the previous big breakthroughs, the satellite begins to take some of the energy. It is not what I am looking for. I am looking at my body and soul, which is taking a small amount of energy, like it did with resources. Since I got to the core, this would not happen. All the resources and energies first will go into the core, and after the breakthrough, it will release breakthrough energy. Now my body and soul taking it, and they are not absorbing it. They are at the limit. They could not do that. Instead, they are holding it to themselves. As for what they will do and how it will affect my breakthrough, I don't know and couldn't do anything against it. An hour passed and raging torrents of energy came into me, but those looking from outside will only see glowing runes on my body. There is no energy, whirlpool, or anything. It is very calm and silent. It is likely why there is mocking in the Grimm's eyes whenever I looked at it. It is waiting and looking at its expressions. I think it will wait till I am finished with my breakthrough and get out. I had hurt its pride when I didn't get killed by its attack. Now it wants to fix that mistake. I am not worried about it. I am more worried about my breakthrough and strange things happening during it, but as I had said, there is nothing I could do about it other than bear it. I hate being powerless by this, the emotions felt by nearly all people. The breakthrough means celebration, but it is also the period when one is at their weakest. Many people do it in safe spots where no one could disturb them. Some do it in the company of family and friends. Those are rare at this time. People like to be alone. They do not want others to see them at their weakest and do something they couldn't defend against. Another 50 minutes passed when finally, my core began to slow down and with it the energy. A minute later my core stopped and so had the energy. My expressions become serious as now the most difficult part begins. I had just thought that when the brown-green formation it covered all the empty space that had remained on my body. Last time this had come out at starting, but I had made changes and now it will third stage of my breakthrough. As it came out, it started to shine, and I started to feel pain, powerful enough that I needed to grit my teeth. This stage will be short, but extremely painful. I had charged this formation for months and now it will do what I designed to do it. It started to release its energies and cells and particles of the soul begin to absorb them. The more they absorb, the more painful it will become. For the 42 minutes, the pain lasted before it started to lessen. My whole body is drenched, but there is a smile on my face. I could see the Grimms looking at me weirdly, but I do not care. I passed the first dangerous stage. It had put an extreme strain on my body and soul. There was a very high chance that it would collapse. I do not want that. The pain stopped and the formation seeped back into my skin. A second later, the consolidation begins and I shuddered. I didn't forget the lumps that appeared on my core. They had scared the hell out of me, and this time too I am scared. My core had absorbed a lot of essences and energies, and now it had to digest it all. I truly hoped no lumps would appear this time. A few minutes passed and the consolidation was going smoothly. A solid layer had formed on the core. I was happy when suddenly, one side of the core began to inflate. A horror appeared on my face as I saw the thing I had feared most happening. The lump begins to form. It is cracking the solid layer on the core and expands. It grew and grew until it became big as the biggest lump appeared on my core last time and still kept growing for a few more seconds. It looked ugly at my core and I want to destroy it. I bore it and waited with trepidation for others to form. I was waiting when a surprising thing started to happen. The lump began to get smaller, instead more lumps appearing beside it, and soon it disappeared with solid cracks healing. It is like it had never appeared. I heaved a sigh of relief but still watched with cautiousness as minutes passed, but no other lump appeared till the consolidation finished. I watched my core and it became more beautiful, more realistic. I wish I could see what had changed, but I couldn't till the breakthrough energy came out and I absorbed it all. Buzz. I had thought that when my core buzzed, runes came out like a tide and they spread everywhere. I had made great changes in this inheritance. I knew the power I would be able to harness it here and make changes according to it. Just thinking about it made me excited, and this time I did not calm myself. I am in a safe zone now. No matter what I do, nothing will affect my breakthrough. Soon, the inheritance runes spread all over my body. Buzz. A moment later, they buzzed and shone as the thick breakthrough energy released from the core and into runes before entering my body. I screamed loudly, feeling more pain than I had felt in the third stage. There I only greeted teeth. Here I was screaming as loud as I could. My cells and soul had absorbed some of the essence and energies. They had also absorbed the fertilized forbidden power that came out from the brown-green formation. Now the cells and my soul, using some of strengthening energy to burn it, to God knows what, and I couldn't do anything against it. The pain is too much that I couldn't even think straight. I just hope whatever is happening is for my benefit. I really don't want to deal with any problem, with Grimms waiting to eat me. It would feel really bad, after all the pains I took for this breakthrough and feeling this one right now. Time passed as I continued to feel pain. I am still screaming, as there is no way I would get used to this pain. I just hope it will be over quickly, as I don't think I will be able to bear it for long. I don't know how long passed when I felt the pain lessening, and a couple of seconds later I stopped screaming. It took little more than a minute for the pain to stop and another for me to become mentally stable to look at myself. The first thing I felt was immense strength, so much that I could feel like I could do anything. It took me a couple of seconds to calm myself, and I entered inside my core, where I received an even bigger shock. Damn, I cursed in wonder as I looked at my core. It had completely changed. The first change is the size of the island. It had more than doubled. If I am sensing right, its size had increased by 160. It lit up my eyes as with this space I could grow even more resources. Since I came here, I had killed a lot of Grimms and planted a lot of seeds. That few hours ago, nearly every surface was covered in plants. The island had not just bigger, but its soil quality had also changed tremendously. This time the breakthrough accepted the bubbling tar soil. Though what it had accepted had the lowest grade, it still affected the core hugely. Every speck of soil contained immense energy, and now my core had truly merged with it. It is not just the quality of the soil had increased, but the quality of energy also had a tremendous change. Though of all things, one thing is making me most happy: time. The rate of flow of time had increased by 3 times. It had reached the same level as when I was a tyrant. I will need this time, as the inheritance is going to be complex and difficult to create. More time will help me tremendously. I looked at all the changes, and the smile on my face became brighter and brighter. With this level up, I have got more opportunities, and I am going to use them at their best. But before I start, I need to do one more thing. I disappeared from my spot and appeared in front of my clones. It is time to create the 6th clone, and with all the preparation made, I begin immediately. A little more than an hour passed, and now in front of me there are 6 clones. This 6 will be the last clone before I reach the sovereign. Hello, clone, I said. Hell, Michael, said back my clone. The 6th clone will be an enormous help. There are many tasks in front of me, creating an inheritance, studies of data, alchemy, and artificing, not to mention other things like planting. Though with new agricultural formations, it will become even easier. I sent my cores to their jobs, the 4 went to the library to work on inheritance and study, the 5th one resumed the artificing, while the 6th started to plant the seeds. There are hundreds of seeds it is needed to plant. I have collected a lot of resources, more than I had thought, but I still require many resources that I could produce only here. I looked around for a few minutes and busied myself for an hour before coming out. The Grimms were still there, and now their number had increased further. There is another Grimm sitting beside the lizardman and 3 behind it. If I am guessing right, then 2 are sovereign, while the 3 behind them are primary III. I want to move at them immediately, but I did not. Instead, an elaborate meal appeared in front of me. It is the one cooked in my core. I ate it till I am full, before laying down to sleep. The creation of a clone is a tiring process, and I want to take the rest before I walked out. I fall asleep within a minute and woke up, 4 hours later, feeling completely refreshed. What made me even more happy was that Grimms were still there, and they looked pissed. I smiled at them as I got up and walked toward them. The smile on my face replicated theirs as I walked toward them, and soon I was out of the boundary. A shock appeared on my bearman's face and Goatman's sitting beside it. As the aura, I had revealed it of the sovereign. Earlier, it was of the primary III. You said it was primary III, said the violet-horned Goatman to Black Bearman. It was. He seemed to have made a breakthrough, replied with the last work being barely more than a whisper. What breakthrough? All I saw him eating and sleeping, said Goatman, and Bearman turned angry, not at its friend but at me. Were you sovereign from the beginning? It asked, to which I shook my head. No, I was primary II before I made a breakthrough, I replied with truth instead of appreciating it. The Grimm got angry. You think you are funny, hun, it said angrily. I am not funny as some people I know, but I could crack a joke or two, I replied, which made me even more angry. I want to see you are still funny when I eat you piece by piece, he said, and a powerful aura blasted out of its body. I thought it would attack me from long range like before, but it didn't. Instead, it is coming at me with an onyx blade axe. My sword appeared in my hand, and I looked excited as the power in me screamed to let it out. I have made a breakthrough into primary III but got the power of the sovereign, though I will need to reach the sovereign. If I want to regain my lost abilities like strings and seeds, though currently I am satisfied with what I have. Die worm, it shouted and swung its axe at me. I responded with a strike of my own at a speed that would have been invisible to me a few hours ago. Clang, our weapons clash and a shock appeared on the ape-man's face. As I remained on my spot, it shook faintly. It seemed like you have been hiding greatly, it said, getting angrier as a bubbling black aura came out of its body. I was not hiding. I was truly a primary II before, I said, and it made it more angry. Shut up, it roared and attacked. Burst 15. The power of burst filled me. It is so amazing that I wanted to moan, and I would have if I had not been fighting this ape-man. Instead, I just swung my sword toward it with a grin on my face. Clang, our weapons clashed again, but this time it didn't shake, nor did I, which seemed to have made it angry as its next attack was even more powerful. Clang, clang, clang. I clashed with it again and again, with our weapons clashing at the speed that is invisible to primary III. Seeing the power, those 3 primary III Grimms had already moved away. It is a good thing they only moved away and had not run away. One of them had a bloodline. I am going to harness that. While it would not be as useful to me as it was before, it will still increase my strength by a little, and I need every little I could. Hun. A few seconds passed, and I continued clashing with Bearman when a small smile appeared on my face. Someone who had been watching the battle had decided to join it. Clang, I stopped the sword of the Goatman and turned to it with a smile. So, I mocked, before disappearing to dodge the attack of the Bearman. I appeared a few meters away from them. They looked at each other before coming at me together with a powerful aura blasting off their body. I had also increased my power slightly, but not much, before moving toward them. I clashed with the Bearman before moving my sword to clash against the Goatman. I clashed against it before moving to Bearman again. It is clear from the way they are fighting they have never worked together, but they are experienced enough to do it without messing up, though not skilled enough to stop me from using the gaps between their teamwork. Clang, clang, clang. I fought against them while my clone inside looked at the working of my inheritance, making a few changes to streamline it further. Here, in this isolated space where no sovereign from outside could come in, and only sovereigns here are the ones who made a breakthrough here, so I am pretty much safe. Even if there is someone who I couldn't defeat, there won't be sovereign who would be able to kill me. Those are outside. Before facing them, I have to get control over my power and tune in to my inheritance, and these Grimms are doing a great job in helping me do that. I am disappointed. Little Bear, I thought you were stronger than this, I said to Bearman, while not even glancing at Goatman. The Bearman is with bloodline and stronger. The Goatman is stronger than the average sovereign, but not as strong as Bearman. If two fought, Bearman would be able to kill it with some struggle. I will kill you. Bearman shouted and attacked with its aura blazing. The goatman had also increased its power and came at me from behind. I defended their attacks, but they came at me again. 2.5 minutes passed, and they continued to increase their power but weren't able to bring even a single injury to me when they changed their strategy. The goatmen fought one-on-one, while the bearmen began to launch thousands of lances at me. They are pretty powerful. If a single one of these lances had attacked me, it would have been a game over for me, but thankfully it didn't, or I wouldn't be standing here alive. 5 minutes passed, and Bearman was still launching the attacks from a distance, all of which I was defending with ease. I could see it is frustrating, but it is keeping its emotions in control while continuing to attack me. I want to see how long it could continue with the long-range attacks. It will soon understand how futile these attacks are, and if it wants any chance against me, it will have to fight me closely. Dark chains of Beasel. It shouted another attack, and a moment later I saw chains materializing over my body. In less than a second, they enveloped me fully, restraining my movements. A shock materialized on my face as I looked at the dark chains that bound me. I have to say, human. You are stronger than I imagined, but you got too confident of your strength, said Bearman as it appeared beside the goatman. How did you bind me? I asked as I struggled to break the chains, but there was no effect and instead they got tighter. It's no use, human. My dark chains are powerful enough that even mid-sovereign wouldn't be able to break through them once they got bound by it said boastingly. I glared at it and struggled to break them, while the Grimms watched with a smile on their faces. I had told you, human, I will kill you in the most painful way, and I will do it, it said, but suddenly stopped and looked at Goatman. What? Asked Bearman with clear irritation on his face. It will mess up its body. Can't we just kill it without damaging its body? I really want to eat it. It's been a while since I ate the delicious human, said Goatman, looking at hopefully. Shut up, he shouted at Goatman. This bastard dared to make fun of me. I will kill it in the most painful way possible as I promised it said, not caring about the anger in the Goatman's eyes. You should listen to your friend. Just give me a quick death, I said, and the Bearman smiled mockingly. You had that chance, human, but you had lost it, and now you will pay, he said, and waved his hand, and a moment later, the chains began to tighten around me while it watched with a smile. Ah. Pain appeared on my face, and I even started screaming, and for a while it watched with pleasure, but suddenly a frown appeared on its face. You bastard. It cursed suddenly and came at me with raging eyes. Immediately I stopped screaming and smiled at it. Crack, crack, bang. The chains began to crack before blasting to pieces. Seeing it, the anger in the Bearman's eyes had increased further, and it attacked, with dense black energy swirling around its axe. I also swung my sword at it, but my attack looked a lot paler compared to it. Clang, our weapons clashed, and a shock appeared on the Grimm's face, and blood started to leak out of its mouth as it took a step back. You should use your full power or you won't get a chance, I said to it, with a light smile on my face. This time it did not reply, but the anger on its face subsided and its expression became serious. For a few seconds it keeps looking at me, before suddenly it exploded in power, along with Goatman. The bloodline phantom materialized above it, before merging it back inside it, reinforcing its aura. Good, now come at me, I challenged, and they moved, but not toward me. They both moved to escape in opposite directions. They had planned this. It caught me by surprise. I had not thought the sovereigns would run. It seemed like I had looked at the sovereign stage with such reverence that I forget they are beings. They will run away when they feel their life is in danger. I sighed, seeing that before I disappeared from my place I appeared in front of Grimm. It was shocked and tried to stop, but even sovereign-like it couldn't stop instantly when I appeared directly in front of it with my sword pointed toward its chest. Putch, I didn't have to do anything. It ran into my sword, which entered directly into its heart, crushing all its defenses. It had struggled for 1.5 seconds, before freezing away and disappearing into my core. It seemed like I have to work more on the freezing energy, I thought, seeing how slowly it had reacted. Putch, I disappeared once again and appeared in front of Goatman. It didn't even notice me, till my sword touched its chest, and by then, it had become too late to even resist. A second later it froze and disappeared into my core, and I turned to 3 primary III, who were also running away. They appeared in my core a moment later. I landed on the ground and sat down, before closing my eyes, while Nero get out of the core. I appeared in my core and I saw 5 Grimms struggling as the runes began to cover their bodies. I looked at them, especially the 2 with bloodline, and hoped they would be able to awaken the bloodline in Goatman. Though the chances of that happening are extremely low, the higher ones go, the lower the chances would become. I am very excited about the strengthening energy I will get from the bloodline energy, harvested from the Bearman. The bloodline energy will be on a completely different level. At sovereign, body and soul start to merge, and at the core take the first step of maturity. It gave immense power. Now I will be harnessing that power, not only through the bloodline but also through the essence. I hope the formation I had created would be able to create a stable essence rose. These runes harness the essence as well as bloodline energy, but it is my formation that molded into the rose. I am a little fearful of the unstable essence that rose and had created extremely powerful, dense around that huge crystalline red disk on which the Grimms are standing. Buzz, seconds passed, and finally the runes started the harvest. The Grimms screamed and two bloodline phantoms materialized. I looked at the bloodline phantom of Bearman. It is the clearest one I had ever seen, and it is mighty. Hearing its roar, I had unconsciously taken a couple of steps back before stopping myself. It used every bit of its power to resist, and it mostly succeeded, till only a trickle could be harvested. But soon that trickle would turn into a flooding tap, as the resistance whittled away. I watched it for a few more seconds before walking away, while still keeping an eye on the process. I want to see how much the bloodline essence could be harvested from the sovereign. Show me the data, I said to my core, and immediately the data of the battle appeared in front of me. I looked at it before focusing on the data of my armor. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on my face. It is working great. While there are some tiny problems, my clone is rapidly fixing them. By the time I get out of this place, most of the problems would be solved. I did not stay by my clone long and focused on the storages. I had opened all 5 of them simultaneously till the hill-like piles appeared. All of them are about the same size, even sovereigns. Well, they weren't sovereigns when they entered this place. If I had killed them a week or 2 after they got out, they would have had far more resources. Still, what I am seeing in front of me is shocking enough. A moment after, the resources appeared. A formation came out of the ground and covered 5 piles. Immediately, the stuff gets sorted out at incredible speed. It did not matter whether the things were boxed or not, they're getting sorted out at lightning speed. I have worked very hard on this formation, been working on it for years, but it was never good enough to implement it, and my inheritance did not have space. Now it is good enough, and I added it to my inheritance. In 6 seconds, 88 of the resources have been sorted and sent to their places at the repository. When I looked at the accuracy, I was able to see it is standing at 99.6, which is pretty great. The rest of the 12 would be sorted by hand, which is fine. The formation will become better with the more data it receives. It will be amazing when it will be able to sort 99 of the stuff that it scanned. I was looking at it when the Bearman also turned into dust, with the last drop of bloodline and essence harvested. Now will come the bloodline essence. Buzz. I had just thought that when the bloodline essence released from my core into runes, which sent to my body and soul. Ah. A moan escaped from my mouth as I felt the powerful sensation. There is also a shock in my heart, seeing the density of the essence and the immense amount of energy it contains in it. The water-like strengthening energy coming beside it feels nothing compared to it. Still, I controlled it and sent it to new seeds, while the strengthening energy of sovereign grade went to the 22 grown plants I had selected, including the blood soul stainless lotuses and metal essence fruit tree. I had not sent it to the new seeds I had planted. They will be grown with growth energy from the primary III, and when reach the peak, I will provide them the growth energy of sovereign. It is the most efficient way. I am using it in many precious plants, but I excluded one of the most precious ones. The spatial tree will provide me with spatial seed. It is an extremely important resource for me, but currently I do not need it. Though I will mature it to sovereign before getting out of this ruin. I will need to be a grade 4 artificer to use that thing at its maximum efficiency, and would also need to collect a few more things before I could start on the project. Those 22 resources I growing to sovereign grade growth energy. 70 are required for the treatments. Now that I have made a breakthrough, the treatments would start again, and seeing my meta scan, I am going to need a tremendous amount of resources. Thankfully, resources are not the thing I am worried about. There's a huge number of it collected in the repository, and a lot more will be added by the time I get out of this place. Speaking of that, I will now be able to get more information. I could even ask the native sovereigns. I had tried that, and few that met, but nobody was willing to tell me anything, aside from they have not found the exit yet. This power will also increase the chances of my survival in this ruin. A little more than 10 minutes passed when finally, the last drop of strengthening energy was absorbed by me. Seeing that ecstatic smile appeared on my face. The smile is ecstatic, not because of the huge increase in strength, but because of the sheer amount of strengthening energy I had got. Seeing the limit it had filled, I know I will have to kill much fewer sovereigns to reach the limit compared to primary III. It made me relieved, as the number of sovereigns is far less than the primary III. If I had needed to kill the same number of sovereigns as primary III, it would have taken me ages. It will not, especially when I think about it. The sovereign I had just killed is one of the weakest. It had just leveled up less than a week ago. The powerful sovereigns would provide me even more bloodline energy, needing me to kill even fewer Grimm sovereigns than I am estimating. Unstable will need some tweaking, I said as I looked at essence roses from sovereigns. The new formation worked, but not perfectly. There is some instability in it, which I will need to fix, or it won't be safe if I want to trade them with someone. My clone had already begun as I walked out of the core. I have made the breakthrough, but I am not getting out immediately. There are a few things I have to do before leaving this place. First is to kill all the Grimms here, be it primary III or sovereigns. Those bloodlines or without bloodlines, they all need to die and I will kill them. The second is to try some treatments. There are some treatments here that would be useful to me. I want to try them before getting out. Like all the treatments, once I got out, I won't be able to enter here. I moved immediately, searching for the Grimms, preferably sovereigns, but I will also primary. I had just thought that when I sensed 2 primary III, they didn't have a bloodline, but I appeared in front of them and before they could even get shocked, swept them into my core. A few minutes passed and I have killed a few more primary III. One of them even had a bloodline. The sovereign level makes it very easy. I could travel at a very fast speed and kill the primary III before even they could understand. I am planning to follow the same philosophy against the sovereigns. I had got what they could give me in battle earlier, and now I will need to fight stronger enemies to get more. The sovereign here didn't have that, so it would be better if I killed them quickly as possible. Father Sovereign, I was thinking about the sovereign when Nero informed me of the sovereign. I moved toward it, and a little over 30 seconds later, I reached it. Human, said the bullman, seeing me coming toward me. I did not stop and kept moving toward it. The Grimm also seemed to understand that, as the powerful aura blasted off its body and it came at me. Die, it shouted as it swung its sword at me. It reached me very quickly, and just when it was about to cleave through me, I had disappeared and appeared in front of Bullman's chest. The victorious smile on the Bullman's face turned to horror as it tried to dodge the attacks, but it is too slow, and its defensive methods are weak. Putch, my sword pierced through it, and it froze. Faster than the 2 sovereigns had earlier, but are still slower than I like to be. My clones will need to keep improving. I disappeared into my core and I moved away to kill even more Grimms. 2 hours passed and Grimm seemed to understand something was happening, seeing how some of them are trying to get away from this place. I had kept myself hidden and my kills were quick, but even then, the Grimms are not idiots. They would notice the rapidly lessening numbers and tell something weird is happening. I can't let them leave. The only way they will leave is death. Nero, kill anyone who tried to leave, I said to Nero. Even those with bloodline, he asked back. Yes, even those, I replied. Usually I like to kill the ones with bloodline, but since I asked Nero to be near the gate and I myself search around for the Grimms and the treatments, it is better Nero killed them. I will make up for what I lost after I get out of this place, and it would be soon. Sure, father, he said and sped toward the gate excitedly. He had also made a breakthrough, but I am the only one killing the prey. Now he will also get a chance to kill the sovereigns, though he won't get much kick from it. They are not strong enough, and seeing he is stronger than me, he will need stronger enemies to feel something. I watched him leave before I moved, too. With this power, I do not need Nero to scout for me. I would be able to kill any Grimm I had come across here. Hun. 2 more hours passed when I noticed a thing. The Grimms have hidden themselves in the treatment. They are not coming out, even when I taunted them. Just looked at me angrily when they saw me. I have never seen Grimms behaving like this since I entered this ruin. It had really frustrated me, but there is nothing I could do other than take solace. That Nero is at the gate. They will meet their end there. I looked around for 15 more minutes, and seeing there was barely any Grimm there, I moved to the treatment, and I had already decided which one I want. I stopped in front of a huge pillar, which is releasing gentle water through the thousands of holes in it. Around it is a lake, and on it a couple of stands. There are already 4 Grimms sitting there the moment they saw. They started glaring at me angrily. You can all come out. I won't eat you, I said to them, but all they did is glare. I'm not a bad person here, I said softly and entered the boundary of the pool. Immediately I appeared at one of the stands and my armor disappeared and also my clothes. I am glad the light mist surrounded my privates. See, I am just a harmless human, I said to them. Enjoy what little time you have, human. Soon you will die, said Werewolf, a sovereign. Are you going to kill me? I asked genuinely, but it just glared. Coward, I said and sat down. The moment I sat on a square stand. The shower of water, which used to pass through me, began to hit my skin. Ah. A moan couldn't help but escape from my mouth as the water seeped into my skin, providing me with the most beautiful sensation, and also cleaning away all the impurities I may have gained during the breakthrough. This is the reason why I had chosen this as my first post-breakthrough treatment. It feels wonderful and its effects are amazing. I will be able to move my power at maximum efficiency. My treatments will work better, and most importantly, they will make my next breakthrough a little smoother. That is very important to me, seeing the complications that have occurred in both of my breakthroughs. I want to do everything I can, so they won't appear again. It might seem like wishful thinking, but if I prepared enough, I could get a seamless breakthrough. Even though I don't have a complete idea of what I need to do, I know some things and I will achieve them before the breakthrough. A little more than 4 hours passed when I finally got up and looked at Grimm's. I am leaving anyone interested in coming out with me, I asked, but got no reply, seeing that I shook my in disappointment and stepped out. It's time to say goodbye, I said as I looked back the hills before turning back to the gate. This place had given me more than I had thought it would. It will always have a special place in my heart, but now it is time to leave it and enter the dangerous world again. I took a deep breath and stepped into the gate. A moment later, the powerful energy hit me before the world becomes clear. It is a harsh world outside, but exuberant life grows in it. Hun. I had just looked around for things when I saw a werewolf staring at me. It is only a few hundred meters away from me. Come here wanting to enter the castle. It is your bad luck, Grimm, I said, and before it could let out even a single word, I took it inside my core. Nero jumped out of my shoulder and entered the forest, while I had followed behind him with my stealth method active at full power. My strength might have grown tremendously, but I am cautious as before. I have seen Grimm more powerful than me torn apart by the monsters. I don't want the same to happen to me. Father Monster, Nero warned. I had just thought that when Nero warned me about the monster and hid behind the tree a few seconds later. A large blue bird flew over me. It was powerful enough to kill me. Damn, I cursed as the bird disappeared. That bird was a peak sovereign and had the strongest aura I had sensed in this ruin. If it had sensed me, it would have been a game over me. I resumed my journey a few seconds later, following the map I had been doing since the first day. I have more places to check on this map, though my first target will be finding Sovereign, Native, and Grimm both, especially Native, to exchange information, especially about the exit or whatever little know about it. As I moved, tens of strings moved around me. These strings are thin as a hair, but harvest the resources at much greater ease than the rope-like strings which I used to employ before. Still, they are not my real strings. I will get them when I reach the sovereign stage, I am confident of that. I miss them. They made a lot of things easy for me. Half an hour passed, and we were moving at incredible speed. Nero is scouting the safest part, and I just following it. We had come across a couple of Grimms. Nero had killed all of them except for one. It had a bloodline and used the growth energy from it to grow a few more seeds. Nero, stop, I said as I stopped. I had sensed something, and I was going to fight it. I dreamed about it since I had entered this ruin, but I had been too weak, but I have become strong enough to do it. Hello, little bull, I said as I revealed myself. It stopped eating the herb. It was eating and turned to me slowly, while I took out the stealth field artifact and threw it in the distance. A second later, it fixed itself on the ground and released the stealth field. Moo. It stared at me for a couple of seconds before mooing loudly and coming at me with incredible speed. I did not move away from my spot and instead watched it. It is a white bull, twice as big as a normal bull monster, with red crystalline horns which begin to glow. They are burning the surrounding energy. It is clear they are extremely dangerous. I could not let them pierce my body in any condition, or I would find myself turning to the ashes. Burst 75. Soon it was only 10 meters away from me and my sword appeared in my hand, and I activated the burst at 75. Incredible power filled me, and I shook for a moment. I had not used even 50 of the bursts against the Grimms I had fought in the castle, but against this bull monster, I am using 75. It is powerful enough to warrant that. Moo. The bull reached me in mood once again, before attacking me with those dangerous fiery red horns. I moved my sword in response this time. It is not a long sword I am using, but a great sword. Not my original great sword, but a great sword of different dimensions. It is still a weapon I am most proficient in, and I am using it against the strongest enemy I am fighting in this ruin. Clang, a loud metallic clash rang out as its huge shining red horn clashed against my sword, creating a powerful noise and a shockwave. I do not care about that. What I care about is the impact. I am feeling, which sent me a couple of steps back, with blood leaking from the corner of my mouth. You are really a challenging opponent, I said while grinning and took the burst at 90. The bull had gotten angry, and its horns become even hotter than flames lit around it. It did not come from the horns, but from the sheet heat it is projecting, which is burning the surrounding energy. Moo. It mooed even more loudly than before and came at me with such a speed that it felt like it had taken an instant to appear beside me. It attacked to tear me apart, and I moved my sword to defend against the blazing blow. Clang! Once again, its horn clashed against my sword, but this time it burned my sword and then me, with the monstrous, chaotic energy it had sent toward me while shaking me from top to bottom. Its monster energy is extremely powerful, but my armor had taken it all inside and refined it. While it was doing that, I felt hot all over me. You will have to try harder than that to kill me, bull, it said as it looking me with burning anger. Moo. It mooed and attacked me, and I moved my sword to defend myself, increasing my power further as the bull had done the same. Clang, clang, clang. My sword clashed against its horn. This time, too, I had shaken from head to toe, with the raw power attacking me, while its monster energy burned me. This time, it did not stop after the attack and attacked me again and again, harnessing more and more power from its bloodline core. The red veins materialized all over it as it started to pull more and more power to attack me. Seeing those veins, my mouth couldn't help but water. I have never eaten a monster with such thick veins. The last ruin I had gone to had monsters of the sovereign stage, but they did not have such thick magic veins, as the majority of monsters of this ruin have. It is this energy they need, powerful veins to absorb the energy and transfer it around their body. Well, I am glad, as it is the thing that makes these monsters more delicious. Now that I had seen the veins, I want to kill it even more. MO. It seemed to understand what I was feeling about it. As it harnessed even more power, the veins began to shine in broad daylight. Seeing that, my expression became serious, and I harnessed more power from the burst before moving toward the bull. CLANG. We clashed, and for the first time since our battle, begin it is the bull that shook, and it saying it made it angry would be a gross underestimation. It was furious. MO. It mooed and came at me with its full power, and I did not hold back either. I harnessed 100 of the burst, which is immense that I could barely contain it in my body. CLANG. My sword hit the horns of the bull hard, sending it a step back. A shock appeared on the dumb monster's face before turning it into the rate. It had just moved when I hit its horn again, sending it a few more steps back. It feels good to attack like this. I had been hiding from these monsters since the moment I had taken the steps into this ruin, but now I have got the chance to fight one of them. So I am enjoying it very much. I am only attacking the horns. I could attack other parts, and I should do it rather than wasting time in attacking the horns, which will not break, no matter how much I power up the sharpness enchantment. All I could be able to do is make a few light scratches on them. They will be great resources, and I had already decided what I had planned to do with them. MO. It mooed loudly, and I thought it would attack me, but it turned to escape. You think you could just run away? I asked it, and a moment later, thick ropes appeared around its body. While I didn't get strings, despite gaining the power of Sovereign, I have become powerful enough to bring out some of their abilities. These will only work on monsters, as their soul sense is easy to fool. Unlike the soul sense of natives and Grimms, which is refined by methods, they would discover it immediately if I tried to bind them with these thick ropes. It was fun fighting with you, bull, but it is time for you to die, I said, and appeared beside it and attacked it. My sword had morphed into a needle sword and was now moving toward its left eye. I want to kill it soon as possible, and given its thick defense, the eyes are best. In this way, I won't waste any of its meat. Perfect, I said as I looked at the body of the bull in my core. It was floating with many golden lines running across it. It is not just external, but also internal. It is one of the new formations I had developed. It helps me cut the monsters perfectly, which is very important when you want to make the perfect dish. I had decided to look into every aspect of the culinary, not just cooking, but also producing the things I need and also butchering the monster. This is not an easy job when you preserve perfect energy balance in the monster parts you cut. These tiny little things help a lot in enhancing the taste and flavor of the food. It is such a regret that I will not be cutting this monster. I will be my clone, but there is nothing I could do about it. I will have to try my hand at the different monsters. I am sure I will be fighting many more now. I opened my eyes and took the stealth artifact back into my storage and resumed my journey. 2 hours passed and 4 Grimms were killed, all by Nero, all primary III. They did not have the bloodline, which was regretful. There are a lot of seeds I had planted that are yet to grow. They would have helped a lot with that before I leave this place. I want all my plants at Sovereign, which will be a difficult task given their numbers, but I felt like it is something I could achieve it. A few more minutes passed, and I had found what I had been looking for, Sovereign and the one with the bloodline. It is a mid-Sovereign. I could see its aura through Nero's eyes. It was hiding it through stealth method, but to me it is clear as day. I want to walk away, but instead I found myself taking steps toward it. A few minutes passed, and I had loosened my aura a little, enough that it could sense it, but not enough. It would suspect anything. A minute and a half passed when suddenly stopped and looked in my direction. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I am excited, and it is not about the bloodline, but about the prospect of getting information. I have fought against many primary III, and they have provided me with some information, but even they did not have a complete. It is the same with the Sovereign inside the castle. They entered as primary III in the castle before leveling up. It kept looking at me for a few seconds before a smile appeared on its face, and it came toward me. 4 minutes later it appeared in front of me, and I brought an appropriate shock on my face. Grimm, I said as I brought out my sword. Human, it said and grinned before throwing the stealth artifact. It wouldn't be possible, let me go right, I asked hesitantly as I saw in front of me, rock-horned crocman. It looked like a normal crocman, except for rocky lines flowing over its green scales and the ways to retreat. No, my purpose is to kill you all natives, and since you dare to come here, I will kill you all, it said, and it came at me. In front of me, rock-horned crocman. It looked like a normal crocman, except for rocky lines flowing over its green scales and its 2 curved horns. In its hand is a rusty axe. It looked like it had been buried in the earth for thousands of years and excavated not long ago. It is not the case the axe is a powerful weapon. It is to feel the great power projecting through it. Die, it shouted and swung its axe at me. Burst 70. I activated the burst at 70, a less than I would not be able to counter its attack. As the power filled me, I swung my sword at it. Unlike its axe, which is covered in dark green bloodline energy, mine had a simple layer of transparent energy covering it. It looked like it would be swallowed by the bloodline energy in an instant. Clang, our weapons clashed, and a powerful one came out. It was so powerful that it had destroyed everything around me, including around me, before it got absorbed by the stealth artifact. I shook by the attack but did not take a step back. It surprised it, but soon the smile on its face returned. Though now it had a killing intent in it. Clang, clang, clang. Didn't say anything and instead attack again and again, trying to push me back, but I held on to my place while defending against its attacks. You are not weak. Killing you would be fun, it said as it increased the power behind its attacks. You may be stronger than me, but you are not strong enough to kill me, I replied, and a grin appeared on its face, filled with anger and killing intent in it. I have so many questions, but I am not in a hurry to ask them to it. If I ask it now, it will not answer. I will have to fight it more before asking the questions. A little more than a minute passed when suddenly, it jumped back and I didn't attack. I had sensed before it, but I wanted to see how long it took to react to it. It reacted pretty quickly. There is a monster, entered the edge of a stealth field. It is powerful enough that both of us won't like to fight it. The monster had sensed something strange as it entered the stealth field. It had spread its soul sense further, but it did not discover us. However, it had stayed on its spot for more than a minute before it moved out of the field. Even then, we did not move for more than 3.5 minutes as the monster had remained close. It left, said the rock. Horned Crockman and aura blasted off its body as it come at me. I harnessed the power of the burst at 80 and moved to defend against its attacks. Clang, our swords clashed again, and this time I barely shook. It seemed like I had been needlessly scared of you. You are not as strong as I thought. You are, I said to it. It seemed to have hit the nerve. A volcano of rage seemed to have exploded in its eyes. I will kill you, it shouted and attacked me with its eyes full of rage. I didn't hold back either and harnessed more power and went to clash against it. It is not just the taunt. What I had said had some truth in it. It is powerful and I had not underestimated it, but I had underestimated myself. I am powerful enough that I could kill it. If I used every bit of my power and some factors worked with me, I have won the battles with worse chances. So I will fight to kill it and will also try to get some answers to my questions, which I think would be a much harder job than killing it. So mind telling me a few things about this ruin? I asked with a smile on my face as I countered its attack and attacked with mine. I am sure you would have found most of the things by now, it replied mockingly. The bastard is angry, but it is not letting that anger control it. It is still very much in control of itself while using anger to harness more power from its bloodline. Emotions are the best tools to harness the power from the bloodlines, and the anger is greatest but most dangerous. Less than a quarter of the Grimm could control their anger to harness the power, while the rest lose their mind over it. Yes, most things. Like you guys were doing something in secret, using your puppets, but being found out, and that brought primes from realms, I said, implying I know most things. It is just what I had got from humans and Grimms and what Nero had eavesdropped when the Grimms were talking about it. Its eyes shot in surprise, hearing that, but it soon calmed down. Well, there is no loss in telling you a few things, since you are going to die anyway, he said after a few seconds of silence. We had found something extremely precious and were retrieving it through our puppets, but found out those bastards. The natives from realms came and mighty war happened. It shook the whole world and destroyed this land beyond recognition that the natives broke it from the world and sealed it, it said and smiled while continuing to attack me. The bastard. I cursed it had provided me with incomplete information. It is frustrating but fine as it had connected a few pieces. So what is the thing that caused the war? I asked, and the smile on its face turned mocking. Dead men do not need to know that, it replied and attacked with even more power. I had defended, not letting its rusty axe come close to me. It is a skilled fighter. Unlike those sovereigns I had fought in the castle, who could barely control their power, much less use it efficiently. Still, my clones are recording it and studying all its moves. The flow of time is helping a lot, and also the increased mental power. My clones could study my enemies in more depth than before. I am in no hurry to end the fight, and nor I could. It is powerful and I have to be patient. The more data I have, the better it would be for me when I decided to deal with it. A few more minutes passed, and I could see it was getting more and more frustrated by its lack of progress against me. It couldn't land a single attack on me, and even the shaking had stopped long ago. My clones had adjusted my inheritance to deal with its power more suitably. I have to say I have lucked out with the clone methods. I have come across many of the clone methods, including one found in the storage of Grimm in the castle, but not even a single one could compare to the one I am practicing. It is in a completely different league. It felt like it is tailored for me. I didn't forget I have to do something for myself, and while I had not promised, I will do it. I will do it, but not now. I will have to become very powerful before I could even think of doing that. You were better than I had imagined. Human, it seemed like I won't be able to defeat you without my full power, said Crockman. A thick green aura released from its body like the powerful tides before started to form a phantom behind it. I am surprised. It using all its power, I thought it would increase it a level further before using its full power, but I don't mind. We have been fighting for a little more than half an hour. It is time to end it. Burst 100. I activated the full burst. This time I am going to need it to defeat this Grimm. I looked at the phantom and felt its powerful suppression without looking into its eyes. Here, that is an extremely dangerous thing. A moment later, the phantom merged into the Crockman, reinforcing its power. Now you die, it said as the huge phantom of a green axe materialized around its axe and it attacked. Seeing the attack, my expression became serious, and I harnessed every bit of strength I have and swing my sword. The bastard is not holding back, and if I hold it back, I will regret it. CLANNNG. Its axe clashed against my sword, and my eyes widened. A moment later, I begin to take the steps back, while vomiting blood with the pieces of my organs. You defended it, it said with a clear shock in its eyes. As I had said, you're strong, but not strong enough to kill me, I said as I wiped away the blood from my lips. I will show you how strong I am. You bastard. It shouted and came at me, with bloodline energy exploding around it. It is powerful and suppressive. If it had been those sovereigns I had fought in the castle had been standing here, they would have already been on their knees by now. I steeled my heart and swung my sword with every bit of power I have. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It is hard to defend when it is attacking with such power. Even when I do, it is coming with the cost. At every clash, I am getting more and more injured and pain. As the shocks of the attacks try to grind my internals into the paste, if it is not for my strong healing power and formation in the core, they would have done that. A little over 3 minutes passed, and I am still defending while taking a step back and vomiting. In these 3 minutes, my condition did not improve. Instead, it had worsened. I become more injured and my skin had gone pale, and it looked like I was on my last leg. Now do you think I have no chance of defeating you? Asked Crockman as it came at me with another attack, to which I was a little slow to respond. Yes, because you are dead, I said, and its lips curved to laugh when suddenly, its lips froze when it saw me dodging at speed it had not seen me move. It immediately reacted and turned my axe toward me, who was moving toward it. But how easy it is to break the momentum of your most powerful attack. It is skilled enough to do it in fractions of a second, but it was all the time. I needed to appear in front of T. It tried to dodge and defend against the defensive method, but I had worked too hard in this place. It will not be able to get away unless it is hiding a serious amount of power, which I know it isn't. Putch, my sword pierced through its heart before I moved away from it immediately. I shouldn't have, as the energy froze at the right time, but I couldn't take a risk. I didn't get a chance to test it on a lot of sovereigns, and this was the most powerful I have faced. A level above compared to all the others I had fought in the castle. Though they were the weaklings, this one is standard. Nearly all the sovereigns I had seen in this place had average strength similar to it. Some were weaker than that, while some were stronger. Tap, I appeared beside it a moment later and tapped it on the shoulder. A moment later, it had disappeared. A second later, I appeared at my core, where formations were pouring the energies inside me. My injuries are not fake, they are serious, and now the formations pouring power to heal them. Human, what is this place? Crockman shouted from its prison. My core, I replied to it with a smile. The smile on my face became even bigger when I saw the runes materializing and climbing over its body. Now, even if it wants to die, it couldn't die. How is that possible? Sovereigns don't have internal worlds, only primes have that, it said in shock while trying to push the runes, but it is not having any effect. I am not sovereign, I replied, and I could see it relax for a moment before even a greater shock appeared on its face. When it sensed my initial primary III aura, impossible, it gasped in shock as it looked at me in horror. It is the truth, it is up to you, whether you believe it or not, I said, and its expressions become worse before suddenly they started easing up. Release me, human, or I will self-destruct. Taking you in this whole damn place with me, it said, and the smile on my face grew bigger. You cannot self-destruct here, I said with a smile. It hesitated before its expressions become firm. Watch me, it said and closed its eyes, but a couple of seconds later opened them with deep shock in them. You are in my domain, even to die. You need to take my permission. I said, though, if you give me what I want, I could let you get out of here, I added, and it looked at me suspiciously. You will just kill me after you get what you wanted, it said, to which I shook my head. I promise I will release you. The information is more important to me than your little life, though you will be a little injured in the soul, since I need to remove this memory and I will have your storage. It did not reply and instead stared at me with great suspicion. You should decide quickly once those runes covered you fully. Even I won't be able to save you, I said to its suspicious eyes, and it looked at runes, which have covered half of it externally and internally. The higher-ups didn't provide us with all the information. Only Earth sovereigns are aware of the whole information, it said. It is fine. Tell me everything you know about, including the exits, I said to it. 200,000 years ago, our puppets have discovered something. A grand treasure that could help one make a breakthrough into the realm beyond the prime. A traitorous bastard released this information to the realms, and their primes descended. Who got that treasure in the end? I asked, to which it shook its head. I do not know, it replied. What are the 3 places you have been asked to visit by higher-ups? I asked, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on its face. This is information Nero had heard, eavesdropping on two sovereigns. Show me on this man, I said, and a giant map protected in front of it. It is an amalgamation of all the maps I had found in the storage of Grimm's, and even the bastard seemed surprised seeing it. The Mist Valley, Nar Tower, and Jock's Whirlpool, it replied, motioning toward three places which noted normally. Only Mist Valley could be entered this time. It added, what are they? I asked. Treasure lands. There are huge treasures in them. Hundreds of people found treasure there that helped them break into Earth's sovereign stage, it replied and had excitement in its voice in the last sentence. I know it is hiding something, seeing that sick joy hiding behind the excitement, but I do not care. Where are the exits? Yours and the ones you have found, I asked, and it took a moment to answer that. I only know two, one that leads us to our base and another, somewhere I don't know, it answered. Point toward them, I asked, and a moment later it did before turning to me. I have answered all your questions. Now release me, it demanded, and I smiled at it. I am sorry, but I do not release monsters, I replied and turned away from it. You bastard, I muted it before he could say anything. I felt a little bad at breaking promises like that, but I know it is a monster and I do not keep the promises to monsters. 1.5 seconds later, the harvest begins and now, I couldn't have it, even if I wanted to. I do not want to save it. I looked at the map and add the information I had received. I know I couldn't believe it all, it had certainly hidden many things, but I expected that. Still, the information it provided was quite substantial. On the way, I will need to corroborate it with a few more Grimms and will need to get it from fellow natives. I now have some information, and for the first time coming to this ruin, I felt like I might be able to get out of it. It will be dangerous, but I will give my everything for that. I looked at exits, they are on the way, but I will not go there unless I verify it from my fellow natives. It might be their bases with peak sovereigns and even Earth sovereigns in them. I will be discovered before I could even see them, and I don't want that. I have already been kidnapped by the Earth sovereign once, I don't want to do it again. It is the same for the Mist Valley. I had sensed the fear in the eyes of the Grimm when it had uttered those words. I closed the map and turned to the Crockman, which was getting harvested. The resistance is quickening at a very fast speed. The clear phantom had also faded a lot. Soon it will completely disappear, and a few seconds after that, the Grimm. I smiled at that thought and got out of my core. I am still injured, but not enough that I couldn't defend against any unexpected danger. After I picked up the stolen field artifact, I resumed my journey, hoping to come across many of such delicious Grimms. Buzz, a faint trickle of power entered my body, and in less than 20 seconds it had disappeared. Now, the strengthening energy of the primary III couldn't even last for 20 seconds. It couldn't be compared to sovereigns, but sovereigns aren't flying everywhere around me. It is late afternoon, and I have only found 2 Grimm sovereigns with the bloodline. The number is not good considering the distance I had traveled and the number of Grimm sovereigns I have come across. I have also come across 2 native sovereigns. As I thought about them, my blood started to boil, but I controlled my anger and continued moving. Till now I have fought against 5 sovereigns and 3 talked inside the core, and I could say the information the Crockman had provided was mostly true, with some omissions, though I have to corroborate it with a few more sources to be sure about it. I am moving toward the first exit, which is also on the way to the Mist Valley. Though I am not going to the Mist Valley, that place is extremely dangerous from what I had heard about the Grimm sovereign. Another hour passed when finally, Nero sensed another native sovereign. They are far rarer than the Grimms. We have entered this place in much fewer numbers than the Grimms, not to mention. When he showed me his face, especially the clothes he was wearing, I relaxed a little. The last 2 native sovereigns I had found were from the organization, and if those bastards hadn't been natives, I would kill them. They had only asked for all information I have, but also asked me to give me my resources, and top of that refused to tell me what they know. It is a good thing they have only threatened with words. If they had lifted even a hand, I would have broken every single piece of bone on their bodies. I moved toward the sovereign, and he is part of the batch of sovereigns that came after us. I had a recording and could see him through it. Little over 10 minutes passed, and when I reached near him and slowed down before revealing some of my aura to let him sense my presence. Your stealth method is quite good. I didn't sense you till you reached so close to me, said the Black Wolf Beastman. So what do you want? He asked directly. His tone is friendly, but I could tell he is cautious, and his faint soul sense spread around me, trying to detect my aura to discern my level, which is completely sealed. Information, I said, and a smile appeared on his face. I have some, I hope you also have something, he said. I smiled as a white crystal appeared in my hand and threw it at him. He caught it and a surprise appeared on his face. You have quite a lot. I am afraid compared to it, I have very little, he said with obvious embarrassment. It is fine, give me whatever you have, I replied. He nodded and a second later threw a blue stone at me. I sent it to my core and a clone viewed it. It is less than what I had provided him, but it finished some of the incomplete information I have. If there is nothing else, I am leaving, he said. I nodded and watched him leave. He is moving in a different direction than mine. It is not like everyone would be searching for an exit. No, many I had come across, including primary III, did not have the exit as their focus. Their primary target is collecting as much as resources as possible, which is not surprising. Ruins such as this, where resources at every step are rare, especially for those who do not belong to any organizations. Most of the ruins are in their hands, and they only let the public into 30 of ruins. The rest of the ruins were for their personal use, despite the law stating every organization needed to keep half of their ruins public. I didn't stay on my spot for long after following him with my sole sense for a couple of seconds. I resumed my journey. A few minutes passed as I moved through the thick trees, collecting the resources from the surrounding plants. It is planted I am collecting, but also crystal metals and other things. Collecting them had become even more important. Now that I had taken the artifice, though 95 of this job is done by Nero, he's simply good at it 100 times better than me. Compared to him, I only picked up a shiny rock that I see lying around. I have collected a large amount of metals, crystals, and other things since I entered this ruin. The storage has provided a lot, but I think we will also collect a lot on our own, especially now that we had made a breakthrough. Nero had become even good. Since morning, he had collected a lot of things. Father Grimm, I was busy with my thoughts when Nero informed me of the Grimm. An inheritance Grimm's, but a powerful one. More than Krokman I had fought in the morning. Finish it, I said, and Nero moved toward it. On the way, his size begins to increase, and his aura begins to change while his antlers begin to shrink. In that minute, he becomes a large wolf, who is like any wolf monster of this ruin. He is so good that even Earth's sovereign won't find any fault in him, even if they scanned him thoroughly. With the breakthrough, Nero's abilities had also advanced. Now he could do even more amazing things than before. Soon, he reached the place where Grimm was and roared. The Grimms threw out the stealth field artifact and moved to defend against Nero. The Chimpman is quite powerful, its blade of it is fast as lightning and silent as the wind. Now, I feel regret for not fighting against it. It is a great enemy, I would have learned a lot from it, but there is no use in regretting it. Nero is fighting it, and I will not interfere. The battle had lasted for 4 minutes and 8 seconds before the Grimm died, and it died very painfully. Some of his abilities could make death a very painful experience. Even I shuddered thinking about them. Soon, Nero collected the body and everything with it. In a few minutes, he will turn it into pure crystals. He could do that now, and the purity he gets, even the best formation I have got from the books, does. I am happy he killed another Grimm who would have killed many more natives and was quite excited about its storage. The storages of established sovereigns like it have amazing things. I even found a miracle fruit, which is extremely rare, and I have found a single one on the tree since I had come to this world. A few seconds later, Nero changed back into his original shape, and we resumed our journey toward our destination. Monster integration, I have found it, Father, said Nero, and a smile appeared on my face. The sky had darkened, and soon the energy would appear while with current power. I will be able to bear it for a while before it becomes dense enough. It will be dangerous if I didn't find a place to spend the night. The energy is dangerous. What is even more dangerous is the monsters that roamed in it. They are powerful enough to tear me apart while I stay powerlessly against them. 8 minutes later, I reached the place. It is underground, between the roots of a giant tree. It is wet and humid, but it didn't matter. I will be in the abode, and it will be big, as the space Nero had found is quite big. It took me a few minutes for me to reach it. As I did, I had immediately taken out an abode, which fit perfectly in the space I am. Even before leveling up, Nero was trouble for the Grimms, but now he will become their nightmare. I am just happy thinking about the number of storage I am going to have in the morning. As level up, not only comes strength, but also speed. He will be able to cover a large area through the night, which means there will be more Grimms that will die and more storage I will get. It took cold water off the shower to calm my emotions. It felt wonderful, and I stayed there for more than half an hour before coming out. I dried myself and changed into a comfortable cloth before walking into the kitchen. Once again, I started to feel excited. I have prime meat, and I am going to cook it now. I took out a couple of things, including a round burner which had 2 horns fixed inside. It is a new cooking instrument forged by my clone. It is temporary, as I had still not gained the skill to forge something good, despite becoming a grade 3 artificer. The red horns inside the instrument belonged to the bull I had killed in the morning. It has turned out they can produce optimal cooking fire, better than my own fire or any fire and crystal I have. I didn't waste any time and started. I cooked with a smile on my face, forgetting everything I had experienced. The stress left me slowly and calmness filled my heart. Cooking always helps. It is such a regret that despite having 6 clones and time dilation in my core, I couldn't give the culinary time it deserves. It became even more apparent after I started artificing. I could do nothing about it, as there are too many things for me to do. Still, I am improving my culinary skills slowly. It turned out like alchemy. The artifice could also help me improve my culinary skill. My control has become much better, and so have my skills. I have a dream to forge an abode, design every little thing there, including a grand kitchen. I nearly have the most important thing for it. A natural spatial seed. which is much better and has greater potential than an artificial spatial seed. In it, I could do things that I couldn't with natural spatial seed. If it had before I received Artificer's Legacy, I would have started on it already, but now I didn't. I do not have enough skills, and knowledge the impartation has given me a lot of knowledge, but I don't want to be limited to that. Thankfully, I have an entire library full of knowledge. I'm going to use it while slowly practicing my way to grade 4 Artificer, and only then I would start working on my dream abode. A little more than 1.5 hours passed when I finally finished, and the dinner was smelling heavenly. I put it all on the table when I suddenly froze before a smile lit up on my face. "Are you conscious enough to join me for dinner?" I asked Ashlyn, who had finally woken up. "Choo-choo," she chirped excitedly as she appeared in front of me. "Let me serve you," I said, and energy strings moved to serve her the place. Usually I like to use my hands, but she might fall asleep at the next moment. She had fallen asleep on the dinner plate many times, so I want her to have as much as food she could before she falls asleep again. "Let's eat," I said, and we dug in. A few seconds later, an unconscious voice came out of my mouth. "It is too delicious, better than I had thought I could." "It is you who wanted to spend a night out," I said to Nero, who projected hunger from the distance. Though he did not come back and instead moved toward the closest Grimm. "How are you feeling?" I asked her as I served her second. "Choo-choo," she replied before resuming eating. She said she is feeling good and loved the dinner. "I am glad," I said, and ate while asking her questions now and then. Soon, we finished the dinner, and to my surprise, Ashlyn did not fall asleep. I took the little bird in my hand and sat on the couch, talking to her while petting her gently the way she liked. I did not care about the practice or other things I have to do. All I care about is spending time with her before she fell into sleep again. She did that, but a lot later than I had thought. She had stayed awake for nearly 3 hours and watched her favorite movie before falling asleep. "Good night," I said to her and sent her into the core before focusing on the tasks. Damn, I curse it as I get out of the tub. I have cursed, but there is a smile on my face. The upgraded methods are working better than I had imagined. It is also noted that the pain I had felt during the breakthrough, where every cell of mine had burned, very well worth it. Now, because of it, the treatments of forbidden energy and strengthening the deepest part of me. The effects of the treatments were great, and one of the reasons is the resources on which I am not holding back. I have gained so many resources here that I had stopped holding back on them. I used every resource I could to level off that seemed wasteful, but it didn't matter to me. The only thing that matters is the results. I am getting the results. Still, my clone has collected the data and already started improving it. I have already decided that before leaving the ruin, I will try to level up once more. It is hard, but could be possible. I have 6 clones now, and 4 of them are always working on the inheritances. They have already made good progress in 3 days, or rather 9 long days, now that time dilation had increased further. My clones need no sleep or rest, and I wish I could have them more, and I would, as long as I made a breakthrough into the sovereign. It will take time, even though I don't know how long it will take me to create a sovereign inheritance, but it will not be soon. The inheritance to reach the sovereign stage will not be easy. I have already started working on it, side by side with the upgrade of the mid-primary III. I have studied enough that I could start working on it, though most of my focus is still on the upgrade. Buzz, I sat in the center of the formation on the ground, and a moment later, it had activated. While I closed my eyes and entered my core, I may have 6 clones, but I can't work with them alone. I have to do my share of the work too, and I am more than happy to do that. I entered the library and started working, or rather studying. I am still focused on the ancient runes. They had now become even more important to me, that before the knowledge they provide help me understand the common runes even better. I can't wait for a day I could use these runes, but those days are years away. Ancient runes are hard, and there is a reason people first break through the sovereign stage before even looking at these runes, and only primes could use them proficiently. I am not chewing more than I swallow. Studying them is already helping me, I am sure. If I keep studying them, I will continue to reap the significant benefits. 5 hours passed inside the core, and I finished with treatment, but I did not walk out of the core and instead got up from the table and walked toward my clones, working on the inheritances. I started working with them. Another 5 hours passed inside the core, when I finally opened my eyes and got up before walking into my room. There I showered before laying down on my bed. I fell asleep within a minute and woke up 4 hours later, feeling completely refreshed. I stayed in bed for a couple of minutes, watching Nero as he moved like a grim reaper, reaping their lives as past. He even messed with those he couldn't even fight. It is not like many of them dare to follow him outside, and even if they did, they will not find him. I got up from the bed and freshened up before cooking myself a breakfast, which I ate alone. Ashlyn is sleeping. She had not woken up since she had slept a few hours ago. I didn't expect her to wake up, I just looked at her, before focusing on eating breakfast. Once I finished with the breakfast, I once again started treatment, which continued for nearly 2 hours before it was time to leave. It is still dark outside, with the content of energy at a dangerous level, but with changes I made, I could bear it, I will have to bear it if I want to reach my prey and kill it. It is a dangerous ruin, and if I want to get out of here safely, I will need to be strong, and Grimms are the quickest way to get it. I got out of my abode and placed it back into my storage before walking out of the underground. It took me a few minutes, but I had reached it and my expressions couldn't help but get somber. The energy out is more dangerous than I had thought, but my armor could bear it, albeit barely. After checking things with my armor, I began to move in the beautiful moonlight. It was a really amazing night, but I couldn't focus on it. If I did it, I will lose my target, toward which I am moving. Hun. I was thinking about that when Nero informed me about the monster, a peak sovereign monster. I hid immediately, and a minute later I felt the earth vibrating as a herd of elephant monsters moved not far away from me. All of them are sovereign, the weakest of them is a mid-sovereign, while the strongest is a peak one. I stayed in my place for more than 5 minutes before moving again. Time passed, and every minute the energy would thin up, but it is happening slowly. I should be able to reach my destination before the energy become thin enough for Grimm to come out. 52 minutes passed, and I finally reached my destination and could see the Grimms. It is sitting crossed-legged and seemed to be practicing a method. Seeing that, a smile appeared on my face, and I moved toward it. I stopped breathing and just waited by the flame werewolf's abode door. From what I could see, the Grimm would take a few more minutes to come out. I had improved my method enough that I have the confidence to stand closer to it. Well, who asked this bastard to find a hidden place like this? It is not hidden well, and the energies roaming around it are helping me hide well. The energies are dangerous, but they are also helpful in their own way. I am standing with every bit of my aura isolated. It is quite dangerous, seeing how close I am to Grimm, and wouldn't have dared to do it. If the energies around hadn't been so thick, its soul sense is moving around the abode, but it hadn't discovered me yet, and it won't. Though if the energy thinned too much before it came out, I will have to get out of here and wait outside to kill it, which I don't want to do. 3 minutes and 13 seconds later. The door opened without making the slightest noise, and the Grimm walked out. It is a catman with beautiful yellow lines. I had fought against a member of its tribe in the castle a week ago, though the one I had killed was a primary III, while this one was sovereign. The moment it came out, I moved, using every bit of speed I could harness. It had discovered me, but it was too late. It would have been able to do something before stepping out. The moment it did, it was dead. Putch, my sword pierced through its back before it even harnesses its full power. I was so fast that I didn't even let the bloodline phantom form before I stabbed it in the heart and sent it to my core. With Grimm disappeared, I let go of my power and looked around the cave, before putting the abode in my core and walking out. It had been 5 days since I got out of the castle, and I was moving fast toward the first exit. If I am able to maintain my speed, I would be able to reach there in 5 to 6 days. I want to reach the limit before I reach there. If it is a true exit, I want to leave through it and like to be at the limit. Then I will completely focus on my breakthrough. I pushed away those thoughts and focused on the journey ahead of me. It had been hard, and it is getting harder, but I have to complete it. If I want to get out of here, even if it is the thing I am the only one interested in. All the sovereigns I had met in this place had no interest in getting out of this ruin, despite its immense dangers. They are searching exit like me, but for the time when they want to get out, all they want to focus on getting resources and opportunities. Some bastards were even so daring they tried to rob. I beat the shit out of one native and took its storage. I really wanted to kill him, but I stopped myself. The number of Grimms in this ruin is too high. Even the wretched bastard like him was necessary. Half an hour passed, and the rays of the sun had finally started to pierce through the clouds. The energy had nearly disappeared, but most sovereigns have already come out and begun their adventure. I began earlier than most and had been lucky enough to kill 2 sovereign. It only happened once 2 days ago. Most of the time, when I moved to the second Grimm after killing the first, most of them had moved out of their abodes. Now I would need a few more Grimms with bloodline, and I would be golden for today. A few minutes passed, and Nero had attacked one Grimm. He didn't even ask me. He knew the Grimms without a bloodline belonged to him, and he had been killing them day and night. The wealth I had accumulated in the past few days has been skyrocketed. I was watching the battle when I focused back on the core, as the last drop of growth energy had been absorbed by the plants. I focused on a single plant, which had been turned to dust, leaving 2 fruits. The spatial tree had left the spatial fruits, and inside them were spatial seeds. One could be used to plant, while the other, as a spatial seed to create abodes and other things. I had waited a lot before giving growth energy to the spatial tree. I now have the spatial seed, but I am in no hurry to create an abode. I do not have the skill or complete resources yet. The resources are not a problem with the wealth I have. The problem is the skill. I do not have sufficient skills. It will take some time before my clone could practice in grade 4. It is not just seeds that are precious, but also fruits themselves. They will sell for an immense price, but I have no intention of selling them. I have a need for them. My clone picked one of the 2 fruits when it had packed into the box the whole second. It cut it expertly and brought out the seed. It had packed the cut fruit while burrowing the seed on the ground. The spatial seed is an extremely powerful resource, and the more one has the better it is, which is why I am replanting it. I plan to grow more, and I have a chance to do that till I am in this ruin. After my clone burrowed into the seed, I focused back on the battle, which ended a couple of seconds later, and we resumed our journey. A couple of hours passed when we stopped, and this time to watch the battle between the native and Grimm. Both of them were peak sovereigns, and their power is earth-shaking. Seeing them, the thirst for such power couldn't help but rise in my heart. Mystery Moon Reel, Level 7, Celestial Tower. "What is happening to Realm Core?" asked the beautiful woman with hair that looked like they were born out of moonlight. She is looking at the egg-shaped silvery crystal in front of her, which is slowing gently. Avert day, it would glow a couple of seconds before stopping. It had been happening for a month with no reason or a pattern behind it. "Do you find anything?" asked the man beside her, to which she shook her head. She had been here for 1.5 months, not taking a step away, even for a second, and even after that she was not able to find the reason. "Do we ask for help?" asked the young-looking man at her help. "No," said the woman immediately, and her voice was resolute. The two men knew better than the mention of the topic further. They stayed with her for some time before disappearing, while the woman stayed and continued staring Realm Core, which began to glow again. "Finally, on the other side," I said as I looked at the huge Alve River, one of the most dangerous things I had seen in the ruin. I had spent 1.5 days traveling by it, before crossing the natural bridge the journey that would have taken me less than a minute to do, if I flew over it, though doing that would have been a grave mistake. There is a clear warning on all the maps that one shouldn't attempt to cross it unless they are a peak sovereign, and even then, they should be careful. I had truly not believed the warning until I saw a peak sovereign bird getting swallowed in a single bite by a giant monster that came out of the river. The monster was also a peak sovereign, but despite that, it swallowed the bird and took it inside the river. The bird did not come out, it had simply disappeared. Crossing the river means I am only 1.5 days away from the first exit. The second one is further, and belongs to Grimm. This one did not. At least this is what all the Grimms are staying. There is a prime chance that I have to check it. It is the only lead I have. I will personally not go there. It will be Nero's job. It is extremely dangerous, but is the only one who could achieve without being detected if it is a trap. I will travel till midday, before stopping at an intersection near the route, which leads to the Mist Valley, while Nero will go check the exit. If it turned out to be a trap, then Mist Valley will be a new destination. It is not like the Mist Valley has an exit, but it is where a huge number of sovereign are moving, despite it being an extremely dangerous place. Only in a place like that, I will be able to find a person who knows the exit. Our numbers might not be as much as Grimm's, but we still have good numbers. There is a chance some of them would have found it. Even if they didn't, there would be a lot of Grimm's there who might have an idea about it. It may seem far-fetched, but it is the only idea I have. If the exit turned out to be the burst, half an hour passed and I entered another ruined city when Nero sensed the Grimm. It is an initial sovereign that Nero had killed in a second. It didn't take even a second. He just appeared behind it and swallowed the Grimm. I am not surprised. He is growing stronger, and now killing such Grimms has become a child's play for him. Another hour passed when he informed me of the monster, but I did not hide. Just moved a little away from the monster and kept moving. As my strength increased, so has the power of my abilities. Not to mention, I am improving them daily with the data I am collecting every day. The stealth method is essential for my survival here, and it had become a kind of great. As long as I am more than half a mile away from the mid-sovereign, I didn't hide, though I will hide from any monster that was above the mid-sovereign stage. Time passed as I traveled to the ruined city. I liked them a lot. Here, there are many places where one could hide, though there are also the disadvantages, like resources. In the forest, there are more resources than in the ruined city, despite it being swallowed by plants. Even hundreds of thousands of years couldn't change all things. I am not much worried about resources. I have so many that I don't know what I will do with them. Most importantly, thousands of times more resources in killing Grimms than collecting them. Though I still collect them, and even now, the strings are moving around me, collecting every resource that is within 100 meters of me. All resources are important. I may have more resources than I know what to do with them, but there might come a time when I will need to use every resource I have to survive. Besides, it never hurts to have more resources. A few more minutes passed when I sensed the Grimm. It is behind me, and it has a bloodline. Immediately, I stopped in my tracks and moved toward the Grimm. The bloodline Grimms are important to me, especially now that I have come so close to the exit. If it is not a trap, then I will walk through it, and as I had said before, I like to be at the limit when I do that. I am not at the limit, I am still a little distance away from achieving the limit. 5.5 minutes later, I reached the Grimm. It is a mid-sovereign, and looking at its aura, it seemed to have leveled up not long ago. I am a little disappointed by that. I would have preferred a strong one, which is challenging to kill, but also the one who will provide a lot of bloodline's energy. I looked at it for a couple of seconds before finally moving toward it at full speed. The burst is roaring at 100, and I am harnessing my whole power, but not using it all, keeping it on hold. It sensed me immediately and turned before a powerful aura burst out of its body and a grin appeared on its face. Tasty human, said the ratman and moved toward me, and a moment later, we were against each other. Die human, it said, and swung its thin long sword at me, and I swung mine toward it, which had about the same power as its. Our swords were closer and closer to each other, and soon there was only an inch of distance remained between them, when a grin appeared on my face. Hun. It sensed something, and a powerful aura roared out of its body, but it was already too late. Putch, a second later I was in front of it, and my sword was in its chest, while it looked at me in frozen shock. Monster integration, you can leave now, Nero, I said to him. He should have gone the moment we crossed the river, but he stayed, and I didn't ask him to leave. I watched him leave while I moved ahead myself, unsure of my destination, but with Nero gone. I have to think hard about it, as things are going to get very dangerous for me. Till Nero always had been in his range, except for nights, but now I am on my own and it is going to be dangerous. My clone opened the map in the core and began to look at the places I could go. There are many in this city, and I looked at them for more than a minute before finally selecting one. As I did, I moved toward it. It is a little far, but it is fine. Little over 2 hours and 2 Grimms later, I had reached my destination. A half-buried black marble tower, which is broken in many places. The tower is huge, and runes are flashing in many places. There are many other places better than it, but it is the only one which had the knowledge. It used to be a library in the city, with knowledge of all the subjects available in it. It is the best place I could go, as I do not need the resources or the artifacts. I would very much appreciate the books, despite having a whole damn library of them. Extra knowledge is never a bad thing, and library spirit agrees with me very much. There are over 10 entrances to enter it. There are holes all around the tower. I chose the one in the lower middle of the tower according to data. The 11th floor entrance will give me the biggest hall, and I chose it. I moved underground while my soul's sense spread around me. I am on my own, and I need to be very careful about it. I didn't sense anyone and hadn't spotted even a speck of residual aura. This is not surprising, seeing it is not a place most people would enter. People would go to places where there are treasures and resources, not where the books are. It is a place for people like me. Still, I am being careful. Some people might be here, who are good as me or even better than me at hiding their aura. Little over 15 minutes later, I reached the entrance. It is one giant hole. There are broken formations around it, but there is an open space big enough that even Grimm could walk inside it. I walked over and got a look at the tower. It is an absolute mess. I saw broken walls, rotten shelves, and torn books. My soul sensed across and saw everything was useless. Even the books are beyond reading. I do not mind damaged books, but these are even beyond that. Still, I entered inside. This place is huge, and what I saw is only an entrance. The real things would be inside, and I wanted them, while Nero moved toward the exit. He is moving at a very fast speed and killing the Grimms he had found on the way, though in a few hours he will have to control the killing. If it is a trap, the Grimms will notice, and we won't want that. Nero could hide from the Sovereign, but it was challenging for him to hide from those above that. It had been over 3 weeks since I had entered this ruin, and I had not seen a single monster, Grimm or native Earth Sovereign. I thank the god for that. Against them, I am akin to an ant. They could crush me with only their aura alone. I moved carefully inside, avoiding broken formations. There are even some invisible ones. Thankfully, I could see them and was able to avoid them just fine. Some could not, it seemed, I thought as I looked at the body of the Grimm, which is degrading slowly. I wanted to look away and vomit, but I took it inside me, and immediately I started to refine the crystals from it. Someone had looted it but kept the body, a mistake. Everybody of the Grimm is free crystals, so even if I wanted to vomit it, I took it. Benefit matters the most. I have also become cautious, as the person had killed the Grimms. The broken formations of this place did. If I am not careful, something like that might happen to me. An hour passed when I finally found a book. It is beneath the rotten wood, above it a broken formation of anti-sensory type. Those who are using the soul sense wouldn't be able to find it, but I did, and a few strings of mine had moved to fetch that book. I am confident I could take it out, triggering any formations. A few seconds later, my strings reached the book and covered it, before slowly being brought out, without much shaking the rotten wood above it. 20 seconds later, the book is out of the rotten wood, and I pulled it in front of me. The book is big, bigger than my whole hand, and thick. I wiped away the dust from him and looked at the title with a smile. Mutations of Aver's Crystal by Hike Oris, I read. It is something I had been expecting, but still interesting. I sent it to my core, and a few seconds later, my clone informed me that it is a perfect condition. In the next hour, I found 4 more books. 3 were related to the crystal, while 1 was fiction. My clone had read it a little before putting it away from me. I am going to read it. The story is something I would like, and I had already added it to my fiction reading list. I didn't only study, I also read for fun, while it is a fraction of what I study, which is also something I enjoy as much as fiction. Many of my friends didn't understand how can I love studying, but I just do, especially about the runes. They are my greatest passion. A few more minutes passed, and I found something interesting. A book in rubble, which is covered densely in a formation. I copied the formation, and it is quite good. I had sent it to my clone before moving away. I couldn't stop and solve the formation. It wouldn't be a great use of my time. I need to explore this place and get as many books as possible before Nero returns. With the speed he is moving, I don't think he would need even a day to return. I am glad to see that. I want to know whether that place is an exit or a trap. If it is an exit, I will go there. If a trap, I will move to my destination. Soon, I found another book in the rubble under a broken formation. Hun. Immediately, I moved my strings toward it but stopped suddenly as I sensed something, and it is not from the book. It is a presence, a powerful one, and it is coming toward me. They had sensed me as I had sensed them. I wanted to run away and even took a step before stopping myself. There is no need to run away. Given their power, they would easily be able to catch up to me. So I waited. Not useless instead, I moved my strings around the book before wrapping the book with them before pulling out. I had just taken the book in my hand when they appeared in front of me. I thought there would be no one beside me who would be interested in books, said the pleasant feminine voice. Hearing this, I turned and saw a beautiful tall woman with shiny black hair. She is taller than humans. She is slightly above 7 feet tall and has a lean warrior physique. At a casual look, one might think of her as a very tall human. Some humans reach such height through means natural or artificial. Though she is not human or not a complete human, those slightly larger eyes and invisible scales covering her are proof of that. She's also very powerful, a peak sovereign. I also like books, I replied, and a small mirthful smile appeared on her face. Found anything good, she asked. Yes, this romantic one and a few about crystals, I replied, holding the books. You don't like the romantic books then, she asked. I like them fine, I replied to her with a smile. Good, I like them too, she replied and smiled back at me. Now both of us are looking at each other with a smile, with nothing to say, and it is turning awkward. The woman may be smiling, but I am not feeling good about her and wanted to get away. It's nice meeting you, miss, but I have to go, I said and begin to leave. Wait, she said. Yes, I asked, turning. Do you know anything about runes? I have found an amazing thing deep within the library. It will be tremendously helpful to me. If you could help me solve it, I am willing to share it with you, she asked. I am sorry, but I only have a general proficiency in them, I said with a shake of my head and a hint of regret in my eyes. Hearing that, the expression of the tall woman had truly become worse. Damn, she cursed, and I felt an immense threat from her and was about to summon the sword when I found her big hand picking me up by the neck. Another dud at least. You are human and will be good for dinner, she said, and the world around me shifting. She begins to move through the library at a very high speed. It is extremely dangerous, but also made me unable to do anything against her. There is also thick energy enveloping me, which is very hard to breach. Still, I am trying with strings of forbidden power, not caring about the consequences of being discovered. It is not a time to think about that. When I am feeling, my life is very much in danger. I can't believe I have encountered such danger in the library. I had expected broken formation and even Grimm, but not this. Not by natives who didn't care whether I could be use of them or not. She had just picked me up and taken me somewhere at incredible speed, which I think is very dangerous. She will get killed herself and take me with her in this foolishness. Suddenly she slowed down and I thought she was stopped, but no, she had slowed down to move around a dense group of broken formations before increasing her speed again. 6 minutes passed and we were still moving. My strings of forbidden energy had breached halfway into the thick energy layer, and in 2 minutes the rest would be breached too. Then I will move it and activate any broken formation I have come across. It will be dangerous, but what choice do I have? I couldn't go where she was taking me. It is certainly not a place where I will be safe. Hun, I was completely focused on the strings when suddenly my clone informed me of something that shocked me to my core. Corrupted. It is corrupted just like Ven, but its intention toward me is not peaceful. Most importantly, its energy is showing me that it had eaten natives and not in a small amount, either. After meeting Nev and collecting a few samples and other data from him, I have created a few tests to quickly recognize them. Even Ven had warned me that not all corrupted are good. Some are even worse than the Grimms. It increased the hurry in me, and I began to move the string faster, letting go of all my inhibition of getting discovered. I was doing that when suddenly it stopped, and what I saw shocked me. We stopped in front of another person. It had azure reptilian scales all over its body and had a lizard beastman, but after seeing the woman, I know it is no lizard beastman but corrupted. It truly looked like a lizard beastman, aside from anomalies that one could easily ignore. I would have too believed it as a lizard beastman. If I am not seeing it, eating the pieces of what seemed like an elf, and it had not even cooked them, it is eating them raw. As we appeared, a smile appeared on its face, and it was dangerous when I looked at that bloody chin of it. Does it know the runes? Asked the corrupted man casually. It is saying it did not, the corrupted woman replied. Well then kill it. We will eat in the evening, said the corrupted man. Immediately I saw the sharp energy spike forming in the corrupted woman's hands. Wait, I know the runes. I am pretty good at it. I shouted, and the woman stopped with a white energy spike less than an inch away from my head. They always tell the truth, laughed the corrupted man, and a white disc appeared in its hand, and it threw it toward me. You have an hour to solve the formation on it. If you accomplish it, you will live, faint, and Gada here will kill you, and we will eat you as dinner in the evening, said the corrupted man before taking a bite of the elf's leg. I looked away from the man and looked at the disc. The formation on it is quite tough, though not for me. I don't think I would even need the help of my clone to solve it. I was right, I had solved the formation within 13 minutes, but I did not show it. Instead, I studied the surrounding area, hoping to see something that will help me get away from here. I could see hundreds of things. This whole place is filled with broken formations, and some of them are even moving, but these two didn't seem to care about that at all. These two are peak sovereign, but these broken formations are dangerous even to them. It seemed like they have been here for a long and figured out their path. It is the only reason they could sit here so carelessly. It's done, I said, and handed the disc to the corrupted man. 55 minutes and 17 seconds, he said, and turned to the corrupted woman. What do you think? It asked. Gave it a chance. If it failed, we could always eat it, replied the corrupted woman. I followed behind it with a corrupted woman behind me watching every move of mine. I very much wanted to jump in the formation, but that will be idiotic. So I pushed away those thoughts, as there will be a time when I need to be an idiot. It is not just now. As I followed it, I looked around and saw the place, which was completely destroyed, that I couldn't guess what it had been before, though it must be something important, given the sheer number of broken formations present in this place. You don't have to be scared, little human. As long as you are able to do what we want, we release you, said the corrupted woman from behind. I nodded, as we are both aware that they will kill me. The moment I am finished with what they want, they also know I will do it, anything to not get killed quickly. It is the nature of the being. 7 minutes later, we stooped. A few hundred meters away from me is a purple gate, and to my surprise, it is in very good condition, though around it is a mess of broken formations. That gate is your destination. You have to solve the formation there, and came out. Don't open the door, just come out, said the corrupted man and placed its scaly hand on my shoulder. Immediately, its energies entered inside me, sealing all my energy pathways. There are few broken formations that are very sensitive to inheritance energy of faintest, and they will attack you, it said, and shuddered. Okay, I said. Here are the things you will need for your job, it said, and 3 things appeared in front of me. A pair of blue wooden keys, orange crystal, and a map made out of energy. You will first place the keys on the door and twist them together. Before using the orange crystal, which will reveal the formation, you will have to solve that formation and call us, it explained. Okay, I said, and was about to take a step toward the door, when 3 storage I was wearing flew toward it, while 1 storage ring moved toward me. I looked at it and it grinned. You will get them back when you solve the formation, it said, and all I could be nodded, whole moving the gate, following the map it had shown me. Buzz, 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 as I take a step toward it, a couple of formations lit up in my core and moved toward the energy blocking it. Whittling it away it will take a while, but I am confident I will remove this energy. In this half an hour my life had taken a strange turn, but I will not take this lying down. I couldn't personally take revenge on my last 2 captives, but I will take on these bastards. I will do it, even if I have to lose my life. I moved through the broken formation. There are over 50 of them, and half of them are giving me a very dangerous feeling, though not a single one reacted as I walked around them. Finally, I reached the purple door. It is big, about 5 meters, and simple without any designs, the other 2 faded golden circles around the 2 keyholes. Click, I looked at 2 wooden keys before putting them into the keyhole and twisting them together. The door lit up, but nothing happened. So I did what the corrupted man had asked me to do and placed the blue crystal on the door, and immediately the runes began to materialize over it. I captured the runes as they covered the whole door, before sitting down and taking out formations, solving artifacts from the storage it had provided. Inheritance energy couldn't be used here, but there are other energies, like soul energy, which is what I am using to use the storage ring. I started solving the formation, or rather acted solving the formation, while the real formation was being solved by my clones. They all stopped what they were doing and started to solve the formation. It is a little strange, but I have solved many strange formations, and this will not be any different. I left the formation to my clone while I worked on planning to escape, or rather kill the bastard. Unfortunately, I do not have the power to do it on my own, or I wouldn't have been captured like this. Though one doesn't need raw strength to kill enemies in a place like this. My soul sense, filled with the forbidden power, is already moving around the broken formation, checking them. These are the things I am going to use these bastards. I have to be careful, these formations are extremely dangerous. I could feel their power and know some of them could vaporize, even a peak sovereign like them, in an instant. It took me a few minutes to form a plan to kill them. It is surprisingly simple, but also dangerous. There is a high chance I might die in it, but it is the risk I have to take. For my plan to work, I would need to do a couple of things. First and foremost, open that door. If it leads to somewhere else, I would be much safer, but if it is not, I will have to use the plan in its originality. I will also need to remove the seal. Without it, I won't be able to access my power, but it is the least of my worries. In less than 2 hours, the blockage will be whittled down and I will have my power back. I was imagining the various ways I would kill these corrupted when my clones hit me with shocking news. No wonder I felt the strangeness of the formation. The people who created it were really smart. This trick will make most of the rune masters useless in front of this formation. Those who made it have some knowledge of ancient runes, which are completely different from common runes. They have used some of that knowledge in this formation. A rune master without any knowledge of ancient runes will find their head spinning studying the formation. It is a really hard formation to solve, even for those hints of knowledge of ancient runes. Even I don't have a complete idea on how to solve it. I have 6 clones, time dilation, and a whole library to consult, so I am confident that the formation would be solved. I have to solve it at any cost. My whole survival depends upon it. Which is why I also joined my clones an hour later, while using some of my power to act. I can't let those corrupted suspect anything. It will foil the whole plan. Hours passed and the night arrived. All 6 of my clones are solving the formations, while I am looking for scenery, which is moving at a very fast speed. I am looking at Nero, who's traveling quite fast and reaching close to the destination. Until now, he had not found something that will tell him that it is a trap. All the signs pointed, it is not a trap, including the scarcity of the Grimm in that area. Nero is still quite a distance away from the exit. He will reach there in a few hours. I had asked Nero to slow down and be cautious before turning toward the formation. It is one tough formation, even with 6 clones and 3 times time dilution. It is not easy to solve, but I have to do it and I could do it. After more than a day of time inside, I have found a way to solve it. It will take a few more hours, but it will be done, and then will come the time for revenge. These bastards deserve everything that came in them. If I had the strength, I would have killed them in the most painful way possible, but here, I will have to depend on things. Things that could kill me with them or not do anything at all, but I have to try it. 7 hours passed, and Nero had reached the area where the gate and there were barely any Grimms. They are hiding, wanting for natives, but it did not look like officially set a trap. These Grimms are just here because they want to kill some natives. I could see the spatial crack, and it is big, and the other side could be seen through it. It is a verdant greenery that I wish I could jump out of. The exit looks harmless, and aside from a few Grimms waiting to kill natives that come for it, I didn't see any other danger. Even so, I didn't feel right about it. Wait there and keep an eye, I said to Nero. I wanted to ask Nero to go closer and investigate. He had abilities that could make his soul sense move to the other side if he got close to it, but I feel it wouldn't be wise. Nero is also feeling the same as he found a well-hidden spot closer to the gate and hid, sealing his presence. When Nero does it, forget Sovereign, and even Earth's Sovereign might not be able to discover him. I watched him for over half an hour but saw no change. Seeing that, I turned back to the formation. Hours passed when I finally solved the formation. It was 3.5 hours into the morning. Nero is still hiding, and even after this time there is no change, other than one Grimm leaving. I thought I would have my answer by now, but things are more complicated. The door may seem safe, but I do not feel like it, and unless I am sure of that, I will not take a step inside it. Nero will stay there till then, while I will be exploring, away from these bastards. I could see them, and they are still there. One of them at least stayed awake while the rest go for the hunt. They brought out one person at night, and I saw it handling the same disc. It did to me. The bark skin native failed the test, and they ate him. The corrupted man ate him raw while the woman cooked him before eating him. Their appetite is also quite great as they ate him whole. They look carefree, barely glancing at me. This formation is not easy and not many people to solve it. Even those who could, they would take at least a week or months to do it. I did it for less than a day. If I had done it alone, it would have taken me more than a month easily. The mind of clones is built for these things, and they are far more efficient. Though people are always better, I played the biggest in solving it. It is because of Epiphany I solved the problem that would have taken a long time to solve. Now that I had solved the formation, it is time for me to execute the plan. I brought out the runes and stuck on the door. The 2 corrupted noticed it immediately, even when they are not looking at me. "You bastard, your job is to solve the formation only," shouted the corrupted man and took a step before stopping at it, looked at the formation clearly suspecting I might do something. Now they have to fight with themselves. Stay and let me have the thing inside or come and fall into the trap I might have. I wonder what decision they will take. Whatever they want inside must be really precious. 2 corrupted wouldn't weeks of time in a place like this, when there is a bountiful harvest outside, which is more important to them. They are corrupted and hunted by both sides. It is hard for them to gain the resources, so once they entered, they would go into a frenzy to collect the resources. Not to mention, these 2 are peak sovereigns. They're never stage Earth sovereigns and would need resources even more. Since they are staying means whatever is inside is more precious than the resources outside. I'm curious about it, but not excited to be surviving is most important than any other thing. Buzz, the formation buzz, before I heard the clicking sound. I could see the eyes of both corrupted, widening. They had likely thought I was acting to pull them into the trap, but now I have broken the formation. I smiled at them and turned toward the door before placing both of my hands on it and pushing. "We can't let it have it," shouted the corrupted man and moved toward the formation. Its speed is amazing, despite only moving through the physical prowess. The corrupted woman struggled for a moment before following it. They moved around the formation while I pushed the door, and this bastard door is not opening quickly, despite me using all my physical power. I would have really liked to be inside the door before all the hell break through, but it seemed it won't be possible. Soon they have crossed the 40 distance toward me, when suddenly their expressions changed and horror appeared on their faces as they found themselves covered in inheritance energy. I have created the bubbles of forbidden power and poured the thick inheritance energy inside them. The moment they stepped on the place I had marked, all the bubbles would explode, covering them with the thick inheritance energy. "Bastard!" screamed the corrupted woman in fury, her beautiful face twisted something filled with madness, but she barely glanced at me as many broken formations around them lit up brightly. Seeing them, even horror rose in my heart. The power some of projecting is so powerful that they could vaporize in an instant. Forget me, even two would suffer the same fate, despite their great strength. Rip, a small broken formation came at me and ripped through my shoulder, before crashing against the door and moving back. This time I am thankfully able to avoid it. It had been 2.5 seconds since all the hell broke loose and I was seriously injured, with a couple of formations striking me. Thank God, none of the truly dangerous ones had struck me, but they could at the moment, seeing freaking chaos happening outside, much bigger and more powerful than I had imagined. The only reason I am safe is because there is a repelling field around the door. It would repel the powerful energy attacks that broken formation is releasing. It is repelling only attacks and not the formations, which are cutting through me like a hot butter knife through the butter. One had nearly gone through my heart, and if it was not for me moving it last time, I would have been dead. As for what happened to the corrupted, they are dead. It only took a second for the attacks from the broken formations to vaporize them. Putch, 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 3 more formations cut through me, one nearly split me into 2 before I was able to open the door enough for me to enter inside. I didn't even look at what is inside and just stepped inside the door and was glad the door closed behind me. I slumped by the door and found myself in a medium-sized room. There is nothing in the room except for a white marble stand. I look above it, as clearly as it is to hold something, but to my surprise, I found nothing. I looked around and saw nothing. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The smile did not contain sadness or disappointment, just simple mirth. I freaking don't care if the room didn't have anything. I got the most precious thing about me, my life. It is the most precious thing, and for it I am willing to sacrifice any opportunity or resources. As only being alive, I will be able to find new opportunities. I closed my eyes and rested, while the 7 healing formations and my energy heal the injuries. They are quite serious and would need some time, but I don't mind. It is going to take some time to calm the chaos outside anyway. Minutes passed and my injuries healed slowly. If it had normal physical injuries, it would have taken only a few minutes, but those formations left something nasty, and it will be some time to deal with them. Soon I adjusted my position and laid down on the floor, as it is more comfortable. A moment later, I was at my core and looked at the footage of the chaos outside. I am alive, but couldn't be said I have survived. I could only say it when I get out of a mess of the broken formation outside, which is going to be an arduous task, but one with far greater chances of survival than I would have when going against the corrupted. A single slap from them would have been enough to finish me off. Looking at the footage, I am finding much of anything. The formations are still moving. I would need them still before I could chart my way out of here. So I looked at the footage for a few minutes before closing it and focused on the other things. 3 hours passed and I was working on my inheritance, while the last bit of my injuries heal when I received the message from Nero. Immediately, a huge, wide projection appeared in front of me, and I saw what Nero seeing. A 4-armed earth-skinned native appeared in front of the Grimm, who was hiding. A moment later, it had revealed itself, and soon they begin fighting. I could only see a blur of their fight. They are too fast for me. Both of them are peak sovereigns, hell-bent on killing each other, but it is clear from the beginning that the 4-armed natives had the edge, seeing how he is pushing the Grimm back with every attack. Over 10 minutes passed, and now the Grimm is all bloody. The native is dominating it. 3 more minutes passed when a sudden change occurred, but one that was expected. The Grimm began to run away, and the native chased after it. One should be an idiot if they let such prey get away. He chased, and within a few seconds, both of them had disappeared from Nero's view. A few minutes passed, and I saw no sign of the 4-armed natives. I had feared something had happened to him when he returned to view and moved toward them cautiously. It looked around the Grimms who were hiding, but did not make a move on them and instead moved toward the rift. Soon, it appeared in front of it, looking out. I thought he would take a step when a few minutes later I saw him retreating from the gate fast. He had crossed a huge distance within seconds and was about to disappear from Nero's view when something shocking happened. An invisible hand appeared from the ground. It is invisible, and that peak sovereign wouldn't discover it. Even the four armed men didn't discover him until the hand reached close to him. Nero did. His abilities let him see all the spectrums of energy no matter how good they are. Nero will see them. The four armed men sensed it finally and tried to get away, but it was too late. The hand enveloped him and brightened him to the ground. To those who were looking, they will see the four armed men suddenly disappearing from the air. Unless, of course, they are an Earth sovereign. It is the Earth sovereign who did the deed. I was right about trusting my instinct. It was a freaking trap. I don't know whether the other side of the rift had Grimms or not, but I would not go there. A freaking Earth sovereign is guarding this place. I was thinking about that when suddenly something surprising happened. The invisible hand came out of the ground near the gate and threw the four armed men in the gate. In an instant, he passed through the gate and appeared on the other side before disappearing while the hand went back to the ground. I'm still shocked. I had not expected to see something like it. I thought the hand would have killed the four armed men before instead it had been thrown into the rift. Now it is clear the other side has Grimms. It wouldn't have thrown the four armed men into the rift just for the fun. I shuddered and asked Nero to be careful. There is freaking Earth Sovereign there, once discovered. No matter how great Nero's abilities are, the Earth Sovereign will have him. He also seemed to understand that as he sealed his power more tightly. I watched Nero for an hour before I ate and slept for 4 hours before waking up. Nero is still hiding, and he will do it till the night. It will be easier for him to leave in the cloak of thinking energy than daylight. I will not wait that long. I will leave immediately. Well, it is going to be tougher than I had expected, I said as I looked at the scene ahead of me. I had just opened the door and looked at all the broken formations. The chaos had calmed, but the formations had changed their places, which means now the earlier route is useless. I will have to forge a new one to get out of here, and it would be extremely dangerous, as not only was the broken formation of the area around the gate changed, but of the whole space as far as I could see. The chaos had been far bigger than I had expected. I feel scared just seeing it, but I am not without options. It will not be the first time I will walk through the maze of broken formations. I have done it countless times, and I have devised a few methods. I recorded it all, and my clones begin to study it. A few minutes later, I took a deep breakthrough, and hundreds of tiny formations, like rose petals, moved from my hand. These runes are made of my soul energy and the forbidden power. They will test many broken formations and find me a safe route through them. The method is excellent, but not perfect. There will be a danger, but it is the risk I have to take. 2 minutes passed, and I released another badge of the resources, and a few minutes later, and then another. I released the runes 7 times before I am finished. Now a route is flashing in front of me, created by my clones after studying the data. I took a deep breath and walked toward it. My pace is not slow, but it is not fast either. If everything goes well, then I will reach safety in 3.5 minutes. I had just taken a few steps when suddenly one formation moved toward me at a very fast speed. Burst 100. I activated the full power of the burst and moved at a quick speed, avoiding the formation by an inch before once again sealing my power. I was relieved that no formation had been activated by my inheritance energy. I had expected something like this might happen and made the preparations. They were quite simple. I had created a thick layer of forbidden power around me, which sealed any aura that might leak. Even now, that thick layer of forbidden power is covering me and will be till I am safe. A minute passed and no broken formations have been activated, though 2 more formations came attacking me. If I am not wrong, they are reacting to my presence. I am isolating everything with the forbidden energy later, but these formations are too close and powerful. I couldn't fool them with the forbidden power. A few seconds passed and I could see what was left of the corrupted. They have been vaporized. Not a single drop of their blood or strand of hair had remained. Everything had been vaporized except for the artifacts. They are difficult to destroy. I could see their storage rings and bands, and I really want them. Those bastards were peak sovereign. Most importantly, they were corrupted. The last corrupted I had met have given me amazing things, and I am very sure these 2 also have amazing things in their storages. Regretfully, they are out of my range, enveloped in the broken formation. No matter how precious things are inside them, I am not going to touch them or even go close to them. They are not for me. Another minute passed, and in this minute I have been lucky. I am only attacked once, and now I had reached the place where the corrupted had been resting. I could even see a few bones of the people they ate. I don't know how these bones have survived. I would have liked to take them and bury them in respect of those unfortunate people, but they are very close to the broken formation, and I am not going to take the risk. I feel bad leaving them as such, but it is the right decision. My survival is the most important. I did not stop and continued moving ahead when suddenly, a formation bigger than shot toward me. Burst 100. I activated my full power and retreated, avoiding the formation by a palm distance, but unlike previous times, the formation didn't stop being a danger after avoiding me. It clashed against a formation half of its size, and it's lighted and began to shake unstably, which in turn affected the surrounding formations. Damn, I cursed and moved. This time I didn't seal my power again and instead moved with its full might. Things are becoming unstable and I have to get out of here. Thankfully, with the speed I am moving, I will need less than 5 seconds, which didn't seem like a long time, but it is seeing how fast things are turning back. A lot more formation had lit up, and some even started to release wild attacks. One broken formation released a disc, which I was able to avoid by inches, but I would not be able to avoid all of them. Putch, I had just thought that a finger-sized formation came and pierced through my shoulder blades. I grit my teeth in pain as it left something nasty about it, but did not stop and kept moving toward the last door, which seemed to be repelling everything that came in their way. Damn, I cursed when I saw some of the broken formations on the planned route had changed. Seeing that, I have moved toward the next safest route that is still intact. My clones had not mapped only one route, but several of them. I had asked to do that, as I knew the journey wouldn't be safe and I need to be as prepared as I could to reach my destination safely. Putch, I got hit again, but this time by an energy attack, which is burning the very bones it had struck. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More than 10 formations activated one after another and poured their energy into my body, which is painful and harmful, but it clashed against the energy, that is burning my bone and stopping barely. I didn't stop moving, only started flying instead of running because of the new injury on my leg. It increased my speed faster, and I moved toward it before crossing through it 1.5 seconds later. The moment I crossed the gate, I stopped. It is not safe to go behind the gate, but I have more important things to worry about. The bone-burning energy is burning the energies that I released at it and begins to move forward again. I have to stop it before it took my leg and my life. My clones are trying, and I join them and throw the resources at formation. It didn't matter how precious they were. If I think they could help me, I throw them at the formation. I could get the resources again, but not my life. It took me 1 hour and 42 minutes to stop and destroy the bone-burning energy. I had used countless precious resources, but I do not care. I have survived, and that is what matters the most. Now, the gentle healing energies have filled my body, healing the mess that my body had become, and it is going to take time, but I have it. I am in a relatively safe area, and as long as I didn't come against any more corrupted or Grimm, I would be fine. Even if natives came, they would loot me at most. Even those belonging to the organization wouldn't kill me if I didn't resist. It took another 1.5 hours, along with countless precious resources, before I recovered enough to project my full power. The healing formation is still active, but I am going to move. I don't want to stay in a library anymore. I want to go out of this place as soon as possible. It will not be easy, though not as difficult as it had been coming out of the web of broken formations. Thankfully, my clones have analyzed the footage when Corrupted brought me here. It was fast for me to see, but I recorded everything, and all my clones had to slow down and dissect it from the formation. The formation outside the doors has been affected, so I should be able to move without any problem. That may be the case, but I had prepared myself to deal with any uncertainties I might find myself in. I didn't waste any time, and I moved while my soul sensed around me, looking for any danger and book I might find, though I will not touch the book that might disturb these formations. I had enough of them once I got out of the library. I will do the simple hunting and wait for Nero before moving to the next destination. A few minutes passed, and I found the book. I brought it to me with my strings, and when I look at it, a smile appeared on my face. It is about alchemy and not too advanced. It is something I could read. Another minute had passed when I suddenly stopped and closed my eyes, and a moment later, I saw a winged native with blue skin. The woman is also a peak sovereign and moving toward the gate. Seeing that, I sighed. We are going to lose another peak sovereign. Didn't make me feel good. This one too is from the organization. They are native, and against the Grimms we are united. Suddenly, she stopped halfway distance into the gate, and a moment later, her expression changed. A fraction of a second later, golden energy covered her and turned to move at an extremely fast speed. She seemed to have sensed the danger and now running, but it was too late for the woman. As I had expected, less than a second later, the invisible hand appeared out of the ground and moved to capture her, when the woman suddenly stopped and brought down her sword toward the giant hand. I couldn't help but be surprised by it. Her sensory powers are much stronger than the 4 armed men. She discovered the invisible hand much sooner and acted proactively against it. They clashed, and a shockwave was so strong that it could vaporize me in instants and spread in all directions. Thankfully, Nero's hiding in place, where Shockwave's power didn't affect him. A second later, everything cleared and there was nothing. Both the hand and winged sovereign disappeared. Nero turned to the gate, and as expected, a moment later, a hand appeared and sent the winged sovereign hurling through the gate. I sighed, seeing another sovereign going to suffer a fate worse than death. I opened my eyes and resumed my journey. There is nothing I could do about it other than be extremely careful and hope Nero safely came out of that place. That Earth Sovereign is extremely dangerous, and unless one is an Earth Sovereign, there is no way they will survive it. I just hope not many people would go there, but it is a wishful thing. Many would go there, especially when some more time passed and people collected enough resources. 2 more minutes when suddenly stopped as I sensed something. There is a big broken formation not far away from me. Behind them were a few broken shelves filled with books, a lot of books. I wanted to leave, but the allure of the books was too great, especially when I realized I could take it out through the gap. Letter 188 Thetum, though it will take time. I thought for a moment before over 52 strings moved from my hands and went into the gap. A few seconds later, the first book came out and right is the second book and third book behind it. I took the first book in my hand as it reached me, while strings went back. I turned to the book and looked at it. It turned out about the anatomy of the race I have not seen or read about. The second book is also about anatomy, but this one belongs to a familiar race. If it had been about literature or history, I would have stopped, but it seemed like I had hit the jackpot and I wouldn't leave before I took out all the books inside. Anatomy is my favorite subject as it is related to healing. I love to read about the anatomies of different races. There are a massive number of books about it in the library, but more is always helpful. So I keep bringing one book after another until I brought out the last book in 6 minutes and 12 seconds later. It is a good haul, I muttered to myself with a smile on my face. I looked around for more but did not find anything. Seeing that, I resumed my journey. Soon, I reached the place where I had been kidnapped by the corrupted woman. In front of her power, I had no resistance. She had just picked me up and moved. I hated it and struggled, but in front of her strength, everything was futile. Experiencing the helplessness again, I want to kill the Grimms more and I will do it. Now I will not enter any place like this unless it gets me the Grimms I want to kill. I have to reach the limit before leaving this ruin and if possible make another breakthrough. I might achieve that, seeing how much progress my clones have made in the increase in time dilation. Not to mention, the days and the nights are bigger here. I only stayed in my place for a couple of seconds before I resumed my journey. Time passed, and I had reached the place in which I had entered the library, and now I am going out of it. If I had not met the corrupted, I would have been still in the library, searching for books, but not now. I want to be out and hunt the Grimms with bloodline, and I hope to kill at least one before Nero returns. Finally out, I said, looking at the bright crystalline sun rays. That will cook anyone below the primary III in seconds. It is regretful I have to get out of the library, but I couldn't stay inside after what I had experienced. It is better to get out and hunt some Grimms. That is what will help me the most in this ruin. As my stealth method melded with the surrounding energy, I begin to move. I'm moving toward the direction of Mist Valley that would be my next destination and hopefully the last one. I will have to cross the city and I am sure on the way I will find some Grimms. I would have found more if Nero had been with me, but he's still hiding near the first gate and wouldn't leave till evening. Thankfully, there no new native appeared. I talked to Nero for about a few seconds and moved ahead, with strings moving around me to collect the resources. In the library, I have lost enormous resources, not only in healing myself, but also those present in the storage ring that the corrupt took. Those storages had a lot of resources. I couldn't keep my show storage empty, so I filled them with a lot of resources. Each one had resources equal to what I get from killing Sovereign, and while it is nothing to be compared to the large number of resources I have due to killing the sheer number of resources. I don't like to lose resources, even if it is a drop in the bucket compared to what I have. A few minutes passed when suddenly I sensed a Grimm and sneakily moved toward it. 4 minutes and 2 seconds later, I reached the Grimm, an initial level sovereign gray bearman and didn't have a bloodline. I pushed away the disappointment I was feeling and moved toward the bearman fast. I was so quick that I was able to reach it in an instant before my sword pierced through its back. It had only sensed me at the last moment, but it was already too late. A moment later, it disappeared and I resumed my journey. Initial sovereign Grimms are no challenge to me. Most I could kill in a single attack. There might be some who would need more than one attack in a rare minority. That will last me a minute or more. It begins to get harvested in my core while things are sorted out. It had quite a lot of things. Seeing them, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. An hour passed and I have come across 2 Grimms one I had killed after some struggle and another from which I hid. It was beyond me and fighting it would have been akin to suicide. I heaved a sigh and got out of the hiding spot, seeing the monster leaving my range and got out. When I sensed something, it seemed like I am not the only one who was hiding. I thought and took out a blue crystal. It will be risky, but I don't know what else to do about it. Thankfully, Nero had accented to it and changed his position. I took a deep breath and activated the formation on the crystal. Immediately, it flew up from my hand and moved toward the native, taking a circumventive route to be careful. 2 minutes and a half later, the pigeon beastman had sensed the crystal coming toward it and looked at it nervously. A couple of seconds later, it fell in front of it. He looked at it cautiously and investigated it with his energy before taking it in his hand. The moment he did, the formation activated and a memory played. It is memories of Nero when he saw 2 natives getting killed and thrown into the formation. Nero and I are not powerful to do anything against the sovereign, but we could spread it to as many as people we could. Eventually, they will tell someone who is powerful enough to deal with these things. There are Earth sovereigns entered with us, and these people from the organization might know how to contact them. A couple of seconds later, he came himself, and there was a clear shock in his eyes as he looked at the crystal. He seemed scared, but quickly recovered and spread his soul sense to look for me. It had even touched me, but he didn't sense me. It is very hard to do it when I stand still in one place. He left after a few minutes of fruitless searching. By that time, I have also crossed a lot of distance. I stopped suddenly as I sensed the Grimm. It is powerful that killing it would be challenging. I looked at it for a couple of seconds before shaking my head and walking away. If it had the bloodline, I would have gone for it, but it didn't, and I don't want to take the risks. The cities, despite being of low resource density, have more people, and fighting comes with its risks. If Nero had been here, I would have taken the risks or wouldn't have needed to, since he finished them off. It is how other adventurers are cautious and think before fighting. Compared to them, I am reckless with the number of battles I had fought. I could afford to do it because of the partners I have at Nero and Ashlyn, but since both of them are unavailable, I have to be cautious. It wasn't long before I was so close to death. If possible, I don't want to take excessive risks when there is no major benefit like the bloodline. Another 2 hours passed, and I have killed the 3 Grimms. Sent crystal to 2 natives and avoided many of the dangers against whom I would have fought if Nero had been with me. A few senses something strange, and I pushed my soul sense toward it, and a few seconds later, a smile appeared on my face. Finally, I thought and cautiously went toward it, and soon, I was a few meters away from the stealth field where Grimm and the native are fighting. Both of them are mid-sovereigns, and their fight is going intensely. I only glanced at the bloodied native before turning to the huge Grimm. It is a lionman of the tribe I had not seen in my world. It has white fur and sharp purple nails. A powerful bloodline energy is revolving around it as fights the stone skin man, whose skin had been cracked and blood is dripping through it. Letter 188 Thetum he is losing against the lionman, who attacking him relentlessly while all he could do is defend. Even there, he is getting injured. I have found the Grimm with the bloodline, but I didn't step in the fight immediately. I watched it. I want to see how natives fight, especially the one from the organization. I have been doing that since I had come to this ruin, and the result had been mixed. Some of them are good, but some are bad. This one seemed to be average. I will have to keep watching for a few more minutes to be sure, though I don't think it will last for that long. Monster integration, it is time, I said, looking at the state of the native. If I didn't interfere in the fight in a few seconds, the stone-skinned man will die. I stepped into the stealth field and walked inside. Immediately, the Grimm noticed me and turned. Its expression remained neutral before a grin appeared on my face. Another native, it seemed like today's lunch was going to fill me up, it said, and waved its hand toward the stone skin. Immediately, white energy pillars came out of the ground and caged it. Nice jail, I praised, looking at the cage which had imprisoned the stone skin. It looks powerful. Seeing stone skin man wasn't even able to make a scratch with its attacks. It will keep it busy while I deal with you, it said, and came at me with an aura blazing. Burst 80. I grinned back as the power filled me, and I moved toward it. This Grimm is very powerful, but it is no surprise to me the moment I investigated it. I know it is powerful Grimm. It will be the most powerful Grimm I would fight here, and that's what makes it even more interesting. It was just playing against the stone skin. If it had used as much strength, it was coming to attack me, it would have been dead a long time ago. It took barely a second to appear in front of me before swung that giant axe with the black blade. I didn't wait and moved the long sword in my hand to the counter. Clang, our weapons clashed, and I shook from head to toe, while the thick white bloodline energy went for me, and it was kind of different from most inheritance energies. It is vibrating at the microscopic level at an extremely fast speed. At such speed, it could break anything. Even my armor had got threatened by it before it was quickly fixed by my clones. Now my armor had taken all the bloodline energy inside as the vibration had become useless. You are not weak, but also not strong enough to survive me, it said, and the bloodline energy rumbled around it, before forming a phantom white lion that enveloped around it. Die, it roared and attacked with its claw, which had the axe behind it. Seeing the attack, I couldn't help but turn somber and harnessed more power from the burst before attacking. Clang, its claw clashed against my sword, shaking me, forcing me to take a step back and attack again, without giving me even a moment to recover. I forcefully controlled my body and swung my sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. I defended, but another attack came, and then another. It continued to launch an attack, with the phantom lion covering it. Its movements are animalistic and unpredictable, but I have fought too many of the Grimms for such attacks to thwart me, but still I remained careful. Good. You are doing excellent, human. Much better than the ant over there, it said with a laugh, glancing at the stone-skinned man who is still attacking the cage but failing to achieve anything. You are not bad yourself, I replied, and the phantom gave out a feral grin and attacked. I thought it would be just another attack as before, but no, it was not, as its claw had stopped midway and its tail came. The axe, which was in the claw, suddenly appeared in the tail, which was coming at me at a really fast speed. Clang, I harnessed more power in an instant and increased the speed of my sword and was able to defend against the attack barely. It hit me hard, and I had to take a couple of steps back, and blood leaked from my lips. Clang, clang, clang. I didn't even have time to wipe the blood off my mouth, and it attacked again with its claw. I had defended it when it attacked with another claw and then with the tail again. It had not only started to attack me with all its body parts, but its movements had become even more animalistic. Roar. It roared like an animal and attacked again with even greater power and animalistic grace. It is not copying the animal movements, but revealing in them, becoming one with them. It is talented, I'll give it that. Even if it is a method, what it is doing is not easy. It must have spent years to learn and gain control over this method to get such proficiency. It will be amazing if I can kill it, which now felt like going to be really difficult seeing its skills, but will also be fulfilling. Not to mention the bloodline energy I will get from it. Just thinking that filled my body with energy. It had been a while since I had fought a native like you human, it said, and an even more powerful aura came out of its body, and immediately its attacks become stronger and faster. I had to harness more power to deal with it, and even then I was getting injured slowly by it. The bastard is a power, and there is no denying it, and I couldn't use all my power. It is still hiding a lot of it, and I had to save mine for that as I am feeling. I am going to need everything I have to deal with it, or more. It kept attacking, and I kept defending, while the stone skin man was also trying to get out of the cage and failing miserably. I could break his cage, but it wouldn't help him. The lionman would simply kill him, seeing him escaping, and with its speed and power, I don't think I would be able to stop it. So it is better for it to remain in the cage, but it didn't seem to understand that since it is trying to break it. Not that I blame him. If I had been in its place, I would have done the same. A few more seconds passed when it suddenly stopped and looked at me with all seriousness and anger. You should have used your full power from the beginning, I said. I don't know why I said it, but I did, and now it is grinning. Yes, I should have done that, it said, and a thick misty white aura began to release from the phantom of a lion, covering it and forming the phantom of the regal lionman in behind. A moment later, the phantom had merged back into it, and the changes begin to appear on the lion phantom. It becomes thick, that the lionman inside could barely be seen from it, and dense white stripes begin to appear on its body. They are shiny and glowing with power that I wanted to escape. I wanted to escape. The Grimm had revealed the power, which could kill me, and I wanted to run away. I stayed in my spot. It had been a long while I had fought an enemy like this, who is so powerful and skilled. I am fighting it without any backup or safety net like Nero or Ashlyn, who could save me if things turned bad. I am on my own against this powerful enemy. Now die, it roared and came at me. Its speed was so great that I could barely track it with my eyes. Still, I moved, with every speck of burst roaring into my veins. So what if it is strong? I had killed too many such enemies, and it will be another such of Grimm. Soon I will have it inside my storage, with its bloodline harnessed by my runes. As reached next to each other, it's attacked. Its claw is so fast, I need to use every bit of the strength I have, and even then, I have barely reached it. CLANNG, its claw clashed against my sword, and I felt as if a mountain had clashed against it. Puh-puh. I had remained on my spot for a moment, before shooting back like a broken doll while vomiting the blood with the pieces of flesh on it. Bang! I remained in the air for a bare 2 seconds before crashing into the broke wall standing alone. As I hit it, it too had turned into the dust, taking away the momentum from me safely. I stood up immediately despite broken bones and injured internals and looked at the Grimm, who is on its spot with a huge lion phantom covering it. You survived, it said, and came at me again at even greater speed. It is clear, the next attack is going to be even more powerful, something I couldn't bear with the power I have. There are now only 3 choices in front of me. Keep fighting with the power I have, which will definitely get me killed, as the power I have is not enough to deal with it. The second one is escape, which results in the same conclusion, as I don't have enough speed to get away from it. It will kill me before I could even get out of the range of the stealth field. The third option is to use the last option, which I had not used in a long time, but using it has consequences of its own. But if I did, there is a certain death. Not every consequence is better than death, but this one is. Blood burst. I activated my last option, the one I hadn't used in a long time, but at the moment I used it, I felt as if my essence had turned into the sun, providing me with immense power. It was only a thin stream of power, but it filled my body and soul to the brim that I felt like I might explode. The treatments have affected many parts of my body, including my essence, which is more powerful than normal, and thus burning it provides more power than it naturally would. I didn't hide the essence burning, I even thickened the scarlet aura intentionally for my enemy to see. I moved toward it, and a moment later, appeared next to it. Immediately it swiped its claw at me while I swung my sword. CLANNG, our swords clashed and powerful shockwaves spread around me, but this time I didn't shake. Letter 188 Thetum, there was not a slightest shake from me, I remained stable. Hee hee, Essence burning, how long will you be able to continue with this? It said, long enough to kill you, I replied and attacked. CLNNG. Immediately it swung its sword to claw to defend before attacking me with its tail. It was a powerful attack, but I bore it, though I didn't feel any joy doing that. I am burning my essence with every action. I need to kill it as soon as possible, but it is not easy. Though it might not be easy, I will kill it, and it had already made things easier for me with this energy phantom. It is a phenomenal method, but someone like me could exploit it. I had already started, and I have to be quick. I couldn't afford to spend too much of my bloodline energy on it. It is not the only danger here in this place. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. It continued attacking me, with each of its attacks getting faster and stronger. It wants me to spend my bloodline essence. Once that is done, I would be a fish on its chopping board, not even be capable of defending against its attacks. I defended against its attacks and attacked with my own, but it defended against them easily. Its power is immense, and I hate to admit it, but I had been wrong in estimating its abilities. It is stronger than I had thought, and if I had known it. I don't think I would have picked up a fight against it. I could not change the past, but I have the power to change the future, and I will do it. It may be strong, but I will defeat it and use the strengthening energy from it to recover. A minute passed, and I continued launching attack after attack while defending against its attacks, unable to do anything against it. It is turning out to be fun, human. I love a fight where you natives fight with everything you have before I crush you, with every hope you have in your heart, it said in deep excitement and intensified its attack, forcing me to go on the defensive. Another minute had passed, and the change began to occur. My power had started weakening. At first, it was just shaking before I started to take a step back, and then my skin turns pale. BANG. Finally, I couldn't hold myself anymore, and the attack sent me back. And like the last time, I hit the wall, but this time harder. I struggled to move, but couldn't anymore despite trying hard. It appeared in front of me but didn't attack. Instead, it looked at me with that huge mouth that could swallow me whole easily. You have used everything human and now you will die, it said with bubbling excitement and opened its huge feline mouth and moved it to swallow me. I struggled to get away but could not and got swallowed by the thick mouth. It did not crush me immediately. Instead, I found myself covered in thick, white, oppressive bloodline energy and moving. Soon I had stopped and the Grimm appeared in front of me with a grin on its face. You have to give me great joy, human, and now I will eat you. I hope you taste as good as you fight, it said and moved its clawed hand toward me. I tried to struggle, but the thick, white bloodline energy is keeping me locked. That I couldn't even twice. A smile of joy appeared in its eyes, seeing it. Its huge clawed hand reached for me and was about to pick me up when something shocking happened. It froze along with the whole Grimm's. The bloodline energy containing me had now contained it with crimson energy which revealed itself. It had mixed with bloodline energy without Grimm sensing it. I moved immediately. I only have a second to kill it, even less than it, seeing it had already started moving. I have to kill it, and like I had said earlier, I will do it. Just the price I am paying is greater than I thought. My sword pierced through its chest, and it froze away with a great shock in its eyes. It had thought it won and even brought me to the place where it felt most secure, though it didn't know I had started to infect it, and there is nothing better than that as my own blood essence. There is a large amount of forbidden power filled in it due to the treatments, and I took advantage of that in creating this dangerous plan. If it had failed, nobody would have been able to help me from dying. Thankfully, it didn't fail. I succeeded in killing it. A second passed, and it disappeared, and with it the phantom begins to disperse, till only the light mist had remained around me. The same thing happened with the cage, though it is happening very slowly, due to not being infected by my blood essence. The stone skin quickly cut through the cage and appeared beside me with a smile on his face. Hugh, you kill it. If it had killed you, I would have needed to use my trump card to escape, he said, without showing even a hint of gratefulness on his face. It is good that I had killed it then, I replied, barely able to keep a smile on my face. Don't forget, I had played a big part in tiring it out before you killed, so you should share half of what you have found in its storage, he said, and I was shocked. It took me several seconds to believe what he had said, seeing such shamelessness. All the pleasant expressions I am forcing on my face disappeared. Are you serious? I asked him back, and an angry frown appeared on his face. What, you don't want to share? He asked back and took a step toward me threateningly. Listen, you unaffiliated bastard, the only reason you were able to kill the spawn was because of me. If you didn't share it, then I will have to take matters into my own hand, he threatened, bringing the sword in his hand. I am not giving you anything. So what are you going to do, you ungrateful shit? I asked back, and it smiled, filled with killing intent. I will kill you, of course. I don't mind taking it off from your dead body, it said, taking another step toward me. Can you even do it, you weakling? I had killed the spawn who was about to kill you. You don't have the strength to kill me, I dared, and he laughed and looked at me mockingly. You had burned your blood to kill it. I am sure what you are showing is bravado and weak as an ant right now, it said, taking another step further. Kill me then if you are so sure, I dared once again, and the anger in its eyes blazed again, along with uncertainty which it pushed back. "Since you want the deal so badly, I will give it to you," he said, and attacked me, and he did not hold back anything. He is using even greater power. It had been used against the Grimm to kill me. I can't believe it. I had dared it, but I truly did not think this ungrateful bastard would actually move to kill me, the person who had saved his life. There is not a shred of gratefulness in his eyes, and since he didn't have it, I will not hold back either. Pachak. Its sword was a few inches away from my neck when I suddenly disappeared the next moment. I was beside it, with my sword cutting through his neck, and he is looking at me in horror and regret. I had met many entitled bastards from the organization. Some even tried to rob me with killing intent. Usually I kill such people, but seeing our numbers compared to the Grimms and environment of this ruin, I spare them. When I saw they only wanted to beat the shit out of me and loot me. This bastard actually tried to kill me. There is no way I could forgive someone like this, no matter how bad a condition it is for us natives. Soon, my sword cut through his head, and it died. I quickly removed every artifact he had, while leaving the body on the ground. I don't care if monsters ate it or Grimms. I looked around my soul sense, and when everything is safe. I took out the stealth artifact and moved out of the battlefield. Buzz. It didn't take long for Grimm to be harvested and strengthen the energy released from it. The moment the strengthening energy entered me, I stopped burning my essence, and an intense bout of weakness hit me. It is so hard that I nearly collapsed on the ground. I bore it and let the strengthening energy fill me, along with a powerful combination of energies, including the vital energies from the necrotic tree. With it mixing with strengthening energy, its effect accelerated, and the weakness began to elevate slowly. I am recovering fast, and not only because of the strengthening energy and the formation, but also because I had not burned too much essence. I had been careful with it and used the formation to gain further power. It helped me tremendously to save a lot of essential energy. A few minutes passed and the strengthening energy disappeared, and sometimes after that, the growth energy. I will recover fully before evening, and if I found 1 or 2 Grimms with bloodline, it will be even sooner. The Lionman had been powerful and taught me a lesson. I need to vet my enemies more thoroughly, or even burning. My essence won't save me. I stopped and looked at the sky above. It seemed like I need to find shelter. The sky will start to darken in a few minutes, and I have to be at the shelter before it is completely night. I could deal with energy for a few hours, but I couldn't deal with the powerful monsters, who started to come out when the sky starts to darken. I am not going to search for a new shelter. I had found many of them in the past few hours, and I am already moving toward the one which is closest and most secure. The day went well. There had been a few hiccups like Lionman, but I survived and got quite a good haul with a few amazing things. I had killed 11 Grimms in total, with 3 of them having a bloodline. They were not as strong as the Lionmen, but they had a bloodline and I had killed them. There was one troublesome among the ones with inheritance, but none of them forced me to burn my blood. Thankfully, I have recovered fully. There is not the slightest weakness remaining. Hun. I avoided the monster and sensed a native without stopping. I had taken out a crystal and sent it toward the native. I had sent it to all the natives I have come across, including a peak sovereign. It took a lot of ingenuity, but I did it without getting discovered. Till now, nothing had changed where Nero is, besides another peak sovereign being thrown into the gate. The countless others of the lower level might have died by the scattered Grimms hiding through the road. I don't know whether something will happen or not, but I will keep trying. It is the only thing I could do. Soon, I reached the hiding spot. I decided to stay and went there. It is quite tricky, as I needed to avoid a few broken formations before I reached the hidden space. I set up an abode and went inside, and the first thing was taking out the tub and going inside it. I have been holding my breath for more than 2.5 hours, and I started treatment immediately. As I would need to go through the treatment in the morning too, and for the best effect, there should be a gap of time between them. The treatment gave me the pain of hundreds of thousands of ants, but I bore it and came out. Buzz. Immediately the second treatment started, but in this one I could enter inside my clone. A second later, I am in my core with the projection in front of me. Nero is there, and in a few hours, when the density of the energy reaches the peak, he will make a move to escape. He had appeared here without detection, but after seeing the Earth Sovereign hiding, I had forbidden him to take the risks. In front of the Earth Sovereign, all his tricks are useless. I talked to Nero for a few minutes before walking away from the projection. I looked at my clone, who was practicing the artificing constantly and making progress. If this continued, it won't take it long for it to become a level 4 artificer. There he will become eligible to make good things, and there are many things I want my clone to make. I appeared beside my clone and started helping him. My skills are no less than it. As it is me, what he gained is imprinted on me in the truest sense. I think you should take a look at. I worked with my clone for nearly an hour before I stopped and walked into the repository, which has become big. Just today, its size had increased by 20, becoming even more massive. The Lionman had a really huge number of resources, and all of them become mine, including his bloodline energy and strengthening energy. I have gained, many times more than I had lost to the corrupted, and it couldn't help but make me happy. As I had many times before, it didn't hurt to have more resources. Once I got out of this place, I have a big job ahead of me. I have to sell a lot of these resources and buy other ones in exchange. This ruin offers a variety of resources and people, also many from outside, but there are many things I need. I would bar, sell, and trade to make this collection more diverse. I want every type of resource, and I need every type of resource. With my practice and trades, I am learning. After I got satisfied with my wealth, I went to the library and began studying the books of ancient runes. They are the reason I am alive today, and from now on, going to study them with even greater zeal. A few hours passed, and I opened my eyes. The first stage of the treatment are finished. Now, it is time to shower and eat. I am famished. After what I had experienced today, I showered for 15 minutes before walking out and changing into comfortable clothes. When I went to the kitchen, I waved my hand and a sumptuous meal appeared in front of me. Usually I like to cook, but seeing how hungry I was feeling, I had asked my clone to do it while I went to the shower. Ashlyn is still sleeping, but she is waking up more often now in the afternoon. She had woken up and stayed awake for an hour. I took a break a little from hunting Grimms and stayed with my core till she went to sleep again. I wish I knew what was happening to her, but the overseer had said I shouldn't worry about it. What is happening to Ashlyn is what should be happening. I ate in silence, and when I finished I washed the dishes, before laying on the couch and immediately fell asleep. I woke up 5 hours later, and it was nearly midnight, and Nero would leave in around 1.5 hours. I didn't disturb him. As he was sleeping, it is not full sleep, as he is still alert. I look at him before walking into the library and started working on my inheritance with 5 of my clones. The progress is fast. I think I will be finished with it soon. Now, the challenge will fall on the treatments. I need to finish the treatments as soon as possible, so I could level up. As things are going, I don't think I will have any problem in reaching the limit soon. The place I am going to next has high traffic of natives and Grimms. I will need to be careful while hunting them. There are many sovereigns who could kill without any problem. The corrupt had taught me that lesson too well to forget quickly. Time passed, and I continued to work on my inheritance. When I found out, 4 hours have already passed inside the core. Nero had woken up a few minutes ago and now looked beautiful. Silent night around the rift. Aside from a few trees, there is nothing there, not even the monsters. Even they could feel the danger and stayed away intentionally. The energy reached its peak and Nero began to move. He is being very careful and moving slowly, melding with thick energy perfectly. His method is so good that even a sovereign standing beside him won't be able to discover him, though it will only happen in thick energy. Like this, other times it is hard. Only Nero could do something like this. The energy is so dangerous that even peak sovereign wouldn't want to be in it. Some of them would be able to bear it. It would be uncomfortable or even painful to them. So it could be said, his only challenge is to escape from the soul sense of the Earth Sovereign, who wouldn't be searching for the initial sovereign monster, but if it found Nero, then no matter how amazing his ability is, he will not escape. A few minutes passed and Nero had crossed quite a distance. He is moving steadily, but not slowly. His speed is quite good, that if he kept moving at such speed for 2 hours, he would be mostly out of danger. 40 minutes passed, and everything was going well. Nero had crossed a huge distance, and an hour more, he would be relatively safe. I was thinking that when suddenly an earth-shaking aura spread covered the whole space. It is dense and powerful, and it didn't belong to the Grimm. Nero had not sensed the aura of Grimm Earth Sovereign, since it had kept it very well contained, nor did he need to. The auras of Grimms and natives are vastly different. This aura is the aura of the native sovereign who had revealed himself the moment I thought about it. So it is him I thought. It is a red metal skinned man who was one of the sovereign that had entered the ruin. As he appeared, he swung the black saber toward the ground and a red arc of energy released from it and moved toward the ground. The attack seemed slow, but the power contained in it was horrifying. It could easily wipe out 100 like me without any resistance. BANNNG, run. I screamed at Nero. At the same time, the Grimm materialized on the ground, cutting the red arc with its long, thin sword. It is a viperman with green and black scales and has a crown over its head. It is looking at natives in the sky with excited eyes. It said something to Red Metal Skin Earth Sovereign before flashing in front of him and attacking. The shockwave that was produced through the clash destroyed a large area below. It was so powerful that even Nero felt the shock on the ground. He went even deeper while moving faster to escape. He even stopped looking at the Earth Sovereign and focused solely on running, because when the battle gets serious, even underground wouldn't be safe. Nero understands that very well and sacrifices some of the power of a stealth method for speed. I usually wouldn't approve of him doing that, but this condition requires it. I could already feel the battle was getting intense by the second, that Nero begins to feel waves of the energies. If I had been in his place, those waves would have injured me gravely, but he is fine. I think you should take a look at. For now, if things become intense too fast, then even he will suffer and the chances of the unthinkable happening would also increase. I decided not to think about that and just watched Nero. Minutes passed and the battle got even more intense. Feeling the waves of energy, it didn't feel like he was moving at all, despite him going deeper into the ground and moving fast. For nearly 20 minutes, there was no change. Things become even worse when finally, the change begins to feel small, but as Nero crossed more distance, it became bigger and bigger. With it, the waves of power begin to weaken more and more. Half an hour later, there they become gentle as wind. I heaved a sigh of relief, but didn't relax. I wouldn't be relaxed until Nero couldn't feel even a single wave. That took 42 minutes to happen. That now Nero is not feeling even the slightest bit of energy from the fight. Even with all his senses, he couldn't pick up a single speck. Nero is now safe. There are many dangers on the way, but I know he will be fine. Even Peak Sovereign couldn't discover him in such thick energy. A few minutes passed, and Nero did something which put a smile on his face. He killed a Grimm. It is his first Grimm in more than a day. He had sensed many Grimms while escaping, but he did not kill them. He understood the priorities, and escaping was the biggest priority, even more than killing the Grimms. Now once again, priorities shifted and Grimms took the top spot again. I am quite excited for him to return and seeing how he killed the Grimms. He will bring quite a bounty when he returns. I have a lot of resources, but I don't mind having more. I focused on the treatment, taking everything it is providing me with while bearing the pain. I am quite used to pain, but some of these treatments make me grit my teeth in pain. 1.5 hours passed, and I finished with the first treatment and entered the tub, where hundreds of thousands of ants begin to bite me painfully. Of all the methods, I hate this one the most, but it is also the one that can provide me with the biggest benefits. I shudder when I think about how further painful it is going to be a few days later. My clone had been researching the method and found a way to strengthen it. For the next few days, there will be a few experiments before I started to use it, and I could already feel the pain it will give me, but I will bear it for the benefits it gives me. Like the method is done now. Little more than 2 hours later, I finished with it and jumped into a new method. This one let me use my core. So I watched Nero hunt another Grimm before going to the library and helping my clones with the upgrade. They have stopped working on the sovereign upgrade and focused on a minor one. I need to finish it as soon as possible. I want to level up once again. It will increase the chances of my escape from this ruin. Though for escape, I will have to find a way out of here, which I didn't yet, but I have hope that my new destination will provide a clue about it. I finished with the last treatment and walked to the bathroom and showered before coming out and started to cook the early breakfast. I will leave in 1 hour, till then Nero will arrive with all his hunting of Grimms. He had killed quite a number and was still doing. I don't mind as long as he returned in time. I have to reach the Mist Valley as soon as possible, and Nero's help is tremendous. I travel over 4 times faster when Nero is scouting the way for me. Today's breakfast is quite simple and even could say bland. I used only 3 ingredients to make it. Not every day I would like to eat extravagantly. Sometimes I like to eat a simple meal. It calms my mind. It feels like good food to start the journey toward the new destination, which is going to be extremely dangerous. 35 minutes later, I finished with it and placed it on the tray and took it to the table before eating. I ate silently and didn't think of anything else, other than the simple taste of the breakfast, which I only ate in 1 serving. It feels sacrilegious to eat this till one feels full, though despite not eating as much to eat every day and I felt satisfied and content. I washed the dishes and sat down, cross-legged, on the floor before closing my eyes. I did not enter my core like I do, instead just kept my eyes closed and thought nothing. Sometime later, I closed my eyes and felt the calm I had not felt in quite a while. It seemed like I need to add meditation to my schedule. I used to meditate daily, but somehow I stopped doing that. There were other things I had to do in time, but it had been a mistake. Meditation is important, more important than using the I had spent on it, working in my core. I would have meditated longer, but Nero had arrived and he had informed me. The energy had reached a level where I could walk in it. The armor appeared on the body, and I stepped out of the abode before taking it to my core and walking out of the hidden spot. When I got out a few minutes later, I felt the energy. It is still thick and powerful, and my armor is barely dealt with it. Still, I checked the seals one more time to be careful. I don't want even a speck of this energy to enter inside me. Legs go, I said to Nero, and moved to do the thing I do daily at this time, or a little later. I have little early today like yesterday. Every day I walked out a little early. As every day my strength grows and I become capable of handling even more energy. The Grimm I am planning to assassinate is a little further, but Nero said we will be able to reach there in time. An hour and 5 minutes later, I reached the place where the Grimm was staying and waited. The bastard took 34 minutes to come out before I was able to assassinate it. The time was worth it, seeing it was one of the powerful bloodline's Grimms I had killed. Half an hour after that, Nero found me another Grimm with the bloodline. This one is primary I don't mind as long as it had a bloodline. I will kill it. Its bloodline energy helped me take many plants to the peak of primary I, where I will provide them with sovereign-level growth energy. I think you should take a look at. Hours passed and we finally got out of the city. We moved quite fast, only stopping to hide from the monsters or kill the Grimms. As we crossed the ruined city, we had reduced our pace. Now there will be more monsters and less hiding space. I will need to be more careful despite Nero guiding me. A few minutes passed, and a crystal appeared in my hand and flew toward the native I had sensed. I don't know what results from the battle between the native and Grimm Earth Sovereign. So I am being more cautious and still sending the crystals to the natives I see. It would be great if the Earth Sovereign from the organization was able to beat the Grimm Earth Sovereign, but Nero thinks the chances of that happening are slim, and he is rarely wrong. So either it is a tie or the native running away. There is even an option of it being killed, so spreading crystal is a wise move. The crystal have all the battles Nero saw, but not the one between Earth Sovereign. I don't want any Earth Sovereign to know Nero had seen them. It will make them more careful of those hiding, and I don't want that. Who knows, Nero might need to hide from Earth Sovereign again, and it might increase the chances of him getting discovered. An hour and a half later, Nero found me a Grimm with a juicy bloodline. It was the initial sovereign, and I had killed it quite easily, though the one I found 20 minutes after that was quite challenging. So much so that I had thought of burning my blood to deal with it. With Nero, finding the Grimms is easy. I could find the Grimms. I need to fight and avoid those I don't. I could barely remember how many times I needed to hide from the powerful Grimms and monster yesterday. I was lucky that my method was good enough to hide from them, or I wouldn't be standing here now. A few more hours passed, and I crossed even more distance while killing a few more Grimms. As I had expected, this route to the Mist Valley is the busiest one I had come across in this ruin, and it is when I am walking quite a distance away from it. If I had followed the exact route on the map, I had come across even more Grimms and natives. All of them want to go to the Mist Valley, not caring about the immense danger it represents. That place had swallowed even Earth Sovereigns, and sovereign like me die in doves, but people are still flocking to go there due to the sheer number of opportunities the places like that have. It is surprising considering what made it. It is one of the reasons I am going there. I want to see if I could find any clue in it, which will give me a clue about the place where I will travel for a long time in the future when I have gained enough strength. Currently, it feels impossible to reach that level, but didn't think about too much. I need to take one step at a time, and I will eventually reach my destination. I had done this in my world, and I will do it here, and thankfully I have a celestial inheritance, which will make things be a little easier. Celestial inheritance is hard, and not many could walk in the path, but those who do did not face as many problems as people with other inheritances, even those with legacy inheritance. It is not some special power that celestial inheritance provides. It is just using every advantage one has and building on that. 5 days had passed since I had left the ruined city with Nero, and many things have happened. First and most important, I have reached the limit. It happened yesterday. A little quicker than I had thought, but not surprising seeing the sheer number of Grimms I am seeing on the road to the Mist Valley. Nero had even seen Earth Sovereign and had asked me to hide. It moved too fast that I don't know whether it had sensed me from where it was or didn't care for a little sovereign. I didn't care. All I care about was that I didn't die. Now that I had reached the limit, I am focusing more on the other things. Like my inheritance, I had even stopped my clone from practicing the artifice and made it work on the inheritance. With 6 of them working on inheritance at a time dilution of 3 times, they will be finished soon as 2-3 days soon, which left only treatments, for which I am taking a midday break. The days are here 40 bigger, and with little risk, I could use treatments 3 times a day. It is heavier on me, but I am making progress, and that is what matters the most. I need to make a level up before I reach the Mist Valley. It is extremely dangerous. While I do not plan to enter it, I need to be ready for unforeseen. The reason I am going to the Mist Valley is quite simple. I need to find people who know about the exit. Till now I have asked many natives and even Grimm, but nobody seemed to know about the exit. Many are like me, traveling to Mist Valley to see if someone had found the exit. 2 hours passed and I have killed 2 Grimms. One had a bloodline which grew quite a plant in my core. I have reached the limit. That doesn't mean I won't kill the Grimms. They are still valuable in producing the resources for me. These resources are extremely rare and couldn't be found outside easily. I need them to produce enough of them that it will last me till I make a breakthrough into the sovereign stage. It is why I want to make a breakthrough. With the breakthrough, I will be able to kill the Grimms at a higher level, which means I will get higher level resources with the growth energy they produce. Father, something is happening here, informed Nero, and open a link, making me feel what he is sensing. He is sensing 29 presences, with 19 Grimms and 12 natives, and they are attacking each other, but something else. I first thought the natives were traitors, but they were not. They are 2 different groups, and they seem to be very cautious of each other, though I am not completely sure, since Nero is showing what he is sensing and it is all blurry. Go investigate it, but be careful, I said to him. There are peak sovereigns there, 3 Grimms and 2 natives, with others being at lower levels. They are underground, and the area they are in wards off soul sense. If not for Nero's abilities, I wouldn't have sensed them. This means others wouldn't have sensed them, but still nearly 30 sovereigns from both sides have gathered there. Over 15 minutes and many dangerous turns, Nero had reached the place where the Grimms and natives gathered. As I had seen through Nero, they are attacking an energy shield, which seemed to hold a tree on the other side. I couldn't see what kind of tree is on the other side, but it must be something important to see them attacking together, forgetting their differences. I didn't waste any time and moved toward it. It would be dangerous to go there with peak Grimm and natives who belong to the organization, but the tree had piqued my interest. I am going, and who knows, I might get something out of it. I think you should take a look at. Half an hour later, I reached the building, which is mostly buried in the ground. It had been fully buried in the ground, but someone seemed to have excavated it, a little making its top visible. I entered inside through one of the entrances and saw a maze of broken formations inside. I moved through the way Nero is directing me. My speed is quite fast. Other people wouldn't dare to move this fast, but I have complete confidence in Nero, and I know he will take me to my safe. A little over 25 minutes later, I had reached my destination. As I walked through the broken gate, everybody looked at me, Grimms and natives, but nobody took a step toward me, and instead, they kept hitting the glowing spots on the energy screen, which is covered in formation. Someone seemed to have used the Agner's method, trying to break the dome. They could have used the classic one, but one needs to have a deep knowledge of runes for that. Agner's method is good, but it needs the aid of brute strength. As how these people are doing and looking at energy, it seemed like they have been doing this for more than a day. Humans don't just look. Come and help us, shouted the blue-horned man. I immediately appeared by the native side and began hitting the large dome of energy. What is inside? I asked the purple-skinned man beside me. You have come here and you don't know, he asked back. I only saw the entrance and decided to explore it, I answered sheepishly, and the purple-skinned man rolled his eyes. A tassel tree is there, and it is at the Earth Sovereign stage, he said with excitement in his eyes. For a moment I was disappointed. Tassel tree is rare, and if I didn't have something that would give the same benefit as it, I would have been very excited. Still, I am excited when I heard it is an Earth Sovereign tree, which means the fruits will also be at Earth Sovereign. They will be very useful to me in my sovereign breakthrough and also as an alchemical ingredient. It had many uses in alchemy. It is quite regrettable that it would take a few hours off my journey, but I couldn't just go back now. It had its own risks, especially when peak sovereigns were involved. If I am going back, I might have even better and they might come at me. It is a risk I couldn't take, nor I could reveal I have a way to solve it, that is hitting it primitively. So I kept hitting and preparing for the rush that might happen. An hour passed and I was hitting when suddenly I stopped. The purple-skinned man gave me an odd look and I looked at him apologetically as I resumed hitting. Inside me there is an earthquake happening as I looked at all the natives. I should have sensed it the moment I came here, seeing how familiar I am with it, but since it is part of this place's energies, I didn't. A person wielding a grand art is here and they have already started working on their art, and nobody seemed to have any idea about it. Some might and they are just hiding it, but I doubt that. It is not something one could sense easily, as it is already part of the energy of this world, which makes its detection even harder. Bang, bang, bangs. It had been 6.5 hours since I had come here, and we were still attacking the dome, though we are very close to breaking it. If what I am seeing is right, then we will be able to break it in less than 5 minutes, and I hope my preparations are enough to deal with what will happen next. I am confident the moment dome breaks apart, all hell would break loose. There's a host of freaking grand art. They are extremely rare, and almost all of them are from realms. Likely, the one here is also from the realm. Though I don't understand one thing, why did they come to the Prime World? These people would only come out of the realm when they become sky sovereigns. Some wouldn't come out to the Prime World at all. From what I could sense from the art, the host is not strong. His grand art is at early sovereign comprehensive. If it had been mid or peak, he wouldn't have needed to be this sneaky. He would have easily killed all of them without any problem. This makes things even more interesting. If I played my cards right, I might be able to gain a fruit or two. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the first crack rang out, and a moment later, another and then another. Soon, the whole dome filled with cracks as the people begin to attack the dome enthusiastically. Bang, the attacks become stronger, and the dome exploded into pieces. Immediately, a tassel tree appeared in front of eyes of everyone. It is a tall tree with blue leaves and over 100 fruits around it. It is a large tree, double the size of Grimm's, and had beautiful red fruits like apples that will make one bite them after just a look. Nobody takes a step toward it. This tree belongs to us, roared the lightning werewolf as a few Grimms and natives took a step forward, before stopping immediately at the sound of lightning werewolf. And us, added the dog beastman, looking at the Grimms challengingly. I barely glanced at them. Instead, my focus is ahead. Not on the tree, but on the water at the lake surrounding it. The water is not common, but Melig water is something I really need. With it, I would be able to increase the potency of the 7 aurora waves even further. How about we first plug the fruits before fighting to gain what others got, said Lightning Werewolf as the lightning crackled across its skin. Fine, agreed the beastman, and they turned toward the tree. They were about to take a step toward it when suddenly, a thick mist materialized around them. It is so dense that I couldn't see even my hand, and most importantly, it is messing up with my senses. The Empire of Mist. It had once again appeared, and its power was immense. It might be at the level of early sovereign, but its host had a day to prepare. He had shown what a host of the Empire of Mist could do in a favorable environment and time to prepare. It wouldn't matter if there were peak sovereigns around. The mist had covered everything, and it blocked every sense. Soul sense, auditory sense, and visual sense. Everything had been blocked, and it made even the peak sovereign panic. Even they couldn't do anything against it, despite their power. I think you should take a look at. It immediately sobered me when I thought the mist had blocked their senses, not their power. If they attacked indiscriminately, then it would be bad. Till now they had not done it, but they will soon. It didn't see any other options. I had just thought that when I sensed the purposeful movement. There is no panic or raging aura. The person moves confidently toward the bridge over the lake, leading to the tree. I also moved toward it, and he sensed it immediately. A mist sword in his hand, and he swung at me. A smile appeared on my face as I moved to defend. Clang, our weapons clashed, and I felt the familiar power of the Empire of Mist. If I had not been prepared, it would have been dangerous for me. Relax, I only want some water and a few fruits, I said to him with a smile as he looked at me in shock. The person in front of me is a white wolf beastman and looked quite young. A late teen and had a face handsome enough that for a moment I felt attraction for him. How can you move around my method? He asked, looking at me seriously. You mean your grand art, Empire of Mist? I asked back, and he got shocked before controlling his emotions. I'm used to it, I replied, which again shocked him, and he kept looking at him, likely thinking what to do. I don't want to interrupt you, but your art won't be able to hold for long. We should quickly get what we want and get out of here before the peak sovereigns start their rampage, I said and moved toward the bridge. He looked at me before following me quickly. Soon we reached the bridge, and a bottle appeared in my hand, which I threw down, but to my surprise, a layer of formation appeared on the surface of the water and the bottle is destroyed. I smiled seeing that, and a simple glass bottle appeared in his hand, and he threw it down. To my surprise, the bottle passed through the formation effortlessly and fell into the lake, where it begins to suck the water. I hope you will share some of the water with me, I asked shamelessly. He just looked at me and kept moving toward the tree, and within a few seconds we reached it. Immediately, hundreds of strings came out of my hand and moved toward the fruits, plucking them all. He didn't even look at it, instead took out a black pearl and threw it toward the ground. The peel seeped into the ground, and a moment later the earth begins to move up and down the tree. I first thought he was taking the tree, but it seemed like the fruits on it. He has no interest in the tree either, he wants something else. You can give this to me if you are not interested, I said, seeing how roughly the tree is coming out. He didn't even glance at me, but a few seconds later, I could see the tree coming out more gently. 11 seconds later, the huge tree came out with the roots and all, and I swept it into my core. At that moment, he glances at me, and I wanted to curse myself. Thankfully, he only glanced at me before focusing back on the ground, trying to take out whatever that was hiding inside. I didn't have to wait for long. 16 seconds later, a large yellow steel came out. It had dense text carved in it in the script I don't know but felt familiar. As it came out, a big smile appeared on his expressionless face, and a moment later, it disappeared. Mind telling me what that was? I asked as we turned back toward the bridge after the steel disappeared. He didn't answer and just kept walking, and soon we were on the bridge, and I was shocked to see all the water in the lake had disappeared. He waved his hand and a simple small glass bottle to his hand and disappeared. I would appreciate it if you share some of that with me, I said, and once again he didn't respond, which frustrated me, but what cannot do? I can't simply loot him. It will be hard for me to defeat him, not to mention is not the place to fight. I crossed the bridge with him and moved through the sovereigns who have started to panic. Till now, all of them are focused on the defense, activating as much as defensive methods for them, but soon that will change. I had just thoughts that when a high sovereign's aura soured in the next second, hundreds of lances materialized around him. Seeing that, I increased my speed further. I want to cross the gate as soon as possible. Once the attack started, everyone will start attacking. I feel bad for the weak sovereign, but what I could do, I couldn't just take them. It will jeopardize my own life. These people have acted calmly, and it is showing they could. The man who had summoned the lances hadn't used them. He's just moving them around itself. I am not worried about natives as I am worried about the Grimms. These bastards are most untrustworthy, but even they seem to have some self-control to not attack madly. Soon we reached the gate when he looked back and did something. I don't know what he did, but suddenly all the natives turned toward the Grimms, and the powerful aura blasted off their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. They begin attacking the moment I stepped out of the gate. I didn't look at what is happening, instead turned to a wild-the-world beastman. I know a shortcut, I said, and moved in the opposite direction of where I came from earlier. I didn't even look at him to see him following or not. While I want water, there is nothing I could do about it. It is powerful, and seeing the way, he had simply discarded the tree. He is not much worried about the resources. I have never walked in this way, but I have a map in front of my eyes. When I was hitting the dome, Nero was exploring this place, and it is a lot deeper than I had thought it is and has many good things. If I had unlimited time and no hurry to find an exit, I would have explored this place after everyone left, but I did not do those things. 4 minutes and 52 seconds later, we got out, but we need to get out of here as soon as possible. The effect of the Empire of Mist worn down for most powerful by now, and if they have finished fighting, they would come for us. We have to move fast, I said, and I kept moving and the White Wolf Man kept following me. We had just taken a few seconds when suddenly something shocking happened. The changes begin to appear in the White Wolf Beastman. They were rapid that little more than a minute later he is a blue blur-horned man, with green skin and a very handsome face which is very different from the previous. I couldn't help but admire his ability. A few seconds after that, changes begin to appear in me. My hair turned green, I become even taller, and more muscles begin to appear on me. I think you should take a look at. Soon I transformed into a man in his mid-30s with average features. A good method, he praised, and I looked at him. Not as good as yours, I replied, and he smiled. His method is really good. He had changed his race completely. Not only that, but his aura had also changed. Aside from his level, everything had changed, and I couldn't see any connection between him and the White Wolf Beastman. I shouldn't be surprised. So what does a person from the Mist Realm doing in the Prime World? I asked. I am really curious about it, especially after seeing that steel. None of your business, he replied plainly. I smiled and didn't take it to heart. I had expected the answer from him, but just wanted to ask the question. So the water, I asked, and he finally turned to me. How were you able to defend yourself from my art? He asked back. As I had said, I have a lot of practice, I replied, and a moment later, a glass bottle flew toward me and I caught it. I was about to open my mouth to thank him when I stopped suddenly. As there was only a bucket full of water and whited enough, I expected more, seeing he took the entire lake's worth of it. So you know someone who comprehended the art, he asked, and I smiled. I am not going to answer that, though he is intelligent enough to guess the answer to this question. Monster coming from 7 o'clock, I informed and began to look for a place when suddenly, I had stopped when mist began to cover me. I deactivated my stealth method and contained my aura, which again took him by surprise. My mother had an empire of mist, my sister had it. I know how it worked and how amazing it is when exploring the runes. 2 minutes and 7 seconds later the monster appeared, and it was just 100 meters away from us and didn't sense us at all. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been a normal monster, but it was peak sovereign and it didn't discover us when we were not hiding, but moving. If the mist wasn't covering us, it would have discovered us already, but here, it just sniffed around before moving away. Man, I get jealous of you, host of Grands. You could make difficult things so effortless, I complained, and for some reason my words seemed to have shocked him. How many hosts of grand arts you know, he asked, and I realized the answer, and it put a grin on my face. Not going to tell you, I replied in a sing-song voice, which made him glare at me. 20 more minutes passed, and I was alerted about another monster. That is when Nero sensed a high sovereign native. It was the same native who was building underground. I didn't alert the person beside me as the sovereign is far away from us and not coming in our direction. I look toward the sky in an hour. The sky will begin to darken, and I will need to find shelter. The question is, what can I do to get that water from him? It is important to me. It will not help me now, but also during the level up and after, but he isn't willing to give me any more. I have to find ways to get more that didn't involve answering risky questions. He already knows more than he needs to. Putch, my sword pierced through the Grimm, and a moment later it had disappeared, while I resumed the journey with an unknown man. He didn't comment on my killing of Grimms, and nor did I explain or be willing to stop. Killing Grimms is important to me, and to hide the fact, I am only killing the Grimm with a bloodline. I am also killing the ones with inheritance. This one had the inheritance. The one I had killed a few minutes before had the bloodline. I am planning to head into the Mist Valley. It is something I need, and someone of your sensory capabilities will be helpful, he asked, and immediately shook my head. Not interested, I replied directly. I will give you all the water, he said. It is not worth it. The danger is too much, I replied, and instead of getting disappointed, a smile appeared on his face, a smile I am not liking too much. What about the exit out of this place? He asked, and I froze. Do you know the exit? I asked back. I know hundreds. If you help me find an exit, I will give you the location of all of them, he replied. I wanted to laugh hearing his words. How can he know hundreds of exits? But I controlled myself. How can you know hundreds of exits? I asked after a moment of silence. I have my ways, he replied without elaborating further. What do you want from Mist Valley? I asked. Something important for me, but useless for you. Though on the way we will find a few things that will be tremendously useful to you, he said, and a frown appeared on my face. Mist Valley should be easy to navigate to you, seeing it is thickly filled with mist, I asked, and he smiled. Mist is not the only thing enveloping the valley, he replied, and I arched my brow in question, but he didn't reply. I did not say anything for a few minutes and just thought before finally turning to him, I will come with you. If I didn't find about exit from anyone, I said finally. Fine, but I am not going to wait for you once we reach the Mist Valley. I am going to enter inside directly, he replied. Okay, I said. I have no intention of going into the Mist Valley, but there didn't seem to be any choice, even if I come to know about the exit from the natives, as that exit would be public and the other side would be the organization. I don't want to fall into its hands again, even when they promise to release me. Still, I didn't completely make up my mind. I have 2 more days to think about it. The sky had darkened, I spoke. The sunlight had nearly disappeared, and it is time to find shelter. I think you should take a look at. We will meet here at this spot pre-dawn then, he said, and I nodded. I watched him disappear before moving toward the spot Nero found for me. A few minutes later, I reached it, and it is hidden as always, though this time the space is not much. I set up an abode and went inside and started on my daily rituals. The night had nearly passed when I opened my eyes from the meditation. It feels good to meditate again. I could already see those amazing benefits. I took a deep breath and walked out of my abode. Soon, I was in dangerous energy, moving toward the spot we decided to meet. Nero had already gone there and he had not arrived, so I didn't hurry. I walked slowly in the forest, enjoying the serenity of pre-dawn. Though this serenity would get disturbed now and then by the monster's roars. I reached the spot and sat on the rock, waiting. I had to wait for a little over 10 minutes before arriving. When did you arrive? He asked. A few minutes ago, I said, and got up. A few seconds later, we resumed our journey, and we are moving fast, much faster than I was moving before. With Nero guiding and him hiding us from the monster and Grimm's, I had little to worry about other than Earth's sovereign, which is the only thing that could find us. Since we are traveling together, we should at least tell each other our names. I want to refer to you as a thing in my head, I said, and he laughed. Ragas, he introduced. Mike, I replied. He is likely using a fake name, like me. There is no need to introduce each other by our real names when we are going together for only a few days. Hours passed as we traveled fast. The only time we took a break was when I killed the Grimms. They were done a few seconds, and most took a few minutes. He didn't seem to have a problem with these breaks. This is good because I am rapidly growing the resources into my core and don't want to stop. I don't know when I would come across a ruin like this, and I want to get as much as benefits as possible. I wanted to collect so many resources that I didn't have to look for them even after reaching the Sovereign stage. Though it wouldn't be possible when I reach Sovereign, I would need resources of a level that I have very few. Still, having more resources wouldn't hurt, not to mention. These resources wouldn't go to waste, even when I reach Sovereign. Soon it is night again, and we slept in separate spots before moving again in the morning. We crossed the distance rapidly, and by the time we stepped at night, the Mist Valley was only a few hours away. Monster integration, there are a lot of Grimms, I said as I looked at things through Nero's eyes. Be careful, there are Earth Sovereigns here, I cautioned. I am taking a treatment, while Nero is moving toward the Mist Valley, where there are a lot of Grimms. Really in huge numbers, even I am kind of surprised seeing it, despite seeing it. Every Grimm wanted to come here. They have been encouraged to come here and explore it by their higher-ups. Thankfully, the Mist Valley is huge, and despite their numbers, the Grimms couldn't barricade the whole area. I have sent Nero to find us the safest route into the Mist Valley. It seemed like I will be entering the Mist Valley. Natives haven't found the exit, yet I had asked tens of them. The only thing they gave me was a rumor about someone finding it, which is useless. I am sure of all natives who have entered, someone had found at least one exit, but they are keeping mum about it. The people from the organization keep it mum because they want to go out first through it, inform their organization about it, and secure it. Those non-affiliates keep it secret because they don't want to share the loot with the organization. If I had been in their place, I would have done the same. Nero once again killed another Grimm in a second before moving ahead, while I walked into the library toward the inheritance. It took a little longer than I had thought, but it will finish today in a few hours. Then it will take me about 2 days to double-check it all, before I would be able to use it to make a breakthrough. I also didn't finish with treatments from the way things are going. It is going to take me a few more days. It is such a regret that I couldn't make a breakthrough before entering such a dangerous place. The breakthroughs couldn't be achieved so easily. There are things remain to be done. My speed could already be said to be amazing, and it will be even more when I make a breakthrough in a couple of days. Soon I finished with the treatments and showered before eating dinner, which I had cooked in my core. Usually I like to cook outside, but I have to focus on my inheritance today. I quickly ate and lay on the couch before entering my core, where I once again, before working on my inheritance with 6 of my clones. A few hours passed by when I got out and slept. When I woke up, my clones were nearly finished with inheritance. I joined them, and 1 hour later we were finished. Amazing, I said as I looked at the inheritance. The millions of runes work efficiently with each other. It is simply amazing. I am proud of my creation even in this tight schedule. I was able to create something amazing. I stared at it for a minute before turning to the large groups of formations. It is my sovereign inheritance. If this small upgrade is amazing, then the sovereign inheritance would be something that will blow away anyone who will see it. It will be a marvel. At this stage, I will have the power to bring my real abilities, and the power they will show will be greater than they have done in the past. A few minutes later, I walked out of my core and sat in the tub for a few hours. The treatments continued, before I sat down on the floor and closed my eyes in meditation. I did it for a little more than an hour before eating breakfast and walking out of the door. I think you should take a look at. Soon I reached the spot and waited for Ragas. He will arrive in a few minutes. A little more than 15 minutes later, I saw Ragas coming and got up from the spot. So are you coming to Mist Valley? He asked as he stopped beside me. It seems so, I replied. A small smile on his face disappeared before his expression turned serious. It is going to be dangerous. Forget entering the Mist Valley. Even reaching there would be a challenge, with the spawns littering around it in a great number, he said. This time I smiled. I have a safe way there, safe as it could be in the current condition, I said, and a surprise flashed in his eyes for a moment, before a smile appeared on his face. I knew I had been right in my decision to partner with you, he said. I didn't reply and instead took a step forward. Nero had worked hard through the night to find a safe way. It will take us longer and more dangerous, but through this way, we will avoid most Grimms. As for dense monsters, Raga's mist will save us. How confident are you on this route? He asked a few minutes later. I didn't answer and continued walking. I had already ended up telling him more than I should have. I didn't want to tell anything further. An hour passed, and I had already killed one Grimm. It was bloodline. Its energies are still growing. The plants inside me, seeing it joy, filled my heart. It is a little regretful that along the route I am taking had little less Grimms, but it is a sacrifice. I will have to make it for the safety. I am sure I will see more than enough Grimms inside the Mist Valley. Though I might not get enough Grimm today, Nero had gotten more than enough last night that it would have definitely got discovered by the Grimms. Nero had killed so many Grimm, he had never since come into this ruin. It did not spare any of them, even those with bloodlines. If he felt he could kill them, he did, getting an insane number of resources, which my clones are still sorting up. The formation is not perfect. What it couldn't sort needed to be sorted by the hands, and seeing the sheer number of storage devices there are, it is going to take some time. I don't mind. I like having more resources despite having them in amounts that I won't be able to spend in a short time. High Sovereign, 3 o'clock, I informed, and an invisible mist covered us while we stopped on our spot. Nearly a minute later, the Grimm moved a few hundred meters away, not noticing us, despite being so close. It is not easy to discover through the invisible mist, especially when we stood frozen in our spot. If it had been a monster, we wouldn't have done that, but beings are difficult. Their soul sense is more refined. While we might have been fine, we didn't want to take a risk. If we sense any Grimm of high Sovereign and above level, we will stop and cover ourselves with the mist. It is gone, I said, a little more than a minute later, and resumed our journey. 3 hours passed, and we have come across many Grimms, some of which I killed, though their numbers started to thin out and the number of monsters begin to increase as we walk further into the route. Damn, I nearly had a heart attack, I said, heaving a sigh of relief with my whole body wet with sweat. The second Earth Sovereign monster, he said. There is not a drop of sweat on his brow. He seemed to be worried about Earth Sovereign but does not fear them. He likely has something to use against them. Well, I don't, and I have to be careful not to get discovered by them. They could kill me with the flick of their finger while I watch powerlessly. Few seconds later, we started moving against, taking twists and turns depending on the dangers ahead. You didn't tell me much about Mist Valley and the place we have to go there, I asked. Till now I have refrained from asking this question, but seeing we will enter there in a few hours, it is the right time to ask it. I have information of my own, which I have got from the Grimms, but I want to know more. I have a map and some information, but it is old, he said, and threw a blue crystal at me. I verified it and throw it into my storage in there. My clone begins to study the information. The more it looked, the more surprised I would become, as it was surprisingly detailed. More than all the information I have got from the Grimms, which is supposed to be the latest one. The information also made my expressions turn somber. I know it is going to be dangerous, and reading it I have become even more sure, but there is no choice but to enter it. I need an exit that will not send me back to the clutches of the organization, and only he could provide that to me. I have had my doubts before, but now I am pretty sure he knows the exits. He might not know hundreds, as he claimed to be, but he is at least aware of a few. A few more hours passed, and we had come across another Earth Sovereign monster, but thankfully it didn't discover it. Now we are very close to our destination, the Mist Valley, which is only about an hour away. I had seen the valley, and it is unlike anything I had seen before. It is majestic as well as dangerous, and people are going there like crazy, all for the fortune that awaits there. Monsters thinned near the Mist Valley. As our travel there was smooth. We didn't stop, even for a second, until we reached the edge and come face to face with the Mist Valley. Wow, I said. What I saw through Nero's eyes does not do justice to what I am seeing right now. There is a thick, multicolored mist in front of me, felt even thicker than the foam itself. I felt like I could take it in its hand, but I couldn't. Many tried. The mist simply goes back to its place. It is covering the vast area in its domain, which is bigger than the area the mist is covering. The space seemed to have expanded inside from what the information had said. It's impressive, isn't it? I asked Ragas, who looked at me expressionlessly. It is fine, he replied blandly. There is not a hint of wonder in his eyes, maybe the place he came from. It is nothing special. We should enter, he said after a minute. Okay, I replied and sighed. A moment later, moved toward it, and a few seconds later we could touch it with our hands. I did as I walked toward it. To my surprise, I felt a heavy suppression that wants to crush my soul. It froze me for a moment before I realized it is only feeling the effects couldn't be felt by only entering inside. I think you should take a look at. A second later, I took the step inside and found myself covered in mist, but I kept walking, and several seconds later, I came out. Gasp! The first thing that came out of my mouth when I reached the other side was a gasp of shock and then tears. The sheer beauty of this place made my eyes watered. Everywhere I see is the mist, light, colorful mist, bathing in beautiful sunlight. There are hills, trees, and even mountains in the distance, along with a few things I couldn't name, and all of it felt like a wonderland. Seeing such amazing scenery, I felt a blessing. I didn't mind the suppression weighing down on me, which had effectively reduced 30 of my strength and caged my soul sense to less than 50 meters. Here I could see everything clearly, but my soul sense is a small distance. I am still much better compared to most people. I have forbidden power merged into the very cell of me, and that had increased even more after the treatments, reducing the effects of suppression to quite a degree. It is not just that I am also feeling extraordinary pressure in my mind. It does not affect anything, but damn annoying. It felt like I was in the presence of a very powerful. It does not have a feeling of harm toward me, but it has a powerful effect on me with its presence alone. This would frustrate many people, not only this heavy feeling but also the suppression, especially of the soul sense, which people most depend on. It is like making them blind. What is your soul range? Asked Ragas from behind. I turned and gave him the look. I am not going to tell him that. What is our destination? I asked back instead. He waved his hand and a large map appeared in front of us. This, he pointed at the place, and my expression turned serious. It is at the center, I said, and he nodded. I hope you really remember your promise, I said with a hint of warning. He smiled and threw a glass bottle at me. Think of it as the advance, he said. I caught the bottle and, seeing it being safe, sent it to my core. If the experiment succeeded, I would use it in the treatments. My clone had opened the map and already devised the quickest way to reach the destination. Though it will not be easy with Nero, we will face much fewer dangers compared to others. As usual, his abilities have been barely affected from what he told me. His soul sense only had a 9 reduction of range and his power 11, which is nothing compared to me. My range of soul sense had reduced by 90, and I am sure others have been affected even further. This advantage of Nero will be tremendously useful to us here. Still, we have to be careful. This place may look like a wonderland, but it is filled with thorns at every step. No wonder you wanted to come with me, I said nearly half an hour after entering the Mist Valley. He just glanced at me while I smiled. I had already guessed it, the moment I stepped inside, but now through the tests I have become sure. There is not one grand art in the play here, but 5 of them. It is not just art, but also the laws that are in work here, which even suppress his advantages. Normally, it is extremely hard to suppress the power of grand art, but it is happening here. Though one would be mistaken to consider him powerless, his art had only weakened, and I am sure he would have a way to lessen the suppression. He could be said to be at a better advantage than others just like me. The only disadvantage he had here is his low level. Still, that does not mean killing him will be easy. A few minutes passed, and we have come across another marvel. A ball of dense fiery liquid, big as a house, is floating in the air and releasing immensely powerful heat, that every few seconds the tiny drops of red-hot liquid would fall down from it. These drops would fall till they are an inch away from the grass, before moving up in the curse and merging back with a house-sized ball. I would love to get a drop from it, I said, and glance at him, but he just gave me the look and keep walking. I sighed in disappointment as I followed him. I had not lied. I would have really liked to get my hands on it, which had the power of art and the laws. These things are very precious and hold immense research value. Unfortunately, I am not powerful enough to get it. Even Earth's sovereigns would think about it hard before trying to take that drop. It contains so much energy that it could wipe them out with a mere touch. It is the place where the primes have fought the final battle. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it still contains the power of their laws and arts, which created such dangerous wonders. These wonders are everywhere and mostly harmless as long as you stay away from them. Hundreds of years were enough for them to stabilize. Monster coming from the 9 o'clock, I said, and immediately the mist covered us. The whole place was misty, and now, even when we hide from it, he keeps the mist visible. The bull monster was small, but it had well-defined muscles, as if it exercises daily for hours. I have seen thousands of monsters in my life, but never seen one with such muscles as this one. I wanted to capture it and keep it to my core, but the beast is powerful. It is a peak sovereign. Thankfully, it is more than a mile away, and even its soul sense couldn't reach that far. Though it is still bigger than native and Grimm peak sovereigns, who couldn't spread their soul sense for over 500 meters, I looked at it with great interest, while Ragas had his expression neutral as if it was the most bland thing for him. A few minutes later, the Grimm left our range, and we kept moving. We are moving fast with the aid of Nero. His range is nearly unaffected, making him a perfect scout who could even spot Earth's sovereign before they spot him. He did, and we hid in the closest hole, covered it in the mist. Give me a minute, I said to Ragas, and slowly move a few hundred meters away, where amid sovereign Grimm walking among the thick trees, 50 meters behind it without getting discovered before leaping at it with full power. To my surprise, it took a little longer to discover me compared to Grimm's I had killed through stealth. Putch. It acted immediately, but I was easily able to dodge its attacks and pierced its heart, freezing it on the spot before taking it inside me. A moment later, it disappeared in my core and we resumed our journey. You seem to hate the spawns a lot, asked Ragas. I wanted to say my world had been infested by them, but it will once again give him the information, which I don't want him to have. So instead, you don't, I asked back. I do, but killing these is a waste of time. They would never reach high enough to be trouble for the universe, he replied. I think you should take a look at. It couldn't surprise me and made me think deeply. Perspective, environment-shaped perspective. Where I grow up, every Grimm is dangerous. To him, it is killing the most dangerous that matters, as they pose the greatest danger not to the world but to the universe. So one could only imagine at what level he considered them truly dangerous. Every Grimm had potential, as every native has. I only need to keep killing them. Most would never reach a true height, as you had said, to be truly dangerous to the universe, but we need to keep killing them, as one of them might reach that level to be dangerous, not to mention, their storages are filled with the resources, and I want them, I said, and he smiled. The resources I have collected from the Grimms are immense. The repository is getting bigger and bigger with every storage I get, and even this I had killed quite a number of resources. Still, what I had collected was nothing in front of Nero. Over 90 of the stuff repository is got from his hunts. Even he is killing the Grimms. The Grimm is completely harvested and growth energy is released from it. It went to the plants, making them produce more resources. A minute later, a small smile appeared on my face, as once again the spatial tree matured, and the moment my clone plucked the seeds, it turned into dust. My clone had removed the planting seed from the fruit and buried it while storing the cut friend and complete fruit, which had spatial seeds in the different boxes. I have been constantly harvesting spatial seeds. Till now I have finished harvesting 6 of them. As for why I am constantly harvesting, despite only needing one, because they are extremely precious. People will pay hundreds of times more for the natural spatial seed, and since I have continued growth energy, I am harvesting them in large numbers. I might need them one day. Such precious resources are in very high demand and could you do many things. Hun, I was thinking about that when Nero showed me something. In the west of us, a lot of Grimms are gathering, I said before there was not the slightest bit of interest on his face. Nothing matters other than the target, he said, and I nodded. To be honest, I want to check it out, but I will not. As he said, what he wants is most important. Only then I will get what he has, the exits. I moved us a little away from the gathering of the Grimms. There are over 100 of them, staring something down with over 9 peak sovereigns. It would be terrible if a single one of them had spotted us. A few minutes later, we come across a contained windstorm, which is moving in a contained space. It is a work of art, wind moving at speed, that would tear even peak sovereign and those wind crystals. I have loved to get my hands on them, but it would be suicide for us to do it, though one native is trying to do it. It is a native Earth sovereign, not the one I had seen entering. There are many Earth sovereigns who entered inside before us and entered after. Exit is not the only way for them to gain the information. There are artifacts and powerful methods which could send back the information from inside. If they had that, it would give them enough information to make the decision to send more people inside. It will be good. If they do that, there are too many Grimms here, and even if the organization is bad, it is 100 times better option than Grimms unless they are traitors. We passed through the windstorm, and a few minutes later, saw something that had finally made Raga stop. A giant sphere made of mist. It is big as a hill and completely white, but inside it, I could see blood-red lightning flashing. Even after 3 miles away from it, all the hair on my body stood up. That thing is extremely dangerous. Even Earth Sovereign would think 100 times before anywhere near it. That red lightning inside seemed dangerous, I said, and he nodded. It is. Hosts of that lightning are one of the most dangerous things in the entire universe, he said, before looking away from it. We moved past the dangerous lightning contained in the mist and other wonders. That was a few hundred meters away from it. They are everywhere, and every single thing is a treasure which I couldn't touch. Still, they have shocked me. The battle must be truly intense to keep their signs, even after hundreds of thousands of years. It is not easy, as the world will try everything to wipe them away and take them back to equilibrium. When it couldn't do that, it separates that part from itself. Didn't throw it away, just kept it separated, till the place reaches equilibrium and then merged it back with itself. It only happened in intense cases like these and takes hundreds of thousands of years for that to happen. Monster, 3 o'clock, I once again alerted, and a mist covered us while we stopped on our spot. There is no need to take the risk in a dangerous place like this. We stayed in our spot for a couple of minutes until the monster disappeared and we resumed our journey. Another hour passed and continued with our journey. I looked up and saw the sky, bright as afternoon when it should be the evening. The balance of day and night here is unpredictable. Sometimes the evening comes early, it comes later. It is the same for the day, sometimes it is short and sometimes it is long. Today seemed to have been a long day and I don't mind. We are moving quite fast. If we keep moving at this speed, it won't take us over 4 days to reach our destination. It was only when everything goes great and we didn't find ourselves fighting any battles, 2 Grimms coming, I said, and both of us fell on the grass while the mist had covered us. We had taken the risks and decided to walk through the hills, which is only covered in short grass. It is risky, but it will save us a lot of time. 4 times, more times, as these grass hills are covering a large area. If we didn't choose the straight way, we would have needed to circumvent it. That we didn't want to do it. I could see them through Nero's eyes and they are coming toward us fast. They have a stealth method active, and it is average. Even if it had been better, Nero would have been able to see it. Still, these 2 are dangerous, with both of them being high sovereign. One of them had made a breakthrough recently. It had happened within a week. It is clear through Nero's eyes. Shit, I cursed as I saw them coming, and they were coming toward us, looking at the angle they are moving. They would be less than 100 meters away from us at the closest. I wanted to curse madly upon seeing it, but I had controlled myself and remained frozen as Raga's beside me. Seconds passed and soon there were only a few hundred meters of distance between us, which they are crossing fast with their big steps, and soon they reached the closest to us. There is now a distance of 88 meters between us, and it made me relieved to see them keep walking. They didn't notice us. I think you should take a look at Dam. That thought had just flashed through my mind when suddenly, the stronger lone horn crocman stopped and turned toward us. I could feel his soul sense spreading and covering us. For a few seconds it kept searching before suddenly locking on us. A surprise flashed in the eyes of the lone horn crocman before it transformed into a grin. I had truly not believed they had said, "There is a host of the grand art, but there is, and I have found it," it said excitedly. It is extremely excited, and I would be too if I had been in its place. The host of grand art is a price. They are rare. Even in their realms they are rare, and there is an extremely high bounty on them. The same is for the Grimm. All the top organizations of the world had posted a bounty on Grimms with grand art. It is so big that even I would be enticed to report it, if I had caught any Grimm host of grand art. It looked at us for a moment before the stealth field artifact came out and spread across the stealth field. It had spread for less than half the distance outside, but it would be enough, seeing its power. The moment the stealth field activated, a huge purple lance appeared in its hand, filled with a thick, powerful energy. Die! It roared and sent its lance toward us. As it did, we stopped hiding. My sword appeared in my hand and Ragas took out a shield. A big black stone shield. Bang. A moment later, the giant lance crashed into the shield, creating a loud banging noise and nothing else. I didn't feel even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation, as the big stone shield had absorbed it all. Seeing that, the Grimm's expressions turned bad. Handle that human. I will deal with this bastard with grand art," said Grimm. The other lone horn crocman hesitated as it looked at Ragas, but seeing the look from the other Grimm, it moved. "Keep it busy for a while, I will deal with it and come to help you," said Ragas. To be honest, I wanted to hide behind him. I have a feeling it would be the safest spot, but since he said it, it wouldn't look good if I stayed. I am not someone who couldn't lift his own weight. So no matter how much I wanted to hide behind him, I stepped away from him and turned to face the lone horn crocman coming at me. "It wouldn't even take me even 10 seconds to kill a weakling like you," said lone horn crocman, while glancing at Ragas from the corner of its eyes. It only looked for a moment before coming at me with its aura blazing. I harnessed the power of the burst as I looked at Crocman coming at me, with a huge, jagged white crystal blade shining in power. Seeing the power it is bringing out, it didn't intend to hold back at all. It wants to finish me up in a single attack before going back to the real price. Die. It took a second to appear beside me before it swung its jagged sword at me, shouting. I moved my sword in defense. Clang, our swords clashed. Immediately, a vomit of blood came out of my mouth and took the steps back, before stopping at 3 steps and looking at it with shock, and found it looking at me with the same look and the same reason behind the shock. I thought I would fly away like a cannonball, with all bloodied, but I have only taken 3 steps back and vomited once. That is my mistake. If I estimated its strength well, I would have barely taken a step back, with no vomiting. It seemed like the suppression was affecting the others more than I had imagined. If it had attacked outside, I would have been all bloody, without any energy to get up. I had underestimated you, it said, and a powerful aura blasted off its body, and it came at me with its blade shining with power. Arovo's teeth, it shouted as it appeared beside me and attacked. It is shouting the name of the attack is quite surprising, as not Grimms or even natives do that. It is like announcing the attack and giving a faint edge to enemies. I responded by harnessing more power, and this time I am more confident and better prepared to deal with its attacks. CLANNG. Our weapons clashed and I shook before taking a step back. The attack was more powerful, but this time, I adjusted my armor well and was able to defend by only taking a step back. I had not even vomited. You were hiding your power well, it said and came at me with an even more powerful aura blasting off its body. The jagged edges of its blade began to vibrate as it swung its sword at me, but this time, it had not shouted the name of its attack, it just did, and I moved my sword to defend myself. CLANG, CLANG, CLANG. I defended, taking another step back, but this time, it had learned from its mistake and attacked again before I even stabilized. It was hard to react in such cases, but I have practice. I think you should take a look at. I responded to its attacks while studying its combat style, which is average. I have fought many primary III Grimms here who had a better combat style than this one. I looked at it clearly and saw it being young. It seemed like it is quite talented to advance such quickly, though it seemed like it had not focused on his base as much as it should be, which is great for me. If it had been strong as the other lone horn crocman, I wouldn't be standing here. That bastard is stronger, despite its power being suppressed. What is surprising is that Ragas fights him without losing. He is not using any artifacts aside from that shield and sword, and the only power he is using is his art, and I have to say, he is very good, better than my mother and sister had been. This is not surprising, considering he had come from the place where he had been trained by the people who have the art. They have taken the art to such a height that I couldn't even dream of. While all my mother had were the records, and those records didn't even cover the basic application of the art. Still, despite that she is one most powerful people, or the most powerful to ever comprehend the empire of mist in our world, it is increasing its power, forcing me to harness more and more of mine. If this continued, I would soon reach my limit. There is nothing I could do about it, other than taking solace that it also uses more and more power. If I am not wrong, it is also reaching the limit quickly as me. I am thanking the suppression with my breath, or I wouldn't have been taking the breaths right now. It is affecting them at a far greater height than I had imagined. I am fortunate that I have a forbidden energy merged into every inch of me, and every treatment and breakthrough would increase that amount further. CLANG. I defended another attack, this time using all my power while taking 2 steps back. It came at me again and attacked. I once again defended. While taking the 3 steps back, it seemed to have noticed I have reached the limit as a big grin appeared on its face. Now you will die, it said, and the aura like never before burst out of its body. It is so powerful that my expressions, that all the hair on my body stood up. It had revealed its full power, and I was not surprised. I had expected it would be this powerful, and now I have to defend against it. Hee hee. I didn't waste any time and attacked with such power that I wanted to throw away my sword and run, but I controlled my emotions and moved my sword into a defensive position. CLANG, its jagged blade clashed hard with my sword. With such power, I started to bleed from all the holes from the shock alone, before started to take the steps back rapidly, channeling the physical force into the ground through my feet, so I wouldn't shoot back. What the hell are you doing? Finish it up quickly and help me, shouted the voice when it was about to launch attack at me. Hearing that, a big happy grin appeared on its face, and for a moment it had forgotten its failure to kill me. Your time to die had come, little human, it said as it turned to me. You have been saying that since we started fighting, Spawn, I mocked, which wiped away that despicable grin off its face. Good, I want to see whether that tongue of yours remains sharp. A minute later, it said and came at me. Its power is immense, and it appeared beside me in an instant before attacking me with its full power, like the previous attack. Though this time I am prepared. My armor is prepared. Still, defending will come at the cost. CLANG. Once again its sword clashed again with mine, and immediately, blood poured out of all my holes and I started to take the steps back, but this time it wasn't willing to give me time. It wanted to go there and help the other Grimm kill Ragas for contribution. To do that, it had to kill me. CLANG, CLANG, CLANG. It swung its sword again, and I barely moved my sword to defend myself through the shock. I am feeling all over my body. I defended against it, but then another came, and then another. Like an unstoppable machine, it attacked me without stopping, and it is affecting me deeply, injuring me heavily. There are formations activated inside my core, filled with powerful healing energy, but even for them, healing my injuries at the speed I need is a challenge. If this continued for a few more seconds, it will be bad. It will affect my reaction speed, and if I am not able to react in time, that huge, jagged sword of it will tear me apart. I am already having difficulty in defending, and I don't think Ragas could help me before it all ends for me. I have to help myself, and I have to do it quickly, or I will end up losing my life. There is no option except for one. I don't want to use it in a place like this time, where danger at every step, but there is no other choice. I could not waste any more time fighting it. Nero had killed one Grimm who had noticed the fight, and it was challenging for him. I have to kill these Grimms, and I have to do it soon. Blood burst. I thought for a second and activated the blood burst, and its immense power filled me, despite only harnessing a string of it. As the power filled me, I wanted to attack the bastard immediately, but I controlled the urge and kept acting as if I am getting beaten by it. I need a chance. I got it 3.5 seconds later. It continued with its attacks, but this time it turned its head toward the fight. That is happening a few meters away from us. I didn't hesitate to use the chance. As it looked at the fight, I moved forward, pouring everything I have in my legs. It noticed the movement immediately and looked, but by that time I was taking steps below its sword before appearing in front of it. "It is your time to die now, Spawn," I said and moved my sword forward. It had activated many defensive methods. Seeing that, a grin couldn't help but appear on my face. "I think you should take a look at." Buzz the formation activated inside me, and it sent the energies, which merged with my inheritance, energy, and burning essence. This mixed energy covered my sword and touched the first defensive method. It activated and tore it apart like paper. Its eyes widened in shock and it began to retreat, but it was too late. My sword tore through the second defensive method, then the third, before finally the fourth. As it crushed through the fourth, it touched its armor and pierced through it easily before touching its body, which is like butter and offered no resistance to my sword. It simply slid through it before piercing its heart inside and sending a powerful gust of energy. If I release such a powerful gust of energy into the heart of mid-sovereign Grimm, there is a 90 chance its heart will explode and it will die, but these only froze it. As it did, my energy covered it and it disappeared. "Are you in shape for another kill?" I asked the voice in my head, barely a second after the Grimm disappeared into my core. "Yes," I replied immediately. "Good, move at spawn exactly 3 seconds later," said Ragas. "Okay," I affirmed, as I watched him fight against the powerful lone hole Crockman with tens of missed clones. Seeing I might need more power, I harnessed more power through my blood till I could barely contain it. My blood had become too strong, it had more power than I could contain. To others it would have been very dangerous, but my body is handling it just fine. "Now," said Ragas exactly 3 seconds later, and I moved toward it with my full power. "There is no change, Crockman. It is fighting against Miss Clones as it was before, trying to find which one is real." It had noticed me and glanced, but didn't seem too worried. I am worried, and I am already thinking of retreating if I didn't see anything concrete from Ragas. I don't want to sacrifice my life for it. It might be what Raga's trying to do for him to gain a chance to kill it. I do not think so, but I am prepared for all the scenarios. Soon I had reached 15 meters distance away from it and didn't see anything. I was planning on retreating, seeing the finally turning toward me when I saw something familiar. Thick chains of mists appeared around it, and seeing that, I jumped toward the Grimm with all my power. These chains of mists are familiar to me. My mother had used them many times, and so has my cousin and my sister. Rose is very good at it. Her chains are much smaller but stronger than the chains that Mother and Jonah use. She had made those chains from fine mist strings. She had taken inspiration from my strings. It had taken her over 5 years to accomplish it, as controlling the art. Such a fine is extremely difficult, but she did it. The strength of her chains is so amazing that she was able to catch me with them. It was the only time she had ever come close to defeating me. The chains are not enough to contain it, and some of it is already cracking, but they will be enough to kill it. As I had reached the Grimm, with my sword touching its first defensive method, a shock appeared on its face when it saw my sword tearing through its defensive methods. While I had fought against the weaker lone horn Crockman, I had collected its energy too, and now I am going to use it to kill it. Puch. It took me a fraction of a second to crush all its defensive methods before my sword pierced through its chest and entered its heart. "Do you want it?" I asked Ragas after I poured a really big burst of energy into its heart, which had nearly destroyed it. "No, you can keep it," he said and slumped back on the ground. "There is a good hiding spot 2.5 miles away. We should recover there," I said, and a few more formations lit up in my core. He nodded tiredly before getting up. We began to make our way toward the hiding spot we need to hide. Both of us had used the moves that exhausted us. It would be bad if we come across another such threat. In less than a minute, we have crossed the mile and we are moving even faster. It is dangerous, but we have to reach the safe spot quickly as possible. Every second we remained out, we could be discovered. Another mile passed, and I received a big shock because ecstasy filled my heart. The thing I had wanted for so long, I had got it, and it made me extremely happy, so much so that I am having a hard time controlling my emotions. I had finally found the spatial abode. I have been searching for it in the storage of every Grimm sovereign I had killed, but not a single one of those bastards has it, but this Grimm did. I am really glad. Ragas declined to take it. This one does not belong to Grimm, but is native. I have information about the type of space abodes the Grimm's use, and this is a native design. Finally, we have reached the hidden spot. It is quite deep, forget a soul sense of Grimm's. Even monsters' soul senses wouldn't reach this deep unless they are Earth sovereign. The space is big, but not that big. It is the size of the big room. I nearly forget, but it seemed like the sun had finally started to go down, I said to Ragas. "Really?" he asked. Even I didn't believe it, seeing his sun shining, but Nero said evening had started. You can check within an hour, I said, and he didn't say anything and instantly walked toward the wall and took out the door. I thought it would be an abode, but he took out a simple green door. As he did, surprisingly, this happened. The door seeped inside the wall and disappeared. The surprising thing about it, I couldn't even sense it with my soul sense. I wanted to use the soul sense with forbidden power and nearly did unconsciously before stopping myself. I have seen how Ragas looked at me, despite looking uninterested. He might sense it if I used the forbidden power. I don't want to take that risk. I shook my head before taking out my abode. It is a small brown box with an elaborate design on it and a door at the front. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing it. I think you should take a look at. My first spatial abode of this world. I wanted to forge my own after getting spatial seed, but I realize it will take a lot of effort than I first thought. I currently don't have skills and materials, except for the most important one. I admired it for a couple of seconds before opening the door and entering inside. As I did, it had melded into the environment, disappearing completely, but it didn't impress me as much as it would have. If I had not seen the door, simply disappearing into the wall, even soul sense couldn't sense it. I pushed those thoughts away and looked at my new space abode. It is smaller than what I used to, but I am happy with it. It had a large living room. There is one bedroom, a practice room, and the kitchen. This abode had been made for a single person. This is fine by me. It is more than enough space for me with this space. I could do all the things without feeling constrained. I wanted to do many things for it, like changing the furniture, but there is one thing I have to do first, and that is recovering. So I didn't even check the bedroom and kitchen and directly went to the practice room, where I took out the Song of Sar, which is already filled with honey-dense green liquid. I looked at it before stepping inside. The moment I had completely submerged in it, I stopped burning the essence. As I did, the weakness hit me, and for a moment I felt panic building in my heart before controlling myself. I am safe. There is nobody who would threaten me, and a few minutes later, no one would even think about it, as they will be busy finding shelter. I let the energies coming from inside and outside fill my body. These energies are extremely powerful but gentle, produce from resources like necrotic trees and stainless lotus, among many other things. With this, I will recover in 2 hours. I had only used the blood essence for less than 10 seconds. The time after, I reduced it as much as I could. So recovering within 2 hours wouldn't be a problem, especially when I am using resources such as these. An hour passed and it had become clear the evening was approaching. It will become dark in less than an hour, and if what I heard is right, the night in Mist Valley is extremely dangerous. Even Earth sovereigns hide in their abodes. I had asked Nero to come inside, but he wanted to stay out. Though he said if he finds things dangerous, he will find himself a safe spot. He didn't say he will come here to the abode. Well, I am letting him make his own decision. If he wants to take such risks, I won't stop him. While my essence recovers through the resources, I am in my core working on the inheritance. Not mid-primary III small upgrade, but sovereign. It is still in a sample. With thousands of pieces, it will take a while to take shape, much less finish up, though as long as I survive. I will be able to achieve it. 1 hour and 52 minutes later, I got out of the tub, recovering my essence fully. Other than the slight tiredness, I am feeling fine. The tiredness will disappear with some rest. I took the tub back into my core and walked into the bathroom. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It is big as the room, and I love it. 40 minutes later, I walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. I wanted to stay more, but there are other things I have to do. I changed into comfortable clothes and looked at the bedroom for a few seconds before waving my hand. Immediately, all the furniture had disappeared from the room. I looked at the blank space for a couple of seconds before putting started stuff in, before taking them back after not liking them. Before I know it, 20 minutes passed when I got satisfied with the lights and furniture. It is good, but could be better. After I walked out of this ruin, I will take help from a professional. It is much harder than I thought, but I have to do it. Since it will be space, I will live until I forge an abode of my own or find a better one than this. I walked out of the bedroom, into the living room, and thankfully, it took a little less time there, about 15 minutes. Thankfully, there are only 2 rooms, as there are not many changes to be made in the kitchen and the bathroom. After looking at the changed abode, I couldn't help but feel happy. The spatial abode is really good. Even if it is small, normal abodes couldn't be compared to it. I wonder what kind of abode Ragas has. It wouldn't be a normal abode. It must be something that will blow my mind, but still, I didn't regret my choice of not getting into his abode. I didn't trust him enough, and places like these are jails, where I have no control over my surroundings. I went to the kitchen and brought out all the things I need, before starting cooking while listening to the music I had brought from home. Usually I don't listen to music, but I wanted to do it today. While music playing, I cleaned and cut the things and other stuff require making what I am making. Enjoying every minute of it, I feel especially good when I saw all these things at my fingertips. I have a vast repository which has everything I needed to cook, from monsters to spices to herbs and many other things. I only need to think about it, and this thing will appear in my hand in an instant. 42 minutes passed and I had finished cooking. I served myself and ate. Ashlyn had woken up a few minutes after I had taken the steps inside the Mist Valley. Usually I talked to her for a few minutes, but earlier I had not. I had not wanted to split my focus into a dangerous place like this. The dinner was delicious, and I had finished it within half an hour before cleaning the places and walking into the practice room, which is empty. There was not even a single decoration on it. I looked around before waving my hand, and a painting of waves appeared on the wall. It is one of my favorite paintings. I found it long ago, exploring the ruins in my world. A minute later, I started the treatment, and before I know it, 2 hours have passed. That is when Nero finally moved to the hiding spot, as the density of energy had reached such a height that even he couldn't bear it. It is at Earth's sovereign level, and it is going denser. If the signs I am seeing are right, he had killed quite a Grimms in these few hours. Thankfully, he didn't mess with those who were too powerful. Sometimes he has a problem controlling himself. I wish he had come to the abode, but he found himself in quite a good spot, much better than the one I am hiding. It is quite beautiful, besides a wonder that if I hadn't been on a tight schedule, I would have visited it. I think you should take a look at. I watched Nero for a couple of minutes before continuing with my treatments. Soon, I finished with them and showered again, before laying on the bed to sleep. I study for a few hours before sleeping, but I don't know how long the night is going to last. I wanted to finish the rest before doing other things. 4 hours later, I woke up and started studying. I had studied for a little more than 3 hours before my body reached the state where I could start the treatments again, and I started the treatment. I finished the treatment and saw no signs of sunrise, so I continued with the work on the inheritance. It was 2.5 hours later when Nero noticed the signs of sunrise when I stopped what I was doing and started meditating, and I did for more than an hour before opening my eyes. I ate the breakfast after that my clone cooked and studied for another 35 minutes till energy reached the density where I could survive. I got out and took the abode in my core before turning to the place where the door had disappeared. The energy had lessened enough that we could walk, I said, and waited. Click. I thought he would need a few minutes and a couple of more calls, but to my surprise, the door became visible a couple of seconds later and Ragas walked out of it. I looked at him and felt relieved, seeing him in a good state. There is not a hint of yesterday's tiredness on his face. The energy is quite dense, he said while looking up before turning to me. I will be fine, I replied. He nodded and flew up toward the tunnel, and once again we began to climb the narrow tunnel. A little more than a minute later, we were out of the tunnel. Damn, the energy is strong, I said as I immediately increased the defenses of my armor to full power. Will you be fine? He asked. Yes, I replied. He nodded and we began to move, and our speed was twice as fast as normal while the mist covered us. The dense energy is better at hiding us, and he wants us to cover as much as ground possible till this energy is present. The grassy ground is dangerous, and we need to get out of here as soon as possible. It is still dark, but the light is spreading, and in half an hour it will become completely bright. Stop, I said a little more than 10 minutes later, and he stopped immediately. We remained in our place for 1.5 minutes till the monster passed before moving again. Half an hour passed, and the whole sky was covered in beautiful sunlight. We have reduced our speed to yesterday's level and become cautious. We have not forgotten what we needed to do to kill those bastards. It would be better if we didn't need to fight such enemies again. Over an hour passed, and relieved smiles appeared on our faces. We crossed the grassy hills. Now, it is hills with the large trees, where we would not be in direct lines of sights with our enemies. Still, the danger had not disappeared. It will only increase as we head deeper.